At first, Lu Xiaowan was absolutely unwilling to marry Li Jincheng. She even stormed into his home to hurl a barrage of humiliating insults, managing to offend him thoroughly in one go. The rumors surrounding him painted a picture of an old, unattractive man, rumored to be disabled and incapable of fulfilling his marital duties. Yet, she believed that if she could not have him, she would rather see her family destroyed than allow him to have the last laugh. To safeguard her family's future, she reluctantly agreed to the marriage, but soon discovered that reality was far removed from her expectations. To her astonishment, this extraordinarily handsome man, whose presence commanded both awe and admiration as though he were a deity descending from the heavens, was indeed her husband. Thus began her fervent pursuit of love. "Husband, you're truly handsome," she exclaimed. "Get lost," he retorted. "Husband, I can cook. I'll prepare delicious meals for you." "Not necessary," he replied coldly. "Don't worry, husband. I will ensure that those who have wronged you will face retribution." "You think you can?" He scoffed. "Is that so? Then I shall take matters into my own hands. Either marry or perish." Lu Xiaowan, the head of the Lu family, declared sternly before departing. Young Lu Xiaowan collapsed onto the luxurious sofa in her family's grand living room, tears streaming down her face, feeling utterly wronged. How could this be happening to her? The marriage contract between the Li and Lu families was established by their grandfathers. Yet her grandfather had passed away. Why should she be bound by it? Furthermore, why should she, the youngest, be the one to marry? Her elder brother, Lu Jincheng, was male. Her second sister, Lu Xiaowan, was already engaged, and her third sister, Lu Xiaowan, though sharing the Lu surname, had no blood ties to the family. As for her fourth brother, Lu Xiaowan, he was also male. It seemed that she was the only one left to fulfill this obligation. Oh, woe is me. At merely 20 years old, in the prime of her youth, she had never even experienced love. And now she was being forced to marry an old man with disabilities, no less. This was unacceptable. She must fight back. She could not allow her future to be ruined so easily. Thus, she made her way to Li Jincheng's private villa, her eyes swollen and red with fury, and climbed over the wall to confront him. "Li Jincheng, come out," she shouted. "You think you can have your way like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat? I advise you to cancel our engagement at once. Otherwise, I will make you regret it." Meanwhile, on the second floor, a strikingly handsome man in his 20s, exuding an impressive aura, was engrossed in work within his study. With meticulously styled hair and an impeccably sculpted profile, he appeared as though he had been crafted by divine hands. His eyes, deep and indifferent, momentarily paused in their perusal of documents upon hearing her voice. The butler rushed in, wiping the sweat from his brow, and reported urgently, "Young master, the youngest miss of the Lu family has entered the premises by climbing over the wall the guards didn't notice." "The Lu family?" he inquired. "Yes, the same Lu family with whom you have an engagement arranged by the two old men." The Li family was the foremost aristocracy in the capital, while the Lu family was relatively obscure. Li Jincheng had heard of the engagement, but knew little of the family itself. "She refuses?" The butler, casting a glance at his expression, hesitated before saying, "It's understandable, ahem. The age difference between you two is rather substantial." "How substantial?" "Exactly a decade." Li Jincheng's long fingers lightly tapped the desk, his demeanor unchanged as he replied, "Inform her that the engagement is annulled. She may leave, but the elder, I will handle it." "Understood, young master. I will convey the message." Just then, a cacophony of crashing sounds emanated from downstairs. "Li Jincheng, you coward. Show yourself. Are you too old or too disabled to face me? How shameful. You could almost be my father at your age. What happened to your dignity? At your age, how can you still shamelessly pursue a young girl? Even if I stood before you, would you be able to perform your duties? With your legs in such condition, can you still fulfill your marital obligations? Who would be unfortunate enough to marry you? I refuse to be that unfortunate soul. Hurry up and cancel the engagement. Otherwise, I will not let this go." The old butler's expression darkened as he listened to the insults. He glanced at Li Jincheng, whose usual stoic expression was now marred with displeasure. What was initially a request for a polite dismissal had turned into a command. "Throw her out." "Yes, young master. Let go of me." Lu Xiaowan was unceremoniously expelled from the villa by several burly bodyguards. After a long trip, she had not even caught a glimpse of Li Jincheng, and her frustration boiled over. Fueled by indignation, she engaged the guards in a scuffle, using her years of taekwondo training to her advantage, and several of them ended up injured. From the balcony of his study, Li Jincheng observed the spirited young woman, her hair styled in a bun, energetically battling his guards and gaining the upper hand. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly before he returned to his work, expressionless. Not long after, Lu Xiaowan received a frantic call from her father. Lu Xiaowan, are you trying to ruin the entire Lu family? Get back here immediately. Is the president all right? Hurry, call an ambulance. The president has fainted. As chaos echoed through the phone, Lu Xiaowan was left in shock. What on earth? Her father was so enraged that he had fainted. Fuming, she shouted toward the villa, Li Jincheng, you scoundrel! If anything happens to my father, I will make you pay. How despicable to call her father to report her. Otherwise, how would he have known she was there? After her outburst, she dashed away, rushing to the hospital to see her father. The old butler felt a chill as he heard her curse, glancing into the study to find Li Jincheng's expression darkened significantly. The Lu family was undoubtedly in peril. True to this, days later, news broke of a significant decline in Lu Food Company stock. The company faced the termination of partnerships with major distributors, leading to a fractured financial chain and impending bankruptcy. The head of the Lu family, having nearly succumbed in the hospital, was eventually revived but soon succumbed to another bout of anger. Lu Xiaowan, once the cherished youngest daughter of the Lu family, had now become the family scapegoat. At this moment, she found herself kneeling beside her father's hospital bed, held down by her mother and several siblings. As Lu Xiaowan regained consciousness and beheld her tear-streaked face, he nearly fainted again. Father, don't faint. Lu Area, the second daughter, interjected quickly. Our little sister has had a change of heart. She is willing to marry Li Jincheng. Lu Xiaowan sighed with relief, but lamented, even if she is willing, does Li Jincheng even want her? Lu Xiaowan, indignant, protested, why wouldn't he want me? Am charming and adored by all, he must be blind not to see my worth. Lu Xiaowan, upon hearing this, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in front of everyone. You wretched child, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Dad, I understand my mistake. At worst, I can go and apologize to Li Jincheng, begging for his forgiveness. The old man was utterly despicable. Was it merely because she refused to marry him that he sought to annihilate the entire Lu family? Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaowan said, and how do you intend to plead? I have my ways. Fine, then go. If you can't win over Li Jincheng, don't even think about returning home. Fine, I'll go. Lu Xiaowan rose from the ground and turned to leave. Just you wait, you insufferable man. Thus, every night at precisely 10 o'clock, the usually punctual Li Jincheng was awakened at midnight by the sorrowful cries of a woman. 003. Why am I being blamed for everything? In a garden outside the Li family's villa, the old butler, accompanied by several bodyguards clad in black, searched with flashlights and finally spotted Lu Xiaowan perched on a large tree. At that moment, Lu Xiaowan, dressed in white, with disheveled hair, sat on a branch, weeping softly while embracing the trunk. Her appearance nearly startled the onlookers into a state of shock. The old butler, infuriated, exclaimed, Miss Lu, what on earth are you doing crying out here in the dead of night? With a resentful expression, Lu Xiaowan replied, my family is on the verge of collapse because of Li Jincheng. What do you expect me to do? That's a predicament of your own making. You have no one to blame but yourself. I advise you to leave promptly, or I shall be compelled to call the police. How dare you curse the young master's mother? That is a taboo, one even the old master would not dare mention casually. Yet here was Miss Lu, so brazenly cursing. I will not leave. Li Jincheng, you have made my entire family suffer, and I will not let you have it easy. I will stand my ground. The old butler felt exasperated, knowing Li Jincheng's temperament well. He attempted to reason with her. Miss Lu, I strongly advise you to reconsider. If you remain here, your Lu family will face bankruptcy within 3 days. I refuse to believe it. Does he truly think he can control the entire capital city? In the dead of night, Lu Xiaowan was once again rendered unconscious from anger. Upon regaining consciousness, he was swiftly transported to the ICU. Yet, this did not alter the impending fate of Lu's food company, which was on the brink of declaring bankruptcy 3 days later. The eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Jincheng, who had rushed back from overseas, was beside himself with rage. In the hospital corridor, he slapped Lu Xiaowan squarely on the forehead, only for her to deftly evade it. His face twisted in anger as he glared at her. How dare you dodge? Why would I be foolish enough to stand there and take a hit? Lu Jincheng was so enraged he almost laughed, trembling as he pointed a finger at her. Fine, fine. You're not foolish, but you have single-handedly ruined the empire our grandfather and father built. leading the entire Lu family to the brink of bankruptcy. Bravo! Lu Xiaowan retorted defiantly. What do you mean I ruined it? It was that scoundrel Li Jincheng who did this. Why should I bear the blame? Is it wrong for me not to want to marry an old man? What have I done wrong? I just don't want to marry Li Jincheng. Her unapologetic stance left Lu Yicheng speechless. He felt that continuing this argument would lead him to the same state of distress as their father. Brother, the old master of the Li family is here. Lu Area rushed in. Lu Yicheng quickly composed himself. Perfect timing. Lu Xiaowan, this is our family's only opportunity. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, you will experience what it means to be a drowning rat, burdened with debt and relentlessly pursued by creditors. Lu Area hastily added, and all those wealthy young ladies you've offended in the past. Just wait and see how they trample you. The previously silent Lu Sanyue chimed in with a single name, Wu Manue. At the mention of Wu Manue, Lu Xiaowan's scalp tingled. Wu Manue was her archrival. Their families were of equal standing, and they had been at odds since childhood. However, due to her family's favor, Lu Xiao moreover, Lu Zhong, you an old fool, merely stand by and watch as your young master bullies a young girl without offering any counsel? Is that reasonable? How foolish of me to place my trust in you, allowing you to serve this scoundrel. Is this how you repay my faith? The old servant dared not speak. I see you have no fear at all. And you, Li Jincheng, that young lady has already consented to marry you, becoming your wife henceforth. If you dare to bully her again, I shall break your legs. Li Jincheng, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke in a calm tone. Did she say that? What else could it be? Am I merely fabricating tales with no evidence? Since the incident with his leg, Li Jincheng had rarely interacted with outsiders, and even fewer women. This was the first time he found amusement in his anger. A deceitful girl, presenting one facade to the public and another in private. Simply courting disaster. If that is the case, let us proceed with the marriage. The wedding shall be set for 3 days hence. The old butler's eyes widened in shock. Young master. Li Jincheng's voice turned frigid due to my physical limitations. Let us adhere to ancient customs and use a rooster in my stead. The old butler. Is that permissible? The elderly frowned and interjected. Nonsense. If you are to marry, let it be done properly. Otherwise, do not marry at all. Faced with the stubbornness of his eldest grandson, the elderly eventually conceded. Regardless of the reasons behind this unexpected agreement to wed, it was an opportunity to be cherished, especially as his grandson had finally relented to take a bride. As for the reasons behind his consent, the elderly cared little to investigate. Ultimately, the willingness was what mattered. Very well. The wedding shall be arranged for 3 days hence. I will make the necessary preparations immediately. With that, the elderly returned to the family estate. The old butler, his face contorted with worry, sighed heavily. Young master, what is the purpose of this? Is it worth it to let your lifelong affair be dictated by a rude and uncouth girl? Li Jincheng offered no explanation. In this world, nothing is inherently worthy or unworthy. People merely pay for their actions. This includes those residing within the elder's home. Thus, 3 days later, a grand wedding took place at the Tianrui 5-star hotel in the capital. The bride appeared in traditional wedding attire, adorned splendidly, holding a rooster as she completed the ceremony, an astonishing sight that left the entire city astounded. The bride, Lu Xiaowan, declared, as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment does not belong to me. Furthermore, I have a veil, so they cannot see my face. Initially reluctant to marry, she found herself compelled by her mother's threats of death. There was no alternative. Thus, she resolved to marry, knowing that she was wed to a rooster rather than Li Jincheng. After the ceremony, she intended to slaughter the rooster for meat and mourn its passing. As for the crippled Li Jincheng, she would treat him as if he were dead. After the wedding, Lu Xiaowan tearfully bid farewell to her family and was whisked away in a luxury vehicle arranged by the elder Li to Li Jincheng's private villa. The car drove directly into the courtyard, and upon arrival, Lu Xiaowan removed her veil, clutching the rooster, and marched toward the villa's entrance. That dog of a man. He humiliates me and turns me into a laughingstock for all of Beijing. Just wait. However, upon entering, she found only the old butler standing at the door, his expression blank as he relayed, Madam, the young master has left for an extended trip. Lu Xiaowan gazed at him, her eyes filled with intensity. Where has he gone? Does he think running away absolves him? The rift between us is now profound. The young master's whereabouts were never disclosed to anyone, not even the elderly. How fortunate he was to have escaped. Otherwise, today, I would have confronted him. The old butler looked at the suitcase she dragged along, his mouth twitching as he asked, "Madam, do you intend to reside here permanently? What other choice do I have? I am now married to Li Jincheng, and where else should I live if not on his territory?" After declaring this, Lu Xiaowan confidently strode inside, surveying her surroundings with satisfaction. The old man, it seemed, possessed a modicum of taste. The villa was elegantly decorated, simple yet luxurious. However, she noticed that the master bedroom and study were locked. What is he guarding against? The old butler explained, "Madam, the keys to the young master's room and study are with him, and there are no spare keys. Someone, pry the door open for me. Did you hear that? From now on, I am the mistress of this house. If you dare defy me, I will have grandfather replace you." The old butler was helpless. After all, there were greater powers at play, and the elder's authority was not to be trifled with. Reluctantly, he procured a key and unlocked Li Jincheng's door. Lu Xiaowan glared at him. "Did you not say there were no keys?" The old butler awkwardly rubbed his nose. "I merely knew where the young master kept the keys." After familiarizing herself with the villa, Lu Xiaowan began to direct the household staff. The rooster, which had been served at the wedding, was stewed. However, Lu Xiaowan did not eat it herself. Instead, she fed it to the dogs. She summoned the family's sled dogs to keep her company and renamed one husband. Indeed, she now referred to a dog as her husband and would never call Li Jincheng by that title. Thus, for several days, the old butler occasionally overheard her fondly exclaim, "Husband, come eat chicken. Husband, I will bathe you. Husband, let us sleep together in Li Jincheng's bed," making a mockery of him. The old butler, after living 60 years, he had never encountered such eccentricity. He could only wonder how Li Jincheng would react upon viewing all of this through the home surveillance cameras. Li Jincheng remained expressionless. However, that night, as Lu Xiaowan slept soundly, merely turning over, the bed suddenly collapsed. She rolled off, dazed, only to be met with the anguished cries of dog. The bed's collapse had broken one of the sled dog's legs. Lu Xiaowan, overwhelmed with sorrow, rushed the injured dog to a pet hospital for emergency care. The old butler, who had seen and said nothing, thought, "I believe the young master had truly lost his temper. It seems he was merely biding his time." The following day, Lu Xiaowan returned to her family home, visibly exhausted, cradling her injured dog. Upon entering, she found not only her family in the living room, but also a guest, her most despised adversary, Wu Manuel. Was she here to gloat over her misfortunes? Indeed, Wu Manuel wasted no time in ridiculing her. "Goodness, I almost didn't recognize you. Xiaowan, you've changed since getting married. You seem so much more mature." Lu Xiaowan's face darkened. "What brings you to my home?" Hearing this, Lu Hosher frowned. "Xiaowan, do not be rude." Lu Sanyue interjected. "She is here to negotiate a collaboration with the Lu family." Wu Manuel smugly handed her a business card, her expression triumphant. "Here, my business card. I am a career-oriented woman now." Afterward, she leaned closer to whisper, "You see, only those with capability are valued by their families. A useless heiress like you, with your ample bosom and empty head, has no path but through marriage. Congratulations on marrying a rooster." Lu Xiaowan was infuriated, her anger burning in her chest. Yet the more infuriating truth was that her words resonated. Was she not the most useless member of the Lu family? However, Wu Manuel, heed my warning. Do you understand my current status and yours? Wu Manuel smiled knowingly. "Of course, I am aware. The wife of a rooster?" Lu Xiaowan let out a cold laugh and said, "Wu Manuel, I shall grant you one more opportunity." The members of the Lu family were oblivious to the whispered exchange between the two. They only knew that Wu Manuel had uttered something, after which Lu Xiaowan promptly retrieved her phone and made a call. Whether the call was connected or not went unnoticed by others. But they heard Lu Xiaowan sweetly declaring into the receiver, "Darling, Wu Manuel is bullying me. You know, the Wu family from the plastic factory." Upon hearing this, Wu Manuel's face darkened. "Lu Xiaowan, stop spouting nonsense. Darling, if you have the power to bring my family to ruin, I'm sure you possess the capability to bring the Wu family down too, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Haosher frowned and admonished, "Wan, do not act recklessly." Wu Manuel, flustered, urged Lu Xiaowan, "Do not go overboard. Apologize to me immediately." Lu Xiaowan, brimming with arrogance, regarded Wu Manuel defiantly. Fearing she was serious, Wu Manuel forced a smile and replied, "Wan, I was merely joking." Almost forgetting, Lu Xiaowan may have married a prominent figure. Yet she was also the legitimate granddaughter-in-law of the Li family. The disparity between their families was so vast that it was madness for her to flaunt herself before Lu Xiaowan. "Ah, darling, it's all fine now. You don't need to worry about coming to my family. My parents are understanding and will not hold it against you." "Oh, understood. I will obediently wait at home for you." Wu Manuel. The Lu family members. Could it be that Xiaowan has truly developed such a deep bond with Li Jincheng? Yet, it seemed plausible. After all, this girl had the knack to infuriate yet also charm anyone. What if she spent 3 days living with Li Jincheng, managing to win him over? Wu Manuel left the Lu family with a scowl. Why should Lu Xiaowan be superior to her? Despite being the youngest daughter of the Lu family, born of Uncle Lu's second marriage, she was lavished with affection by the whole family. This alone was intolerable, but to add insult to injury, she managed to marry into the most prestigious family, becoming the eldest grandson's wife. Even if Li Jincheng was said to be old, unattractive, and disabled, his status was undeniable. Because of this, Wu Manuel feared she would never be able to rise above Lu Xiaowan in her lifetime. No, she would never allow Lu Xiaowan to have it easy. After Wu Manuel departed from the Lu household, Lu Xiaowan finally burst into tears. The Lu family was thrown into chaos. What was happening? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Lu Xiaowan sobbed uncontrollably, as if she had suffered a great injustice, proclaiming, "Dad, Mom, brother, sister. Remember this. You have pushed me into the fire pit. I no longer love you." With that, she grabbed her sled dog and retreated upstairs to her room, locking the door behind her. Initially intending to appear slightly aggrieved to evoke guilt from her family, Lu Xiaowan ended up genuinely upset. Throughout her life, she was perceived as the cherished princess of the Lu family by outsiders. Yet, what they saw was merely the image she wished to project. In reality, she was hardly valued in this household. Her father cared more for the children of his first marriage, namely her elder brother and sister. Her mother focused on her daughter, Lu Xiaowan, from her previous marriage, and later, her son, Lu Xiaowan, born after her second marriage into the Lu family. Despite being twins with Lu Xiaowan, their mother seemed oblivious to her existence. During this recent marriage arrangement, her mother had not uttered a single supportive word in her favor. Instead, she had pressured her into marriage to resolve the Lu family's crisis. For a fleeting moment, Lu Xiaowan felt utterly betrayed by the world, her heart heavy with suffocating sorrow. Downstairs, Lu Jincheng grimaced, saying, "It seems that marrying into a top-tier family really does change a person. She returns only to throw tantrums." Lu Xiaowan frowned and retorted, "Mind your words." Lu Xiaowan scoffed, "If it were you, forced to marry a woman you don't love, you would probably fare worse than Xiaowan." Madame Lu frowned and said, "Xiaowan, be quiet. This is not your place to speak." Lu Xiaowan stood up and declared, "I couldn't care less." With that, she went upstairs to her room. Madame Lu hurried to explain to Lu Jincheng, "Ah, Cheng, please don't take offense. She will marry off eventually. Why should I hold a grudge against her?" Madame Lu's smile faltered. At least Ah Cheng is magnanimous. Throughout the entire exchange, Lu Area, who had remained silent, turned to Lu Xiaowan and said that Feng's family is eager to collaborate with the Leaf family. "When will you discuss this with Grandpa Li?" Lu Xiaowan waved his hand. "There's no rush. It's inappropriate to discuss this so soon. One is just married in." However, regarding Feng's side, "All right, I'm aware. The Lin family will be relatives of ours in the future. They will surely benefit from our relationship." Lu Area smiled. "I knew you wouldn't neglect this." Lu Xiaowan glanced at his wife. "Go comfort Wan. That girl is quite stubborn. If she thinks that now that familial ties are established, she will bring no benefits to our family, it may cause more trouble. Rest assured, dear, Wan listens to me the most. I will guide her well." On the staircase, Lu Xiaowan, still harboring a flicker of hope for her family, was suddenly doused with cold water. Why had she previously sought to confront Li Jincheng? At that time, she hadn't realized it, but subconsciously, she must have desired tea after being forced into marriage. Lu Xiaowan came to a profound realization. If one does not protect oneself, no one else will. The confidence one possesses can only be bestowed by oneself. She resolved to retreat into her shell and adorn herself with thorns, much like a hedgehog, as her means of self-protection. Upon returning from the Lu residence, her already disheartened spirits erupted with fury. When old Master Li received her call, he was quite taken aback. However, upon hearing her sobs, nearly on the verge of fainting, he quickly grasped the situation. That scoundrel had the audacity to be away from home, even after several days of marriage? He had only just returned today. Grandfather, I am utterly heartbroken. I, young and beautiful, settle for him, and yet he treats me this way. It has been several days since our wedding, and I have yet to see his face. This is intolerable. In the stairwell, Li Jincheng, who was about to descend for dinner, paused. Young and beautiful? He was eager to discover just how young and beautiful she was to have settled for him. The villa was equipped with a specialized glass elevator. As Lu Xiaowan vented about Li Jincheng over the phone, she caught sight of a figure suddenly appearing in the elevator. Upon discerning the person's features, her eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? When did such a stunningly handsome man appear in the villa? Wait, why is he also in a wheelchair? Could he be Li Jincheng's ill-fated companion? The rumored old, ugly, and disabled Li Jincheng actually has such an exquisite friend? To her astonishment, as the elevator doors opened, the household's elderly butler and staff bowed respectfully, greeting, "Good day, young master." Lu Xiaowan's eyes nearly bulged as she wore an expression of utter disbelief. This remarkably handsome man is my husband? Li Jincheng. She swore she had never encountered a man so breathtakingly beautiful in her life. Truly, he resembled a deity descended from the heavens. Could it be that he was indeed Li Jincheng? Were these servants, who had always been at odds with her, not conspiring to deceive her? As Lu Xiaowan stared at Li Jincheng, he too appraised her youthful beauty. Indeed, she was young, though reported to be 20. She appeared more like a naive girl of 17 or 18. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, accentuated by wisps of bangs that lent her a youthful glow. Her delicate, fair visage was now awash with incredulity. Her elegantly arched eyebrows framed expressive, slender lashes, and her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with tears. Her nose was petite and refined, and her lips were a charming shade of red. Li Jincheng conceded her youth and beauty. Meeting her questioning gaze, he replied with an air of indifference, "Is there something you need?" Lu Xiaowan blinked, momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend that this was not a dream. She found herself at a loss for words. Li Jincheng ignored her further, addressing the butler. "Let us dine." "Yes, young master. The chef has prepared your favorite snow fungus and lotus seed soup." Lu Xiaowan was unaware of her own impulsive response, but upon hearing this, she blurted, "I can make snow fungus and lotus seed soup too. Li Jincheng, I shall prepare it for you tomorrow." Li Jincheng cast her a fleeting glance, his expression unchanging. He simply replied, "Not necessary." Her face flushed crimson as she stood there, wishing she could vanish into thin air. How embarrassing, so easily distracted by a handsome face. On the other end of the line, old Master Li, who had been entirely disregarded, coughed lightly. "Granddaughter-in-law, is Jincheng home? Wait for me. I shall come over to defend your honor." Lu Xiaowan immediately recalled the call was still active and hurriedly interjected, "No need. This handsome gentleman is better left for me to handle." "Oh, I mean, grandfather, Li Jincheng has done nothing wrong. It is I who spoke without thinking. We have no issues. You need not make a special trip." Old Master Li grasped the situation. Apparently, this girl had not even seen Jincheng before and was unaware of his exceptional nature. However, considering his grandson's reputation, the old man's expression darkened. Once he discovered who had spread such rumors, he would not let them off lightly. "You must refrain from such reckless talk in the future. Rest assured, grandfather, from now on, Li Jincheng is my heart and soul, my brightest moonlight. I promise to treat him exceptionally well." "Ha ha ha, very well. I shall await your good news." It is said that young women today are enamored with looks, and indeed, old Master Li felt a sense of pride in his grandson's appearance. In the entire capital, no other young man could compare to his grandson's allure. Although his temperament was somewhat difficult, and his reputation tarnished by his disability, the old man still valued him highly. It was rumored that she had once vehemently protested against the marriage, yet unexpectedly, she had relented. For this reason, old Master Li considered her a worthy match for his grandson. "Grandfather, I must hang up now. I am off to dine with Li Jincheng." "You are simply insufferable." Go on, go on. Jincheng has lived alone for years, becoming rather reclusive. Make sure you two get along." "Do not worry, grandfather. I will ensure we get along splendidly, especially since he is my husband." A stunningly handsome man, akin to a celestial being, was indeed her husband. Lu Xiaowan lingered in bliss after hanging up, reveling in her good fortune. However, she soon returned to reality. She had previously spoken so harshly. likely offending him gravely. Their first meeting had been marked by his cold demeanor, leaving her with the impression that he thought poorly of her. What should she do? A fated union, yet she had failed to cherish it. Her heart ached. She wondered if, with all her efforts, she could salvage the situation. The villa's living and dining areas were connected, and Li Jincheng had overheard her conversation with old Master Li, but chose to remain unbothered. The elderly butler wore a disdainful expression, recalling how she had belittled the young master just moments prior. Now, she stood resolutely, taking a deep breath before approaching the dining table. She boldly took a seat across from Li Jincheng and declared, "I apologize." Everyone was taken aback. Hadn't she just promised to get along with their young master? Instead of sweet-talking him, she seemed to be seeking conflict. The butler and servants exchanged bewildered glances. Li Jincheng paused, casting her a cold glance, his silence speaking volumes. Sensing his disapproval, Lu Xiaowan slammed her hands on the table, startling the butler and servants. Is she truly daring to raise her voice against the young master? Is she out of her mind? Upon witnessing the scene, the girl's eyes brimmed with tears, and she began to lament. Li Jincheng, how can you be so handsome yet fail to make a grand entrance at the wedding? You have deprived me of being the envy of all as a bride, and instead, a mere rooster has stolen your spotlight, rendering me the laughingstock of the entire capital. You are utterly despicable. With that, she slammed her hand on the table, her anger escalating as she demanded, "Apologize to me at once. Otherwise, neither of us shall have a peaceful day ahead." Li Jincheng remained silent, while the old butler and the servants exchanged anxious glances, urging him to respond and defend himself against her audacity. They wondered where the young mistress found such courage to confront him, presuming it was due to his reclusive nature and taciturn demeanor. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Li Jincheng finally spoke, his tone grave. "How have I made your life difficult?" His inquiry, innocent yet curious, elicited a collective urge among the onlookers to cover their faces in disbelief. "Open the door. I want to return to my room and sleep." Lu Xiaowan glared at him fiercely, snatching the bowl of silver ear and lotus seed soup from before him, gulping it down in one go. After finishing, she burped and, casting a glance at the nearby maids, declared, "I overheard them mention your severe obsession with cleanliness. Thus, making your life miserable is quite simple. From now on, I will take a bite of everything you intend to eat, leaving you unable to indulge. Oh, and I plan to fill your room with worms and cockroaches tomorrow. We shall see if you can still sleep soundly. Not to mention, I might even spit in your drinking cup." Faced with her sudden barrage, the servants were left in a state of panic, realizing they had unwittingly exposed their master's vulnerabilities to the young mistress. They could only hope that the young master would retaliate. Li Jincheng, visibly disgusted, merely remarked, "Childish." Lu Xiaowan, reveling in her triumph, replied, "Hee, are you feeling nauseated? So, will you apologize?" "No, darling, please don't be like that. We are married. Can't you just let it go?" The onlookers were baffled, unable to decipher her new strategy. This young mistress certainly had a flair for theatrics. Yet, Li Jincheng dismissed her with a curt remark, "Unlucky wretch." His words shattered Lu Xiaowan's composure, and he added, "Slap in the face." With that, he maneuvered his wheelchair toward the elevator and ascended. Lu Xiaowan was left speechless. The old butler seized the moment to interject, I wonder who once claimed that marrying our young master would bring misfortune. How ironic." The servants nodded in agreement, astonished by their master's sharp tongue. What was once considered a biting remark now seemed to be a fatal blow. Some individuals, whose earlier bravado had now faded, were left speechless. Was this the consequence of her defeat? The servants now looked down upon her, and she felt a deep sense of humiliation. Yet, as long as she remained the young mistress of this household, she would still be Li Jincheng's wife, and there remained a chance for redemption. In a fit of determination, Lu Xiaowan transformed her sorrow into appetite, devouring a bowl of rice fervently. After all, one must be nourished to tackle great endeavors. As she reminisced about Li Jincheng's celestial visage, she indulged in 2 hearty dinners, leaving the servants utterly astounded. How could she still eat so heartily after facing her master's disdain? This young mistress certainly possessed a resilient spirit. Once sated, she wiped her mouth and headed upstairs. Wait, there is more to come. The old butler was the first to follow, with a few curious servants trailing behind. "Li Jincheng, open the door. I want to go to sleep." A cold, emotionless voice responded from within. "Sleep in the guest room." "I refuse." This is our marital bedroom, and I have a right to it. Why should I sleep in the guest room? Why don't you go there instead? Huh? I intend to stay right here. I will sleep beside you. As a legal couple, even the police cannot stop me. You heard me. Open the door. At that moment, Li Jincheng was engrossed in a psychology book, his attention drawn to a line that read, "In this world, there are individuals who, feeling overlooked and ignored, often resort to extreme measures to assert their presence, seeking attention to validate their existence. Though they appear thorny on the outside, their inner selves are steeped in insecurity." Upon reading this, Li Jincheng instinctively glanced toward the door, just as another series of kicks echoed against it. "Li Jincheng, are you listening? Open the door." He returned his gaze to the book and continued reading. Such individuals require persistent neglect. This indifference serves as their most profound wound. As a result, Li Jincheng chose to remain silent within the room. Outside, Lu Xiaowan, exhausted from kicking the door, eventually turned and fled. Moments later, the old butler's voice echoed, "Young master, the young mistress has run out of the house. Shall we send someone after her?" "Not necessary. His mother has passed. Those who dare to speak ill of her are not worth protecting. Even if something happens to that girl tonight, it is of no concern to me." In the bustling Xingji bar, Lu Xiaowan sat at the counter, drowning her sorrows in one drink after another, tears streaming down her face. The pain in her heart was unbearable. Her family viewed her merely as a means to an end, devoid of warmth. The handsome husband she had married now seemed irreparably estranged, and her life felt shrouded in endless darkness, devoid of hope. This despair made her long to drown herself in alcohol that very night, as living had become an unbearable burden. "Xiaoba, pour me another whiskey." "Certainly, boss." The dashing bartender prepared her drink as Lu Xiaowan, flushed from the alcohol, rested her chin on her hand, watching him. Once, she found him quite charming, but now he seemed rather ordinary. Had Li Jincheng truly altered her perception? As thoughts of Li Jincheng filled her mind, she felt a surge of frustration. That insufferable man believed she cared for him, forcing her to sleep in the guest room. Did he think she had no dignity? If he refused to open the door, she would rather stay out all night than return to the guest room. At the entrance of the bar, Wu Manuel entered with several friends, ready for a night of relaxation, only to catch sight of Lu Xiaowan at the counter. Her eyes sparkled with recognition. "You all go ahead. I'll join you shortly. Make it quick." After sending her friends off, Wu Manuel hurried over to Lu Xiaowan. "Lanlan, why are you here drinking alone? Where's your husband?" Recalling how that wretched girl had deceived her earlier, Wu Manuel felt a surge of indignation. She had heard that since marrying Lu Xiaowan, Li Jincheng had not returned home once. How could Lu Xiaowan have the audacity to flaunt her happiness before her? How pretentious! Upon hearing her words, Lu Xiaowan turned her head to glance at her, immediately donning a disdainful expression as she retorted, "Does it concern you? Do I need to report to you where my husband is? Are you even worthy of that?" How laughable it was, hoping to see her in a state of despair. Even in her misfortune, they still craved entertainment. "Since that is the case, let us see how you fare." In response, Wu Manuel's face darkened as she stated, "Wan, our families share a long-standing friendship. I only express concern for you drinking alone. Must you speak so harshly? Concern for me? You, Wu Manuel, care for me? Spare me the pretense. Are you not exhausted from it? Who doesn't know your true intentions? You, with your kind of character, aspire to be my sister-in-law? My elder brother Wu Ti even glance your way. Let me tell you, he listens to me. Since childhood, I've spoken ill of you in his presence. Otherwise, why do you think he always treats you coldly when you visit my house?" For a fleeting moment, Wu Manuel felt her temper reach a boiling point. How could Yi Cheng, her beloved, refuse to even acknowledge her? She had harbored feelings for him for so long, always presenting herself as docile and charming whenever they met. Each visit to the Lu residence was meticulously planned, yet it had all been in vain, failing to win Lu Yicheng's affection. "So that is how it is." She seethed, her expression turning livid as she pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Xiaowan. "I've tolerated you since childhood, treated you like a sister, and this is how you repay me?" With an air of contempt, Lu Xiaowan replied, "Do you truly believe your own words? Don't act like a saint when you're nothing but a hypocrite. How often have you come to such places without leaving with a handsome man or two?" "Oomph. Don't ask how I know. I have my sources." Wu Manuel's face paled at her words. Did she truly know? Had I insist on sleeping with you? "Oomph. Please release our young lady." The expression on Mu Yuan's face shattered. "Lu Xiaowan, what did you say? Say it again, if you dare." "Well, You frighten me, my brother frightens me, my parents don't want me. My sisters no longer care for me, and Li Jincheng ignores me as well. Why do you all treat me this way? I despise you all. The fearless Mu Yuan, who feared nothing in the world, was most terrified of Lu Xiaowan's tears. Almost since childhood, whenever she cried, he would immediately surrender. Even now, despite her marrying someone else, it was no exception. He immediately softened his tone and said, "It's me. I'm Mu Yuan. I didn't frighten you, but how dare you get married?" His parents had promised him that as long as he secured a significant deal abroad, they would go to the Lu family to propose for him. Why couldn't she wait for him to return? Mu Yuan was so furious that it felt like his heart was about to burst. Mu Yuan, bad brother, bullying me. You put grasshoppers in my clothes. That's so mean. Mu Yuan, you don't remember how I protected you all these years. But you still remember the one time I teased you for being cute when we first met? Fine. I'm the bad guy. I shouldn't have come to save you tonight. I should have let you be taken by bad people. Seeing a taxi approaching, Mu Yuan immediately waved his hand. The taxi stopped in front of them. Mu Yuan helped Lu Xiaowan and said, "Come on, let's get in. I'll take you home." "I'm not going home. I have no home. No one loves me anymore. Everyone dislikes me." "Nonsense, I like you. You're my favorite." Lu Xiaowan looked at him with confusion and asked, "You're not lying? Is there really someone who would like me? I'm so unlikable. How can anyone like me?" Mu Yuan was both angry and amused, and his heart ached deeply. His Wan, appearing glamorous and confident, was, in reality, more insecure than anyone else. Excuse me, sir, please release our young lady." Just as Mu Yuan was about to help Lu Xiaowan into the car, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. He frowned and turned around to see two bodyguards in black standing there. One was older, with sharp eyes that suggested he was not to be trifled with. "Who are you?" "Our young master is Li Jincheng, and the person you are supporting is our young lady. The young master sent us to escort her home." "How ridiculous. If Li Jincheng truly cared for Wan, why did he only send someone now?" "Sir, we have been following the young lady to protect her. Had you not appeared, she would have already been taken back by us." Mu Yuan, "Nonsense. Just a moment ago, I didn't see any of you." The older bodyguard took out his phone and played a video, and Mu Yuan's face darkened upon seeing it. "You mean to tell me you were here all along and didn't intervene at the start?" "The young master instructed us not to intervene unless there was a threat to her safety. She was taken away, and that didn't involve her safety? What kind of monster did that girl marry? We saw firsthand that the young lady was capable of defeating those two thugs. Had she not been able to, we would have intervened." Mu Yuan recalled carefully. Indeed, when he arrived, Lu Xiaowan had not a scratch on her, while the two thugs had been thoroughly beaten up by her. He grimaced and said, "What if I refuse to let her go? Then we must engage in a sparring match with you. Damn it, why don't you show up sooner?" With his helpers dispatched, Mu Yuan could only muster the last bit of defiance. "You better take her back safely. If anything happens, I will never let you off the hook." For a moment, Mu Yuan felt as if he were suffocating with anguish. But damn it, she has married now. What identity will he have to protect her? How would he face her? The Lu family, a bunch of heartless wolves, truly treated Wan like a mere commodity. Since he could not have her, he would destroy her. Late at night, in the villa, the door to Li Jincheng's room was knocked upon again. However, this time the visitor was not Lu Xiaowan, but a bodyguard beside the old master, a man of such seniority that even Li Jincheng had to address him as uncle. He had once saved his grandfather's life and had risked everything to rescue him when he was kidnapped as a child. "Uncle Ming," the middle-aged bodyguard nodded and said, "The old master sent me to inform you that a husband and wife are one. When one flourishes, the other flourishes too, and when one suffers, the other suffers. If the young lady goes out tonight and is bullied, her reputation will be tarnished. That is an equal loss for you, young master. After all, if you cannot even protect your own wife, what kind of man are you?" After saying this, he carried Lu Xiaowan, who had been brought back from outside, into the room and placed her on Li Jincheng's bed. Li Jincheng remained expressionless at this sight. "Please take good care of the young lady," Uncle Ming continued. "The old master says she's young and willful, so you must be more accommodating." Seeing Li Jincheng's lack of reaction, Uncle Ming sighed and added, "Lastly, the old master said that if you dare to let the young lady leave this room tonight, he will move in with you and remind you every day." After saying this, Uncle Ming left, leaving Li Jincheng sitting in place, his expression darkening. It was clear he did not appreciate feeling threatened, even if it was from his own grandfather. However, The thought of Uncle Ming's words about his grandfather moving in with him and pestering him every day gave him a headache. In this world, there were few people he truly cared about, but his grandfather was undoubtedly one of them, and a very important one at that. If it weren't for his grandfather's protection throughout his childhood, growing up in that ruthless environment, he would not have survived to this day, and even so, he had lost the use of his legs. Still, he could not allow Lu Xiaowan to sleep in his room. To him, the sheets that had been slept on by Lu Xiaowan were already tainted. Li Jincheng turned his wheelchair to face the bed, gazing towards it, only to find that the girl was no longer there. Just then, he heard the sound of a door being shut. Turning his head, he saw Lu Xiaowan standing at the door, locking it. Then, turning back, her lips curled into a sinister smile. She coldly huffed, "Li Jincheng, if you don't open the door and let me sleep here, I will sleep anyway. Not only will I sleep, but I'll sleep with you too." With that, Lu Xiaowan drunkenly lunged towards Li Jincheng. Damn it, she had had enough. She, Lu Xiaowan, had never endured this many grievances in her life. In just half a month, her once blissful life had crumbled. Now she felt unloved by her parents, rejected by her siblings, and even Wu Manuet dared to ridicule her. A mock wedding had turned her into a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. All of this was due to that worthless man before her. What was the use of looking handsome? He was still a heartless creature. Since she could not have him, she would destroy him. You think you're disgusting? You treat me like air? Then I will make you feel utterly disgusted, giving you a psychological shadow for life. Outside, the old butler heard Li Jincheng's furious roar and was nearly frantic. Just as he was about to rush in to rescue his young master, he was stopped by Uncle Ming, who had not truly left but was stationed in the corridor. The old master wants to hold his great-grandson. Everyone else must retreat. Otherwise, you cannot bear the old master's wrath. The old butler sighed, expressing that he had done his utmost for the young master and that the young master should seek his own fortune, as no one dared to defy the old master. Inside the room, facing the desperate resistance of Li Jincheng, Lu Xiaowan searched the vicinity in frustration and finally discovered a climbing rope, which Li Jincheng had used before his legs became incapacitated. As Li Jincheng observed the rope she found, his eyelids twitched slightly. "Lu Xiaowan, not Lu Wanwan," she declared, swiftly wrapping the rope around Li Jincheng and his wheelchair in a continuous motion. Before long, she had ensnared him in a chaotic but effective manner, leaving him immobile. With a triumphant expression, she looked at him and exclaimed, "Li Jincheng, let us see how you evade me now." Li Jincheng maintained his composure, gazing at her calmly. "You never consider the consequences of your actions, do you?" With rosy cheeks, Lu Xiaowan smiled foolishly. "Consider what? Life is about enjoying oneself. I'm happy to do this. So why think too much?" She leaned closer, lifting his delicate chin with her hand. "Li Jincheng, you are truly handsome." Soon I'll be able to sleep next to such a handsome man. How delightful. If I had known you were this good-looking, I wouldn't have come to berate you. It's all your fault for not coming out to meet me that day. If you had, seeing you like this, I would have nodded in agreement to marry you right then, truly. Is that so? Lu Xiaowan nodded vigorously. "I swear, you're the most handsome man I have ever seen. I'm still young and didn't intend to marry so soon. But if it's you, I'm willing." At that moment, Li Jincheng found himself at a loss for a response. The girl before him reeked of alcohol, clearly intoxicated. However, it was precisely such individuals that posed the greatest threat for a drunken person lacks reason. He feared she might not the old butler, upon witnessing this, let out a cold laugh and remarked, "The young mistress is aware of her own embarrassment." Where was this awareness before? Li Jincheng remained silent, finishing his breakfast with utmost seriousness before finally speaking. "Prepare the guest room. I shall reside there from now on." The old butler, with a look of astonishment, retorted, "Is this true, young master? After the way the young mistress treated you last night, are you really going to give her the room?" Just then, Lu Xiaowan, descending to clear the dining table, overheard this exchange and quickly interjected, No need. Just prepare the guest room for me. By the way, Li Jincheng, I promise I won't be fighting you for the room anymore." As she had breakfast, memories of the previous night began to resurface. For instance, she recalled tying up Li Jincheng with a rope. My goodness, how could she, in a drunken stupor, commit such bestial acts? It was utterly inhuman. Consequently, she felt increasingly guilty and dared not face Li Jincheng. After uttering those words, she abandoned her plate and fled from the house. The onlookers were taken aback. realizing that the young mistress was aware of her transgressions and felt a sense of guilt. Well, at least she has some self-awareness. Li Jincheng, however, thought to himself, if that is the case, let the misunderstanding persist. At least it allows for a clean break. Upon exiting the house, Lu Xiaowan spotted a sleek black convertible parked beneath a large tree not far from the villa. Behind the wheel sat a remarkably handsome young man, seemingly around 25, with tousled short hair, exhaling clouds of smoke. The numerous cigarette butts littering the ground indicated he had been there for quite some time. Recognizing him immediately, Lu Xiaowan hurried over, her expression one of disdain. Mu Yuan, what on earth are you doing here so early? And who the hell gave you permission to smoke? Didn't I say it was forbidden? Mu Yuan, feigning indifference, took another drag of his cigarette and looked at her with a challenging gaze. What is it to you? How dare you? Lu Xiaowan exclaimed, feeling the urge to confront him. Are you looking for a fight? Faced with Mu Yuan's erratic demeanor, Lu Xiaowan was utterly perplexed. Wait a minute, if memory serves me right, I only bullied Li Jincheng last night. Why is everyone treating me like this upon waking? Frustrated, she turned away, declaring, I can't be bothered with you. Smoke yourself to death for all I care. After saying this, she attempted to leave. But Mu Yuan jumped out of the car and seized her wrist. Lu Xiaowan. 021. Young master, the young mistress has strayed. Lu Xiaowan shook off his grip. Her disdain evident. Don't touch me. Mu Yuan, anger flaring in his eyes, self-deprecatingly remarked, well, I suppose you're right. You're someone else's wife now. So I indeed have no right to touch you. Lu Xiaowan shot him a glare. Mu Yuan, are you out of your mind? Yes, I am indeed unwell. Afflicted with the ailment of wanting only you, Lu Xiaowan. What do you mean by wanting only me? So what? I consider you a brother. Yet you've always been lusting after my beauty? Mu Yuan was at a loss for words. Has this girl truly never noticed? His heartfelt feelings have seemingly been wasted. But then again, she was still quite young and perhaps oblivious to such matters. After all, he himself had not even begun his university studies yet. Technically, she was still a high school student. Lu Xiaowan had failed her first college entrance exam due to a stomach ailment, and after a year of repeating, she had finally succeeded, albeit with scores too low to enter her desired university, necessitating another year of preparation. Once summer break ended, she was set to return to her third year of high school, gearing up for the exams once more. This was why he had refrained from expressing his feelings, wanting to wait until she entered college. But now, unexpectedly, she had gotten married. His romantic aspirations had been dashed unjustly. Mu Yuan was unwilling to accept this fate. He had spent the night uncovering all the details, and it was clear to him that neither Lu Xiaowan nor Li Jincheng had entered this marriage willingly. If that were the case, there was still hope for him. After all, even if they were married, divorce was an option, and he was willing to wait. Moreover, Lu Xiaowan was still underage, and they could not legally wed. Thus, their union held no legitimacy. With this thought, Mu Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. What nonsense. I came here to discuss something serious. Lu Xiaowan eyed him suspiciously. Are you sure you're not just after my beauty? I am absolutely certain. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaowan kicked him, retorting defiantly. How could you not be tempted by my good looks? You must be blind to have any interest in Lu Xiaowan. Enough of this. Your desire means nothing now that I am someone else's wife. Let us get to the point. For a fleeting moment, Mu Yuan felt like he might choke on his frustration. But did Lu Xiaowan ever think before she spoke? Clearly not. Come, follow me to a place. Where to? You'll find out when we arrive. All right, let us go then. Having just fled her home, she was at a loss for where to head next. Inside the villa, the old butler raced up the stairs, and upon reaching the study, gasped for breath as he reported, Young master, the young mistress has strayed. She has been taken away by a man. That man even held her hand. Unless there is pressing business, do not disturb me. Young master, this is intolerable. The young mistress spent the night with you, and now she is entangled with another man. It is simply disgraceful. Li Jincheng shot a cold glance at the old butler, who immediately retreated in fear. Clearly, the young master was indifferent to the young mistress. In truth, he had not cared from the start. But how could she cavort with another man after what had happened between them? Was that reasonable? Yet, Li Jincheng felt no concern. His mind replaying the events of the previous night, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. How could a girl who behaved so frivolously understand the concept of infidelity? 022. Lu Xiaowan, how dare you strike me? In a private booth at the Interstellar Bar, Wu Manuel sat in disarray on the couch. Her heart filled with rage as she exclaimed, "I told you I didn't do anything. Why did Mu Yuan bring me here to be watched?" Miss Wu was well aware of her actions. Nonetheless, everything would be clarified upon Mu Xiao's arrival. "Fine, I'm curious to see what Mu Yuan intends to do." At that moment, Wu Manue appeared calm on the surface, but internally, she was anxious. Mu Yuan was like a loyal dog to Lu Xiaowan. Otherwise, he would not have sought her out regarding matters that had nothing to do with him. Remembering the fierce demeanor Mu Yuan had displayed when defending Lu Xiaowan in the past, she began to worry that she might be in for a beating. Outside the booth, Lu Xiaowan looked at Mu Yuan with a perplexed expression. "Why did you bring me here? To meet someone? Who?" Without responding, Mu Yuan pushed open the booth door. Upon seeing Wu Manue, Lu Xiaowan felt even more bewildered. "Mu Yuan, are you out of your mind? Why bring me to see her? I reviewed the bar surveillance footage, and the only person by your side last night was her. Before you left, she even shot you a glare. After capturing the two thugs who approached you, they confessed they were hired to target you. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences could have been dire." Lu Xiaowan, refusing to back down, retorted, "Nonsense. They were just two thugs. How could I possibly be harmed? Even if I was drunk, I could handle myself. But then a whole group showed up. Is that so? Doesn't matter. It's normal for you to forget after drinking, but I remember." "Wu Manue, do you have any explanations? I haven't done anything. On what grounds do you accuse me? Do you have any evidence linking me to this? Based on my deductions." "Mu Yuan, are you even reasoning? Even if I usually have disagreements with Lu Xiaowan, I would never go so far as to harm her." Mu Yuan scoffed. "That's not certain. Are you out of your mind? If you keep this up, I might just call the police." Before Mu Yuan could respond, Lu Xiaowan stepped forward and landed a punch squarely on Wu Manue's face. "It must be you. Lu Xiaowan, how dare you hit me? And what of it? You were planning to ruin me. Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence is unnecessary. Based on what I know of you, you're certainly capable of such deeds." "You're talking nonsense. Lu Xiaowan, Mu Yuan, don't think I'm afraid of you. Just wait." Wu Manue shot them a fierce glare and stormed out of the private room. Watching her departing figure, Lu Xiaowan felt a twinge of unease. She seems to have a very powerful uncle. With me around, what is there to fear? "No, I need to hurry home." Mu Yuan added, "Next time, we must act more judiciously. If we truly offend someone formidable, it could endanger our entire family." The incident with Li Jincheng was the perfect example. It nearly led to the ruin of the entire Lu family. This was the first time Lu Xiaowan had been shaken by the power of high society. "Indeed, Lu Xiaowan, after a period of absence, you've matured considerably." At this, Lu Xiaowan blushed and replied, "Well, since last night, I have transformed from a girl into a true woman. Of course I've matured." "What did you say?" Mu Yuan was nearly a loss for words. "Lu Xiaowan, I dare you to say that again." Startled by his sudden fury, Lu Xiaowan retorted, "Mu Yuan, are you crazy? Why are you shouting? Has Li Jincheng bullied you? That old man must have taken a liking to how beautiful and adorable you are." Mu Yuan clenched his fists, ready to confront Li Jincheng the moment Lu Xiaowan confirmed it. However, Lu Xiaowan, with a guilty expression, said, "Nonsense, I'm the one who bullied him. It was just that I had a bit too much to drink last night. I inadvertently crossed a line. Now I'm worried." What more could Mu Yuan say? He was on the brink of losing his composure. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and asked, "What are you worried about?" "Naturally, how to take responsibility. After what happened, I must be accountable, or what would I be? Less than a beast." Mu Yuan turned abruptly and walked away, fearing he might strangle this troublesome girl. Lu Xiaowan was left bewildered. What was his problem? They were having such a pleasant conversation, and then he just left? If he has the guts, he should not come looking for her again. Remembering the harsh words Wu Manue had spoken before leaving, Lu Xiaowan felt a sense of unease as she departed the bar and returned home. Just like countless times before, upon arriving home, she shouted, "Mom, Dad, brother, I'm in trouble." Lu Haoshi had returned home late the previous night and was just waking up. Hearing the commotion downstairs, he thought he was dreaming, imagining his daughter had come back. As was customary, after causing trouble, the first thing she did was to shout loudly, finding joy in it rather than shame. Then she would look to her family for help in resolving the issue. Once resolved, she would beam with happiness, proclaiming, "I, Lu Xiaowan, am the happiest child in the world. My dad is the best. My mom is the gentlest. My brother is the most handsome. My second sister is the most beautiful. My third sister is the smartest. Lu San is the coolest." The image of their family together in harmony filled Lu Haoshi with a sense of longing. How could such a lovely daughter be married off? It pained him deeply, blaming himself for not being able to protect her. On the day she returned to her maternal home, he had guessed she would eavesdrop on their conversations, leading to such a scene that ultimately broke her heart. He hoped that with time, she would grow and learn, for who could protect her for a lifetime? The Lu family was stable, and at least she would have some security, even if she was married. If life became unbearable and her in-laws turned against her, she could still return home for shelter. But if the Lu family faced troubles and offended the powerful Li family, there would not just be Lu Xiaowan who was in danger, but the entire family. It was all a desperate situation. The reason Lu Haosher thought he was dreaming upon hearing the noise was that they believed, given Lu Xiaowan's temperament, she wouldn't return so soon after being hurt. Yet, it was proven that Lu Xiaowan did not hold grudges. Yesterday's troubles were in the past, and today was a new day. Where is everyone? Lu Xiaowan looked around the living room and found it eerily empty. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yicheng and Lu Dia were already heading downstairs to go to work, and upon hearing her voice, they hurriedly retreated. I will definitely take my revenge. Lu Sanyue swiftly closed her door. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lu, busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast, quickly ducked into the pantry. Ever since that day she had pressured her daughter into marriage, she had been plagued by nightmares, dreams where her daughter cried, accusing her of being a terrible mother and severing their mother-daughter relationship. Awakened from such nightmares, she would be relieved to realize it was merely a dream, not reality. At this moment, the Lu family members were all on high alert, hesitant to face Lu Xiaowan. They felt a deep sense of guilt, not because they had treated her poorly, but because they were unable to protect her. Such a lovely daughter, little sister. Not being able to safeguard her was the original sin. Lu Xiaowan was bewildered. Normally, her family would still be at home at this hour. The Lu Food Company was family-owned, and as the patriarch, Lu Haosher and the eldest son of the Lu family usually left for work around 10. Her mother, a homemaker, typically went shopping in the afternoons or evenings. Her second sister held a significant position at Lu Foods, and her third sister, preparing for graduate school, was likely at home during the summer. As for Lu San, the academic prodigy who had excelled in her studies, he was currently studying abroad at a prestigious university. So what on earth had happened that there was not a single soul in the house? Damn it! Could it be that because she had crossed a line with Li Jincheng last night, he, appearing unaffected, was secretly plotting revenge by harming her entire family? With this thought, Lu Xiaowan's face turned pale as she rushed upstairs. Dad, Mom, where are you? Don't scare me. In the master bedroom upstairs, Lu Haosher was fully awake now. This was no dream. His daughter had truly returned. Startled, he rolled off the bed and quickly dove into the closet. When Lu Xiaowan burst in, she found nothing but empty space. She then checked Lu Yicheng's room. Empty. Lu Dia's room. Empty. Lu Sanyue's door was locked, and there was no response from within. It's over. They're really gone. Lu Xiaowan sank to the floor, crying out loud. Wah! It's all my fault for being so willful last night. I've doomed my entire family. If Dad, Mom, brother, and sisters are gone, what is the point of living? Hearing her heart-wrenching cries, the Lu family members, Lu Dia, hiding in the upstairs storage room, was the first to soften. Brother, why don't you go out and comfort her? Little sister sounds quite pitiful. Why don't you go? Cough. I'm just feeling guilty. Lu Yicheng chuckled self-deprecatingly, pondering the apprehension that enveloped everyone in the household when in her presence. It was indeed a dilemma. Should they allow his younger sister to continue her lamentations unabated? Thus, the ensuing contest would be one of endurance. Lu Haosher, confined within the wardrobe, felt his heart ablaze with anxiety due to his little daughter's cries. He yearned to emerge and soothe her, yet feared the barrage of questions regarding her divorce from Li Jincheng, questions he could not even begin to answer. The reality was stark. As long as the Lu family remained unbroken, the only possibility of her being cast out stemmed from her own penchant for trouble, provoking Li Jincheng to the point of expulsion. Thus, their only recourse was to evade the situation. Their solitary hope lay in the notion that the girl might stir enough chaos in the Li household to compel Li Jincheng to act sooner rather than later, allowing them to reclaim her. Wah! Mother, father, brother, sister, your demise is so tragic. I shall avenge you. Li Jincheng, your end is nigh. I will ensure your dismemberment. After exhausting her tears and issuing fierce threats, Lu Xiaowan sprang to her feet, ready to descend and confront Li Jincheng. However, she was met with the startled faces of her family on the second-floor corridor. their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. It was no wonder Lu Xiaowan had wept so despondently. They had just collectively experienced a figurative annihilation at her hands. Mother, brother, sister, you're all still alive? Lu Xiaowan gaped at the scene before her. Lu Hosher's expression darkened. Indeed, we are alive. But I fear you may very well be the cause of our demise soon enough. Lu Yicheng interjected, now do tell. What has incited Li Jincheng to such a degree that you believe he would threaten our family? Is this why you feel compelled to fight? Lu Area remarked, brother, you possess an extraordinary talent for deciphering our sister's uniquely peculiar logic. Lu Sanhua added, sister, you didn't confront Li Jincheng and then flee back home, did you? Lu Xiaowan retorted, you dare call my reasoning peculiar? Have you no sense of the absurdity of your own thoughts? She wiped her face and glared at her family. If you're all here, why do you ignore me? You've made me believe you had perished, causing me unnecessary grief. Lu Sanhua mused. So if I were indeed dead, you'd weep for me so? Lu Mu inhaled deeply. What nonsense is this? Nothing about death is auspicious. Xiaowan, why have you returned home? You've been married for merely 4 days and have already come back twice. Is this proper? Facing her mother's disdain, Lu Xiaowan could not deny the sting of hurt. Truly, since her marriage, had the household found joy in her absence? No longer did they have to endure her antics or mischief. She stood firm, inhaling deeply. I just struck Emmanuel. She'll likely run back to her uncle to complain. I recall father mentioning her formidable uncle, a powerful figure among the capital's elite. Upon hearing this, the Lu family collectively paled. Their disdain for Wu Manuel stemmed from Lu Xiaowan's long-standing aversion towards her, which had fostered a general disfavor towards the Wu family. Yet, the two families had maintained their ties due to Wu Manuel's frequent visits. However, Wu Manuel was backed by a person of significant standing that the Lu family could not afford to offend, her uncle, Gu Zheng. One of the most prominent heirs of the esteemed Gu family, Gu Zheng was coddled by his parents and 3 sisters, his temperament notoriously unruly. He had caused as much trouble as Lu Xiaowan, if not more, yet he was also profoundly grateful for his family's affection, often indulging the children of his sisters. Should Wu Manuel seek justice from Gu Zheng, and he chose to retaliate, only one person could come to Lu Xiaowan's aid, Li Jincheng. Their ages were comparable, and it was rumored they had attended the same high school. Li Jincheng had even once bested Gu Zheng in a physical altercation. This demonstrated that Li Jincheng held no fear of Gu Zheng. What expressions are these? Is Wu Manuel's uncle truly as formidable as suggested? Lu Hosher inhaled deeply, cursing himself for his shortcomings while resolutely advising. As the old saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. My dear daughter, heed your father's counsel. Refrain from returning home without cause. Lu Yicheng understood his father's meaning, recognizing it as a reluctant measure. He chimed in, one might think you are attempting to contest my inheritance with your frequent returns. Lu Area, steeling herself, added, in my opinion, Xiaowan, you are now married. If troubles arise, you ought to seek assistance from your in-laws, not us. We cannot be your lifelong caretakers. Before Lu Sanhua could respond, Lu Mu delivered a crushing blow. Xiaowan, return to your home. Since the day you married, you're no longer a member of the Lu family. Your affairs are your own, and we shall not intervene. Lu Sanhua furrowed her brow. Mother, that is a harsh declaration. Very well. You have declared that I am no longer part of this family. I shall never return again. Lu Xiaowan left, wounded and bruised by their words. Once she departed, Lu Hosher clutched his heart and urgently urged Lu Yicheng, quickly, didn't you bribe the maid at Li Jincheng's villa? Find out what transpired. It was said he wouldn't be home for 3 days. I had hoped Xiaowan was safe. Lu Area added, I must ascertain the details of the confrontation between Wu Manuel and Xiaowan to see if there is any room for resolution. If not, we may need to rely on Li Jincheng. Lu Mu, her face ashen, clutched her chest. I fear I shall have nightmares again tonight. In the study of the villa, Li Jincheng had just found a moment of peace when the old butler arrived once more. Young master, the young mistress has returned home in tears. Ever since Lu Xiaowan had entered this household, the villa had become animated with her presence. Disrupting Li Jincheng's accustomed solitude. He frowned slightly, recalling his previous admonition. I distinctly stated that unless there is something of importance, I wish not to be disturbed. Or do you long for the company of the late master? The old butler broke into a cold sweat, panic-stricken at the prospect of being dismissed. But, young master, the young mistress is, after all, your wife in name. You shared a marital bond last night, thus solidifying your relationship. If she has been wronged outside, it is inconceivable for you to remain uninformed. Do I care? The old servant does care. It pains me to see our once revered young master's reputation tarnished by the occurrences at the old residence. If the young mistress were to bring disgrace upon you, it will be a lifelong stain on your honor as a man. Thus, I beseech you, at least inquire into what transpired with the young mistress. At this, Li Jincheng nearly found amusement in his frustration. He had never harbored expectations for the future, nor had he contemplated marriage or parenthood. Thus, the identity of a wife held little significance in his eyes. This was merely a consequence of Lu Xiaowan's insult toward his mother, a punishment that was unexpectedly fraught with endless repercussions. I have always dwelled in darkness. Why should I seek to cleanse myself? Upon hearing these words, the old steward nearly suffered a myocardial infarction from the heartache. Young master, I cannot permit you to speak of yourself in such a manner. Leave, the young master commanded. If you won't go, I shall take it upon myself. Do as you wish. The short-term punishment had already turned Lu Xiaowan into a laughingstock across the capital on her wedding day. As for the long term, it would manifest as his perpetual indifference and cold violence. All of this was self-inflicted. The old steward, however, remained patient, waiting until noon to use the ruse of calling the young mistress for lunch as an opportunity to knock on the door of Lu Xiaowan's guest room. She appeared somewhat listless, her eyes reddened, as she stood at the door and asked, "What is it?" "Young mistress, it is noon. It is time to come downstairs for lunch." "Oh, I have no appetite and do not wish to eat." The old steward feigned an exaggerated expression of surprise. "What is troubling you, young mistress? Has someone offended you? Our young master has not even left the house today. He hasn't bothered you, has he?" Lu Xiaowan retorted. "I never said it was your young master who offended me. Such a formidable young mistress as yourself, and yet someone has dared to provoke you? Now I'm quite curious as to who it might be." Initially, Lu Xiaowan did not intend to divulge this information, but the steward's comment about her being formidable compelled her to respond. "It was my family. They said that a daughter once married is akin to water spilled, and I should no longer return to seek them out. They no longer want me." Thus, she remained formidable, as no one could truly harm her aside from her own kin. Those here had no hope of witnessing her downfall. The old steward appeared somewhat astonished. "How could this be? I recall that you were quite favored in the Lu family." "Huh, they are merely afraid that my troubles will implicate them, so they wish to distance themselves from me." "Who have you offended, young mistress?" "I do not know, only that it is Wu Manua's uncle. It matters not who he is. After all, I shall remain at home and not venture out." With Li Jincheng present, would they dare to come knocking? As she finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs. A maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Steward, a distinguished guest has arrived, Gu Zheng from the Gu family." The steward's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. The Gu family? Was this not the young master who, during his high school years, insulted the young master as a wild child without maternal guidance, only to have his head broken by a teach? As Lu Xiaowan wept, she resembled an immature child, evoking a sense of extreme naivety in those who beheld her. However, the sight before him was utterly unappealing. He cast a fleeting glance, devoid of any desire for a second look, nor did he intend to engage with her. Wu Manuel exclaimed, "I've articulated so much, yet you offer no response. Handsome." It was a pity her acting skills were wasted on him. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng consoled her. "It's evidently a matter of jealousy among you young ladies, but fret not. Your uncle will take charge." Indeed, her uncle was the one who cherished her the most. Just as Lu Xiaowan stepped outside, she lamented, "Why doesn't she have a decent uncle? If she did, she wouldn't have had to fear power and marry Li Jincheng." Nevertheless, she comforted herself with the thought of the child's father. Whether the child in her womb was kicking or not, she needed this child for now, regardless of the situation. Standing outside the door, Lu Xiaowan calmed her thoughts and playfully mused, with a thunderous roar from the sky, "I make my grand entrance." She then strode in, dramatically declaring, "Husband, they say my stomach hurts, yet you insist on making me come. You truly lack empathy." Upon entering, she was met not only by her familiar Li Jincheng and Wu Manuel, but also by a strikingly handsome, somewhat devil-may-care uncle. Could it be? This was Wu Manuel's uncle? He was unexpectedly dashing. Suddenly, it dawned on her why Wu Manuel never boasted about him. Jealousy was clearly at play. If she had known about such an exquisite uncle, she might have pursued him fervently. Given her own commendable attributes, there was a reasonable chance she could become his aunt. Thus, Wu Manuel was clearly wary of her. To be fair, although Lu Xiaowan's imagination ran wild, she had hit the nail on the head this time. Wasn't that Wu Manuel's greatest concern? After all, Lu Xiaowan had always been stunningly beautiful, adored by her family. The Lu family practically doted on her, which explained why she was so oblivious to the world around her. Lu Xiaowan's thick skin had allowed her to charm many. If her illustrious uncle were to find out, wouldn't she risk losing him? Why should she be given any opportunity? Gu Zheng observed, "Oh, look at this little bride of Li Jincheng. She seems quite enchanting, especially those lively eyes, appearing rather endearing. She resembles a petite high school girl, quite adorable. TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Jincheng is indeed fortunate." Whether that utterance of husband had caused Li Jincheng's heart to flutter, he could not say. What he didn't know was that at that moment, he felt a peculiar warmth enveloping him. Yet, he had never been one to indulge in such sentiments. Li Jincheng merely cast her a distant glance, saying nothing further. The old butler, unable to contain his concern, remarked, "Madam, do not take offense. The young master possesses a naturally aloof disposition. You are newlyweds, and in due time, you shall realize that our young master is indeed a caring individual." The butler was astute, regardless of the animosity between the young couple. In public, they must present a facade of marital bliss, for this was a matter of their reputation. Lu Xiaowan nodded appreciatively, understood, time is on our side. I am already his wife, and soon shall be the mother of his children. If he does not treat me well, who else will he care for? Wu Manuel felt a surge of frustration, realizing her earlier worries were indeed justified. Just look at how her uncle, upon their first encounter with Lu Xiaowan, was utterly captivated, forgetting he had come to defend her. Had he known Lu Xiaowan earlier, she might already be his aunt. Thankfully, she had been wise enough to keep her distance. Uncle Shi interjected, but before she could finish, Lu Xiaowan seized the moment. "Oh, Wu Manuel, do you still dare to come to my in-laws' home to confront me? I haven't yet settled the score for last night. I told you it wasn't me. Stop slandering me. Fine. Shall we call the police and let them help us find evidence? Go ahead, I fear nothing. But before that, let's resolve the current matter. My uncle is here to defend me." Lu Xiaowan immediately donned an innocent expression, smiling sweetly at Gu Zheng and saying, "Hello, uncle." Wu Manuel, see the damn it. Who is your uncle? Clearly, her earlier fears were not unfounded. Lu Xiaowan, upon meeting her uncle for the first time, was already attempting to charm him. How shameless! Gu Zheng could only shake his head, unable to muster harsh words in the face of such a clever, delightful girl. Wu Manuel gritted her teeth. "Uncle, look at my face. She has beaten me to a pulp. The dignity of the Li family is something that even their subordinates cannot afford to lose. The mere thought of it being ridiculed by others is unbearable." Nevertheless, Li Jincheng remained unmoved. Aside from a fleeting moment of surprise upon learning that Lu Xiaowan had failed her college entrance examination 3 times and was still merely a high school student, he maintained a stoic demeanor, displaying an attitude of indifference towards the situation. Observing his demeanor, Lu Xiaowan understood that she could not rely on him. After all, given the events of the previous night, where she had acted so brazenly, it was a miracle he hadn't harmed her. Expecting his assistance was folly. As the adage goes, relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. If she wished to avoid a beating, she would have to resort to her trump card. And she had forgotten to drag the indifferent Li Jincheng down with her. Wu Manuel had already gathered her strength. Eagerly anticipating the moment she could deliver a punch to Lu Xiaowan's face to vent her frustration. Suddenly, Lu Xiaowan pulled out her phone, letting out a loud wail, and began crying uncontrollably. Once the call connected, she swiftly pressed the speakerphone button, questioning the urgency of the situation. "What is the rush? Have I not drawn my sword yet? Just wait and see. Oh dear, granddaughter, who has upset you to this extent?" She cried. "Grandpa, there's a man named Gu Zheng who came with his niece to beat me up, and Li Jincheng is acting as if it's none of his business. He treats me so poorly." "Is it indeed Gu Zheng?" When the maid reported, that was the name used. "What on earth has that rascal come to your door for?" "To support his niece. I nearly had an incident last night, and the maid said it was your bodyguard, Uncle Shou, who saved me and brought me home. It's Gu Zheng's niece who bullied me. Today, in a fit of anger, I punched her, and she went back to complain, calling her uncle to settle the score with me. Oh dear, Li Jincheng doesn't care about me at all. Grandpa, I feel so miserable. Enough of this nonsense. You're trying to frame me." Li Jincheng's voice came through the phone. "Lu Xiaowan, you are utterly shameless. Hearing this, the elderly could not contain his indignation. Whose daughter is this, so coarse? And she dares to insult my family as young mistress? Manuel, be quiet. Gu Zheng interjected, Elder Li, it's me. This incident stems from a dispute between two youngsters. There is no need for you to bear the burden of resolving it. I will handle it. Is your solution to beat my granddaughter? The two children are merely exchanging blows. Their anger will dissipate soon. The Gu family and the Li family have maintained cordial relations for generations. It would be unwise to let such trivial matters disrupt the peace. The young lad has grown considerably, speaking with such eloquence, just like your father in his youth. However, I personally selected my granddaughter-in-law, and I dare anyone to lay a finger on her. How can you stand by and watch as someone hits your wife? Do you truly have no desires or concerns for this world? The elderly began to feel anxious, pondering whether marrying into the Lu family was a wise decision. But since it was already done, she was now one of their own. She must be protected. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowan raised her chin defiantly, casting a challenging glance at Wu Manuel, who was fuming with rage, fists clenched tightly. Lu Xiaowan, I will fight you. Try touching me, and you might just be carrying the next generation of the Li family. The elderly was stirred by this declaration. Is it really possible? After all, last night something did happen. Since I cannot rely on my grandson, a great-grandchild would be a worthy consolation. Gu Zheng, control your niece. Gu Zheng felt overwhelmed. He and Li Jincheng were of the same generation. If Li Jincheng was indifferent to the well-being of his wife, the elderly was a formidable figure. If he allowed his niece to harm Lu Xiaowan today, it might lead to a feud with the entire Li family. While he had no fear, such a conflict would likely lead to mutual destruction. Since the elderly had spoken, he had no choice but to acknowledge the situation. However, it was true that Lu Xiaowan had indeed bullied his niece, and it was essential for the elderly to discipline her, lest future troubles arise for the Li family. Lu Xiaowan scoffed, not a chance. Grandpa, don't worry, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay home and take care of myself. If I'm not pregnant, I will keep trying. Sooner or later, I will give you a great-grandchild. Wu Manuel realized from her uncle's demeanor that she would not be able to vent her frustrations today. Reluctantly accepting her fate, she resolved to at least get a jab in at Lu Xiaowan. Lu Xiaowan, a good-for-nothing who failed her college entrance exams 3 times. Aren't you worried about tarnishing the Li family as good genes? With your intelligence, I genuinely fear you might give birth to a fool. I've told you it was 2 times. 2 times. Are you deaf? The elderly on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. Is my granddaughter truly that dim-witted? 3 failures at the entrance exam? No, she said 2, but even 2 is quite absurd. What if she's already pregnant? Wouldn't that child risk being a fool? Fortunately, the old steward chimed in. So what if our young mistress has poor genes? Our young master possesses superior genetics. He has excelled in every subject since childhood. The head of the Gu family should be well aware of this. Lu Xiaowan felt her temper flare. Whose genes are poor? I will definitely pass next year. Why next year? Because summer vacation is over, and I will continue to repeat my final year to prepare for the exam. Everyone was left speechless. What if she still fails? Would that mean 3 failures? After Gu Zheng left the villa with the frustrated Wu Manuel, she couldn't help but shed tears. Uncle promised to help me vent my anger. With the elderly protecting her, it wouldn't be wise to provoke her. But there was still another option. What if Uncle wanted to deal with it on your behalf? Instantly, Wu Manuel thought of Mu Yuan. Perfect. If I can't bring down Lu Xiaowan, I can at least take down her lackeys. That will surely infuriate her. All right, I want to make things difficult for you. Uncle is really good to me. Remember, don't provoke Lu Xiaowan. She may seem innocent, but she is not simple. What is so complicated about her? She is just a spoiled fool. Gu Zheng raised an eyebrow. I've told you, you wouldn't understand. In any case, provoking such a person will only lead to your downfall. Fine, I will listen to you, Uncle. However, despite saying this, she felt unconvinced. Although she had indeed suffered at Lu Xiaowan's hands in the past, she was still alive and well. What was there to fear? Her uncle was just overthinking it. Uncle, there is one more thing I hope you can assist me with. What is it? Wu Manuel's face flushed slightly, feeling shy. I want to marry Yicheng. Lu Yicheng? Why is it always about the Lu family? Gu Zheng was somewhat surprised. He had heard of the Lu family due to their good relations with his sister's family. Yet, wasn't he this girl at odds with the Lu family's daughter? Why was she suddenly seeking to be their sister-in-law? Indeed, it is he, Uncle. I have long cherished a fondness for Brother Yicheng. ever since childhood. It has been my dream to marry him when I grow up. Therefore, I have always treated Lu Xiaowan with utmost kindness. But who would have thought she would be so ungrateful? Gu Zheng replied, well, it is only natural that a niece would have such feelings. I shall keep an eye on this matter for you. Thank you, uncle. You are the best. Gu Zheng smiled faintly and did not say more. Perhaps it was due to his own youthful folly in the past, having committed countless reckless acts, and his 3 elder sisters had always indulged him. Now, he instinctively wished to tolerate the occasional small caprices of his sister's children. After the 2 of them left the villa, Lu Xiaowan, who had just reported the situation, did not rush to leave. She stood there leisurely, holding her phone, enjoying the sight of the old master reprimanding his grandson over the phone before quietly departing. Yet, just before she returned to her room, she was stopped by the old butler. With a furrowed brow, he said, "Young madam, could you refrain from bringing the young master into every complaint made to the old master?" Lu Xiaowan paused momentarily, then retorted, "Why must you call it a complaint? Am I not merely stating the facts?" The butler replied, "But, young madam, you are unaware of the intricacies of our family matters. The young master's current state has been a source of deep concern for the old master. He is aging and still worries about the young master. Yet you can see for yourself that the young master is indifferent and detached. He does not seek treatment for his leg. His reputation has been tarnished, just as you initially described him in those harsh words, old, ugly, and a cripple. Is that truly the case?" "Young madam." Lu Xiaowan shook her head vehemently. "Not at all. Then he must take responsibility." The old butler sighed. These 2 have been at odds for years, and the old master has found no way to remedy the situation. He thought perhaps marrying the young master would improve things. But as you have seen, not only has it not improved, but he may also grow to despise this world even more. Indeed, to Lu Xiaowan, Li Jincheng seemed to wear a countenance of disdain for life, appearing uninterested in everything. Even after her actions last night, he seemed indifferent. Today, he didn't retaliate against her, merely ignoring her presence. She felt a pang of guilt when she inadvertently included him in her complaint to the old master. Curiously, she asked, what could have caused Li Jincheng to become like this? The butler responded with difficulty. The past of the old residence is a topic the old master forbids discussing. It would be best to remain uninformed, but in any case, the young master is already quite pitiable. Young madam, please treat him kindly in the future. Do not casually run off with men from outside. The young master, already physically impaired, must endure much hardship under such treatment. It is said that the secrets of top-tier families are numerous. The allure of power and wealth can drive individuals to desperate measures, leaving no tactic untried. Naturally, they must keep such matters from the public eye to maintain the family's reputation. Lu Xiaowan nodded in understanding. However, she insisted, I have no such relationship with Mu Yuan. We grew up together. We have fought many times and are good brothers. Very well, since young madam says so. The old servant will believe you. But what about the young master? Lu Xiaowan expressed her frustration. To be honest, I have no idea how to deal with your young master. There are no feelings involved. I have many grievances against him. But I acted foolishly last night while drunk. I must take responsibility for my actions, right? Even now, Lu Xiaowan felt as though she had bullied a disabled person. She lamented her behavior while intoxicated. That indeed requires responsibility. Last night was the first time for the young master. Lu Xiaowan's eyes widened in shock as she glanced toward the study. Really? Why would I deceive you? The young master has been raised by me. How could I not know? It was over. She had taken Li Jincheng's first time. If she did not take proper responsibility, she would never forgive herself. With a dejected expression, she said, Understood. I shall take responsibility. Seeing his goal achieved, the old butler's lips curved into a faint smile of satisfaction. Initially, he had little faith in the young madam, but now that she and the young master had crossed that boundary, even if he found her disagreeable, he must acknowledge her as the young madam. He hoped she would be more forgiving towards the young master in the future. Understood? I shall be more accommodating towards him. The young madam, though still young, exhibited a remarkable understanding of matters. Truly, she was the granddaughter-in-law chosen by the old master. Of course, am I not the most reasonable person? Is that not why so many people disapprove of me? It is merely because I understand too well. Reasonable yet defiant of convention. Who would find that endearing? Upon returning to her room, Lu Xiaowan's first action was to send a WeChat message to Mu Yuan, urging him to remain vigilant. Wu Manuel had not fared well under her influence, and would likely seek revenge against Mu Yuan. Should things escalate, she resolved to assist Mu Yuan. After all, this incident had originated with her. However, even so, Mu Yuan had not informed her of the situation when it arose. This is simply too frustrating. Mu Yuan, having been severely beaten by his father, was admitted to the hospital. Mu Madam, heartbroken for her son, remained by his side, crying and refusing to leave. She felt her son could no longer be entangled with that young lady from the Lu family. It could bring calamity to the family. Despite her heartfelt advice, Mu Yuan paid no heed, growing increasingly impatient for her to depart. Yet, just a few days later, the Lu family faced yet another forced marriage incident. The first was with the Li family. This time, it was the Gu family. The head of the Gu family personally visited to propose for his niece, Wu Manuel. At that moment, Lu Hosher's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. After sending Gu Zheng away, he slumped onto the sofa, rubbing his face in despair. I, Lu Hosher, have always taken pride in raising remarkable children. But brilliance can lead to downfall as much as success. Lu Xiaowan frowned and asked, "Must we sacrifice Big Brother again?" Lu Hosher shook his head. "Having sacrificed Wanwan once, I have regretted it deeply, losing sleep over it. In recent days, I have not had a moment of peace. It is a comfort that with Wanwan's temperament, she has not suffered too greatly. I have also heard reports from the hired Li family maid. Li Jincheng has been quite troubled by Wanwan. The old master dotes on her, often reprimanding his grandson on her behalf. Lu Area also expressed her relief. Truly, she is a daughter raised by the Lu family. Wanwan has done splendidly. But what shall we do about Big Brother?" Lu Madam pondered before suggesting, "Why not marry her off, and I can take on the role of the wicked mother-in-law to wear her down. After some time, she might choose to divorce." Lu Hosher shook his head. "That is meaningless. If she marries into our family and is mistreated, Gu Zheng will certainly avenge his niece, leading to outcomes not much different from the current refusal of marriage." Lu Yicheng rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. "Father, perhaps I should leave the country and never return. You can simply forget you have this son. The thought of marrying Wu Manuel gives me chills." Lu Hosher sighed. If only the Lu family were stronger, we would not be in such a predicament. It seems this matter is rather troublesome." Suddenly, Lu Xiaowan suggested, "What if we seek assistance from the Li family? After all, we are now related by marriage. We cannot let our younger sister sacrifice herself in vain." Lu Yicheng frowned. "Are you implying that if our sister is forced into marriage, we should exploit her for our own gain?" "I did not mean it that way. My father has also mentioned that the Lu family lacks strength. Many matters are too passive. To become powerful, we must have a formidable backing to aid the Lu family in growing swiftly. Previously, it was my younger sister. Now, it is my elder brother. And in the future, there will be my second sister, myself, and Sai. Are we to let our marriages be so passive, subject to the whims of others? This is utterly frustrating." Lu Area nodded and said, "March is right. We cannot sit idly by. The best breakthrough point currently is indeed with the Li family. Father, why not give Grandpa Li a call to gauge his thoughts? Who knows, perhaps the Li family would be willing to assist." However, when Lu Hosher was truly persuaded by his children to call the old master of the Li family, the latter directly expressed his unwillingness. As for whether his eldest grandson was willing, that was unknown. It would depend on the young lady who marries into their family to negotiate with her husband. The dilemma was thrown back at them. The Lu family was at a loss. Lu Yicheng chuckled in disbelief. "Just a few days ago, we expelled my younger sister from home, urging her never to return. Are we now supposed to beg her? Otherwise, do you wish to marry Wu Manuel?" Lu Yicheng immediately shook his head with a grimace. "I would rather become a monk than marry her." Lu Area sighed. "Let me try to plead." Although they were only half-sisters, she had always treated her younger sister kindly, contributing to the latter's spoiled disposition. "It should not be too difficult, right?" Lu Xiaowan said. "Second sister, you try first. If that doesn't work, I'll step in." "All right, I will take the lead." Yet, when the matter reached Lu Xiaowan, it turned out that the Lu family did not need to plead at all. Lu Xiaowan exploded with rage over the phone. "What? Wu Manuel actually dared to pressure my elder brother into marriage through my uncle. How dare she? She is not worthy. It's like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Second sister, tell my elder brother not to panic. I will protect you all." However, recalling the family's attitude towards her the last time she returned home, she added with a sense of grievance, "Even if you all despise and dislike me now, I will still do my utmost to protect you because you're my dearest family. With that, Lu Xiaowan hung up the phone and rushed to find Li Jincheng. The Lu family was left with mixed feelings. On one hand, they felt proud that their affection for Lu Xiaowan was not in vain. Even if she was spoiled, they took pride in it. On the other hand, they felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Clearly, they had sacrificed her, previously acting so convincingly to urge her not to return home, and she believed it. Yet they remained her most beloved family, which weighed heavily on their hearts, almost as if they were under a tremendous moral burden. In Li Jincheng's study, as soon as Lu Xiaowan appeared, the bodyguard in black stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Li Jincheng. Lu Xiaowan realized that Li Jincheng had begun to guard against her after that night. But was it really necessary? It was broad daylight. What could she possibly do to him? Li Jincheng, I have something to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Your matters are of no concern to me. Do not say that. I am your legally wed wife, whom you forced into marriage. How can my matters possibly be unrelated to you? When you say that, even your bodyguard would find it hard to believe. The bodyguard was utterly baffled, having no idea what was happening. Li Jincheng cast a cold glance at her, but remained silent. Lu Xiaowan quickly interjected. That scoundrel Gu Zheng actually pressured my elder brother into marriage and my age regardless of our previous intimacy. One more encounter wouldn't he hurt. Who knows? If I were to sleep with you once more, I might genuinely conceive child. In that case, I could no longer rely on you, but rather on a son of my own. After all, a mother's worth is often measured by her children. 038. Li Jincheng. Do you look down upon me? The mere thought of her insinuation of sleeping made Li Jincheng nearly lose his temper. If merely holding someone in sleep could lead to conception, then the population of our nation would not be merely in the billions. It would already surpass 100 billion. Go ahead, he said. Are you implying that you're willing to assist me? First, clarify the situation, she replied. I will say this. After you agree to help me, I will come down. Otherwise, if I go down now, it will be difficult to come back up. And don't blame me for being shameless. If I had any leverage over you, I wouldn't be this audacious. She was indeed aware of her own lack of shame. Seeing that he remained silent, Lu Xiaowan took it as acceptance. Wu Manua had always been at odds with me and frequently visited my home. At first, I believed she intended to get close to me to harm me, but later I realized she was interested in my older brother. If she were a good person, that would be one thing. My feelings are irrelevant. If my brother likes her, I would accept it. However, her character is abysmal, and her private life is quite promiscuous. She is utter, after all, back in the Lu family. Even though my younger sister struggled academically and was considered the least competent student, no one had the heart to force her to complete any exams. The family thought that even if she became somewhat unproductive, they could support her for a lifetime. However, now that she is married, her in-laws will inevitably intervene. Lu Yicheng even pondered, perhaps I should just accept my fate. The thought of her facing a multitude of exam papers, given that she was terrified at the mere sight of them, sent a chill down his spine. Lu Sanhua expressed, though I feel sympathy for my sister, there is a silver lining to this situation. We all know that she has always felt inferior because everyone in our family attended prestigious universities and excelled academically, leaving her as the only underachiever. Yet, she must learn to stand on her own, otherwise others will continue to look down upon her for not even passing university entrance exams. Lu Aya suggested, what if, in light of how much my sister has helped our family, we buy her some things she loves and have them delivered to her? It might lift her spirits. Lu Sanhua recalled the price of sports car her sister had once admired. It seems rather delightful. I would gladly contribute my entire savings to buy her that car. So would I. Mrs. Lu declared, I want tea shop or buy bags for the rest of this year. Let us get her a car. Lu Hosher, upon seeing the car's price, remarked with a blank expression, very well. I just received a substantial payment, so I shall consider it a part of her dowry. Thus, a limited edition sports car worth several million was purchased for Lu Xiaowan without her knowledge. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng paid another visit, storming directly into Li Jincheng's study without waiting for the steward's announcement. Upon entering, he angrily declared, Li Jincheng, on what grounds do you disagree? The steward hurriedly arrived, saying, Young master, it was our negligence that allowed Gu family head to proceed without obstruction. Li Jincheng shifted his gaze from the stack of exam papers adorned with red circles on his desk to glance at Gu Zheng, stating flatly, there are no grounds. I simply disagree. Are you intentionally opposing me? Your niece has been wronged, and if I cannot rectify this situation regarding her marriage, what respect will I command from the younger generation in the future? Thus, he was genuinely furious. Gu Zheng retorted, "So what? Li Jincheng, you are truly hypocritical. You have feigned indifference for years, leading others to overlook your capabilities. Yet, when it comes to matters that should not concern you, you meddle nonetheless." The steward interjected, "Gu family head, how can you say that? This is a matter concerning our young mistress's family. How can the young master not intervene? If he stands idly by, it would only invite disdain." Gu Zheng scoffed, "Do you think you are adept at conversation? Huh, but let us be honest, does he truly value your young mistress? That little girl? If it were merely out of affection for his wife, that would be one thing. But clearly, he is merely trying to oppose me." The steward shook his head, "You misunderstand. Initially, our young master had no feelings for the young mistress, but after they became a couple, things changed. Our young master is a man, and Gu Xiao understands. So, he is not opposing you. He is merely protecting his wife." Huh, I do not believe it. Who in the capital does not know that if it weren't for old Master Li's intervention, he would have become a monk long ago? Why would he be enamored with a suddenly appearing girl? The steward, with an expression of exasperation, replied, "That was before our young master experienced the joys of companionship. Once he has, things are no longer the same. If Gu family head wishes to understand, you should look at what lies on the young master's desk to see if he cares for our young mistress." Gu Zheng's face darkened as he glanced down, and after a moment of silence, he found himself at a loss for words. Could it be he truly cared? He remembered that the little girl had failed her university entrance exams twice or thrice. Was Li Jincheng now tutoring his little wife in her studies? Looking at those red marks on the exam papers made him cringe. Yet Li Jincheng patiently helped to grade them. Was this not evidence of his concern? Throughout, Li Jincheng offered no explanations, merely gazing at Gu Zheng with indifference. "If there is nothing else, please leave." In a rush, Gu Zheng protested, "I have not finished speaking. You truly will not grant any leeway in this matter? My sister has poured her heart into these exams. How can you just dismiss her efforts?" Li Jincheng raplia guli. "Indeed, Li Jincheng, let us discuss this amicably. I was wrong to speak ill of your mother. I was young and reckless, simply envious of your relationship with Liang Chao. I wanted us to be good friends, but you have never given me a kind word. I was rude out of frustration. Now that so much time has passed, I wish to explain. Can you not treat me so coldly? Just this once, could you show some leniency? Although my family does not fear yours, it would not be prudent to burn bridges. I have already yielded once. If I do so again, how will I maintain my dignity with my sister and niece? Show him out." "Yes, young master, but I have not finished my words." The steward, pulling Gu Zheng along with a pained expression, said, "Gu family head, do you think you are a master of conversation? Liang Chao betrayed our young master during his first year of university for a chance to study abroad. Are you not opening old wounds?" Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng left with the steward, incessantly inquiring, "What? He was willing to fight me for Liang Chao, yet that scoundrel betrayed him? Those events occurred long ago. Otherwise, why would Gu Zheng think the young master had ended up in such a state? He had faced numerous calamities. The matters at the old residence were best left unsaid. I'm sure Gu family head has heard whispers. The incident you just mentioned was the only friendship our young master had in his youth. It was a devastating blow for him." Gu Zheng frowned. "I recall that Li Jincheng's leg was injured just before he was to attend university. Tell Li Jincheng, I refuse to write any more." The steward sighed. Here was a brilliant scholar of the capital, a genius sought after by prestigious universities both domestic and abroad. Due to his leg injury, fell in a D, however, he did not come today, for that matter. "By the way, is your young master genuinely concerned for your young lady?" "Indeed. Our patriarch is currently relying on the young lady to see if he can salvage the young master's mundane thoughts about the world." "All right, I understand. Let us consider this a favor to him. I want to make things difficult for the Lu family this time. But there won't be a next time." The old butler disdainfully remarked that to compete in intellect with the young master, one might not be qualified. Upon hearing Gu Zheng's words, Lu Xiaowan hurried back to her room, shutting the door and cheering. The crisis for the Lu family had been averted. She no longer had to endure the agony of writing examinations every day. Hooray! How delightful! Knock, knock, knock. "Young lady, the young master has sent over the corrected papers, asking you to rewrite all the mistakes." Lu Xiaowan swept the papers from her desk onto the floor and declared, "Tell Li Jincheng that I won't write anymore." The old butler thought to himself, the young lady must have overheard his conversation with the head of the Gu family. Otherwise, how could she dare? But, young lady, are you sure you want to proceed like this? The young master is someone who can change his mind at any moment. Damn it. She hesitated a bit and opened the door, saying, Grandpa Butler, I truly find riding so torturous. I feel like smashing my head against the wall. Could you have a word with your young master and kindly persuade him to stop making things difficult for me? There's a little piece of gossip. Would the young lady care to hear it? What gossip? It is said that the young master of the Mu family was beaten into the hospital by his father. Can you guess the reason? Lu Xiaowan understood. The old butler was implying that whether it be the Li family or the Gu family, they could easily grasp the lifelines of these small, noble houses with just a flick of their fingers. In their eyes, these small, noble families were like grasshoppers in their hands, easily crushed. But why should that be? After delivering a sharp reprimand, the old butler sweetened the deal by saying, Young lady, your lot in life is already quite fortunate. Before marrying, your family cared for you, and after marrying, you have what a capable young master who can protect you and your entire family. All you need to do now is one thing, and you can live your latter years in peace, bringing considerable fortune to your family as well. At least with the young master around. No one in the capital would dare to trouble your family, right? I truly love you to bits. It seems to be just as you say. But what is that thing? Of course, it's about maintaining a good relationship with the young master. As long as the young master is willing to protect you, you can walk boldly through the capital without issue. Li Jincheng has been so badly taken advantage of. Is he really that formidable? The old butler sighed, saying, In this world, the only ones who can hurt the young master are his own family. Because they care, they are easily hurt. But now, let us not dwell on the past. After all, it's all behind us. I can't divulge too much to you, as the patriarch has instructed that no one is to mention past events. In any case, young lady, just do your best to avoid opposing the young master. Otherwise, if anything happens to your Lu family in the future, the young master is quite stubborn, and when that time comes, even if you throw a tantrum, he would not assist you. Because of betrayal? Young lady, eavesdropping is not a good habit. Ahem, I happened to overhear it unintentionally. Regardless, I absorbed what you said. I understand you mean well, but writing exams truly is painful. Then perhaps the young lady could try asking the young master to see if you could write less. Is that feasible? It depends on the effort, young lady. How would you know unless you try? And so, Lu Xiaowan went to try. And then, to her dismay, every subject's 3 papers transformed into 5. What a nightmare. If she didn't comply, Li Jincheng would personally push for her elder brother's marriage with Wu Manwei. Lu Xiaowan ran back to her room in tears. However, this time, even complaining to the patriarch would be futile. After all, the patriarch also felt embarrassed that she had failed to enter university twice. Just as her eldest grandson was keen to oversee her studies, the old man was quite pleased and would not intervene. Left with no choice, Lu Xiaowan cried while writing her papers. It was then that the Lu family sent comfort. In the villa's yard, a striking deep blue sports car was parked on the lawn. The old butler smiled as he approached, saying, Young lady, quickly come down and take a look. There's a surprise. Lu Xiaowan, with a skeptical expression, felt disillusioned with surprises, as her experiences thus far had been akin to nightmares. Yet, driven by curiosity, she descended. Upon seeing the sports car she had long admired but had refrained from pursuing due to its exorbitant price, she was ecstatic. After circling the car 3 times in admiration, her excitement only grew, and she shouted towards Li Jincheng's study. Li Jincheng, I truly love you to bits. I will definitely take my exams seriously from now on. The old butler sighed, realizing he hadn't communicated clearly. What a significant misunderstanding. However, upon reflection, there might be room for resolution. He promptly turned to grab his phone to call the patriarch. Upon understanding the situation, the patriarch waved his hand and said, I will instruct someone to transfer money back into Lu Haoshir's account. Consider this car a gift from my eldest grandson to his wife. No need for further explanation. After all, his eldest grandson had reached this age without ever having a girl express such affection for him. Indeed, these young ladies are refreshingly enthusiastic and vibrant. The old butler sighed in relief, understood, old sir. But soon, another problem arose. Lu Xiaowan, with a face full of excitement, took the car keys and climbed into the sports car, but suddenly her smile froze. The old butler, confused, asked, Young lady, what is the matter? 10 questions, wrong out of 8. It would have been better not to write at all. Lu Xiaowan lamented with a sullen face. I don't have a driver's license. I can't drive. The old butler. What a waste of such a fine sports car. What were the Lu family thinking? Knowing their daughter didn't have a license, yet gifting her a sports car? He tried to console her. It's quite easy to obtain a license. Since school hasn't started yet, young lady could sign up for the test. Once you pass and obtain your license, you could drive the sports car. Lu Xiaowan continued shaking her head, her face still downcast. I've tried, but I didn't pass. I've taken the first subject 5 times without success. Finally passed once, but for the second subject, I've taken it 10 times. They won't let me take the test anymore unless I watch numerous videos before being allowed to sign up again. In a study on the second floor, Li Jincheng nearly choked on his water upon hearing her word from downstairs. If the previous 2 sentences shouted by Lu Xiaowan left him bewildered, then these subsequent words were truly laughable. He could hardly believe that there existed someone so foolish in this world. The old butler was left speechless as well. Goodness, what on earth has our young master married? If their future children do not inherit the young master's fine genes, but rather their mother's, that would truly be a disaster. But fortunately, such a person is easy to let go. At this moment, Lu Xiaowan had already come to terms with it. She lovingly caressed the steering wheel before her and said, "No worries, even if I can't drive, I can keep it at home. Just seeing it every day will lift my spirits. I, Lu Xiaowan, finally own an expensive sports car." Saying this, she opened the door, got out, and began taking pictures of the car with her phone. Afterward, she didn't forget to post on social media. What if I married someone with a rooster? What if I become the laughingstock of the city? Her family is wealthy and indulgent, casually gifting her a sports car. And this is merely the beginning. In the future, she would possess even more. After the Lu family members perused the content of that social media post, a wave of complex emotions surged within them. Expressions of gratitude towards her husband for his love were inscribed. Yet it was they who had bestowed such gifts upon her. The love from her biological parents and siblings was overshadowed by the financial contributions from the Li family patriarch, effectively extinguishing their affection for their daughter, the younger sister. An indescribable sensation spread through their hearts. Later that evening, during dinner, Lu Xiaowan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Li Jincheng. She delicately offered him a piece of food with chopsticks, smiling brightly as she said, "Thank you for the sports car. I promise to obey you and diligently complete my homework." Li Jincheng, however, remained silent, refraining from offering any explanation. Observing the expression of the old steward, he could almost deduce that it was the grandfather's doing, yet he felt no particular sentiment. In fact, he disdainfully removed the food Lu Xiaowan had offered him from his bowl and placed it on the table. Lu Xiaowan thought to herself, is he blind? He even turns his nose up at food offered with chopsticks. Nevertheless, she decided to overlook it, given the generous gift of the sports car. After a fulfilling dinner, she suddenly announced, Li Jincheng, I have something to attend to tomorrow, but rest assured I won't miss a single question on the homework. Was it of any significance? Scoring 8 out of 10 questions wrong would have been better left unwritten. Yet, recognizing her determination even in the face of potential mistakes, Li Jincheng allowed her to continue. Pleased with his tacit agreement, Lu Xiaowan went out for a stroll. The next morning, she rose early for breakfast, donned a new outfit, and set out. At the Mu family's factory on the outskirts of the city, the recuperated Mu Yuan was engrossed in his studies at the office. When approached by a few close friends seeking his company, he displayed little interest, prompting curiosity among them regarding his engrossing reading material. Upon closer inspection, they were taken aback. What in the world? Was Mu Yuan considering becoming a third party in a relationship? Why else would he be reading books on how to be a competent mistress or a proficient male sugar baby? Had he lost his mind? Who the hell told you to spy on me? Mu Yuan erupted, clearly agitated. Have you all gone mad? Lu Xiaowan is already married, and you still cling to hope? He dismissed them with contempt. Mind your own business. Hey, we're just trying to help. You probably don't know this, but when the Lu family faced financial ruin, Lu Xiaowan braved the storm, seeking assistance from all our families. Yet no one dared to confront her because of the Li family. The first place she went was why Lu Xiaowan raised her chin with an expression of pride and declared, of course, my husband is incredibly handsome. He treats me exceptionally well. In the future, he will even give me a sports car. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a book on the desk. Upon seeing the title, she was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "What the heck? Whose book is this? Who is so lacking in ambition as to become a male mistress?" Mu Yuan hurried over and covered the book, stating, "It's a book that the factory employees were reading. I confiscated it. They should do better." If I catch anyone reading it again, it will be taken away. Why would a capable person choose to become a ghost? It's ridiculous. Mu Yuan sighed, yes. He is ridiculous. In fact, he suffers from heart disease. The heart disease that was brought on by Lu Xiaowan's anger. By the way, I should head back. You all take care, and don't let any misunderstandings arise for what happened before. We promise to be good brothers for life. Rest assured, boss. We will behave and never bring you shame, came the reply. That's a relief. I'm off now. I still have to go home and write exam papers. Life is tough. Even though I'm living in dire straits, I can't show in front of my younger brothers, lest they worry about me. One day he will grow up, Mu Yuan declared. I'll give you a ride. No, I took a taxi here. This place is remote, and I paid the driver to wait for me a bit longer. You don't need to take me back. I'll take you to the entrance. Fine. At that moment, Mu Yuan made a decision. He felt unworthy of such a wonderful Lu Xiaowan. From a moment he was absent when she needed him most. He had completely lost her. They were right. He could not assist her now and would only bring her trouble, making her life more difficult. Thus, there exists a profound love known as letting go. However, he had not anticipated that after making such a decision, seeing the girl he cherished would stir such reluctance within him. With reddened eyes, he accompanied her to the factory gates and mustered the courage to ask Lu Xiaowan, as a brother, may I hug you? Consider it a final farewell. He could not go through life without even having embraced the girl he liked. She was unaware of how deeply he had cared for her. Lu Xiaowan raised an eyebrow. What is this? Are you trying to take advantage of my good looks? Mu Yuan thought, why on earth is my first love such an oddball? But I simply like her. Seeing the redness in his eyes, Lu Xiaowan couldn't continue to tease him. She walked over and gave him a big hug, saying, Mu Yuan, take care of yourself, okay? Don't follow my example and bring trouble to your family. We are no longer the same as before. We have grown up. The world of adulthood truly changes. But I will adapt quickly, and so will you. Let us work hard together to face the world we must contend with as adults. After saying this, Lu Xiaowan released him from the embrace. Mu Yuan felt emptiness where she had been. His heart felt hollow as well. He reached out to ruffle her hair and said, do I, Mu Xiao, still need your guidance? Take care of yourself. You will be in high society now, and I won't be able to look after you much. Make sure to protect yourself, understand? Understood. I'll take my leave now. Wait, Lu Xiaowan. She turned, puzzled. Mu Yuan couldn't help but say, if Li Jincheng treats you poorly, if you find it hard to carry on, remember, you still have me. Lu Xiaowan nodded seriously, got it. If no one wants me in the future, I'll consider you first. After all, if I can't find someone I like. Living with a brother for a lifetime isn't so bad, is it? Hearing this, Mu Yuan nearly choked on his frustration. Am I really that? What do you think? Since you have nothing better to do, why not take on a challenge? 049. She is simply a clever little thing. Ha ha ha. Li Jincheng's gaze towards Lu Xiaowan began to take on a more complex hue. He had indeed never encountered such audacity before. Her soft tone seemed to coax him into submission. But was he a mere child of 3? Certainly not. Thus, he was uninterested. Lu Xiaowan pouted. Why don't you give it a try? Perhaps I'm quite clever after all. My siblings from the Lu family are all academic prodigies. It stands to reason that I wouldn't be the only one lacking the exceptional genes of the Lu family. Surely, it must be that my previous teachers were inadequate and failed to educate me. Those who are not top-tier scholars cannot possibly teach me well. And you just happen to be, so why not give a shot? Just one class. And if you discover that my intellect is quite sharp, you might be willing to guide me. What if I say no? It was evident that Lu Xiaowan was determined to persist. After several encounters, Li Jincheng had come to understand her quite well. Lu Xiaowan scoffed. So why is it that I toil daily over exams while you lounge around in leisure? If I refuse to work, you threaten me. I'm determined to find work for you. If you disagree, I assure you I have other tricks up my sleeve waiting for you. Every day, I'm buried in papers, rushing to write after returning from outings. I'm nearly driven mad. If I'm not having a good time, you, as my nominal husband, shall not have it easy either. How will you make things difficult for me? I'll run out for a drink, return intoxicated, and give you a repeat performance, just like last time. I ask you, are you afraid? And I have many tricks up my sleeve. Will I reveal them all to you? I have countless schemes to undermine you regardless. If you do not teach me today and prove that studying and taking exams can be enjoyable, I will 051. It was merely a matter of settling both old and new accounts. However, he too had experienced such moments, not due to any lack of excellence on his part, but rather because no matter how exceptional he was, that individual remained oblivious to it. In their gaze, there lay only an abyss of disdain, as if his very existence were an affront. There were times when it seemed they wished for his demise. Come on, Li Jincheng, grant me a chance to learn from you. My family has grown quite disdainful of me, yet my affection for them remains strong. I yearn to excel academically, to become a top student and earn their respect. But it was in vain. When someone harbors enough animosity towards you, no amount of effort can alter their perception. Even if they cannot extinguish your life, they may very well ruin your existence, confining you to an interminable shadow. Clearly, Lu Xiaowan had reached her limit. She had previously taken a seat beside Li Jincheng to attend the lecture, but now, with a determined bite, she audaciously pressed her lips against his. With an expression of defiance, she glared at him. If you choose to ignore me when I speak to you nicely, then you leave me no choice but to resort to extreme measures. So, will you teach me or not? If not, I shall ambush you 800 times in a single day. After all, you are quite handsome, so it is no loss to you. Having made her threat, Lu Xiaowan departed. After indulging in a refreshing bath, she returned to her fawn. Then Lu Xiaowan leaped through the window of the study, clutching a coil of rope, her gaze dark and foreboding. Li Jincheng merely cast a fleeting glance at her before retrieving a sharp dagger from the drawer of his desk. He had stated there would be no next time, and indeed, there would be none. The same trick from this insufferable girl had failed twice already. Upon seeing the glinting dagger, Lu Xiaowan paused momentarily. Oh, Li Jincheng, well done. You've actually taken precautions against me. But do you think this will render me powerless? Li Jincheng remained silent, merely observing her. With fierce determination in her eyes, Lu Xiaowan demanded, return my steering wheel and seat immediately. Otherwise, the consequences that follow will be beyond your capacity to bear. Refusal, he replied calmly. Very well. I've already given you a chance. You squandered it. So don't blame me. The hand Li Jincheng had resting on the armrest of the wheelchair instinctively tightened. It wasn't he fear. It was merely that Lu Xiaowan's tactics were too unpredictable. He had to be on guard. Suddenly, Lu Xiaowan produced a lighter from her pocket. Li Jincheng thought to himself, is she really considering setting him ablaze over a mere steering wheel and seat? With a sinister smile, Lu Xiaowan taunted Li Jincheng. Are you afraid? Don't worry, I'll one-tea burn you alive after all. That wound tea quench my deep-seated resentment. You spend all your time in this study, and I can see either or do you need me to show you the transfer records of your bodyguard given to those thugs? Upon hearing this, Wu Manyue's expression finally faltered. Lu Xiaowan, do not deceive me. If you wish for something to remain unknown, one must not act upon it. It may have been tolerable before, but now I am the young mistress of the Li family. Whatever I wish to investigate, my husband will assist me in uncovering every detail. Just imagine if I hand over this evidence to the police. Mrs. Wu's face changed at once. No way. You were. Have you truly done such a thing? Mom, I haven't. Still denying it. For the sake of Uncle Wu and Aunt Gu, I refrained from going directly to the police station. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall not be courteous any longer. Wan, you are a sensible child. If this matter is indeed Yuer's fault, at least you grew up together. Out of kindness, I and your Uncle Wu will properly educate her. How about we let this go this time? But Aunt Gu, I truly adore these 2 handbags. I can let you have them. Alas, I seem to have forgotten my card. I can pay for you. How about I gift them to you as an apology? Wu Manuel frowned. Mom, these 2 bags are worth millions. You hesitate to buy both. While Lu Xiaowan shamelessly asked for 2. What is the difference between this and extortion? Silence. Wan, you have always been a sensible child, and I appreciate you dearly. It is unfortunate. We lack the bond of mother and daughter. You have married into the Li family. Otherwise, I would have wished to bring you home as my daughter-in-law. No, with Wu Manyue's brother looking like that, she could never fancy him. Is that so? I hold great affection for you, Aunt Gu. Alas, it is indeed regrettable, but it matters not. Our families have a good relationship, and you will always be my most esteemed Aunt Gu. That is good. Now as for the evidence. Destroy it. Destroy it all. Leave not a single copy. She is serious about seeking mental damages. This is merely the beginning. There is no rush. Very well. I shall settle the bill for you. Thank you, Aunt Gu, you are truly kind. Seeing her mother genuinely going to pay, Wu Manuel angrily berated Lu Xiaowan. Lu Xiaowan, do you not have any shame left? This is just the beginning. Compared to your shamelessness, I have only just commenced. How delightful. Acquiring 2 limited edition handbags for free. Wretched girl, you are no better. Lu Xiaowan, you wait for me. No, it is you who shall wait for me. In the underground parking lot, Mrs. Wu, noticing no one around, angrily slapped Wu Manuel. Do you have any common sense? How many times have I told you to either use your wits or to be thorough? If you are caught with a handle, it is tantamount to being held hostage. You will not have a good fate. Mom, it is clearly Lu Xiaowan who is detestable. She knows I like Yi Cheng, yet she always speaks ill of me in front of him. I cannot hold back, but she suffer no loss. Why treat me this way? Moreover, Uncle even personally approached the Lu family for my hand, and it seemed that the Lu family was about to succumb to the pressure and agree to my marriage with Yi Cheng. It is all Lu Xiaowan's fault. She must have begged Li Jincheng for help, which is why he intervened. If she can seek assistance, then that is her ability. Why can't you ask your uncle to help you further? Are you unwilling to accept that you are inferior? I simply refuse to accept it. She, a married woman, has no right to meddle in her family's affairs. The more she opposes my marrying into her family, the more I shall. Mom, you must help me. Heh. A mere Lu family is hardly a challenge, but if the Li family intervenes, it could complicate matters. Then, Mom, what should I do? No need to rush. You are still young. Since the Lu family is so ungrateful, if Lu Yicheng refuses to marry you, you shall not marry anyone else. Wu Manuel's eyes brightened. Right? Yicheng is not getting any younger. His family will surely arrange a marriage for him. If his marriage prospects continue to falter, Mrs. Wu rolled her eyes. At least you have some sense. You are my daughter, and I, as your mother, must think of you. When marrying, one must choose a man they admire and can control. Rest assured, the Lu family is nothing, and I will certainly ensure your wishes are fulfilled. Mom, you treat me the best. There has been no follow-up from Uncle. Your uncle is considering Li Jincheng's standing, but this will be the only time, as he is not easily swayed. As the mother and daughter conversed, Wu Manuel helped her mother open the passenger door and then took the driver's seat. Still seething from the slap, she pressed the accelerator forcefully, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed in the quiet underground parking lot. Two cars collided, sparks flying. Lu Xiaowan, carrying two bags, immediately feigned concern. My heavens. Aunt Gu, are you both all right? Mrs. Wu and Wu Manuel turned pale. You reckless girl, why did you press the accelerator so hard? This is an underground parking lot. Mom, I just got my license, you know that. Wu Manuel replied sheepishly. Oh, Wu Manuel, even if you were just angered by me, do not take it out on your family's luxury car. This car is worth millions, after all. It is such a pity to have it damaged like this. You know nothing. This was a gift from my uncle for my coming of age, a limited edition worth 20 million. Ah, what a pity. Mine is even more expensive than yours. The combined loss of these two cars is nearing 100 million. Did you not check the calendar before going out tonight? TSK, I feel for you. What did you say? Just then, the driver approached, saying, Madam, I heard you were coming down, so I prepared to take the car to the elevator to pick you up, only to be struck by this young lady. This car, a gift from the young master, is worth 60 million, and it is brand new, being driven for the first time today. No worries. There are cameras over there. It's all her fault. My demands are not high. I just need a new one. I want an identical one. Lu Xiaowan, why don't you fight back? This wretched girl is definitely doing it on purpose. What's wrong? You don't want to compensate? Then there is no choice. I will have to return and ask my husband to deal with it. He and your uncle are old acquaintances. If you cannot afford it, let your uncle pay for you. Lu Xiaowan, Mrs. Wu opened the car door and stepped out. Wan, let us discuss this calmly. This is a normal traffic accident. Compensation should be based on repair costs. Asking for a brand new one is a bit excessive and inappropriate. Aunt Gu, this is a new car, and it was my first time taking it out only to be crashed by Wu Manuel. I feel so upset. It was brand new, and now it has a dent. Is it unreasonable to ask for a new one? Or is the esteemed head of the Gu family unable to afford a luxury car for her niece? This young lady from the Lu family cannot possibly be so bold. Just because Zheng took her to the Li family to help her once, now everything is entangled with him? But that time did not end up fruitless? Wan, let us speak reasonably. You wear her crashing your beloved car is indeed her fault, but Lu Xiaowan cut her off. Aunt Gu, I know you are reasonable, but this car was a gift from my husband. It is our token of love of great significance. Given the relationship between our two families, had it been any other car of mine, I would not demand compensation. But for this one, I simply cannot explain to my husband. Wu Manuel, Lu Xiaowan, you truly possess a remarkable talent for fabricating nonsense. Aunt Gu, do you see her? Silence. Mother, she has deliberately awaited our arrival. Even so, she has succeeded. Mrs. Wu shot her daughter a disdainful glare, then took a deep breath and said, Wan, we will certainly provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Very well. I trust your impartiality, Aunt Gu, and I believe you will handle today's events appropriately. In that case, I shall take photos for evidence and then wait at home for news. Fine. Mrs. Wu, feeling frustrated, watched as Lu Xiaowan, with a smug smile on her lips, got into the car. Just before she boarded, she did not forget to threaten her daughter. Wu Manuel, remember to compensate. If you cannot afford it, let your uncle pay. After all, he is wealthy. Otherwise, should this escalate to public platforms, it would surely tarnish your reputation. Lu Xiaowan. Wu Manuel was nearly driven to madness. If it weren't for Lu Xiaowan's premeditated scheme, she would gladly write her name backward. Silence. Why are you still shouting when they have already left? Hurry and call your uncle for assistance. Mother, must we truly trouble uncle over such a trivial matter? What else can be done? 60 million is no small sum. Even if I were to exhaust my dowry, I cannot gather that amount of cash to buy a new car for her in a short time. If this makes the news, where will our Wu family's dignity be placed? Am I to continue mingling in the circles of high society? Am I to endure knowing that I was wronged by that despicable woman? Wu Manuel protested. Yet, under her mother's icy glare, she reluctantly dialed Gu Zheng's number with a quivering voice. In the villa, Li Jincheng, who was about to wash up and retire for the night, suddenly received a call from Gu Zheng. As soon as the call connected, Gu Zheng began to complain. Li Jincheng, what kind of person did you bring home? Is there anyone so underhanded as to even target my niece? Li Jincheng replied coolly, It has nothing to do with me, goodbye. Wait, what do you mean it has nothing to do with you? You must inform me of the car's value. Otherwise, how can I compensate your little wife? I am utterly speechless. So what did that girl do on her outing? That is a matter between you two, and it has nothing to do with me. Damn it. Beep, beep, beep. Gu Zheng was nearly rendered speechless with frustration. One stirs up trouble, and the other remains indifferent. What a peculiar couple they make. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaowan tenderly caressed the damaged area of her beloved car. The driver, observing her distress, assured her, Rest assured, young madam, I am quite experienced. This area is easy to repair, and it is certainly the least damaged. I understand, but it still pains my heart. This is my first car, and I haven't even had the chance to drive it yet. Then, since this is the case, why go to such lengths? Suddenly, their young madam's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Hee, but the damage seems worthwhile. I am eager to see how Gu Zheng will assist Wu Manuel this time. Before long, Lu Xiaowan, her face aflame with indignation, stormed into Li Jincheng's room. Li Jincheng, Gu Zheng's niece has damaged my car, and they must compensate. Oh, did you hear what I said? I heard. Is there anything else? If not, please leave. You heard it all and still maintain this attitude? Was this car not a gift from you to me? You received no reaction upon hearing it was damaged? Do you truly believe yourself to be an emotionless robot? Acknowledging her peculiarity, Li Jincheng chose not to provoke her further, simply stating, Gu Zheng will compensate. Really? I was preparing to showcase my acting skills, yet Li Jincheng is surprisingly agreeable tonight? Please leave. I wish to bathe and sleep. 056. She is truly a talent. Oh, very well. Li Jincheng, I wish you sweet dreams tonight. With that, Lu Xiaowan cheerfully returned to her room, gleefully rolling on her bed. Indeed, Lu Xiaowan, is unmatched in her prowess. Not only did she triumph over Li Jincheng today, but she also left Wu Manuel at a loss for words. How amusing. She is truly a talent. The following morning, Gu Zheng paid another visit. This time, he personally came to discuss compensation with Lu Xiaowan. Since the car is a limited edition, it is virtually impossible to procure another. Even if one could be found, it would be second-hand, as there are no new ones available for sale. Lu Xiaowan seized upon this point, striking a pose as she declared, That car was a gift from my husband. It is a treasure I cherish. And now it has been wrecked by your niece. I spent the entire night in anguish and hardly slept. Is that so? I must admit, I hadn't noticed. Youth certainly has its advantages. Despite a night of sleeplessness, your complexion is radiant. Gu Zheng smirked slightly. As for the compensation, I require an identical new car, a limited edition, one that cannot be replaced, and you would not settle for secondhand? Of course I would not. This is a brand new car. What do you propose? I warned my niece not to provoke this girl, Yet she insisted on doing so. Now I must step in and handle this situation, all while being subjected to her whims. Whom has he offended? Lu Xiaowan boldly asserted. I hear this car is valued at 60 million. Due to its limited edition status and collectible value, the market price continues to rise. Therefore, without 100 million in compensation, I cannot quell my emotional distress. Guzheng took a deep breath. I must ask you young ladies, have you been reading too many romantic novels, causing you to lose your grasp on reality? You speak of 100 million as if it were nothing. Why not simply rob a bank? Lu Xiaowan. Is that too much to ask? The elderly butler, having discerned the situation, quickly interjected, Young Master Gu, do not take advantage of our young Madam's naivety regarding market values. Such limited edition cars, even in second-hand condition, are highly sought after, with no more than 10 in existence globally. For avid collectors of sports cars, offering 100 million is not out of the question. Lu Xiaowan eagerly nodded. Exactly. Do not assume I am ignorant. Guzheng. So he is to suffer a loss of 100 million for whom? His sister had married beneath her status, valuing her husband as character. Thus, if the Wu family were to pay, they would certainly struggle to provide such a sum. He did not wish to burden his sister, so he had no choice but to pay himself. Fine, I will transfer the funds to you. However, I came today to discuss other matters with you, young lady. Please proceed, Master Gu, as long as the funds are secured. Watching Wu Manuel suffer in silence would bring me immense satisfaction. Everything else is negotiable. Can we agree to refrain from targeting my niece in the future? Master Gu, you are mistaken. Allow me to present evidence, which will clarify your niece's true nature and prevent you from unwittingly aiding her in the future. Guzheng. Ultimately, Guzheng left the villa with a dark expression. Truth be told, in his 30-plus years of life, he had never felt as humiliated as he did today. He had intended to impart some wisdom to that girl, yet he found himself schooled in return. It is said that one should not judge by appearances. One cannot assume that just because she is his niece, everything she does is justified. It seems that in Wu Manuel's eyes, he is of no value. Otherwise, why would she so brazenly lead him into such predicaments? Let him keep his eyes wide open in the future. Until he returned to his car, Guzheng could not help but cover his face. Today, he truly felt he had lost all dignity. That rascal Li Jincheng surely didn't sneak a peek downstairs, did he? Otherwise, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Having achieved another victory, Lu Xiaowan erupted in jubilant cheers in the living room. Ha ha ha, 100 million, she exclaimed. Thank you, Grandpa Butler, for your generous words just now. Once the money arrives, I will share a portion with you. Seeing her laugh like a giddy child was rather endearing. The old butler couldn't help but chuckle. So, what exactly did the young mistress do when she left yesterday evening? With a mysterious glint in her eye, Lu Xiaowan winked at him. It's a secret. Such cunning schemes were not meant to be shared. Otherwise, people might think she was a naughty child. Yet, in truth, these tricks were merely aimed at dealing with someone like Wu Manuel. The old butler did not press further, but reminded her, Young mistress, have you not yet completed your exam paper for today? Ahem. Indeed, she had not intended to write it. But how could she resist when Li Jincheng was so supportive? Just as she worried Guzheng would not compensate smoothly, he assured her that he would handle the matter. And indeed, he came through today. Ah, how wonderful it is to have a handsome husband who supports her. The old butler's lips twitched. Then you should hurry and write it. I'm going right now. Once I receive the money, I will reward all the household staff. Very well. I will thank the young mistress on their behalf. Hey, no need for formality. We are all family. It seemed the young mistress had truly settled in, treating this place as her own home. Her adaptability was quite remarkable. Meanwhile, at the Wu family, chaos had already begun. After Gu Zheng's departure, you do not use foul language. All right, I won't. Father, please tell me how my second sister is doing now. Is she heartbroken? Your sister takes it quite well. Although she feels regret after so many years of affection, if the Lin family consists of such individuals, she no longer cares for them. That's right. Father, do not worry. I will find her someone better in the future. The Lin family is of no consequence. No need for that. Your sister has plenty of suitors. But you, how will you manage your life ahead? The Li family is quite deep-rooted. This father-son conflict may turn you into an adversary in their eyes. As the granddaughter-in-law of the Li family, life will be challenging for you there. Why worry about such matters? I, Lu Xiaowan, fear neither heaven nor earth. Should I be afraid of this? Oh, you. Well, in any case, Just be cautious. In a family feud, one fears for the collateral damage to you. I said, I'm not afraid. Li Jincheng is treating me quite well now. If anything happens, I will definitely stand united with him against the world. Those who oppose us shall fall. All right. You are fearless. What brings you back at this hour? Here, I brought back 2 limited edition bags for my mother. They're all styles she adores, but was reluctant to purchase. I managed to get them for her. Lu Xiaowan exclaimed. What do you mean by managed? Lu Xiaowan recounted the subtle competition between her and Wu Manua to her father. Lu Xiaowan's brows furrowed deeply, his feelings exceedingly complex as he gazed at his daughter, uncertain of how to respond. The precarious situation of Li Jincheng had reached a critical point, and yet his daughter chose to make enemies and offend the Gu family. It seemed that her return was not far off. With this thought, Lu Xiaowan felt a sense of relief. It would be better for his daughter to return sooner rather than be involuntarily entangled in the aristocratic struggles. With her temperament, she might not even realize how she was being played, which was indeed worrisome. All right, father, let's not discuss my affairs anymore. How is my second sister? I will go check on her. I will eventually find you someone better. She is at work, returning home only after dark. Then I will not go back today. I will stay the night. You mustn't disdain me or chase me away. Li Jincheng agreed. He said if I miss home, I can stay longer without issue. Thus, Li Jincheng indeed wished to send her back, did he not? Allowing his daughter to return home was the clearest sign. One can only hope that if a return is to be made, it happens swiftly before the Lu family gets embroiled in the Li family's conflicts. That evening, after enjoying dinner at home, Lu Xiaowan insisted on sleeping with Lu Area. Surprised, Lu Area feigned aloofness. No, I dislike your sleeping posture. Don't ruin my peace. Yet, in truth, the sight of her younger sister drooling in her sleep was utterly adorable. Hurry and come in my arms. I demanded. And with that, she dashed into Lu Area's room, flopping onto the bed and refusing to leave. Lu Xiaowan felt a twinge of envy, but could not bring herself to invite her sister to share her bed, knowing that Lu Area would surely feign indifference while secretly seething over her stealing the moment. Lu Jincheng, as a man, had lost even the right to feel jealous. He merely found an excuse to summon Lu Xiaowan from the room to play a round of mahjong with their parents. That night, the Lu family painted a warm picture of maternal kindness and filial piety, with a daughter who understood her family's affection. Lu Xiaowan felt utterly satisfied with her return home. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she had returned to a time before marriage, once again basking in the love of her parents and the affection of her siblings. Yet, she was aware that this was merely an illusion. It stemmed from the fact that Li Jincheng had consented to her return, allowing her family to accept the notion of her staying the night. After all, they had previously chased her away. As she went to bed that night, Lu Xiaowan expressed concern for Lu Area's situation. Lu Area coldly replied, "It is hard to find a 3-legged frog, but 2-legged men are everywhere. Once, Lin Feng was sufficiently sycophantic, treating me with utmost respect and submission. After all, marrying such a man would mean never having to bow to his family. But who knew he would turn out to be spineless? Better off without him. Sister is right. We're Menworth. Just wait. I will eventually find you someone better. Oh, then I thank you. You are indeed my dear sister. For what? Just remember to find me someone handsome, capable, and of good standing." As for love, she no longer held any illusions. What she needed was power. Only then could she protect those she wished to safeguard. No problem. I will take care of that. I will inquire about suitable candidates for you. However, Lu Area was merely teasing her, not genuinely expecting her unreliable sister to assist in her search for a partner. All right, sister, I shall rely on you in the future. Yes, rely on me. Sister, when I return, please tell our parents not to worry about me. I am faring well with Li Jincheng. I have tamed him, and he is utterly obedient. As for matters concerning his family, I will understand them thoroughly. When the time comes, I shall meet any challenge head-on. Are you certain? Of course. What is there to fear? Besides, does Li Jincheng truly appear as simple as he seems? Not at all. I have heard from a butler that he was once a top scholar, a genius sought after by prestigious Lu Area glared at him and said, "Whether you believe it or not, you must, for it is the truth." My sister said she would find me a suitable partner in the future. Just listen to her. What else can we do? Lu Xiaowan sighed. Area's situation is only the beginning. I'm concerned about how Wanwan will fare in the Li family. Hearing this, Lu Jincheng furrowed his brows and replied, "Dad, worrying about it is futile. We cannot rush things. But there will be a way, step by step. One day, our family will unite and protect Wanwan. Lu Xiaowan nodded. We can definitely do it. Big brother, second sister, let us work hard together. Lu Area agreed. Exactly. I have my own plans moving forward. Lu Yicheng added. So do I. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my own marriage for Wanwan. Because if it weren't for her, I would have been marrying someone like Wu Manue, which would be akin to ruining my life. Lu Hosher seemed invigorated, nodding vigorously. Yes, as long as we are united, we can overcome any challenge. What is the Li family to us? Damn them, Lu Xiaowan remarked. No wonder my sister loves to curse. It seems to be hereditary. Madame Gu looked at her husband and children with satisfaction. Our Wanwan is truly a fortunate child. With so many people protecting her, we are only happy because we have her as our little sister. She's been beautiful since childhood, as lovely as a doll. Who wouldn't like her? From childhood to now, she has brought me endless joy, and I now regret not being capable enough to protect her. Sigh. Thus we must strive to improve ourselves. Who could argue with that? Lu Xiaowan slept soundly through the night. She dreamt of returning to her childhood, a scene filled with the love of her family. The dream was exquisite, making her reluctant to wake. Unfortunately, when she opened her eyes the next day, her family had all resumed their own affairs. Rising late, she found herself alone at home. Feeling rather bored, she finished breakfast and returned to the villa. With something weighing on her mind, she sought out the old butler first, tentatively inquiring about matters concerning the Li family's old residence. Seeing her inquiry, the old butler frowned. Why is the young madam asking about this? Because I learned yesterday that my second sister was jilted, all because of your young master. Is that so? Lu Xiaowan recounted the entire story. And the old butler frowned. This Lin family's eldest son really is despicable. Isn't. Indeed, I suspect my family, though they do not speak of it, is worried that because I'm married into your family, the Lu family will also be implicated. The old butler replied. If the head of the family truly puts pressure on a young master again, then that is indeed a possibility. So please tell me quickly. Otherwise, one day when I'm bullied and don't understand why, I would be like a fool. The old butler frowned originally. The old master didn't want to discuss these matters with the young madam. But you make a valid point. If something truly happens, you have the right to know and should be informed. Bah, I want to be a ghost. I want to live upright. And your young master too. Just wait and see. I will align myself with Li Jincheng and stand united against all. No one shall bully us. The old butler looked at her with a complex expression. If that day does come, the young madam must not abandon our young master in his time of need. Lu Xiaowan shot him a glare. Do I seem like that kind of person? To be honest, you do have a bit of that air about you. Because while the young madam appears somewhat aloof from recent events, it is clear that you deeply care for your family. If the young master's affairs ever bring trouble to the Lu family, would you still remain steadfast by his side? The old butler truly believed that as the young madam, Lu Xiaowan held the right to know about the Li family's matters. Thus, he proceeded to explain the Li family's relationships in detail. Aside from the elderly Mr. Li, there is also an old lady. The couple has 3 sons and 1 daughter, all of whom are married and have children. Li Jincheng's father, Li Hong, is the eldest son and the current head of the Li family. Bazidas Li Jincheng. He has 1 son and 1 daughter. The old lady is notoriously partial to her eldest son and favors her second grandson and a few younger ones. She has always ignored their young master, treating him as if he does not exist. Only the old man shows some affection for him, but equally, he treats the second grandson and the younger children with the same regard, because both sides are dear to him. However, if one were to discuss who is most biased within the Li family, it would undoubtedly be the head, Li Hong. He has always disregarded his late wife and her children, treating them as if they were invisible. Yet, he cherishes and protects his current wife and her children with great affection. The young master has grown up under the cold indifference of his biological father. He once endeavored to earn his father's respect through hard work and education, cultivating a clever, reliable, and composed demeanor, but the more outstanding he became, the more he overshadowed the second young master, leading to unprecedented and terrifying oppression from the head of the family, who doted on his younger son. Although there is no evidence, even the old man dares not confirm it. Many suspect that the young master's leg injury was orchestrated by the head. The young master himself is uncertain, but he harbors doubts. Upon hearing all this, Lu Xiaowan frowned. This tiger is indeed cruel. How can my estranged father-in-law be so harsh towards his own son? The old butler shook his head. Without evidence, No one dares to affirm anything, and there is more. Due to the head's disdain for the young master, I have even doubted whether the young master is truly his biological son. However, as far as I know, the young master once had me secretly procure a hair from the head for paternity test, confirming that he is indeed the head's biological son. It was at that moment that the young master completely lost faith in the head. Does your family head particularly dote on his current wife and children? Yes, at the old residence, apart from the old man and the old lady. No one else dares to speak harshly to her. Otherwise, the head would certainly seek retribution, treating her like a treasure. Then why did he marry my mother-in-law in the first place? Family alliance. The Li family was not as prosperous years ago. They also faced financial crises. At that time, the young master's mother came from a prominent family, and without her substantial dowry to help the Li family through those tough times, the Li family would not enjoy such success today. Damn, what a despicable man. By the way, what happened to my estranged mother-in-law? Did she return to her family after the divorce? The old butler frowned. She is no longer with us. What? How could she be gone? So Li Jincheng has neither a father nor a mother. Thus, the young madam's public embarrassment was hardly unwarranted. What are you saying? That incident has nothing to do with this. The old butler looked at her, speechless. The young madam knows that the young master has always been unwilling to marry. The old man has racked his brain trying to find him a wife. Yet why did he finally relent to marry you? Why? Is it not because you are clever, youthful, and beautiful? Is there another reason? The old butler gazed at her with a complicated expression and said, "It is because the young master's mother has long since passed away. The late lady is a taboo for the young master. Even the old gentleman dares not mention her in his presence. Yet here you are, cursing her without a second thought. Lu Xiaowan." What? What did I ever curse Li Jincheng's mother? After reflecting slightly, she recalled perhaps just a single expletive. The old butler continued originally. That day when you insisted on canceling the engagement, the young master had acquiesced. I was to inform you to leave, but you unleashed a torrent of foul language. The young master is not devoid of temper. Hence, you were promptly expelled. That matter could have ended there. However, you crossed a line by cursing, provoking the young master to retaliate against your family. Consequently, you slandered him to the old gentleman, leading him to reluctantly agree to marry you. Yet he chose not to attend the wedding. So, she perished over a mere curse? Had it not been for her actions, the subsequent crises within the Lu family and the forced marriage would have never unfolded. This entire debacle was of her own making. Upon realizing the truth, Lu Xiaowan nearly choked on her own indignation. She felt an overwhelming urge to strike herself, yet she hesitated. How infuriating! She felt utterly wronged. The old butler sighed, therefore. "My lady, please refrain from constantly opposing the young master in the future. He is truly pitiful." At this moment, Lu Xiaowan also perceived Li Jincheng's plight, and thus she nodded in agreement. Understood. I will treat him better. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Xiaowan resolved to sincerely apologize to Li Jincheng. Upon her sudden return, he looked at her with a perplexed expression. Lu Xiaowan quickly explained, "My parents and siblings are all rather busy, with no time to accompany me. It's quite boring at home, so I returned." Understanding dawned upon him. This girl-ass family seemed to find her bothersome and had distanced themselves. Lu Xiaowan continued, Li Jincheng, suri. Li Jincheng, I did not intend to offend your mother, truly. I was unaware of her absence. I apologize and hope you can forgive me. I promise I will not make such a foolish mistake again." In an instant, Li Jincheng's gaze turned cold as he scanned her. "Who informed you about my mother?" Cough. "I found out on my own. Leave. Li Jincheng, I'm sincerely apologizing. Get lost. You bastard. Li Jincheng, how dare you be so ungrateful? Lu Xiaowan, do not compel me to repeat myself." His anger stemmed from the troubles caused by his family that had even led to his second sister's broken engagement. Who would willingly seek out information about his family? Did he believe she was interested in such matters? Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Xiaowan unleashed her frustration upon Li Jincheng and left with red-rimmed eyes. Li Jincheng, had he somehow become the one at fault? The old butler rushed in to apologize. "Young master, it was my indiscretion. However, those events have long passed. The young mistress is your wife and deserves to be informed, lest one day your actions provoke the family head. The young mistress is the most susceptible to repercussions. It would be unjust to keep her in ignorance. Moreover, the second daughter of the Lu family indeed suffered due to your marriage to their daughter. Considering this, The entire Lu family's future marital prospects may be affected by your actions. Leave. Yes. Young master, the young mistress is still young, and you are significantly older than her. Please do not hold grudges against her. Get lost. The old butler hurriedly retreated, wiping the sweat from his brow. Who could have anticipated that, after sharing those details, she would feel guilty and rush up to apologize to the young master? He resolved to remain silent in the future. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowan returned to her room and messaged her friends, requesting assistance in gathering information about Li Jincheng's nominal stepmother. Soon, the information was retrieved. Li Jincheng's stepmother hailed from a Bai family, a once obscure aristocratic family in the capital, likely inferior to the Lu family standing. It was due to this Bai lady successfully marrying into the Li family that her entire family ascended to prominence. How enviable! She had offended Li Jincheng and yet secured a position as the young mistress of the Li family, while her family lived in constant fear, even affecting her sister's marriage prospects. Life truly is unfair. Yet, she lamented, what merit was there in comparing herself to a mere mistress? She had no business competing with such a lowly character. The anger she had bottled up continued to fester until evening, turning her grief into a ravenous appetite, and she overindulged at dinner before stepping out for a walk. As she strolled, she soon encountered a striking beauty clad in a white dress and high heels, striding toward the villa with a suitcase in hand. Her curiosity piqued. Who was this? She appeared quite innocent, yet her nonchalant demeanor while carrying her suitcase challenged Lu Xiaowan's authority as the lady of the house. At the entrance, the old butler greeted her. Miss Bai, what brings you here? Bai Leah smiled and replied, I heard that Brother Li got married, but his new wife is young, brash, and of dubious character. Recently, she even trended online. As his aunt and uncle, we cannot remain indifferent, so my uncle suggested I come over for a few days to guide her. You know my expertise lies in etiquette training, and Grandpa Li agreed to the arrangement, even sending his driver to escort me here. The old butler forced a smile. The young master and mistress are unaware of your visit. Please, wait in the parlor while I inform the young master. Of course, thank you. In terms of demeanor and grace, Miss Bai was undeniably a refined young lady, youthful and lovely, easily evoking admiration. Yet, the young master despised the Bai family. Did the old gentleman truly disregard his feelings by sending her? Was a trending topic such a significant issue? Was it necessary to send a member of the Bai family to instruct the young mistress? If it provoked the young master's ire, was it worth it? The old butler sighed and ascended the stairs to inform Li Jincheng. Upon hearing that Bai Leah had arrived, he simply uttered 3 words, tell her to leave. But young master, that is someone the old gentleman specifically arranged to send here. How can we ask her to leave? The old butler sighed again and descended. Upon reaching the living room, he found the young mistress already at odds with Bai Leah. Who are you calling brash and of dubious character? You claim to be an etiquette trainer, yet you lack the common sense to refrain from judgments without knowing the full story. Bai Leah maintained her gentle smile and retorted, You begin with coarse language. Is that not indicative of your character? Mind your own business. I embrace this style. It's called being a man, do you understand? I implore you to restrain your comments if you lack understanding. Do not cast reckless judgments upon others. I harbor a profound disdain for individuals of your ilk. Those who wear a facade of authenticity, yet embody a far more duplicitous nature. Fortunately, I have not succumbed to your way of life. Otherwise, I might have chosen to leap into the river, sparing myself the torment of your existence. Bai Leah, it appears you possess quite the fiery spirit. A crude and impolite heiress, she is not unfamiliar to me. However, encountering a young lady raised within the confines of a minor affluent family, adorned with foul language and an air of thuggery, is indeed a novel experience. Miss Lu, I kindly request that you exhibit some decorum. As a newcomer, I am a guest in this abode. As the lady of the house, your behavior should reflect a higher standard. Rest assured, I shall honor Grandpa Li's wishes and ensure you are well guided. Do not presume to instruct me. I refuse to become a creature as hypocritical as yourself. It is fortuitous that I have only just become aware of the Bai family. Their arrival here is not unexpected. Miss Lu, hypocrisy and politeness are distinctly different matters. Spare me your irrelevant discourse. From what I gather, your aunt ascended to her position through less than honorable means, correct? Are you, then, attempting to ensnare my husband? Upon hearing this, Bai Leah, who had maintained a poised demeanor throughout, could no longer contain herself. Miss Lu, please choose your words with care. As the granddaughter-in-law of the Li family, my aunt serves as your de facto mother-in-law. I shall disregard your impolite remarks for now, but I will ensure your words are corrected forthwith. I can hardly endure the thought of receiving instruction from someone raised in a family of triflers. Your presence is unwelcome. Do not provoke me to take measures against you. Miss Lu's words carry weight. The true master of this villa is not you, but rather the elder of the Li family. While you may hold the title of lady, it is ultimately the male head of the household who holds dominion. Our role as women is to provide warmth and care to our men. By your current demeanor, you are unfit to be a proper matron. Lu Xiaowan, upon hearing this, retorted sharply, "Are you suggesting I lack the authority to demand your departure?" The mention of elder brother Li grated upon her ears. I have asserted that the true authority lies with the male head of the household. As long as elder brother Li does not request my departure, I shall remain. I can hardly tolerate this notion. How revolting! With no intention of further subjecting her ears to such indignities, Lu Xiaowan seized by Leah by the wrist, dragging her out. While most women possess a delicate constitution, Lu Xiaowan is the exception. With a surge of strength, she nearly sent by Leah tumbling in her high heels, ultimately flinging her out the door. Before long, Bai Leah's luggage was unceremoniously tossed out, as if it were refuse. The old steward hurriedly emerged, exclaiming, "My dear young lady, what are you doing? Miss Bai's a guest. How can you treat her so?" Bai Leah prepared to speak, but Lu Xiaowan interrupted. "What else should I do? Asking her to leave is sufficient. There is no need for you to intervene personally. Shall I assist her in standing?" The steward inquired. "There is no need for you to take action, dear young lady. Allow me to help Miss Bai." Seeing his attitude, Bai Leah comprehended the situation. She fixed her piercing gaze upon him. "Was it elder brother Li who commanded my departure?" The steward replied ambiguously. "Our young master believes that a spirited and genuine girl like you is a rarity in this world. Losing such a person would be a pity. Therefore, it is best for Miss Bai not to trouble herself with coming here." Lu Xiaowan was taken aback. "Is that truly so? Has Li Jincheng genuinely spoken of me in such a manner? How well he understands her. A clever and charming girl like her is indeed a rare treasure." The steward's lips twitched slightly, but he offered no further explanation. After assisting Bai Leah to her feet, he continued, "I shall arrange for someone to escort Miss Bai home." Bai Leah frowned. "I do not believe it. Elder brother Li has not acted in this manner before. Let's not dwell on the past. All is negotiable." Once the past is mentioned, however, the steward's expression shifted markedly. "Pray tell, Miss Bai, why did you not disclose your identity as a member of the Bai family from the outset?" The steward had not intended to elaborate, but since she broached the subject of the past, he felt compelled to inquire. "What was your motivation for concealing your surname and identity to approach our young master? And what led you to allow him to associate with Liang Chao, ultimately resulting in your own betrayal?" "That is not the case. Allow me to explain. Elder brother Li is unaware of the truth. He harbors deep misunderstandings regarding my aunt. How could I dare to reveal my true identity to him? Liang Chao was an unforeseen event. I had no inkling they would become friends. Indeed, you seem to be blissfully unaware of many matters. Please take your leave, for our young master expressly instructed that you depart. I have shown you considerable courtesy." Bai Leah's complexion paled as she protested, unwilling to leave without seeing Li Jincheng. "But Grandpa Li has given instructions. Matters between the young master and the elder are theirs to resolve. You need not concern yourself with them." "Very well. However, my uncle will not relent easily. It appears you are quite perceptive." Bai Leah sighed, reflecting, "Even if I was naive in my youth, I have matured now. I have come to realize that my uncle's affections lie solely with my aunt and her offspring. To him, elder brother Li and his mother are but blemishes upon his life. If only I had grasped this sooner." Regrettably, she was only able to comprehend this after being exploited. Pregnant? Impossible. Bai Leah was unwilling to accept this fate. Surely, one misstep would not lead to a cascade of errors. Her affection for Li Jincheng was genuine. It had blossomed since her adolescence and persisted to this day. Li Jincheng was already pitiable enough, coerced by Grandpa Li into marrying a coarse and ill-mannered heiress. She was unworthy of him. Even if she were the daughter of the Bai family, despised by him, their paths would never converge. Yet, she wished for his wife to be someone who could complement him in every aspect. And that coarse and ill-mannered heiress, Lu Xiaowan. How could it be that such a remarkable individual as Li Jincheng who is both admirable and handsome, is regarded as a stain upon his father's life? Why does that man not ascend to the heavens? A son of such excellence should be cherished as the jewel of any family, adored and revered. Yet, in the Li family, he is subjected to relentless oppression. How cruel! In a fit of fervor, Lu Xiaowan shouted, "Then go back and tell your wretched uncle. Li Jincheng is not a stain upon his life. That vile man is the true blemish. If he could control himself, he should have refrained from sowing discord. To abandon his offspring is the act of a beast, lower than swine or dogs." Li Jincheng has never sought to be his son. As her words echoed, the garden surrounding the villa fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a tall man clad in a black suit emerged from the shadows, his gaze directed at Lu Xiaowan, filled with an ominous intensity. By Lia's complexion drained of color as she warned, "Miss Lu, you are courting disaster for elder brother Li." The old butler's expression darkened immediately as he stepped in front of Lu Xiaowan, adopting a protective stance. It must be said that the few harsh words uttered by the young mistress, though coarse, were undeniably gratifying. After all, wasn't it the truth? The head of the household showed no interest in the young master. Did the young master long to be treated as a son? Abandoned and oppressed to the point of wishing for his demise. Was that not a fate worse than that of beast? Yet, Lu Xiaowan circumvented him and boldly confronted the intruder. "Come on, you are that despicable man sent to spy on Li Jincheng, right? You appear suddenly like a malevolent spirit, but I fear you not. If you dare, come and kill me. I can blink and be just like that despicable man, born of a dog. Some things are better left unknown. However, once one learns the truth and is disgusted by it, especially when it involves the parties concerned, it becomes unbearable." Bailia felt her very soul would flee. What on earth is happening? You've already guessed the identity of the newcomer, and yet you remain so unafraid? What has brotherly married? The old butler thought. Thankfully, the young master and the old mistress shared no familial affection. Otherwise, new enmity would surely arise. After all, the head of the household's mother was also the young master's grandmother. Yet, those sent to monitor Li Jincheng were undoubtedly among Li Hong's most loyal subordinates. Hearing the disparagement of their master, they could not hold back. Just as they were about to intervene, they discovered that this young lady from the Lu family was not to be underestimated. Before the butler could make a move, she charged at him unexpectedly and landed a punch. Unlike an ordinary girl, this one was likely a true martial artist capable of delivering pain. He frowned, about to retaliate, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Jincheng on the balcony, expertly knocking another arrow, aimed directly at him. A chill ran down the man's spine as he quickly retreated several steps. "Li Jincheng, get lost. I will report everything that has transpired today to the head of the household. And you, young master, take care of the young mistress." As Lu Xiaowan surged forward, the old butler grasped her wrist. "Young mistress, do not engage further. This is no ordinary bodyguard. If it comes to blows, you're no match for him." She stood her ground, shouting defiantly, "What do you mean by minding my own business? What kind of dog is this, a lowly scoundrel warning me in my own home? Just wait. I will report you for attacking the young mistress of the Li family in the dead of night." She clutched her chest dramatically. "I think I might have a heart attack from your threats." The old butler quickly replied, "Young mistress, are you all right? Please do not frighten an old servant. If anything were to happen to you, our young master would be left a widower. And given that you and the young master have recently consummated your marriage, should you be with child, it would indeed spell doom for both of you. Such a sin would be beyond the head of the household to bear." The man in black. Bailia. Hadn't she heard that brotherly despised this woman? How could they have consummated their marriage? And she be pregnant? Impossible. For a moment, Bailia's expression twisted in disbelief. However, her gaze drifted to the balcony where brotherly sat in his wheelchair. His icy stare directed their way, his bowstring taut with a second arrow aimed, never once glancing at her. He offered no explanation to the butler either. "Oh dear, not only does my heart ache, my stomach hurts too. Where's my phone? I need to call my grandfather." Seeing this, the man in black furrowed his yet. Mother perished in that devastating fire, had it not been for Uncle Ming's timely arrival. Even if he had managed to escape the inferno, he would have fallen prey to the clutches of those villains. As a child, many things were beyond comprehension. But later on, what was there left to misunderstand? From the very beginning, that demonic father never loved mother. He merely sought to exploit her substantial dowry to salvage the financial crisis besetting the Li family at that time. Once Mother's utility was exhausted, he discarded any pretense and ruthlessly condemned her to death. That was the most malevolent individual Li Jincheng had ever encountered. The suspect responsible for his mother's demise, and yet his biological father by blood. In the depths of darkness, Li Jincheng's emotions remained tumultuous for a considerable time. He often dreamt of the day his mother passed away, and frequently jolted awake from those nightmares. Yet, he had never sought medical help for this affliction. For he wished to dream of his mother. Even if it were a nightmare, he held no fear. For she was the only person in this world willing to love him with her very life, someone he could only encounter in nightmares. Meanwhile, at the old Li residence, Li Hong had just learned from the bodyguard about the events that transpired that night when he was summoned by the old Master Li. The bodyguard informed him that Li Jincheng's newlywed wife threatened to expose the old master's dark secrets, and thus the old master had sent for him. It appeared she was indeed reporting him. With a grave expression, Li Hong made his way to the main residence where the old master resided. Upon seeing him, the old master's gaze sharpened. Li Hong, do you truly believe your own son is a criminal? Must you have someone surveilling him at all times? Li Hong, in his 50s yet appearing as a dashing man in his 40s due to his meticulous grooming, retained an air of elegance. Unfazed by his father's reprimand, he replied, Jincheng has always held many misconceptions about me, so naturally, I must have someone keep an eye on him. Otherwise, I fear I would find no peace even in dreams. Sending someone to monitor your own son, and you dare to justify it. Father, please temper your anger. To me, this is hardly a matter of concern. Huh? Are you certain? Jincheng has been persecuted repeatedly, and you claim it has nothing to do with you? Father, one must speak with evidence. You truly are something. I shall not argue with you over other matters, but now that Jincheng is married, is it appropriate for you to have a man monitoring this couple? That is your daughter-in-law. To have the father-in-law send someone to surveil his daughter-in-law, if discovered, it would surely provoke laughter. Moreover, that girl called today to complain that your spy suddenly appeared and attempted to harm her. The granddaughter-in-law I personally selected, and your people dare lay a hand on her? Do you take me for a fool? Li Hong frowned slightly. That girl from the Lu family insulted me first. My people merely went out to warn her. You, as a father-in-law, quibble with your daughter-in-law? How old is that girl? And how old are you? Have you wasted these years? Yet, we cannot indulge these youngsters. Aju's wife is not akin to that wild girl from the Lu family. She is from a prestigious family, well-educated and respectful to her elders. She is the epitome of a granddaughter-in-law in the Li family. While that wild girl from the Lu family, I have never acknowledged her as the young mistress of the Li family. No need for your acknowledgement. I assisted Jincheng in marrying her, and my recognition suffices. You, who neglect your son, dare to meddle with your daughter-in-law? What? Is the woman in your home restless, seeking to trouble Jincheng and his wife? What business is it of hers? Enough. You do not cherish a proper daughter-in-law, but instead insist on bringing trouble into the family. You claim you are not obstinate, to be ensnared by a vixen, losing all masculinity. I truly regret raising a son such as you. All the affection is bestowed upon the old by family. Father, if she is truly pregnant, the child must not be his. If you dare to trouble Jincheng and his wife again, for each time, I shall gift Jincheng 10% of the Li Group's shares. Doubt it? Then let us wait and see. Father, not at all. The old master's eyes widened in F after the school semester begins. It would be best for old Jean to take you to and from school, wouldn't it? I see no issue with that. I wonder which high school you will be attending. It's Lu High. Lu High Hun. Our young master initially attended High. Ahem, Lu High is quite decent. As long as you work diligently, you are sure to gain admission to a prestigious university next year. Lu Xiaowan gazed at him with a hint of melancholy and asked, But what if I still can't get in? You must get in. We believe in your capabilities. I'm not as formidable as your young master, who got into High. It's different. You are a girl. Girls don't need to be overly clever. Overly intelligent individuals often face hair loss. But Li Jincheng isn't bald. Li Jincheng. What does that have to do with him? Not only is he not bald, but he is also quite handsome. Every time he comes down for a meal, I feel I could eat 2 more bowls just by looking at his face. The old butler remarked, Even if the young master doesn't come down to eat, you haven't eaten any less. But it's not the same. It's infuriating. Transforming sorrow into appetite. You see. Very well, the lady is beautiful, and her words hold truth. With that, Lu Xiaowan resumed her meal, tentatively asking, Li Jincheng, with your good looks, you must resemble my mother-in-law, right? Upon hearing this, Li Jincheng glanced at her, and despite the delicate nature of the topic, he felt no discomfort. He simply replied with a nonchalant The old butler, whose heart had been in his throat, let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, Our Lady was once a renowned debutante from a prestigious family. Many suitors from the capital vied for her hand in marriage. She was poised and beautiful. It's true. The young master resembles her remarkably, almost like a mold. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowan proudly lifted her chin and exaggeratedly placed her hand on her stomach, saying, If I were to have a baby, it would surely be beautiful. After all, good genes. The old butler's eyes nearly squinted in delight. Absolutely. If it takes after our young master, it will certainly be a top-notch beauty. What about me? Ahem. If it resembles the lady, it will undoubtedly be beautiful. But perhaps slightly less so. I am merely speaking the truth. Please do not take offense. Must I be offended? Li Jincheng is inherently more attractive than I am. So what is there to be upset about? As long as he is good-looking, that suffices. I just wonder if I conceive that night. Li Jincheng. If she truly is pregnant, the child certainly cannot be mine. I have finished my meal. Are you going out for a walk, young master? No need. Lu Xiaowan said, I'll bring the exam paper to you after I finish writing it. However, unlike the previous day, Li Jincheng was quite meticulous in grading her paper today. Lu Xiaowan's error rate had reverted to its former state. Annoyed, she exclaimed, How could I make so many mistakes? Li Jincheng, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? 065. I don't believe you have no feelings for me at all. Li Jincheng cast her a sidelong glance and said, You can compare it online. I can't be bothered to check. It's too much trouble. Learning should not be cumbersome. Why does it seem that Li Jincheng is acting differently today? He appears more willing to engage in conversation with her. If that is the case, then I wouldn't mind the trouble. You shouldn't either. Just explain the mistakes to me. I'll redo them on the spot. Damn. This isn't a dream. It's real. The opportunity one once sought so fervently is now granted so readily. So, though he may not say it, Li Jincheng must be quite grateful for my courageous act last night, right? Suddenly feeling a surge of elation, Lu Xiaowan pulleta at Sair Bazida Li Jincheng. As he explained the problems, she listened intently. It was no exaggeration. The monotonous lectures that once lulled her to sleep were now easily comprehensible when presented by Li Jincheng. She realized that learning was not such a daunting task after all. In fact, she thought that someone as talented as Li Jincheng would have no trouble teaching at a university. With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but voice her opinion. Li Jincheng, you should consider teaching. You would excel at it. I have my own matters to attend to. Oh, very well then. Lu Hai's teaching quality is mediocre. Perhaps you should consider transferring to another school for a repeat year. How about Hojuzong High? That enclosed private school? The one with only 1 day off a month? Li Jincheng, are you still holding a grudge against me for what I said before? Why would you suggest such a school? Do you intend to drive me mad? Many students there have gone insane. My parents never even considered sending me there to suffer. How could you even think of it? Li Jincheng replied, My affairs with the Li family have nothing to do with you. From now on, do not interfere with anything. Just focus on your studies and get your life on the right track. How can it be unrelated? We are married. Your affairs are my affairs. Your father's oppression of you is oppression of me. You can move back home at any time. There is no need for a divorce since we never registered. Damn, Li Jincheng, you actually want to return me. Everyone in the capital knows I married you. Li Jincheng, you actually wish to return me. Would she still have any face left? I have never regarded you as my wife or held any feelings for you. Nonsense. We have been intimate. Nothing happened that night. Lu Xiaowan's face displayed shock. Really? Do you need me to swear? No need. Even if we didn't sleep together, you still gifted me a luxury car. How's that count? A car worth 60 million. Could there not be a hint of affection in that? That was a gesture from my grandfather, not me. What about the 1 billion compensation from Guzheng? Was that not given rather smoothly? Guzheng values his reputation and feared the scandal. Compensation was inevitable. Damn, could it be that the Li Jincheng I perceived was merely cold-hearted but actually treated me well? Was it all an illusion I conjured? I refuse to accept this. I am an intelligent and charming person. Why would Li Jincheng not submit to my allure? The disparity between her expectations and reality was overwhelming. Li Jincheng, I refuse to believe you hold no feelings for me. That is the truth. The truth. almost infuriating Lu Xiaowan to the point of explosion. Very well, if you no longer want me, I shall leave. With red-rimmed eyes, Lu Xiaowan stood up to depart. But to her surprise, Li Jincheng did not try to keep her. Unable to resist, she added, I really am leaving. Li Jincheng remained silent. Lu Xiaowan took a deep breath and said, Li Jincheng, don't force me to go out and embarrass you. Li Jincheng. After all, everyone knows I am your wife. Even if I were to be with 10 or 8 other men, they would still place the blame on you. Not scared, huh? I really will. Damn. She was truly on the brink of losing her temper. She had initially thought that after this period, they would develop some affection for each other. Although she had felt humiliated on her wedding day, if they could lead a good life afterward, their lost face would be restored. But alas, it seems irretrievable. Lu Xiaowan, it seemed, would have to endure humiliation for a lifetime. And how could she accept that? In a fit of rage, Lu Xiaowan stormed out of the house once more. However, this time, when the old butler sought him out, Li Jincheng did not turn a blind eye. He dispatched someone to follow. The old butler expressed his relief, saying, Yes, young master, I shall make arrangements immediately. Yet, as Lu Xiaowan left the villa, she realized she had nowhere else to go. So she decided to head to the interstellar bar to collect debts. Coincidentally, Xiaoba was there. Seeing her unexpectedly appear in the middle of the day, he rushed over. The two proceeded to the bar's private room, where Xiaoba brought her some snacks and presented the accounts for her review. Boss, what brings you here so suddenly? He inquired. I was quite free. How could I not have time? How have the profits been these past few months? The summer business has been excellent. There are many students. The revenue has multiplied several times compared to before. Keep a close eye. We must not let anything illegal slip through. Rest assured, we are quite astute. The surveillance covers every corner. Lu Xiaowan nodded. This month's bonuses are doubled. How are the other branches faring? Xiao San and the others have ventured into several provinces, establishing numerous chain stores. The income suffices to cover expenses, but visible profits remain elusive for now. And the milk tea shop? That branch is stable in profit, and several franchise stores have recently opened. Given time, the earnings will be quite considerable. What about Mr. Niu? Has he visited recently? Mr. Niu is a middle-aged overseas businessman who appeared rather suddenly. Through drinks, he has imparted much business wisdom to her. Lu Xiaowan, utilizing her long-saved pocket money and some coaxing from her family, gathered a sum to embark on various investments, with the bar industry being just one venture. The milk tea franchise was her first attempt at running a business after learning the ropes. The Lu family remains unaware of these dealings. Xiaoba remarked, Mr. Niu has gone abroad and has yet to return. Notify me the moment he comes back. I've lost interest in petty affairs. I happen to have a substantial sum on hand and wish to pursue something grander. Xiaoba inquired curiously. Is that from your husband's side? Absolutely not. I earned it myself. You and Li Jincheng are both quite remarkable. Boss is formidable. Has Mu Yuan been around here lately? Not at all. Although some wealthy young subordinates of yours have visited, they revealed that Mu Xiao has recently begun to take over the family business, working tirelessly to the point of exhaustion, with no time even for drinks. Very well. Mu Yuan has accepted the reality of adulthood. She cannot afford to be idle. After all, those deemed useless are either abandoned by their families or cast aside by their husbands. The thought of being abandoned is her greatest aversion. Recalling Li Jincheng's previous words makes Lu Xiaowan feel quite upset. Why can he decide to marry her and then discard her at will? She refuses to leave. She will stay and irritate him. After reviewing the accounts, Lu Xiaowan instructed, please deposit all of this into my card. I need to see if it's enough to purchase a house. Are you looking to buy a house, boss? Indeed. Just in case one day I'm cast out by my husband's family and my own refuses to take me in. At least I would have a place to go, she said with a mocking tone. Xiao Ba chuckled in disbelief. How could that be possible? With your intelligence and charm, who would dare abandon you? That is not a certainty. Initially, marrying Li Jincheng filled her with confidence. Yet, after experiencing all this, she felt as if she had become worthless. Regardless, she would not sit idly by. Xiao Ba shook his head with a laugh. You young ladies just love to overthink. But with the new school term approaching, shouldn't you return to school? Where would I find a time for anything else? Time can always be carved out. However, it's not urgent. Just remember to inform me the moment Mr. Niu returns. Understood, boss. Lu Xiaowan spent the entire day in the bar's private room without leaving. It was not until evening that she emerged, calling several subordinates to join her for drinks. To her surprise, Mu Yuan, who was said to be too busy to even find time for drinks, appeared as well. Amidst playful teasing from friends, Mu Yuan, we called you out, but you didn't come. Now that the boss is here, you rush over. What is up? Do we not hold a candle to the boss? Mu Yuan kicked one of them. Get lost. Who are you joking with? I just completed a project and came out to relax. Is that a problem? Not at all. Here's to celebrating our boss going back to school. Indeed, still in high school. Who else can boast such prowess as our boss? One in their senior year, yet continuing for 3 more. Lu Xiaowan exclaimed, what the hell? Who are you mocking? I can handle 3 more years. Mu Yuan nearly spewed his drink, realizing the absurdity of the comment. Seeing Lu Xiaowan's incredulous expression, he kicked the joker and said, if you can't speak wisely, then just shut up. Come on, Wan. Let us ignore him and drink until we're happy tonight. Lu Xiaowan raised an eyebrow. All right, then it's on me. Absolutely not. We're a bunch of grown men. It's unacceptable for you to foot the bill. Exactly, boss. Don't save us money. We have our allowances. Fine. If you insist on treating, go ahead. After all, it's my earnings. Before long, they were all thoroughly intoxicated. Mu Yuan's strikingly handsome face began to flush under the dim bar lights, making him even more alluring. Several young ladies passed by, unable to resist approaching him for his wee chat, but he coldly turned them away. Lu Xiaowan, witnessing this, couldn't he help but scold him. Mu Yuan, do you intend to remain single forever? So many beautiful girls are interested, and you don't fancy a single one? Exactly. You've got your head up in the clouds. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What? Are you envious? Of course. Why don't we have that many ladies interested in us? You lot should take a good look in the mirror. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yuan found himself in a playful scuffle. Lu Xiaowan, laughing heartily, also joined in, delivering a few light punches. Mu Yuan, notijin herlokter, thought it was worth enduring a few playful hits. However, joyous moments always pass swiftly. Soon, it was deep into the night. Mu Yuan offered to escort Lu Xiaowan home, but she declined. Why not? Even if you're married, we've grown up together as good brothers. Can't I accompany you? Nonsense. DLL sent someone to pick me up shortly. There's no need for you to come. You've been drinking. Remember to arrange for a driver. You're not allowed to drive, got it? Yes, boss. Mu Yuan sighed. Fine. Let your husband's people come for you. I'm leaving. Once again, he felt an internal injury from her words, yet he still returned for her. It was absurdly endearing. However, when everyone departed, Lu Xiaowan, half drunk, returned to the bar to continue drinking. She had no intention of going home that night. She planned to stay in the private room after getting drunk. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice interrupted her solitude. Oh, isn't this Mrs. Li? What brings you here alone to drink your sorrows away? Recognizing the voice, Lu Xiaowan turned her head to see Gu Zheng's exceptionally alluring face. What is so strange about me drinking here? This is a place young people love to frequent. It's rather odd for you, the head of the Gu family, to be in such a place. Aren't you too old for drinking or dancing? If you're drinking, that's one thing, but if you're dancing, do be careful not to hurt your back. TSK. Have you quarreled with Li Jincheng? The atmosphere was charged with tension, yet Gu Zheng remained unfazed by her attitude. Instead, he felt a pang of curiosity about Li Jincheng. Thus, he ordered the most expensive bottle of wine, intending to treat Lu Xiaowan. Initially, he thought he would need to coax her with a few sweet words to engage in a proper conversation, but to his surprise, she simply declared that if he ordered 3 bottles, she would accompany him in drinking. Fine, let's go with 3 bottles, Lu Xiaowan said, casting a knowing glance at Xiao Ba, who promptly understood and went to fetch the wine from the cellar, reveling in the fortune of encountering a generous patron. Gu Zheng, observing this, teased, one might think that Mrs. Li has taken up a side job as a wine hostess. Why not? Am I not fit to be a wine hostess? She retorted. Of course you are, he replied with a playful smirk. Oof. You old men, each one resembling a heartbreaker. Utterly despicable. What brings you to such a conclusion? He inquired, bemused. Well, it's clear that neither you nor Li Jincheng are good men. It was indeed a wise decision for him to stay, for this conversation was rife with gossip. Lu Xiaowan's sharp tongue was infuriating. Unexpectedly, she shifted the topic to his personal life. Isn't it late for the Gu family head to be out? Aren't you worried your wife might suspect you of mischief? Gu Zheng raised an eyebrow, responding, Hasn't Li Jincheng mentioned to you that I am yet to marry? At your age, still unmarried? Gu Zheng frowned. I am merely in my early 30s. Li Jincheng and I were born in the same year. Oh, I wonder what is wrong with people nowadays. No one seems keen on marriage anymore. Even Li Jincheng only married after a series of unfortunate events. She took a sip of her drink, noting its potency, and remarked, "It's simply a matter of having standards. If we Haven team met someone we like, why settle for less? Have you truly never encountered someone in all your 30 years? She pressed, "Actually, there's someone back in high school. I found a girl, quite charming, and was about to confess my feelings when guess what happened?" Lu Xiaowan, intrigued, urged him to continue. "I can't guess. Just tell me." "That girl went and confessed to Li Jincheng," he exclaimed, recalling the moment. "And I happened to witness it." "What about Li Jincheng? Did he accept her?" "Not at all. He was solely focused on his studies and uninterested in friendships." "At your age, hasn't he or your family arranged any blind dates for you?" she asked. Gu Zheng nearly choked on his drink. "I repeat, I am only in my early 30s. That hardly qualifies as old. You truly have a knack for irritating me. No wonder Li Jincheng argues with you." Taking a deep breath, he declared, "No one manages my affairs. I refuse to be controlled by others. What if I wanted to introduce someone to you?" she proposed, piquing his curiosity. "What do you mean?" he asked, suddenly intrigued by her intention. With her cheeks flushed from the drink, she grinned. "She's a super stunning beauty. A treasure of a woman. I don't introduce just anyone." She had promised to find a suitable match for her sister and thought Gu Zheng fit the bill as the head of the Gu family. A treasure of a woman? How beautiful must she be? Can I trust your words? Gu Zheng's curiosity was clearly aroused, prompting him to press for details, yet she stubbornly refused to divulge. "I won't tell you who she is." Gu Zheng, exasperated, said, "Then why bother introducing her? Unless you swear to treat her well for life, I won't introduce you." She insisted. Not everyone is worthy of her. He had never even seen this woman. How could he swear such a thing? "Are you out of your mind? What if you're setting a trap for me? Then when will you arrange for us to meet?" "Whenever." "Must you really insist on a vow? She may not even fancy you. You appear to be quite the dandy, exuding a charm that might not appeal to her. She prefers loyal men. If I like a woman, I can certainly be loyal." "I don't believe you," Gu Zheng stated, unwilling to engage further with her teasing, and instead inquired, "Isn't Li Jincheng sending someone to pick you up?" At the mention of Li Jincheng, Lu Xiaowan's expression soured again. "Why is it your concern?" In Li Jincheng's study, the old butler had made several trips back and forth, and after another visit, he reported, "Young master, the person we sent to watch said Madam went to a bar with a young handsome man and hasn't tea returned." "Leave it be," Li Jincheng replied indifferently. "Young master, Madam is drinking with a group of young men and has gotten quite tipsy. What if something happens? She's still young and naive. Can't you see that she left because you upset her? If she does something reckless, it will be on your head. That is her own doing. Madam's gathering has ended without incident, but the Gu family head has now appeared and is drinking with her. The observers noted they seem to be enjoying themselves. That has nothing to do with me. Since it doesn't concern you, then why not let it be? If you're truly worried, just send someone to bring her back." "You think I haven't sent someone?" "But Madam is furious and refuses to return. She said only if you come yourself will she consider it." Lu Xiaowan remained silent. It was the butler who was fabricating tales. She was not so self-absorbed as to believe her charm could compel Li Jincheng to come fetch her after he had just suggested they part ways earlier that day. Now, intoxicated, her only thought was about enjoying herself. After finishing 3 bottles of fine wine, she insisted Gu Zheng order 3 more. Although he readily agreed, he excused himself to the restroom to call Li Jincheng. Li Jincheng answered the call with an apathetic tone, only to hear Gu Zheng complain, "Li Jincheng, your little wife has drained me of several bottles of fine wine. When are you coming to take her home? No one is forcing you." "True, but this girl promised to introduce me to a treasure of a girlfriend. Naturally, my curiosity is piqued. Do you even know what kind of beauties your wife associates with?" "I do not." He exhibited no interest in her life, including her family. "Well, are you coming or not? I can handle being taken advantage of with the wine, but I can't just leave your wife here unattended. It's late. I need to head home. I'm not coming." With that, he hung up the phone. Gu Zheng was left speechless, realizing that the couple was indeed in a serious quarrel. Previously, they had been amicable, but now it seemed the discord was considerable. After all, with Li Jincheng confined to a wheelchair, how could he come and fetch her? What if he sent her home instead? That could easily attract unwanted media attention. Upon returning to the bar, Gu Zheng found only 3 empty bottles remaining, and Lu Xiaowan had vanished. Alarmed, he rushed to the bartender. "Where did that girl go?" Xiao Ba shot him a knowing look and replied, "Miss Lu is a regular here, but she drinks too much. We have a special room for her to rest in. Once she wakes up, she'll settle the bill. Such arrangements existed. He realized he had worried for nothing. All right. Are there really no safety concerns? 068. Am I going to be kicked out of my home? No, you need not worry. Our bar is equipped with surveillance cameras. It's all quite legitimate. When dealing with such a Navi patron, it's essential to maintain a courteous demeanor. Who knows? They might return to support the bar's business again in the future. Gujing noticed that it was getting late and nodded in response. All right, after all, she is the young mistress of the Li family. If anything were to happen, you would not be able to bear the consequences. After delivering this warning, Gujing turned to leave. Although he still felt somewhat uneasy, if the girl his husband wasn't he worried. Why should he, an outsider, fret? Moreover, Li Jincheng had truly not intervened. When the time came, he simply washed up and went to bed. Yet, unlike usual, he found himself unable to sleep. She had apologized, and he had accepted it. Therefore, she was free to leave. In the darkness of his life, he did not wish to entangle anyone within it. It was not until after 3 in the morning that Li Jincheng finally drifted off to sleep. That night, he dreamed again. However, rather than dreaming of his mother, he was immersed in a nightmarish vision soaked in blood. He dreamt of perishing alongside those people. In the dream, Li Hong berated him as a wretched son, a beast who should never have been born, a lifelong stain upon his existence. The very person most deserving of death. The woman who he was not intending to expel her merely because she had gone out for drinks the night before. Even before her departure, he had already contemplated sending her away. Now, he simply seized upon a convenient excuse. However, she would not acquiesce to his wishes. At this moment, she decided to linger at the entrance, squatting down and covering her face with her hands as tears streamed down her cheeks. The old butler, witnessing this, inquired with confusion, "Madam, are you not going inside?" Lu Xiaowan, maintaining her posture and voice thick with sobs, replied, "What is the point of going in? Li Jincheng no longer wants me. Sobi. He actually wants to throw me out. It was he who insisted on marrying me. And now that he has me, he no longer values me. Do you all think he's expelling me because I went out drinking? Not at all. The truth is, he wanted me to return home yesterday, and when I refused, we had a quarrel, which led me to seek solace in drinks." Really? A sudden voice from behind startled them. It was old Master Li. Upon hearing this, the old butler finally understood why the young mistress had not entered and had suddenly burst into tears. He hurriedly turned to salute, saying, "Old master, you have finally arrived." The household has descended into chaos. Old Master Li ignored him and approached Lu Xiaowan, asking gently, "Granddaughter-in-law, is what you just said true? Did Jincheng wish to send you away yesterday?" Wiping her tears, Lu Xiaowan looked up at him with reddened eyes, affirming, "Yes, Grandpa. Just because I reported to you about that incident the night before, the following day, things were going quite well between me and Li Jincheng. I even sincerely apologized for my prior rudeness, and he patiently helped me with numerous problems for my assignments. But then he suddenly said he wanted to enroll me in a closed private high school, and I refused. After that, he began to utter many heart-wrenching words, claiming he had no feelings for me whatsoever, wanting a divorce, sob. I merely scolded his father a few times the night before, and he treats me this way. But I do care for him. I heard that my father-in-law is not at all kind to him, treating him as if he were non-existent. I cannot hold my tongue out of indignation. Li Jincheng is so exceptional. Why will my father-in-law not appreciate him?" Upon hearing this, old Master Li began to grasp the situation. He thought to himself how remarkable this young lady was. She had only just married into the family, yet she had stirred feelings in his eldest grandson. It was clear that his grandson was terrified of his father and feared that having this girl by his side would implicate her and her family, which is why he sought to send her away. The thought of this made old Master Li's heart ache. Poor grandson, he had it tough indeed. Look at how oppressed he had become by his reckless father. "My dear, do you truly believe that Jincheng is a good man?" "Of course. Li Jincheng is my heart and soul. I have never regretted marrying him in this lifetime. I envision a future of growing old together." The old butler could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Already, after less than a month of marriage, they were having such troubles. "Well, with your words, young lady, I feel assured. You need not worry. Grandpa will take care of it. Grandpa, my father and siblings have arrived, and I do not know how to face them. Fear not, for Grandpa is here. I shall resolve everything for you. Rest assured, you will have a peaceful life with Jincheng." "Oh, how fortunate that I have such a caring grandfather. Otherwise, I would not know what to do." Her cries tugged at old Master Li's heartstrings. After a round of soothing words, he firmly grasped her wrist, adopting a demeanor that indicated he would take charge, and proceeded into the house. Meanwhile, the Lu family sat anxiously in the living room, each member feeling uneasy. After all, they had been there for quite some time without even a greeting. Wanwan was not home, and they could not reach their daughter. They would have to wait. When the door finally opened, it was old Master Li who entered. Lu Hosher quickly stood to greet him, and Lu Yicheng and the others followed suit. They were taken aback to see Lu Xiaowan beside old Master Li, her eyes red from crying. Each of them felt immense sympathy, wishing they could confront the Li family and whisk Lu Xiaowan away, nullifying this marriage altogether. Yet, they dared not offend them. Ahem, this is the first visit from our in-laws. Let us sit and talk. Lu Zhong, hurry and serve tea to our guests. Yes, I shall do so at once. In fact, tea had already been served, but the Lu family had arrived in a huff and had not touched it. They quickly replaced it with fresh tea. Lu Hosher, his expression stiff, remarked, Old Master Li. We won't sit, we have come today to. Old Master Li interrupted. No rush. The young couple is merely having a quarrel. It's not a big deal. As elders, we should guide them. Lu Zhong, hurry and summon your young master. Yes, I shall call him immediately. Lu Xiaowan quickly volunteered, Grandpa, I will go. His temper is stubborn, and I fear the butler may not be able to bring him down. Very well, you go. Old Master Li replied, then turned to Lu Hosher with a tone of satisfaction. Look, the young couple has a good relationship. As husband and wife, squabbles and reconciliations are nothing to fret over. As elders, we should counsel them well, and they will surely find their way. Thus, was the notion of sending Wanwan away merely a unilateral desire of Li Jincheng? Not only was Wanwan unwilling, but old Master Li was also reluctant to see her go. It seemed that today, retrieving Wanwan would be a challenge. The father and son of the Lu family exchanged glances, deciding to adapt their approach as necessary. Indeed, old Master Li was shrewd and not easily swayed. With a few words, he had the Lu family in his grasp. My granddaughter-in-law is but a young lady. It is entirely normal for her to go out and enjoy herself with friends. I am not an antiquated man, unable to understand the youthful spirit. In my eyes, such matters are trivial. Even if she were to trend on social media, it would not be a significant issue. The Lu family could only concede. They understood that Wanwan had erred. As long as the Li family did not cast her out, they had no right to take her away, for the one at fault was indeed their Wanwan. In the study upstairs, Lu Xiaowan rushed in and seized Li Jincheng's hand, biting down firmly. Not long after, a distinct red mark appeared on the back of his hand. Li Jincheng silently observed her, allowing her to finish her bite without withdrawing his hand. After biting him, Lu Xiaowan glared up at him with tearful eyes and demanded, Li Jincheng, why must you force me away? Because I do not like it. Then do you dislike me? Not dislike, but I find you somewhat bothersome. Lu Xiaowan squatted before him, gazing up with a sniffle. If you remain silent, I shall assume you do not dislike me. My father, along with my brother and sister, have all been alerted and are waiting downstairs. Your grandfather has also arrived. What shall we do now? I dislike it. You are not allowed to dislike it. I do not care. You are the one who insisted on marrying me. Regardless of the reasons, you are already married, and you must take responsibility. I refuse to be cast out in such disgrace. We may not cultivate any feelings together, and in due time, we can part amicably, but it must not come to this, being thrown out. I am merely 20 years old, and you have already ruined half of my life. Will you destroy the other half as well? Yes, I understand it is due to my reckless words and actions that have led to this. I acknowledge my mistakes. I cannot place all the blame on you. Could you accompany me in continuing this performance? I do not wish for my father, now advanced in years, to be subjected to the incessant gossip and scrutiny in the future merely because he raised an unworthy daughter, a daughter who only brings shame to our family. Seeing the young girl before me with her eyes reddened, her gaze sincere yet humble, Li Jincheng found himself speechless, unable to refuse her plea, because truly, not all the blame lay with her. His earnestness with a mere girl revealed his own flaws. After a long pause, he finally spoke. How long? How much time? Perhaps until I am admitted to university? That could very well be an indefinite period. Li Jincheng gazed at her silently. Lu Xiaowan, feeling somewhat guilty under his stare, coughed lightly and suggested maybe half a year? If, after half a year, you find that you dislike me even a little, I will leave on my own. 3 months. Don't. 3 months is too short, she protested. It will pass in the blink of an eye. Just 3 months. Li Jincheng, you shouldn't be so petty. After exchanging glances for a long time, Lu Xiaowan finally capitulated, sniffing as she agreed. Fine, 3 months then, but during these 3 months, you must act as a good husband, a good son-in-law. I won't. Study hard, she added eagerly. Isn't that what you do every day, poring over books? Later, I'll pick out a couple of books for you to learn from. He was uninterested in such pursuits. That's settled then. My father and grandfather are waiting downstairs. I'll push you down. Li Jincheng had yet to respond when Lu Xiaowan, circling behind him, pushed him toward the door. Very well. 3 months was a mere span of time. He could endure it, consider it a way to give this girl an explanation. Yet, behind him, a triumphant smile played on Lu Xiaowan's lips. Little girl, I won't be defeated by you. I, Lu Xiaowan, am skilled in all manner of arts. Deception and trickery come effortlessly to me. After 3 months, I will find another excuse. Since Li Jincheng dared to marry her, he would be bound to her for life. How could she not? With his handsome face, gazing at him repeatedly made everything else seem dull, just ordinary features. Even his angry expression, she found irresistibly attractive. Just thinking about it. If such a man were to no longer belong to her, to become someone else's husband, a father to someone else's children, made her heart ache terribly. Therefore, she would never let go. Even if he disliked her, she would fight to the end. After all, her charm was undeniable. Surely one day, he would come to love her. Below, as the Lu family was being thoroughly scolded by old Master Lu, suddenly the glass elevator door in the living room slid open. All eyes were drawn to it. Before long, Lu Area and Lu Xiaowan's eyes began to sparkle. Oh my, wasn't Li Jincheng supposed to be old, ugly, and crippled? How did their little sister get such incredible luck? Is this divine beauty truly her brother-in-law? Even Lu Hoshi and Lu Yicheng were somewhat stunned by Li Jincheng's remarkable appearance. As Li Jincheng appeared, the room fell into a hush. Old Master Lu was the first to speak. Look at that, such a perfect match. Standing together, they resemble a pair of jade carvings, dazzling to behold. Stop. Comparing their daughter to Li Jincheng as a matchmaker's praise is just flattering her. That is divine-level beauty, another chimed in. Yes, though his legs are indeed disabled. Sitting in a wheelchair, it does not diminish Li Jincheng's demeanor. It's as if a celestial being has descended to traverse calamity. Yes, being crippled is a calamity. No, encountering their daughter is a calamity. And his oppressive father is also his calamity. This was the first impression Li Jincheng left on the Lu family. For a moment, their moods were quite complex. Lu Xiaowan, smiling warmly, pushed Li Jincheng forward and announced, Dad, brothers, sisters, this is my husband, Li Jincheng. He is a bit shy, so before I return home with Grandpa, he didn't dare come down to meet you. Please don't take offense. The Lu family members. Weren't they surprised by how polite and considerate their sister was? It was unusual. Lu Hoshi was the first to react, waving his hand. It's nothing. Dad, today you suddenly came over. What's the occasion? You're already married, so why haven't we visited you before? We happen to be free today, so we came to see you. Old Master Lu nodded eagerly. Yes. As relatives, we should visit more often. Lu Zhong, arrange the kitchen to prepare a hearty lunch. Let us stay for a meal. Lu Xiaowan happily agreed. Exactly, Dad. Since you're here, you must stay and have a meal. Li Jincheng, and I will host you properly. Lu Hoshi agreed. All right, then let us eat together. Since you can't leave now, might as well settle in for a bit. That way, if anything comes up later, we can step in. Old Master Lu, delighted, began to engage in lively conversation, mostly discussing the future prospects of the Lu family. Occasionally, he offered advice, which Lu Hoshi listened attentively to. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowan, after pushing Li Jincheng into view, turned away to whisper with her sisters about how handsome her husband was. See, isn't he handsome? She gushed. Tell your husband he looks good. Stop bragging. Lu, you teased. Such a heartless girl. I think you've been completely captivated. I saw it clearly. The moment my husband appeared, your eyes were glued. Lu it unayable. Just admiration. And it better be genuine admiration for such good looks. Fine, I get it. Your husband is handsome. No more bragging. Why isn't Mom here? Ahem. Mom thought we could bring you home today and help tidy up the house. What? You're here to pick me up? Not to support me? Otherwise, if Li Jincheng wants to kick you out, what backing do we have? Lu Xiaowan rolled her eyes. I just like how you all seem to care so little about yourselves for my sake. Were not you recklessly disregarding everything? They replied. Yes, yes. I'd only drag the whole family down. But I know that even if our Lu family falls apart, I can still ensure you all live well. I just don't want everyone to live without backbone, as if they're merely waiting for someone to exploit. Really? How do you plan to make us live well? Secret. I can do it no matter what. TSK, TSK. Before long, my little sister will truly grow up. Lu Xiaowan threw herself into Lu Aria's embrace, coquettishly. I've already become an adult. Meanwhile, Li Jincheng, eager to learn more, hesitated briefly before initiating a conversation with Li Jincheng, albeit somewhat awkwardly. For example, he asked brother-in-law, what do you usually do at home? Li Jincheng responded calmly, reading books, handling work. As far as I know, brother-in-law doesn't hold any position at Li Corporation, right? Private affairs. Indeed, it seems brother-in-law is discreet and talented at a young age. Ahem. Thank you, brother-in-law, for your help during the Wu family's forced marriage incident. Thanks to Lu Xiaowan. Actually, our family never expected my sister to succeed, so brother-in-law doesn't need to push her too hard. Li Jincheng regarded him with an unusual gaze and remarked, failing the college entrance examination twice is hardly significant for you, is it? It was not entirely so, primarily because everyone was aware of his younger sister's carefree disposition. If pressed too hard, she might develop a rebellious attitude. And what if she became disinclined to attend school altogether? Understood, it was indeed an overindulgence. Li Jincheng refrained from speaking further. After all, in 3 months, Lu Xiaowan would return to the Lu family. After that, her life would have no ties to him. Lu Yicheng continued the conversation. What kind of books does my brother-in-law usually read at home? Just miscellaneous books, nothing worth mentioning. It seemed that the conversation had reached a stalemate. However, with lunchtime still far off, they could not simply sit idly. How about you take me to your study for a visit? Would that be too forward? Not all. It's fine. At last, the awkwardness dissipated. Even finding a book to read upstairs was preferable to remaining in this uncomfortable chat. Where are you two going? Lu Xiaowan inquired curiously as she saw them preparing to leave. My brother-in-law is taking me to his study for a look. I've never been there before. Oh. Then you two go ahead. Be sure to take good care of our Li Jincheng. He is rather honest and not very talkative. Lu Yicheng's lips twitched slightly. Is my temperament truly that poor? Of course not. I merely hope you two will get along well. Primarily, Li Jincheng's disregard for others could be quite vexing. She was just concerned about her brother getting annoyed, though she could not express it directly. It was indeed quite challenging for her. Don't worry. I'll just go upstairs to pick a book. All right. My Li Jincheng is knowledgeable and talented. His study is filled with an abundance of excellent books. Look at you, boasting so shamelessly. Lu Yicheng declared he no longer wished to see, actively pushing Li Jincheng forward. However, Li Jincheng was unaccustomed to being pushed by strangers and merely stated, I can manage on my own. Very well. Old Master Li observed everything with keen eyes. Feeling quite pleased, my eldest grandson seldom interacts with strangers and is rather taciturn. See, they truly are a couple. After spending some time together, they've already grasped each other's temperaments. Lu Hosher chuckled. They are all good children, including my little daughter, who is performing remarkably today, though it is somewhat difficult to adjust to. By the way, I heard your second daughter was called off from an engagement. I apologize for that. Old Master Li said with a knowing expression, let me assure you, as long as I am here, the matters involving Jincheng and his father will surely not implicate your Lu family. And concerning your second daughter, just wait. I will assist in arranging a suitable match for her. Lu Xiaowan just happened to overhear this and quickly interjected, Grandpa, please don't. I can handle my second sister's marriage. I already have someone in mind. Oh, who is this young man? Lu Hosher and the Lu sisters looked at her with curiosity. Lu Xiaowan adopted a mysterious demeanor. It's a secret, and merely a preliminary idea. I plan to investigate further and ensure he is worthy of my second sister before making any arrangements. This girl is rather enigmatic. If that doesn't work out, I will still assist from my end. After all, the children of the Lu family are of good stock. When old Lu was alive, he often boasted about his descendants. I would often feel envious. Despite having lost his wife, he remarried a woman with a past and brought in a daughter without blood ties. As the saying goes, blended families often face complications. Yet, the Lu family broke that mold. Not only did they avoid conflict, but they also managed to live harmoniously. It was said that the Lu family's daughter-in-law soon bore twins, a boy and a girl, securing her place as Mrs. Lu. Both children were well-loved and integrated smoothly with the elder siblings. It was rumored that all 5 siblings shared an excellent relationship. The couple treated all the children equally, fostering unity among them. The youngest son, it was said, was exceptionally bright. He even managed to enroll in a prestigious university abroad, likely not returning until after graduation. The Lu family truly knew how to raise children, unlike his own, but he decided not to dwell on that. It only ignited his frustration. After all, his eldest son, despite being in a second marriage, had strayed during his first and even brought the mistress home. If not for the stature of the Li family, no one would dare speak of it. Otherwise, they would surely be drowned in public scorn. Having lived for over half his life, he felt his dignity was at stake. Reflecting on his elderly father, Lu Xiaowan chuckled. My father is quite fond of these children and often praises how well we raised them. It's a pity his health is poor. He lacks the good fortune you possess. Who told Grandpa I liked her? Old Master Li waved his hand dismissively. It's possible he has better fortune than I, enjoying life elsewhere. That old man knew how to save her life. With your good wishes, I hope my father finds peace in a better place. In response, Lu Xiaowan nodded. Grandpa has indeed gone to enjoy a better life. Old Master Li smiled, though. What do you know, little girl? When Grandpa was ill, he told me Grandma missed him and wanted him to join her soon. He also mentioned Grandma had arranged everything for him over there according to his preferences, so he would enjoy himself upon arrival. That's why I didn't cry when he left, because I knew he was taken by Grandma. Hearing this, Old Master Li felt a pang of bittersweetness in his heart. These children you raised are all so understanding. Lu Xiaowan nodded in agreement. I'm not boasting. My children are truly exceptional. I only wish for them to find good homes in the future. Rest assured, with me watching over, they will surely find wonderful partners. Very well. I shall take your blessing to heart. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowan was being pressed by Lu area for answers. So, who do you found for me? Oh, sister. Why are you in such a hurry? I told you it's not yet settled. Once it's confirmed, I will let you know. I'm just worried you might make a hasty decision. I wouldn't dream of it. If I were reckless, I wouldn't be able to remain so composed before anything is confirmed. So you refuse to tell me, do you? I must ensure he is truly worthy of my beautiful second sister before I speak. Oh, just how beautiful. Lu area, who maintained her figure meticulously amidst her work, was not only beautiful of face, but also possessed a shapely figure with a slender waist and long legs, a perfect embodiment of beauty. Her long, unstyled, natural black hair framed her face. In Lu Xiaowan's eyes, her second sister was the epitome of perfection, truly an alluring figure. Thus, until she was certain of Guzhong, she would not divulge anything. She is like a celestial being descended to earth. Lu Xiaowan looked at her with a hint of envy. What about me? Third sister, you are the smartest. And cool too. You're super impressive when you box. The academics' extracurricular skill was boxing. Lu Xiaowan sported a shoulder-length bob, giving her an exceptionally cool appearance. Her look was strikingly different from Lu Aria's softness. Rather, she had a fierce demeanor. When Lu Xiaowan was younger, she was somewhat intimidated by her third sister. In the study upstairs, Lu Jincheng noticed a stack of exam papers written by Lu Xiaowan on Li Jincheng's desk. Driven by curiosity, he pulled out a few sheets to examine. Li Jincheng said lightly, your foundational knowledge is quite lacking. To achieve progress, you must start from the basics. Lu Jincheng merely responded with 3 words, feeling a bit amused. Indeed, it was somewhat laughable. Suddenly, Lu Jincheng's expression turned serious as he said, there were some things I couldn't say in front of the old man downstairs. But now that it's just you and me, I must ask you directly. What are your true intentions regarding my little sister? Nothing serious. She promised to part ways in 3 months. So, is it that my sister doesn't wish to leave? Or have you bribed our maid? I do not feel guilty about this, as we all know our little sister's temperament. Our family cannot rest easy without keeping an eye on her. She does not wish to leave. Lu Jincheng frowned. What is the reason? Is she embarrassed? Indeed, that is quite characteristic of her. She feels that personal embarrassment is trivial, but if it brings shame to the entire family, she would feel extremely guilty. In her eyes, that is a grave matter. Lu Jincheng sighed lightly. It is hard for you to bear the burden. Our little sister has been spoiled by us in childhood and is somewhat willful. I can see that. Can't you be a bit more courteous? A man of steel? There is no need to bear this. In 3 months, she and I will have no further connections. You say that. Don't you feel irresponsible? My little sister is a good girl. Even if she has offended you, you shouldn't use marriage as a lesson for her. Well, it is as it is. What are your plans moving forward? As she has stated, after 3 months, we shall have no further interactions. All right, since it is your mutual decision, I will respect it. Once the 3 months are up, I will come to take her home. Good. However, after the Lu family had dinner at the villa and were about to leave, Lu Jincheng discreetly pulled Lu Xiaowan aside to inquire further. Lu Xiaowan's reply was, "Brother, you needn't concern yourself with my matters. It is impossible for me and Li Jincheng to part ways in this lifetime." What I said was merely a temporary measure. To placate him, Lu Jincheng responded, "What else could it be? With such a handsome husband, it would be quite a sight to show him off. I could never bear to let someone else enjoy that. You're hopeless, but he clearly doesn't care for you. All right, brother. I have a clear understanding of this. Just wait and see how happy my future days will be. Fine. I shall wait to see just how happy you will be. In any case, if one day Li Jincheng no longer wants my sister, he can always come back to take her home." Not long after the Lu family left, Old Master Li went to Li Jincheng's study and earnestly advised him with a series of perplexing remarks that left Li Jincheng somewhat bewildered. After finishing, the old man suddenly said, "If you do not believe that your grandfather can protect you, then I shall simply transfer all my shares to you. You can fight for them yourself." Li Jincheng scoffed at this. "I do not need those. You stubborn child. If you truly care for that girl, you must fight for her with your heart. A grown man should not be unable to protect the one he loves." Li Jincheng's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Who told grandfather that I like her? Is it not so? I do not have feelings for her." "I do not believe you. If you had no feelings, why would you send her away after her sister's engagement was annulled? You were merely afraid of dragging her down, weren't you? I was once young after all. What do you think I do not understand? In any case, if you trust me, your father cannot act recklessly with me around. If not, I will give you all the shares of the Li Group. You can fight against him however you please. As long as you do not ruin the company and harm the family's foundation, you may do as you wish. I have already said, I do not need it." He did not covet such things. "Child, if you do not have some capital, how can you protect anyone? She is merely a wild girl from a humble background. There is nothing to protect." Old Master Li had forgotten how his grandson had ended up injured. Before Li Jincheng's coming-of-age ceremony, the old man had announced that he would transfer all his shares of the Li Group to him on his birthday. Yet soon after, Li Jincheng had an accident that nearly cost him his life. The old man recalled the past, and his face wrinkled in sorrow. "Child, what do you want me to do about things without evidence? Should I kill my own son to vent my anger for you?" Li Jincheng coolly rubbed. "Grandfather should return now. You cannot rush me away like that. In any case, consider what I have said. Whenever you want it, I will be ready to give it to you. Some things must be fought for on your own. Not fighting or grabbing will only lead to being bullied and looked down upon." Li Jincheng did not wish to continue the conversation. Seeing his demeanor, Old Master Li sighed and left. He truly did not believe it. A grown man could live without desires? If he had no desires, then let them be sparked. If he had no needs, then let him find something to strive for. In any case, that girl from the Lu family was clearly not someone who could be left to her own devices. Such a person next to his grandson was sure to stir emotions. While Lu Xiaowan was unreliable, Old Master Li thought she would make an excellent granddaughter-in-law. Upon returning to the old residence, he had the servants gather a plethora of fine gifts from the Li family's storeroom to send to Lu Xiaowan. When the items arrived at the villa, the old butler joyfully introduced, "Young madam, the old master has truly been generous this time. Just look at these dragon and phoenix jade bracelets. They are worth a fortune. They are no less valuable than your sports car." Lu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled. "Really? So they are worth over $1 billion? Indeed, it is a fortune. Of course, why would this old servant deceive you? And this inkstone, although the old master intends to encourage you to study hard, it is indeed an antique. I recall the old master bought it at an auction a few years ago for over 10 million. Wow, what a treasure. And these pieces of jewelry, though made of gold, are clearly ancient craftsmanship. They are all worth a fortune. Quickly, take all these things upstairs and go buy me a safe. I want to keep them well. Of course, I will take care of that right away, young madam. All bonuses will be issued at the end of the month." "Thank you, young madam. You are truly beautiful and kind-hearted." The old butler added to him, "Young madam, our servant salaries and bonuses are all issued by the young master. Shouldn't you ask him first?" Lu Xiaowan waved her hand dismissively. "What is there to ask? I can manage my own accounts. What can he do about my private matters?" The old butler smiled. Well, he cannot interfere. Then I shall thank you on behalf of everyone. This is nothing. As long as I have a meal, you all will have soup to drink. We benefit from each other, living happily. From that day forth, Lu Xiaowan's standing in the eyes of the villa's servants nearly surpassed that of Li Jincheng. Indeed, they were all creatures who would rise early only for profit. Li Jincheng was well aware of this, but chose to turn a blind eye, for it was merely a matter of 3 months. Having received the generous gifts from old Master Li, Lu Xiaowan did not forget to go upstairs and boast to Li Jincheng. He remained indifferent, as what his grandfather gave was hers and had nothing to do with him. Lu Xiaowan, in high spirits, said, "Grandfather must know you treat me poorly, so he's trying to comfort me." Is that why you lied to grandfather? Claiming I like you? How'd he know? Indeed, she had misled old Master Li. Lu Xiaowan stubbornly retorted, "Is that not the case? Deceiving others, and deceiving oneself? It seems as though you, a being who appears to exist like a robot, comprehend the emotions of us humans. What if you were to secretly develop feelings for me? Such audacity! Regardless, I am determined to be your wife for 3 months. Treat me kindly, and your life shall be more agreeable, is it not? Bring over the exam paper. I shall write here." What? Discuss the questions? Oh, must we not allow her 3 extra seconds of joy? How beastly! Nevertheless, she quite enjoys Li Jincheng's teaching style. The key lies in his handsome appearance, melodious voice, and the fact that she can actually understand what he conveys. The afternoon hours were almost entirely spent together in the study. The old butler came in several times to serve tea and fruit platters, reporting back to the old master with satisfaction. In response, old Master Li could not help but exclaim, "The daughter of the old Lu family truly is capable." Meanwhile, his eldest grandson merely pretended to be obstinate. This young fellow will sooner or later seek my assistance. At the Li family estate, the second young mistress Sun Wanru, having just returned from charming and amusing the old mistress, immediately sought out her mother-in-law. "Mother-in-law, I just overheard the servants at the old residence mention that after the old master went out, he rewarded them with numerous gifts, all from the storeroom's finest." Upon hearing this, the current Madame Li, Bai Ji, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Are you feeling envious?" "Mother-in-law, please do not jest with me. I am not so superficial. You have bestowed upon me plenty of treasures in the past, and I do not covet those." "Naturally, you do not covet them, but I have noticed that wild girl over there truly cherishes them. Considering that the Lu family is of modest means, she has likely never encountered such fine things." "That is certainly true. I have heard that the young lady from the Lu family possesses a rather shallow nature, and her reputation among the minor noble circles is not particularly favorable. She has offended quite a few people, including the Gu family's niece, with whom she has quite the contentious relationship." "Oh, the Gu family?" "Indeed, the Gu family has only one son in this generation, Gu Zheng, who has long since taken the reins. His marriage prospects are under the scrutiny of numerous noble families. I have heard that. Our little sister is quite interested in him. The Gu family indeed represents a favorable match. Entering the family means becoming the matriarch, and it is only natural to be eyed by others. It remains to be seen who will ultimately win his heart." Sun Wanru eagerly flattered, saying, "If you have intentions, it will surely be our family that gains him. Our little sister is extraordinarily beautiful and has returned from overseas. Among all the noble young ladies in the capital, how many can truly compare to her?" Madame Li's lips curled into a gentle smile as she replied, "Let Aizhu decide for herself. After all, she is Bai Ji's daughter. She deserves the best." Sun Wanru smiled knowingly and asked, "So, you truly will not intervene in that matter? A wild girl from a small family is hardly worth mentioning. It is not my place to act. How delightful, indeed. My mother-in-law is the most generous lady among the noble circles of the capital. No one can surpass you." Although Sun Wanru spoke thus, she was well aware that her mother-in-law would not remain entirely passive. For them, everything belonging to the Li family should be inherited by her husband. The second young master of the Li family, Li Jincheng, is unworthy of any share. Whatever he swallows will eventually be regurgitated. Thus, it is indeed of little consequence. Lu Xiaowan had been dutifully staying at home for several days, attending Li Jincheng's lectures for 2 hours each morning and afternoon. The rest of the time was spent at her leisure, often visiting Li Jincheng's gym to work up a sweat. After exhausting her body, she would hire a masseur to come to her home, living a life of unparalleled comfort. Her error rate had visibly decreased, almost leading to her becoming insufferably proud. However, this idyllic existence was abruptly interrupted when she received a phone call from her younger brothers. While indulging in a soothing oil massage, she leaped off the massage table, exclaiming, "What did you say? My mother was splashed with wine?" The masseur was nearly startled out of her wits. Lu Xiaowan shot her a glance and said, "Today assess what of the anger? How intense is it? The kind of fury that feels as though my little universe is on the brink of explosion. Speak, for I am nearly at my wit's end. I feel an overwhelming urge to storm into someone's home and splash a bucket of filthy water onto their face. But should I do that? What if I offend them?" Li Jincheng gazed at her with a complex expression and inquired, "When did you become so timid?" Lu Xiaowan retorted, "When you nearly left my entire family without a path to survive. If I go, will you stand by me afterward? If so, I shall indeed go. Yet what of the aftermath 3 months hence? What advantage is there for me in making enemies of the Lu family?" Lu Xiaowan pouted, "I care not for the future. I only focus on the present. If I am displeased now, I refuse to stifle it. I shall vent my frustration and then see what comes next. Why should I burden myself with future concerns? If I were to dwell on everything, life would be far too exhausting. There is merit in that perspective." Li Jincheng remained silent for a moment before stating, "If you wish to go, then go." "Then I shall truly go," she affirmed. "Very well. Will you support me?" "Yes, go ahead." Unbeknownst to the Lu family, Lu Xiaowan single-handedly splashed dirt on the faces of 10 wealthy ladies in a single day. She arrived at their doors, wielding a bucket and splashing them directly. Afterward, she did not forget to issue a stern warning. "I understand that Madame Wang did not intend to splash my mother, but rest assured I, Lu Xiaowan, am brave enough to admit my actions were deliberate, and I have come specifically to splash you. If you are dissatisfied, come to the Li residence and confront me." The other participants, after receiving their share of the splashing, also issued their own threats. "Go look in the mirror and see how ugly your own faces are. A bunch of opportunists. I, Lu Xiaowan, shall trample you every time I see you from now on." When it was the Hu family's turn, Lu Xiaowan did not splash water, but instead stormed into their living room and shattered a multitude of items to vent her frustrations. "From now on, do not invite any members of the Lu family to your gatherings. After all, your family is unworthy." Her actions left the various noble families of the capital utterly astonished. Such a retaliatory act was shockingly crude and straightforward. This new Mrs. Li behaved like a bandit. Who would dare provoke her again? The wealthy ladies who were splashed refrained from showing their faces for quite some time, feeling thoroughly humiliated. However, they all harbored resentment towards the Lu family. When the members of the Lu family caught wind of the news, their expressions were incredibly complex. Here was the daughter they had desperately tried to protect, yet could not, ultimately defending them instead. Mrs. Lu, when splashed and ridiculed by the crowd, had not shed a tear. Yet now, as she witnessed her daughter avenging her, having offended over 10 noble families, she could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. Wanan, was this truly necessary? Offending so many people. How will we face the consequences? The Li family is already deeply entrenched. Life may not be easy for you in the future. With so many enemies, it could become even more challenging. What if you encounter those noble ladies later on and face retaliation? Who will stand by you? Lu Hosher sighed. "Isn't raising a son or daughter for moments like this? We sympathize with your plight and wish to support you." Lu Yicheng took a deep breath and declared, "Mom and Dad, I may bring my girlfriend home soon." What? The entire family was captivated by this statement. Lu Area expressed her surprise. "When did you get a girlfriend, big brother?" Lu Hosher added, "Yes. Weren't you always reluctant to marry?" Lu Sangwa frowned, "Big brother, you aren't sacrificing your own marriage because of our family's difficult situation, are you?" Lu Yicheng shook his head, "No. It's actually a girl who has been pursuing me, writing me love letters for a long time. Recently, she suddenly came to a realization and thinks quite well of me. It's time for her to settle down." "Who is she?" "Someone is pursuing you." "How come I didn't know?" Lu Area asked, intrigued. Lu Yicheng cleared his throat. "You've met her. She works in our Lu Corporation in an administrative role." "Xiao Wang." "No." "Xiao Ting." "Not her either." "Big brother, you can't be referring to the last one. You've lost your mind." Lu Hosher frowned. "What do you mean? Is the last one not good enough?" "Dad, you should know her. She's the one from the Human Resources Department. The chubby girl." "What? The chubby girl? I have no recollection of her." "Yicheng, you like chubby girls?" Lu Yicheng nodded. "Yes. She may be a bit chubby, but she's quite adorable." "Brother, I cannot believe you have this preference. You are not me. How can you know my preferences?" Lu Hosher frowned. Is she really that bad? Don't listen to Arya. She works at the company. If you're curious, you can see for yourself. She has a good foundation, just a bit overweight. I will arrange a time next week to bring her home to meet you. Lu Arya looked exasperated. Is that what you call a bit overweight? The girl loves food and has a good appetite. There's nothing wrong with that. Brother, I cannot comprehend this. The only daughter of the Tang family in the capital. Can you understand? The others? Absolutely. But Lu Hosher was the first to voice his opposition, no? Our Lu family is not in a position to sell our son or daughter for glory. Lu Arya concurred. Exactly. Are we to sacrifice your happiness for the sake of our sister's future? Lu Jincheng raised an eyebrow. Do you not have similar thoughts? If not, then why is your browser filled with searches about the heirs of the top noble families in the capital? I was merely curious. No need for explanations. Those who understand, understand. Moreover, I do not see this as a sacrifice. That young lady may be a bit plump, but she is indeed quite charming, and I have been touched by her sincerity. She is my junior from university, and she wrote me love letters long ago, pursuing me until I joined the company. So how did you discover her background? She confessed it to me herself. Given her background as the only child, she never thought of seeking a son-in-law. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly come to us. But for me, she would strive for it without needing to. Lu Arya's lips twitched. Brother, are you feeling proud? Not at all. The girl is quite clever. She never revealed her identity until recently. She heard about your broken engagement and knew about our sister marrying into the Li family, and she's aware of the Li family situation. She knew that I would not marry a girl from an ordinary family, as such a union would not benefit the family. So she came to me directly and promised that once she marries in, she will be a qualified sister-in-law, taking care of each of you. Thus, I was indeed moved by her sincerity. Lu Xiaowan expressed her complex feelings. Brother, you seem to be quite popular. Of course. Lu Arya frowned. Then why did you not mention this earlier? Why only after our sister went to take revenge did you bring it up? So you made this decision just now? I initially intended to introduce her after bringing her home. Now I've simply accelerated the timeline. Is that wrong? Brother, enough with the worries. Fate has bestowed this opportunity, so pursue it. But if you do not genuinely like her and are merely drawn to her status, is that fair to her? Silly girl, emotions can be cultivated. I do not believe that you will truly like her. You are not me. How can you know my feelings? The previous incident regarding the Wu family's coercion in marriage had indeed ruffled her feathers once. I recall the moment she sought me out, her hesitance evident. It seemed she could hardly contain the urge to confront me back then. In hindsight, it was rather endearing. This time, however, she cornered me in the men's restroom at the company, boldly laying everything on the table. I refrained from giving an immediate response, opting instead to ponder my answer. Indeed, aside from her status, there are aspects of her that genuinely captivate me. Lu Xiaowan inquired about that unwavering affection. Indeed, how precious it is to have a woman who has harbored feelings for me since our university days, pursuing me for several years. As a man, that alone makes it worthwhile. Observing his smug demeanor, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for words. This is the essence of one being tamed by another, is it not? They mused. Whether he was a reluctant sacrifice or genuinely in love seemed ambiguous, given Lu Arya's description of the lady. Ultimately, they decided to let him be. After all, they were adults capable of making their own choices. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowan, having vented her frustrations throughout the day, felt elated. At dinner, she devoured 2 large bowls of rice. After finishing, she eagerly expressed her gratitude to Li Jincheng, saying, "Thank you for having my back. Feeling good?" He inquired. "Of course. How dare they bully my mother? Let us take them down." Li Jincheng regarded her fierce expression with a complexity of emotions. Once upon a time, he too wished to protect his mother, but back then, he was still young and lacked understanding. Unfortunately, that opportunity had long since passed. The old steward, observing the harmonious interaction between them, couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Who would have thought that just days ago, this couple was on the verge of a breakup? Truly, it seems that couples have always bickered, yet reconciled thereafter. Li Jincheng, I feel as though I am not doing enough. What must I do to ensure that all the noble ladies in the capital recognize my mother as a formidable woman backed by me? The young mistress of the Li family? The old steward promptly replied, "This is quite simple. Young master possesses a black gold card, given by the old master after you moved out of the ancestral home. You have never used it. If the young mistress were to claim it for a single use at the auction, it would spread like wildfire. Once they realize you're standing in the Li family, They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, that card is a secondary card from the old master. It draws from the family as public funds, which carries significant weight. Lu Xiaowan, with a puzzled glance at Li Jincheng, asked, "Would he allow me to use it?" The old steward chuckled. "That depends on the young mistress's capabilities." Thus, with a crowd eager to stir trouble, she saw no reason to remain polite. "Li Jincheng, have you eaten enough? Is there something you need? You've heard everything, so stop pretending to be oblivious. Just let me use it once. After all, your reluctance to utilize those funds indicates your disdain for them. Why should we let others benefit at our expense? Since you know I disdain to use it, what is stopping you? I believe we should use it liberally, to the point where it causes them genuine discomfort." The old steward nodded in agreement. Indeed, the young master hasn't touched the Li family's funds for years. They might think he is afraid to use them. Nonsense. We have no reason to fear. We simply have bigger plans. Li Jincheng remained silent, continuing his meal. Lu Xiaowan adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Li Jincheng, you haven't met my mother. She is genuinely a kind-hearted person. I still remember when I had a high fever as a child. She held me tightly, fearing I might suffer brain damage. That memory often visits my dreams. My mother is so wonderful. Why should she be looked down upon or bullied? As her daughter, it is my duty to elevate her status and ensure everyone knows she is not to be trifled with." Li Jincheng paused, his hands stilling as memories of his own childhood illness flooded back. He recalled the nights when someone stayed out late, oblivious to his plight, while his mother tenderly comforted him, singing lullabies to soothe his discomfort. "The code is 8 zeros in the second drawer of the study. Go fetch it." "Yay, Li Jincheng, you are the best. Rest assured, even if I don't bankrupt the Li family tomorrow, I will ensure they feel the pinch." "Whatever you say," he replied nonchalantly. The old steward, witnessing this exchange, felt immense satisfaction, believing that the young master and mistress had truly become a couple. Their harmony was palpable. The young master was indeed breaking more and more precedents for her sake. This bodes well for them. Even if the old master learns of it, he would undoubtedly feel gratified, regardless of how much the young mistress might spend to cause discomfort to those at the ancestral home. "By the way, Li Jincheng, I noticed there's a stretched Rolls-Royce in the garage. Is that yours?" The old steward quickly clarified. "Young master finds it inconvenient to travel. Thus it is his dedicated vehicle. Quite spacious. May I borrow it for a day?" "Young master, surely you wouldn't be so stingy with the young mistress?" Li Jincheng shot him a glare, but said nothing. He couldn't fathom why Lu Zhong, who had once been so disdainful towards Lu Xiaowan, now supported her wholeheartedly. Yet he found it too tedious to think about. A charming young lady, indeed, easily wins hearts. It was merely 3 months, after all. "Li Jincheng, I knew you would be generous." Tomorrow, when I ride your Rolls-Royce to pick up my mother for the auction, I shall undoubtedly be the center of attention. So immature, like a child yet to grow up. I'm full now. Li Jincheng, let us go for a walk." "No need." "Yes, we must. Since you've been so kind to me, I ought to reciprocate." With that, she ignored his refusal and stood, pushing him out the door. The old steward watched, his eyes almost squinting with delight. The household staff, one by one, raised their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, "The young mistress is truly remarkable." Indeed, the young master barely acknowledged anyone before, yet now he is completely captivated by her. Since the young mistress arrived, the villa has become so lively. Besides, we've received bonuses twice in a row. If this continues for another 2 years, I might be able to buy a house in the suburbs of the capital. That as for your brother, isn't it, you little sneaky one? I'm certainly not. Why buy a house? My name will undoubtedly be on it. The master was absent, and the servants engaged in lively conversation, with the old butler turning a blind eye. Who could have imagined that a villa, which just a month ago had felt as eerie as a haunted house, could now be so vibrant and bustling? It felt rather delightful. Outside the villa, the moonlight was just right. Lu Xiaowan leisurely pushed Li Jincheng along, humming a little tune. The gentle evening breeze brushed against them, creating a sense of comfort. "Li Jincheng, isn't this pleasant? We should make it a point to spend more time outdoors and relish the wonders of nature." "What wonders?" she continued, like this evening breeze. "Isn't it refreshingly delightful against the skin? And if we gaze up at the moon, looking at that pitch-black sky, doesn't it make you feel that the world is extraordinarily vast, and we, oh so insignificant?" "Not really." Regardless, it was essential to take walks. Otherwise, Remaining cooped up indoors could lead to ailments detrimental to our physical and mental well-being. Have you memorized the articles I asked you to learn? Such a beautiful moment is hardly suitable for discussing this. Li Jincheng. Shall we change the subject? Common exam topics must be memorized, he stated calmly. Reciting the article once more. Lu Xiaowan erupted in frustration. Are you that afraid I won't get into university and embarrass you? Li Jincheng chose silence. Simply repeating the article again in a tranquil tone. Lu Xiaowan sighed. Can't we just enjoy a walk? It's turned into a memorization session instead. By the time night fell, Lu Xiaowan returned to her room utterly exhausted, muttering, Li Jincheng, you are insufferable. To have her memorize such convoluted articles in one night. Her head felt like it might burst. He even threatened that if she didn't have it down by morning, she wouldn't be allowed outside. This infuriated Lu Xiaowan. Yet she couldn't refute him. Unbeknownst to her, she had spent over 2 hours without successfully memorizing a single piece, making her appear foolish in Li Jincheng's eyes. Otherwise, he would never have resorted to such coercion. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaowan recited while washing up and continued during her bath. Exhausted to the point of nearly falling asleep, she brewed a cup of coffee to perk herself up and persisted with her memorization. Ultimately, she collapsed into bed, succumbing to fatigue. The following morning, after thoroughly reviewing the article several times, she finally dared to recite it in front of Li Jincheng. Although her delivery was halting and imperfect, she managed to recite a piece. Still, the disdain in Li Jincheng's gaze filled her with profound insecurity. Damn it! I have put in the effort. I truly have. Yet this is the result. What can I do? I've always dreaded rote memorization. Just wait, Li Jincheng. I will master everything you've assigned me, and you shall never look at me with such contempt again. Feeling a surge of determination, she declared, I'm off to flaunt a bit. When I return, I will bring you delightful treats. Wait for me. With that, Lu Xiaowan departed, driving off in a borrowed Rolls-Royce. Clearly, she felt that Li Jincheng had been quite amiable lately, and she wished to reciprocate this kindness. After all, relationships are reciprocal. However, she also understood that it was only because of their 3-month agreement that Li Jincheng had softened his demeanor, with the intent of enduring these 3 months for a peaceful resolution. But 3 months? Was that even feasible? She would ensure he understood what it meant to extend beyond 3 months. Indeed, Lu Xiaowan was one to frequently renege on her words and indulge in fanciful whims. Madame Lu had just finished breakfast and was preparing to catch up on sleep when she was unexpectedly visited by the family's old butler. Madame Lu, our young lady requests your presence. The Lu family was taken aback. What on earth? Where's Wanwan? Why send a butler to invite someone? Mr. Lu, perplexed, asked. Where's Wanwan? The young lady is waiting outside for you to accompany her. The butler replied with a smile. Just my mother? What about me? The butler confirmed, yes. Indeed. Mr. Lu looked at his wife with a somewhat speechless expression. You should go. Don't keep Wanwan waiting. Madame Lu, beaming, raised her eyebrows. What? Are you jealous? I'm not. Huh. You don't fool me. Well, since I need to leave, I'll go change into something suitable. Please let Wanwan wait a moment. The butler smiled. The young lady anticipated this, so she is not in a rush. She will wait for you. All right then, Mr. Lu said. I must head to work. Me too, added Miss Lu Air. Miss Lu San, though not going to work, found an excuse to tag along. I'll go out with you. The 3 siblings made their way to the entrance, where they spotted a long Rolls-Royce. Seeing them emerge, Lu Xiaowan hurriedly instructed the driver to open the door and stepped out. Big brother, second sister, third sister, are you going out? Miss Lu San whistled at the sight of a luxury vehicle. Little sister, your choice of transport is impressive. I specifically borrowed it from Li Jincheng to make a statement. Just wait, today I will treat Mom to a lavish outing. Let everyone in the capital see that my mother, Lu Xiaowan, is not to be trifled with. Mr. Lu frowned. What are you planning? Don't go overboard. As the wife of the Li family's heir, making enemies won't benefit you. I would dream of going overboard. Accompanying Madame Lu was Lu Hosher, who suddenly felt an inexplicable envy toward his wife. Why was their daughter not joining them in such extravagant revelry? Among those who envied Madame Lu were the 3 siblings of the Lu family. Yet they understood that it was due to their mother's grievances that Wanwan sought to restore her honor. Madame Lu had never intended for her daughter to squander money frivolously, but when it came to teaching a lesson, it was best done away from prying eyes. Once they both settled into the car, The elderly steward took his place in the front passenger seat, with just the mother and daughter in the back. Madame Lu finally spoke. "Wan, I understand your feelings, but moderation is key." Lu Xiaowan pouted defiantly. "I refuse." "Wan, Mom, why are you doing this? I want to act this way. You mustn't advise me. After how you and your father treated me, you don't hold a grudge? Just a couple of instances. Does that overshadow all the kindness you've shown me since childhood?" "Indeed, daughters possess an unyielding resilience. Regardless, I will not relent. You are all my beloved family. Even if Dad favors the elder brother and second sister, and you favor the third sister and the fourth, my love for you all remains unchanged." "Preposterous. Who favors whom? If favoritism were to exist, it would surely be towards you. Ungrateful girl, all you do is chatter nonsense." "I do not. Have you been eavesdropping on my private conversations with your father?" "If I just know. If it weren't for the fear of spoiling you rotten, your father and I would hardly bother with such theatrics." "What are you saying? You're acting for me? What is wrong with that? Have we not performed for you enough? During my last visit back home, you were indeed acting, were you not? Why else? Your brother and sister are not the type to fear you contesting inheritance. They would rather keep you at home, supporting you for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowan burst into her mother's embrace, exclaiming, "I knew you loved me the most. You would never disdain me. Oh, you've truly deceived me, making me sorrowful for so long." Madame Lu comforted her while patting her back. "It's only because we fear that you might be foolish after getting married. If we appeared indifferent, perhaps you would temper your behavior. In the past, given our similar backgrounds, if you caused trouble, your father and I could manage it. But with the Li family, we would not dare to step out of line. Those elite families have patriarchs with a multitude of schemes exerting pressure on your father while tempting you otherwise. Would your father truly push you into marriage? He fears for your future, as well as that of your brother and sister. I understand, Mom. As long as I know you both love me, nothing else matters. You, with your oversized heart, well, let us leave the past behind. Listen to your mother. Do not stir trouble. Enduring a little grievance is nothing. I don't feel wronged. If you don't get along with someone, simply avoid them. Being excluded is not the end of the world. Why should you confront them on my behalf? Making enemies will only lead to endless troubles in the future. I'm not afraid. No one is allowed to bully my family. Otherwise, I will make them pay. But you must learn to see the bigger picture. What benefits will this bring you in the future? Mom, why are you so fixated on the future? Why burden yourself with so much thought daily? Yet one cannot only focus on the present. You must learn to be cautious during peaceful times. Your brother and sister comprehend this. Why can't you? So they understand, but why must I? If we all think alike, what is the point? I simply wish to enjoy the present. You are the most disobedient in the family. Such stubbornness. Mom, can't you just listen to me once? Today, I will be extravagant. Let everyone in the capital witness that I, Lu Xiaowan, am the most cherished little wife of Li Jincheng. And I can spend the wealth of the Li family at will. You, as my beloved mother, are certainly not to be trifled with. Let us see who dares to bully you again. Wan, heed your mother's advice. If you continue this way, I shall have the driver turn around to fetch Dad. After all, he is your husband, and bringing him along wouldn't be a bad idea. Madame Lu, then you should take me instead. If you bring your father, he will only let you spend recklessly. With me, at least you will have some discernment." Seeing her mother finally subdued, Lu Xiaowan winked at her. "I love seeing you at a loss for what to do with me. It makes me feel like the most pampered little princess in the world." Madame Lu lovingly poked her forehead. "With such a temperament, I can't help but wonder who you resemble. If I didn't know you were my flesh and blood, I might suspect you were switched at birth." "Impossible. I have inherited all the best traits of the Lu family." Madame Lu nearly rolled her eyes. Among the 5 children of the Lu family, none were as self-absorbed as she. At the renowned auction house of the capital, which only opened its doors to the elite at the end of each month, Lu Xiaowan fortuitously arrived just in time. As the extended Rolls-Royce approached the entrance, it caught the attention of many esteemed guests. Before the security personnel could assist with the door, the elderly steward promptly exited the front seat and respectfully opened the back door. As the longtime steward of the Li family, such tasks were second nature to him, exuding an air of professionalism that suggested the individual about to emerge was of significant stature. Upon the door opening, Lu Xiaowan, elegantly attired in a custom-made pale yellow evening gown and wearing a delicate beige hat, stepped out in high heels she typically avoided. She radiated nobility and grace, with a touch of maturity added to her youthful visage, posing like an imperious princess. After stepping out, she turned to extend her hand, and Madame Lu gracefully took it. assisted out of the vehicle. If Lu Xiaowan embodied the poise of a princess, then her mother exuded the demeanor of a distinguished queen. Despite being in her 40s, Madame Lu maintained her fitness through regular exercise and proper care, presenting herself with the elegance befitting a noble woman. Onlookers pondered the identities of these remarkable ladies, their grandeur unmistakable. Even the auction house manager rushed out to personally welcome them. The elderly steward presented their invitation, and upon recognition, the manager smiled broadly. "Ah, it is the esteemed Mrs. Li and Madame Lu. Please, follow me. I have reserved front row seats for you." Lu Xiaowan, maintaining her poised demeanor, nodded slightly and escorted her mother toward the auction hall, with the steward ensuring their belongings were secure. As they entered, whispers erupted among the crowd at the entrance. "Did you hear? They're the wife of the young Master Li, the daughter-in-law of the Li family. It seems to be her, the second lady of the Li family, whom we have seen before, yet she is not as strikingly beautiful, nor as youthful. However, her family background is rather humble. She is from the Lu family, which we have scarcely heard of, a relatively obscure clan. That being said, there's been quite a bit of news about this lady, the wife of the young Master Li. Recently, hasn't he there? When did that happen? I had no idea. It seems to be the chatter amongst those lesser families that claim to be affluent. I've heard that the recent incident involved the Lu lady being bullied, and this Li lady went door to door to seek revenge for her mother, barging into homes with a bucket of water to douse their faces. My goodness, how crude. And yet, she is still referred to as a lady of high society? What else could she do? If she doesn't seek vengeance herself, can she rely on her husband to do it for her? Indeed, I've heard that the eldest son of the Li family has long been cast out, having established his own household. He is hardly favored, with only the old master keeping an eye on him. It seems he has no claim to the inheritance of the Li family. The most cherished son of the Li family is, after all, the one born of the current wife, who has married in the most favored family of the Sun clan. The Sun family is an old, prominent lineage, and it is said that the grandmother of this Li lady was a renowned socialite during the Republican era with substantial heritage. Clearly, the favored and unfavored sons receive vastly different treatment. Just by observing the wives chosen for their sons, one can discern much about their standings. To put it plainly, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. You all remember the esteemed background of the second lady of the Li family, but you've forgotten the former lady of the Li family, who truly hailed from a prominent lineage. When she married, it was said that her dowry was nothing short of spectacular. From the West City, carried all the way to the East City, nearly encircling half of the capital. Many were envious of her, yet alas, beauty is often fleeting. Speaking of this, I recall my mother-in-law lamenting that wedding, remarking how the former, Mrs. Li, was indeed the object of desire for many families. Suitors nearly trampled each other at her doorstep. Who would have thought that in the end, she would end up with the old Li family? My mother-in-law often says that if it weren't for that lady entering the Li household, the family might not have attained its current status. One could never predict how the seeds sown by predecessors yield shade for future generations, only to find that the beloved son ends up being cast out. Let us not dwell on this. The auction is about to begin, and I just saw the most favored daughter of the Li family has arrived. Surely, there will be a spectacle to witness. Really, look, isn't that the second heir of the Gu family? He is now the head of the Gu family. Having turned 30, he directly inherited the position of the family head, no longer just the second heir. Indeed, he appears much more composed now. Well, of course, one must maintain a semblance of decorum as the head of the family. Let us hurry and secure our seats. If we arrive late, we want to have a good view of the excitement. However, what this group of gossip-loving ladies of high society did not anticipate was how quickly the commotion would unfold. Almost as soon as they entered, they witnessed it. At the front row of the auction, the manager was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, lamenting his misfortune. In a moment of negligence, he had landed himself in a predicament. "Miss Li, we did indeed send 4 invitations to your esteemed household, but there are only 2 main seats, and the Li lady and the Lu lady have already taken their places. Would you mind being flexible?" Li Baozu, the eldest daughter of the Li family, looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. Her beauty was undeniable, with every feature, eyes, nose, lips, and facial contours, exquisitely crafted. Yet her expression appeared somewhat unnatural, reminiscent of someone who had undergone cosmetic surgery. She was dressed in the latest fashion, exuding an air of superiority, regarding those around her with disdain. In that moment, She looked down her nose at the Lu lady and her daughter, as if they were something repugnant. Oomph. How dare they think they are worthy of sitting in the exclusive seat of the Li family? You think you are so beautiful, don't you? With a single remark, Li Baozhu nearly ignited a confrontation, only to be restrained by the Lu lady, who held her wrist tightly. The old butler stepped forward with a stern expression, stating, "Miss, what are you implying? If our esteemed lady of the Li family does not qualify to sit in this main seat, I fear there would be no one else in our family, aside from the old matriarch, who possesses such privilege. You, a mere servant, dare to defy me. Miss, we are no longer in the era of foot-binding. Although I serve as a subordinate, I still possess my dignity. Who granted you that dignity? It is bestowed upon me by the old master and the eldest young master. You are outrageous. Aside from my grandmother, are you implying that my mother, the esteemed Mrs. Li, is not worthy of this seat?" The old butler smirked disdainfully. The Li family has a history spanning a century, if we adhere to our ancient customs. You should know very well where the qualifications stand. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhu was infuriated to the point of laughter. "How dare you openly mock my mother as a secondary wife? I see you wish to resign." Lu Xiaowan interjected with a cold laugh. "Isn't what the butler said the truth? You are nothing but a lowly creature. How dare you speak to me? That is precisely what I should say to you. What gives you the right to come here and vie for a position? You, who married into the Li family with a rooster in your arms, dare to show your face here. Your audacity is remarkable. How dare you insult me? You, with your knife-like visage, also dare to show your face? Why should I feel ashamed? Just tell me how many procedures you've had, so I can express my sympathy." Li Mingzhu exploded with rage. "You're talking nonsense. I have not undergone surgery. I've always looked like this." Lu Xiaowan shrugged and turned to the onlookers. "She claims she hasn't had surgery. Do you believe her?" "I certainly don't." Immediately, a bold lady from a prominent family could not help but chime in. "To be honest, she does look like she had work done. It doesn't appear very natural." Li Mingzhu shot a fierce glare at her. The lady instinctively recoiled, covering her mouth and taking a step back. Although her family background is not low, it cannot compare to the Li family's stature. Offending her would bring no good. Seeing this, Lu Xiaowan could not help but laugh. "Look at your guilty expression. I've hit the nail on the head, but it's all right. Times have changed. Cosmetic surgery is quite normal. We are all more accepting now. I've already said I haven't had any work done. You haven't. You decide what looks beautiful." Li Mingzhu's face contorted with fury, glaring. "Lu Xiaowan, don't think I don't know who you are? The shameless woman who made headlines for being with a wild man, bringing disgrace to the Li family, dares to flaunt the title of the young mistress of the Li family here." Unfazed, Lu Xiaowan replied, "Believe me, if I manage to snap a picture of you embracing your brother, I will post it online and claim you are in scandal." "You're talking nonsense. You are the one in a scandal. You can spew your nonsense here. Why can't I retort? Didn't your mother teach you that if you don't know the full story, it's best to refrain from commenting?" After this exchange, I must say, the upbringing of the eldest daughter of the Li family seems rather lacking. Not much different from a girl raised in a humble household like mine. This sentiment resonated with the onlooking ladies of high society, who instinctively felt an agreement. After all, a daughter raised in a lesser family may be a bit rough around the edges, but the Li family is a prominent clan. How is it that their upbringing yields a daughter of such caliber? However, upon reflection, it is worth noting that the current Mrs. Li hails from the Bai family, which was once of modest standing. Considering this, the young lady of the Li family does not possess any particular superiority, faced with the scrutinizing gazes of those around her. Li Mingzhu was nearly choked with indignation. With a fierce glare fixed upon Lu Xiaowan, she demanded, "Are you going to yield this position or not?" Just as Lu Xiaowan was about to refuse, she noticed Gu Zheng standing not far away, arms crossed, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. What an audacious individual. It would be one thing for a stranger to watch the drama unfold. It was entirely another for someone she knew to stand by and spectate. How could she have thought to introduce him to her elder sister? Bah, he was unworthy. He was only fit to be dragged into her mischief. "Well, since you are my nominal sister-in-law and you desire this position so fervently, I shall graciously concede it to you. After all, neither my mother nor I are particularly attached to this main seat." With that, she boldly strode towards Gu Zheng in front of the crowd. "Gu family head, you just mentioned yielding your seat to me, and I initially thought it unnecessary. However, as you can see, the position has been usurped. and now I find myself in need of it. Therefore, I kindly ask that you surrender your family's seat to my mother and me." Gu Zheng replied, "May I inquire what this has to do with me?" Upon catching sight of Gu Zheng, Li Mingzhu's eyes became fixated on him. Overwhelmed by her eagerness to engage, she stepped forward and exclaimed, "Gu brother, you are here for the auction too?" Gu Zheng nodded slightly, then cast a puzzled glance at Lu Xiaowan. Was she really not going to cooperate? Lu Xiaowan stepped forward, whispering urgently, "A treasure-level beauty, and you are not interested?" Gu Zheng thought to himself. If she hadn't brought it up, he might have forgotten. But now, curiosity surged within him. After all, it was merely 2 seats. Yielding to a lady would only reflect his gentlemanly demeanor, wouldn't it? Very well, I shall yield it to Mrs. Li. After all, I am tall. Sitting in the back will not be an issue. Content. Lu Xiaowan shot him a warning glance. Do not engage with other women, otherwise you will not be worthy of her. Gu Zheng felt an odd sensation that the girl was baiting him, yet he had no proof. What if she genuinely knew a treasure-level beauty? Lu Xiaowan added, with a slender waist and long legs, her figure is nothing short of exquisite. She is truly a sight to behold. Ordinary people would not be worthy of her. If it weren't for your respectable lineage, which would protect such a beauty, I would not consider you. Gu Zheng bristled. Who the hell is old? I'm the same age as your husband. Why don't you think he is old? This girl's southwards could drive a person mad. Nevertheless, her description of a slender waist and long legs silenced him, as he happened to be fond of such traits. Just as he was about to inquire how slender, he saw the girl strutting away with an air of arrogance. You want me to do something so offensive? The auction manager approached, saying, "Mrs. Li, the seat of the Gu family head is here, with exactly 2 available seats. Please, take your seats with Mrs. Lu." Lu Xiaowan nodded slightly. "Thank you." The old butler observed this and gave Lu Xiaowan a thumbs up. While she could have insisted on not yielding, doing so would enhance her reputation for grace and showcase the young lady's audacity. More impressively, the young mistress managed to persuade the Gu family head to yield his position to them. This act had garnered the admiration of everyone at the auction. After all, Gu Zheng was known for being indifferent and rarely granting favors in elite circles, let alone yielding his seat to anyone. Yet today, he had shown deference to Mrs. Li while completely ignoring the proud Li Mingzhu. Despite her persistent attempts to engage him in conversation, Gu Zheng adhered to his principle. If he spoke with other women, he would not be worthy of the treasure-level beauty Lu Xiaowan had described, and he remained silent. This left Li Mingzhu, the pampered young lady, on the brink of explosion. Her glare at Lu Xiaowan could pierce through steel. Just wait. If Lu Xiaowan managed to acquire anything from this auction, she would write her name backward. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xiaowan held a black card, intending to procure every item at the auction. Indeed, as soon as the auction commenced, even Gu Zheng was taken aback by Lu Xiaowan's wealth. When had this girl become so affluent? Was it money from Li Jincheng? The first item, a flawless ancient jade bracelet, instantly piqued the interest of the elite ladies. Within moments, the price soared to 20 million. 21 million. Lu Xiaowan raised her card. Li Mingzhu's face was ashen. 30 million. 31 million. Though affluent, she was not one to squander indiscriminately. 40 million. 41 million. The crowd murmured, "Goodness. It seems this auction has turned into a showcase for the old Li family." The old butler watched with a smile, occasionally advising Lu Xiaowan. Clearly, he was knowledgeable. Acquiring this jade bracelet for under 60 million would be a sound investment. Thus, Lu Xiaowan raised her bids with confidence. As for Li Mingzhu, she felt uncertain. While her family might indulge her in spending over 50 million, excessive expenditure would surely invite her grandmother's reprimands. Yet, she was unwilling to lose to Lu Xiaowan, a girl she deemed beneath her. Finally, gritting her teeth, Li Mingzhu shouted, 50 million. 51 million. Goodness, where does a girl from a humble background get such wealth? Is it from Li Jincheng? His money belongs to the Li family. He, being a cripple, has contributed nothing to the family. Does he deserve to spend so much? 51 million. First call. 51 million. Second call. Li Mingzhu took a deep breath. 60 million. 61 million. Lu Xiaowan replied nonchalantly. Li Mingzhu was stunned. The crowd was equally astonished. This Mrs. Li is remarkably composed. Regardless of how high the price climbs, she merely adds a million at a time, evoking both envy and frustration without any recourse. The elite ladies who initially intended to bid for the bracelet reconsidered, realizing that if the price exceeded 60 million, it would no longer be worthwhile. Although she hailed from a humble background, Her marriage into the Li family afforded her a seemingly endless supply of funds. It was evident she was quite favored. If the bidding continued, she would surely raise her offer further. Conversely, the esteemed Li Mingzhu, rumored to be cherished in the Li household, appeared hesitant, likely lacking the funds to compete. 61 million once, twice, sold. Upon winning the bracelet, Lu Xiaowan beamed, declaring, "Tonight's treasures are all for my beloved mother. She has raised me with great difficulty, and I wish to honor her properly. I intend to acquire more exquisite jewelry to bring her joy." Though Mrs. Lu smiled awkwardly, she managed to praise her daughter. "My daughter is indeed filial. There is nothing to be done. That was merely the first item, and you spent so much. This amount could fund a major investment for the Lu family. Does Li Jincheng know how you are spending? Will you face repercussions when you return?" Mrs. Lu felt a mix of emotions. However, this was only the beginning. Lu Xiaowan continued to make lavish purchases, with the old butler by her side, ensuring she wouldn't make any poor investments and even uncovering several hidden gems. Even Gu Zheng, who was seated behind the mother and daughter, couldn't help but exclaim, "Madame Lu has truly raised a remarkable daughter." Lu Xiaowan turned to glance at him and replied, "My mother has not only raised one exceptional daughter. The treasure-level beauty you are so infatuated with is also nurtured by my mother." At her words, Gu Zheng's eyelids twitched involuntarily. What did this girl mean? Was the treasure-level beauty she mentioned also a daughter of the Lu family? Surely, that was a jest. The Lu family's standing, frankly, was rather low. If he were to bring home such a daughter with such a humble background, it would undoubtedly invite the old man's wrath. Never mind, perhaps the earlier actions were merely to show face to Li Jincheng. It was best not to be lured further by this insufferable girl. However, during the intermission of the auction, she suddenly turned and called out to him, "Gu family head, may we discuss something?" Gu Zheng, already disinterested, raised an eyebrow and said, "I refuse." "Oh, come on, collaborate with me, and you'll reap great benefits. Don't think I'm unaware that you're quite taken by the treasure-level beauty I've mentioned. Man, I understand. If you agree to cooperate with me now, I'll ensure you meet her immediately." "Immediately?" Gu Zheng looked at her skeptically. "Yes, once the auction concludes, I'll have her come to pick me up." Gu Zheng thought, given the investments he had already made, he might as well catch a glimpse of the person involved. Otherwise, he would have suffered a loss. "How do you want me to cooperate?" "For the next auction items, if anyone bids, you must raise the price relentlessly except for me. You must remain silent." Gu Zheng frowned. "You want me to offend others like that? Is the treasure-level beauty someone everyone can match? Or else, is the treasure-level beauty someone everyone can match? Let me tell you, since Lu Xiaowan's marriage, the family affairs have been unceasing. Both Lu Yicheng and she harbor a fervent desire to protect their family, yet they are acutely aware of the challenges that lie ahead." After her engagement was called off, her faith in love had withered. Rather than dwelling on lost affection, she resolved to leverage her youth and beauty to seek a stable support for her family, thus providing her younger sister with a better future. As for her own love life, it had long been extinguished. All she wished for was her family's safety, a respite from bullying, and a life filled with joy. As Lu Area prepared to leave the company, she encountered Lu Yicheng, who had come seeking her for business. Noticing her clutching her bag as she was about to depart, he inquired, "Where are you suddenly off to? I don't believe you genuinely like her, brother." "I'm just stepping out for a moment." "Where to? Why do you ask so many questions? Can't I have a bit of private business?" The more evasive she became, the more suspicious Lu Yicheng grew, sensing that she was concealing something. He stood silently, observing her. Eventually, Lu Area relented and confessed. "My sister called for me. But didn't she and mother go to the auction?" "Yes." "Is something wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. She just asked me to come over, that's all." Lu Yicheng frowned. "Something must have happened. Wait a moment. I'll have your sister-in-law accompany you." "Brother, it's only been a few days, and you're already calling her my sister-in-law? It's bound to happen. Getting used to it sooner rather than later is better. She's at the office, and I'll ask her to go with you." Taking a deep breath, Lu Area replied, "Brother, there's really nothing wrong. I don't need anyone to accompany me. Tang Tian is at work, so let us not disturb her." "What Tang Tian? I thought we agreed she's your sister-in-law." "However, that would mean she would feel sorry for her brother." Tang Tian seemed to have guessed her thoughts and continued, "But your brother is not that kind of person. I've known him since college and have learned quite a bit about his past. In my eyes, your brother is a person of great responsibility and commitment. Even if he were to marry me without truly loving me, he would still treat me well." For someone I care about, that is sufficient for me. Lu Area understood. Well, it was a matter of mutual agreement. Sulking alone wouldn't do any good. All right, then I accept you. Thank you. I will be your future sister-in-law, and rest assured, I will cherish you and treat you, sen you, see ye, and one like my own siblings. Lu Area spoke with mixed emotions. We will have to adjust to having another person in our family to help you integrate into our home. Haha, I know your family is lively. I am an only child, and I envy families with many siblings. So don't worry. I will definitely not let your brother move in with me. Rather, I will marry into your family. Are you certain? Of course. I have ways to convince my parents. You mean you haven't convinced them yet? My parents said they want to meet your brother first before discussing anything else. So your relationship with my brother is still uncertain? One cannot say that. I have only recently confessed to your brother. So there are many things that Haven T had the chance to unfold. Lu Xiaowan approached with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you all for your compliments. I apologize for any offense caused today, but next time. As for the items captured by the esteemed ladies present today, I assure you, I will not compete with you for them. Let's not hold grudges over this. Lu Xiaowan, gradually realizing that despite her prominent display today, she had inadvertently ruffled some feathers. This group of affluent ladies was distinct from those her mother usually mingled with. It was best to cultivate amicable relations where possible and avoid animosity, lest she found herself at odds with individuals like Li Mingzhu in the future, with no allies to support her. How dreary that would be. Her words considerably alleviated the tension among the wealthy matrons. At least she was perceptive, speaking tactfully and maintaining a pleasant demeanor. Indeed, Mrs. Li has made quite the impression today, showcasing the grandeur of your family. We will extend an invitation for you to join our upcoming charity auction. Do grace us with your presence, one of the matrons suggested. Lu Xiaowan eagerly responded, certainly. Today has allowed me to become familiar with you all, and I would love to get to know you better. As the auction concluded, the guests prepared to disperse. The elderly butler stepped forward, saying, on behalf of my young mistress, I shall see off several of the ladies. You are too kind, they replied. Those who had not secured any items departed, while those who had remained to settle their payments, exchanging money for their acquisitions. The auction manager cheerfully approached Lu Xiaowan and Gu Zheng, saying, ladies, please follow me to the VIP lounge where the experts will assist you in verifying your purchases before handing them over. Gu Zheng, familiar with the process, nodded. Lu Xiaowan, lacking understanding, linked her arm with her mother and followed along. Although Mrs. Lu was concerned about her daughter's spending, she refrained from embarrassing her in front of others, accompanying her to the VIP lounge with a heavy heart. After all items had been verified, Gu Zheng paid for his 2 successful bids. When it was Lu Xiaowan's turn, she produced a black gold card. The auction staff, upon seeing it, couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Such cards were rare, there was no limit, and one could easily spend billions in a single swipe. Even Gu Zheng couldn't suppress a lift of his brow, astonished that such a card was in the hands of Li Jincheng's little wife. However, moments later, the staff member operating the card reader changed color. Mrs. Li, it appears your card has been suspended. Lu Xiaowan's expression turned to one of shock. How is that possible? The elderly butler echoed, impossible. This card was given to the young master by our patriarch. It cannot be suspended. It is indeed true. I have tried 3 times. It is not processed, the staff confirmed. Hearing this, Mrs. Lu's face turned pale, and Lu Xiaowan was equally incredulous. Her first thought was whether Li Jincheng was playing a trick on her, but the butler's reaction suggested otherwise. It must have been the machinations of someone from the Li family estate. Outside the auction house, the affluent ladies, initially ready to depart in their private cars, suddenly heard the Li family's young lady exclaiming into her phone, "This is simply hilarious." The illustrious Mrs. Li made a grand show at the auction, only to find herself unable to pay. Ha ha ha! In an instant, expressions of disbelief spread across the faces of the wealthy matrons. Those who had intended to leave now lingered. For if what the young lady of the Li family claimed was true, Mrs. Li had just made a colossal fool of herself, an embarrassment that could never be all right. I will return home to have tea with your mother. I will inform my mother tonight. Go ahead. It seems that the daughter of the Tang family intends to marry beneath her station. That may be for the best. A pampered young lady raised like a treasure should not have to endure the whims of the wealthy for the sake of their interests. It would not suit someone as straightforward as Tian Tian. The affectionate couple of the Tang family would likely be reluctant to let her go, but it does seem a bit too favorable for the Lu family. who were of lesser standing. Lu Area followed Tang Tiantian into the auction hall. As Tang Tiantian hurriedly walked inside, she remarked, "I suspect Wan has been schemed against, having amassed the entire auction's items, yet lacks the funds to pay. If this scheme succeeds, Wan may never show her face in public again." Upon hearing this, Lu Area's complexion paled, and she exclaimed, "What should we do?" "Do not worry. I am here. I will ensure that your Lu family does not become the laughingstock of the capital. After all, they are my future in-laws. Remember, I am the sister-in-law, and it is my duty to protect you." Lu Area suddenly felt a profound respect for Tang Tiantian, for her words were imbued with sincerity and strength. After speaking, Tang Tiantian took out her phone and called her father, demanding 10 billion, insisting on immediate transfer. The head of the Tang family was taken aback, about to inquire what was happening, but was interrupted by his daughter. "If you don't give me this money, I will lose my standing today. If you let me be humiliated, I will go to mother and cry, leaving you embarrassed. You girl, I never said I wouldn't give it to you, just that the amount is. Father, if you trust me, consider it a loan. I will pay you back later." "All right, it's an emergency, right? I trust you." Tang Tiantian then expressed her gratitude with a few flattering words. And although her father remained skeptical, he was somewhat dazed by her compliments. Once the money was transferred, he realized it was a considerable sum. If his daughter squandered it, there would be trouble. He quickly called his wife for advice. Meanwhile, Tang Tiantian, filled with satisfaction, led Lu Area to the VIP room with the assistance of the auction staff. Lu Area was still in disbelief. 10 billion. The elders of the Tang family simply promised it. What does that even mean? It is as if they sold her brother and then her too. It cannot possibly be worth that much. In the VIP room of the auction house, the old butler anxiously stated, "Madam, there's no need to worry. I will call the master immediately to find out what is going on." The auction manager, with a complex expression, added, "Yes, Mrs. Li, do not rush. Payment has a deadline. After all, it is a large amount, and typically payments are completed on the day of the auction. Let us wait outside for now. You all should take a moment to rest." Gu Zheng was aware of the gravity of the situation and surmised the implications. If today's scheme succeeded, this young girl would likely find it difficult to navigate the high society of the capital in the future. She would become a subject of ridicule wherever she went, including Li Jincheng, who would also be the talk of the town. Thus, he compassionately suggested, "How about I pay for you first? You can have Li Jincheng reimburse me later?" Lu Xiaowan immediately flushed and declared, "I don't want that. The butler must not make any calls." Madame Lu frowned and said, Wan, do not be willful. Mr. Gu, can these items be forfeited?" Gu Zheng replied, "They can be forfeited, but it would be extremely embarrassing. I believe neither the Li family nor your Lu family would wish to endure such humiliation. However, mother, please do not panic. Ladies, this way, please." A male voice suddenly rang out at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowan exclaimed, "Mother, my second sister is here." At the mention of second sister, Gu Zheng instinctively perked up. Could it be that the treasure-level beauty Lu Xiaowan had been teasing him about was finally making an appearance? His gaze immediately darted to the entrance, where a curvaceous figure appeared. At that moment, he could hardly maintain his composure. This was the very girl whom his family had been pressuring him to marry, often mentioning, "You are already 30 and still unmarried. If you do not act soon, good girls will be taken by others. If you delay, the only option left is that chubby girl from the Tang family. He would rather remain single for life than marry someone like her." Gu Zheng's temper was about to flare, but the next moment, as Tang Tiantian entered, a stunning woman clad in a form-fitting black gown caught his eye. For a moment, he was entranced. After encountering a rather painful sight prior, this breathtaking vision was a stark contrast. The woman in the elegant black gown had long, lustrous black hair and skin so fair it seemed to glow. She possessed a graceful swan neck, delicate features, and an air of cold nobility. Her long figure and particularly attractive bust, along with her subtly visible slender waist, captivated Gu Zheng to the point where he found it hard to look away. Indeed, Lu Xiaowan had not exaggerated. The saying that a beauty can ensnare a heart without the use of a weapon rang true for the enchanting figure before him. Snapping back to reality, Gu Zheng instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. "Second sister, you have arrived. Who is this?" "Area, Wan has gotten herself into trouble again." "Mother, already know. Please do not worry. By the way, this is my brother's girlfriend that he mentioned last time at home, Tang Tian. He was concerned about your safety, so he asked her to accompany me to meet you. Lu Xiaowan was utterly astonished. What? When did my brother get a girlfriend? And one of such size? If this were true, her brother's tastes were indeed quite heavy. Lu Area interjected. We can discuss that later. Let us first resolve the current issue. Tang Tian smiled at her future mother-in-law and said, I have asked my father to transfer the funds. It should arrive shortly. I will cover Wan's auction payments today. So no need to worry, Auntie. Madam Lu quickly shook her head. How can I let you pay for this? That is unacceptable. Lu Xiaowan scoffed. I do not need anyone to pay for me. Second sister, you stay with Mother, Tang Tian remarked indeed. At that moment, Gu Zheng, unwilling to be overlooked, cleared his throat and said, You must be Miss Lu Air. It was only then that Lu Area noticed the presence of someone in the VIP room. Her beautiful eyes swept over him with a hint of confusion. Gu Zheng, captivated by her exquisite gaze, felt his heart race and was about to introduce himself when Tang Tian interrupted. Gu Zheng, what are you doing here? Young lady from the Tang family, show some courtesy. By our generational standings, I should be addressed as uncle by you, Gu Zheng replied. Tang Tian rolled her eyes and retorted, Our families aren't even related. Why should I follow generational titles? Under normal circumstances, Gu Zheng would have teased the chubby girl a bit longer, but presently his thoughts were entirely consumed by Lu Area. Well, I am friends with Mrs. Li, and she mentioned introducing me to a girlfriend. So here I am waiting, he said, casting a lingering glance at Lu Area. Lu Area thought to herself, Don't say it. My younger sister truly has an eye for talent. At least, judging by appearances, this Mr. Gu is quite handsome and possesses an extraordinary demeanor. She coldly diverted her gaze and reassured Mrs. Lu, Mom, don't worry just yet. This situation clearly involves internal strife within the Li family. Grandpa Li won't let slide. Feeling ignored by the beauty, Gu Zheng felt a twinge of disappointment and sought to assert his presence. Indeed, Mrs. Lu, even if things go awry, I am still here. Merely a few billion, a trivial matter. Tang Tian exclaimed. With me around, the Gu family won't need to foot the bill. Who do you think you are? Her eyes were glued to Lu Area, perceiving Gu Zheng's intentions. Gu Zheng winked at her and said, I am a friend of Mrs. Li. We've collaborated often at today's auction, haven't we, Aunt Lu? Mrs. Lu raised an eyebrow, noticing the sudden shift in Gu Zheng's address. She instinctively glanced at Lu Area, as if even the dullest could surmise something. She nodded slightly, acknowledging Wan seems to be quite familiar with the Gu family. But Tang Tian remained skeptical. How could that be? Gu Zheng, didn't you have a fight with Wan's husband, Li Jincheng? Gu Zheng raised an eyebrow. That was years ago. I was young and foolish then. We've made amends. In fact, I visited Li Jincheng 2 or 3 times this month. We're quite familiar now. Although it was all due to trivial matters, he suddenly felt those trivialities were, in fact, fate. Indeed, a serendipitous romance awaited him. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward Lu Area. But the more he tried, the more she ignored him, making Gu Zheng feel oddly dejected. Recalling what Lu Xiaowan had previously said about her being a treasure-level beauty, and how she had numerous suitors she dismissed, there was only a slim chance she might take notice of him. It seemed those were not mere words. This rare beauty indeed had the right to disdain him. Tang Tian eyed him suspiciously. Really? Li Jincheng, they are bullying me. The old steward smiled and replied, Indeed. This has been the case. The head of the Gu family has visited our home several times recently. Gu Zheng raised his eyebrows at this information. Tang Tian then said, All right, by the way, I'm about to get married, so remember to give me a gift. After all, you've watched me grow up. The implication being, you're of an age, so don't harbor any thoughts about our dear Area. Gu Zheng clearly caught on, but responded with deeper meaning. I'll certainly prepare a grand gift for you. However, I haven't heard any rumors about the Tang family hosting a wedding soon. Who asked me to be low-key? I haven't announced anything. Who would dare speak out? Yes, I know you're the treasure of the Tang family. Remember to promote it. The Lu family will have me, Tang Tian, as their protector. I wonder who would still dare to approach them carelessly. Gu Zheng cleared his throat and stole another glance at Lu Area. Who knows? Perhaps I could be added to the list. The old steward found the members of the Lu family to be quite remarkable. One daughter from the Tang family was one thing. But now even the head of the Gu family was vying for attention. Don't speak nonsense. Isn't it natural for me to protect Mrs. Li? Given our familiarity, there is no other intention. Tang Tian glared at him. You know better than anyone. Lu area remained silent, her lips instinctively curving into a slight smile. The brother achieved what he desired, and she too began to see hints of her own ambitions. But there was no rush. Men were all the same. Those who attain things easily rarely cherish them. Since the fish had taken the bait, it was best to reel it in slowly. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowan dialed Li Jincheng's number on her phone. After 3 rings, he answered. Lu Xiaowan took a deep breath and said, Li Jincheng. Yes. Did you often get bullied by people over there? What? The people from the old house. At this, Li Jincheng fell silent. Lu Xiaowan pouted. So there really are people in this world who don't treat others as human beings. What do you want to say? Li Jincheng. I've been bullied. The card you gave me has been suspended, and now that the auction is over, I have no money to pay. The steward said he would call your grandfather, but I really don't want to bother him. The card was given to you by him, and he doesn't even know it's been suspended. It seems he doesn't care much for you, his eldest grandson. Li Jincheng, I feel so wronged. I can't imagine how humiliating it would be. As she spoke, Lu Xiaowan's voice quivered. Li Jincheng Revia. Li Jincheng, are you even listening to me? Yes. Don't you feel aggrieved at all? Does feeling wronged help? What is wrong with you? Have you become addicted to being bullied by them? I refuse to accept it. And if I refuse? When I was 8 years old, Li Mingzhue fell into the water, and everyone said I pushed him. I merely happened to pass by. But no one listened to my explanation and just assumed I was guilty. When I was 9, a woman poisoned me. I was hospitalized, and a maid secretly warned me to be careful of her and not to eat anything she offered. I told my grandparents, but they said not to speak recklessly without evidence. At 15, I recognized a bodyguard at Li Hong's residence, resembling the kidnapper from the time I was abducted with my mother. I reported it to my grandfather, who sent someone to find that bodyguard. But they found nothing, and once again, they didn't believe my words, thinking I was overly traumatized by the past. At 17, Li Mingzhu suddenly appeared in my bed, and my whole family barged in, pointing fingers and accusing me of bullying a minor, treating me worse than a pig or dog. My grandmother completely turned against me, and even my grandfather was disappointed in me. At 18, Lu Xiaowan's voice choked. Stop, I understand. Don't say any more. At 18, my leg was broken. I fell into despair. Li Jincheng's world turned utterly bleak. She had heard the old steward mention it before, but never in such detail. Li Jincheng's voice was devoid of warmth. Stop crying. I will cry. I know you don't like me, but I still feel for you. Li Jincheng, my heart aches. Why is there such a painful existence in this world? Yet he endured it all. Those despicable beings are nothing short of inhuman. She suddenly began to grasp why he had become so devoid of desires. It was because he had been suppressed to the point of having no capacity for retaliation. This was also her first personal experience of the oppression emanating from the old residence. A sense of powerlessness filled her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Li Jincheng. Li Jincheng, hearing her sobs, calmly stated, "Do not cry." He meant no harm. He merely wished for her to confront reality rather than wallow in self-pity, for it was entirely unnecessary. However, Lu Xiaowan resolutely declared, Li Jincheng, from this day forth, I shall protect you. I will guard you with my life. Just based on your capabilities, do not underestimate me. Even if I am not strong enough now to safeguard you, just wait for me. One day, I will grow and become formidable. Such things are unnecessary. His matters were of no concern to her. But I insist. Li Jincheng, wishing to avoid further discussion, simply asked, which auction house? What for? Do you intend to assist me with the payment? Lu Xiaowan retorted with reddened eyes. Otherwise, how would you manage to leave today? Do not underestimate me. Gu Zheng and my future sister-in-law are waiting outside to help me pay, but I do not wish to owe anyone a favor. Oh, so, do you possess that much money? Indeed, then you should come. I do not wish to be humiliated. Last time I married while clutching a rooster. At least I had a veil, and no one saw me, nor did I see anyone else. But this time I brought nothing. Just as I was basking in the limelight, I was met with immediate disgrace, doubling my embarrassment. I shall not allow them to have their way. Therefore, Li Jincheng, you must come, and you must come in style, change into fine attire, and stun everyone with your celestial looks. I want to see who will dare to say my husband is old and unattractive. He is undeniably handsome beyond compare. Even someone like Gu Zheng pales in comparison standing beside you. There is no need for such flattery. Your WeChat ID, please, I will send it to you. I do not use WeChat. Simply apply for one with your phone number. It is quite quick. Hurry, I do not even have your WeChat. How is that acceptable? A few minutes later, Lu Xiaowan emerged from the inner room, her tears replaced by a smile. Seeing her, Lu Area quickly stood up and asked, "How was it?" Lu Xiaowan grinned proudly and replied, "It's a small issue. My husband said he would come personally to help me pay." Gu Zheng, astonished, remarked, "Li Jincheng is willing to step out? He is generous with me, his beloved wife. Of course. He even mentioned, 'Come and take me home.'" The old butler was left utterly astonished. Although he suspected that the young mistress had embellished her words a bit, it was already a monumental feat for the young master to leave the house to personally resolve this matter. Truly, the young mistress is formidable. Lady Lu finally sighed in relief and said, "Xiaowan, you must not be so ostentatious next time." "Mother, it is all right. Those people are ill-intentioned. Whether high-profile or low-key, they will cause trouble regardless. In that case, it is even more imperative to be ostentatious. Let the outside world see their disgusting faces. By the way, Gu family head, regarding today's matter, could you help promote a bit?" Gu Zheng glanced at Lu Area and readily replied, "Of course, that is no problem." Satisfied with the response, Lu Xiaowan approached her sister. "Hee, you are here." Lu Area shot her a glare. "Isn't this all you're doing? How could I not be worried? Hee, I know you care about me. But look, everything is fine. The brothers and father are still unaware of this matter, so do not mention it once we return, to spare them any anxiety." "All right, I want to say a word." Tang Tian looked at Gu Zheng. "Since the matter is resolved, shouldn't the Gu family head take his leave?" Gu Zheng raised an eyebrow. "Li Jincheng is coming over, so I shall wait a while. Once everything is thoroughly settled, I can depart. After all, I do not have a delicate wife waiting for me at home to share a meal." "Oh, so he has his eyes on his second sister?" "It is simply too evident." Lu Xiaowan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Indeed, her sister was the most beautiful. So much so that any man would be unable to look away. That Lin Feng in front was simply blind. He had the audacity to call off the engagement with such a beauty. He was simply unfortunate not to have this good fortune. Eager to encourage a match between Gu Zheng and Lu Area, Lu Xiaowan chimed in. "Very well. Thank you for your help today. Next time, Li Jincheng and I shall treat you to a meal." Gu Zheng smiled and nodded. "Sure." With that, he found a place to sit and took out his phone to send a message to the family group chat, formally announcing, "My romantic prospects have bloomed." Instantly, the Gu family chat erupted with excitement. Parents and 3 sisters-in-law bombarded him with questions, but Gu Zheng remained tight-lipped, leaving his family's curiosity piqued without any further information. It was infuriatingly tantalizing. Outside the auction venue, a wealthy lady sat in her luxury car, gossiping with her mother-in-law about today's events at the auction house. Coincidentally, her elderly father-in-law was also present and overheard the conversation. The old gentleman, who happened to be acquainted with the head of the Li family, promptly stepped out to call him. While enjoying a game of chess and tea with friends, the elderly was suddenly informed of the events, and his expression darkened. His friends inquired about the matter. The elderly grimaced and replied, "It is simply a misfortune for our family." He then departed, heading straight for the auction venue. On the way, he did not forget to call the old butler to inquire about the situation. The butler, having left the VIP room to take the call privately, reported the details meticulously, and the elderly's expression grew increasingly grim. After hanging up, he called his eldest grandson, and was infuriated to find his call abruptly ended. The elderly took a deep breath. On one hand, he felt gratified that his grandson was willing to face the world due to this incident. Yet on the other, he was anxious that this might have severely offended his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. After all, that card had been given to his grandson. Over the years, his grandson had never used the funds within. Now that he had finally done so, the card had been blocked by that scoundrel of a son. The elderly was nearly driven to the brink of a fit. "Very well. If that scoundrel treats my words as mere wind, then I shall act accordingly. For the price of offending my grandson, I shall deduct 10% of the League Group's shares. If my grandson does not want them, then I shall bestow them upon my granddaughter-in-law." After all, gifts after marriage are common property of the couple. At the entrance of the auction house, those waiting to witness the spectacle were growing impatient. Some had already left, while others lingered, reluctant to depart without seeing the esteemed young mistress of the Li family exit. Until a conclusion was reached, gossiping was ill-advised. They must wait for a result to share the day's thrilling events. Those who had already gossiped were eager to continue their tales, and so they decided to wait a little longer. After all, returning home held little appeal. Eventually, they were greeted by the elderly. followed by the long-absent Li Jincheng, who had not appeared in public for over a decade. The grandfather and grandson encountered each other in the parking lot outside the auction venue. The elderly could barely meet his grandson's gaze. Li Jincheng, however, maintained his emotionless facade, revealing nothing. Li Mingzhu, who had not yet departed, spotted the elder Li and hurriedly approached, intending to embellish tales of how Lu Xiaowan frivolously spent money outside. However, her appearance only led to the elderly delivering a public slap across her face. Fueled by pent-up frustration, Li Mingzhu, in disbelief, covered her face and exclaimed, "Grandfather, you actually struck me." Old Masterly let out a cold snort and said, "Go back and tell your father, that scoundrel. I may be old, but I am not dead." The Li family does not bend to his whims. With that, he angrily flicked his sleeve and strode towards the entrance of the auction house. His eldest grandson was already ignoring him, so there was no need to feign warmth. Instead, he should focus on winning over his granddaughter-in-law. That girl was indeed capable, managing to send the eldest grandson out. Around them, the subtle, probing gazes were not lost on Old Masterly. It was likely that many were lurking behind the scenes, eager to witness the spectacle. Yet, was the Li family's drama truly so entertaining? The more that scoundrel Li Hong attempted to suppress his own grandson, the more he felt compelled to show the world just how favored his grandson and granddaughter-in-law were in his eyes. Li Mingzhu, having suffered a slap, glared fiercely at the wheelchair-bound Li Jincheng and declared, "Li Jincheng, do not think that just because Grandpa protects you, you can act without restraint. I will eventually expose your misdeeds to the world, revealing your disgusting face to everyone. You child, why do you not trust?" After throwing down that harsh remark, Li Mingzhu covered her face and ran off. Li Jincheng remained impassive, his movements steady as he maneuvered his wheelchair towards the entrance of the auction house. However, the noble ladies who had gathered to watch were now utterly astonished. Hadn't it been said that the Li family's eldest grandson was not only disabled, but also old and unattractive? Who spread such rumors? This divine-looking man, even in a wheelchair, was still a sight to behold. Had they known that the eldest grandson of the Li family was like this, and that Old Masterly had personally come to resolve matters when his granddaughter-in-law was in trouble, they would have deemed him an excellent son-in-law worthy of their daughters. Those who had slandered Li Jincheng had unwittingly caused them to miss out on a prime candidate. Some even took out their phones to snap pictures of Li Jincheng. Unsurprisingly, his appearance today would surely cause a stir in high society. As the wheelchair reached the steps, two bodyguards in black promptly appeared to lift both him and the wheelchair. As Li Jincheng approached the VIP room, he chanced upon the sight of Lu Xiaowan squatting on the ground, drawing circles, with Old Masterly beside her, coaxing her gently. "Oh dear granddaughter, it's all Grandpa's fault. It's because Jincheng hasn't been using the money in his card. I didn't realize the time had come to renew it, leading to this oversight. Isn't Grandpa apologizing to you?" Yet Lu Xiaowan, with red-rimmed eyes, remained crouched and refused to look up, her voice quivering as she said, "I don't believe you. It's clear that Grandpa does not value Li Jincheng at all, favoring others instead. That's why this happened. I swear there is no such thing. From the moment he was born, Jincheng has been the Li family's eldest grandson, my most cherished grandson. I don't believe it." The crowd was silent. Old Masterly sighed. "Oh dear, why must this stubborn girl be so difficult? With so many watching, can't she leave her old grandfather some dignity?" The old housekeeper beside him almost couldn't suppress his laughter. Old Masterly shot him a glare, and the housekeeper immediately stood upright and said, "Young madam, you truly misunderstand the old master. If he were truly siding with those people to bully you and the young master, why would he come all this way to explain?" "Exactly. We're the people from the auction house. Hurry and come out. I'm here to settle the bill for my granddaughter-in-law." The auction house manager quickly appeared, smiling apologetically. "Old master, I've assured the young madam that there's no rush. A delayed payment is perfectly acceptable." "How can that be? The Li family is only short of this small sum. This amount is merely a pocket change for our young madam. Is there a need to delay?" Lu Xiaowan, hearing this, turned to Old Masterly and said, "Grandpa, please don't say such things. I don't have that much pocket money." "Who says you don't? From today on, you will have it. Just wait. I will transfer 10% of the Li Group's shares to you. The dividends every year will be yours. What is 10 billion? There are hundreds of billions waiting for you to spend." At this proclamation, everyone in the room was left in shock, including Gu Zheng. After all, What did 10% of the Li group signify? No one understood better than him. Goodness, this young girl, Lu Xiaowan, had turned misfortune into fortune today. It was unknown how the people of the old Li residence would react upon hearing this. Would this young girl even live to enjoy such wealth? Just as expected, upon hearing this, Li Jincheng entered. No need. Seeing him arrive, Lu Xiaowan quickly approached him. Li Jincheng, you're finally here. Old Master Li glared. No need for what? I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for my granddaughter-in-law. Lu Xiaowan looked at Li Jincheng with suspicion, but he shook his head in response. Although Lu Xiaowan felt a pang in her heart, she understood that Li Jincheng had his reasons for refusing. Gritting her teeth, she declared, since my husband says no, then I shall not accept it. We are one, his thoughts are my thoughts. The crowd was left speechless. To refuse such a windfall, are they foolish? Even Lu Area and Tang Tiantian were baffled by this turn of events. However, Lu's mother felt a sense of relief. A windfall must come with the ability to enjoy it. She wished for her daughter to lead a simple, peaceful life. Old Master Li glared, this ungrateful boy. Who is it for if not for me? Li Jincheng said nothing, merely producing a black card and handing it to Lu Xiaowan. Pay. Lu Xiaowan glanced at the card, then leaned closer to him, whispering, is this enough? Yes. Manager, please process the payment. Certainly, I'll swipe the card now. Old Master Li glared again. I said I would pay. Li Jincheng replied coldly, no need. Where did you get such a large sum of money? What kind of talk is that? Why can't my Li Jincheng have such funds? That's not what I meant. Is this boy really always cooped up at home, making money? Indeed. Li Jincheng, who rarely ventured out, where would he accumulate such wealth? He answered nonchalantly, for my mother's dowry. Only then did Old Master Li remember that, in order to treat his eldest grandson well, he had settled his daughter-in-law's dowry when Jincheng moved out of the old residence. The villa he currently resided in was also left to him by his late daughter-in-law. Recalling this, Old Master Li furrowed his brows. There's no need to touch your mother's dowry. I can handle it. Lu Xiaowan was astonished. Just how significant was her mother-in-law? Had her family provided such a generous dowry so many years ago? Truly a top-tier wealthy lady? Little did she know, much of what Lady Li left behind were assets. Over the years, Li Jincheng had managed them well, and indeed was not lacking in funds. Li Jincheng, his expression indifferent, remarked, initially, that card was indeed given by her grandfather. Never did I intend to use my mother's dowry. But in the end, I was let down. Old Master Li felt truly caught in a bind at that moment. He frowned deeply. I've explained myself. How can you not believe me? Does Grandpa believe himself? This single retort left Old Master Li speechless, so furious that he turned and left in a huff. The old housekeeper sighed, young master. Why must it come to this? Li Jincheng offered no explanation, but Gu Zheng understood. Old Master Li was a man who sought to maintain family harmony, thus overly generous. However, Li Jincheng did not require such generosity. If he were to show a preference, perhaps he would acquiesce? Madam Li, the payment has been completed. For these auction items, please provide an address, and we shall arrange for a bodyguard to personally deliver them to your residence. Lu Xiaowan nodded in agreement. All right, mother. Second sister, let me and Li Jincheng take you home. Lu Area quickly stood up and replied. No need, I drove here. I will take mother home, and then head back to the company with sister-in-law. You and your husband should just go home directly. No need to run around. That works too. After saying this, Lu Xiaowan cast a glance at Gu Zheng, who was desperately winking at her. Was he hoping she would create an opportunity? Upon reflection, it seemed impossible. She couldn't just say, let him take my second sister home alone, could she? Absolutely not. She was merely a facilitator, not someone to push her second sister away. Ultimately, it depended on her second sister's own feelings. Thus, she pretended not to see and said to Li Jincheng, let us head home. With that, she pushed Li Jincheng out. Gu Zheng. This little girl, a thankless wretch. He had helped her so much. Willing to cover 10 billion. Is she discarding him now that she has used him? Madame Lu courteously stated. Master Gu, we shall take our leave now. Thank you for today. Gu Zheng quickly replied. It is but a small matter. If Aunt Lu ever requires my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. As he spoke, he cast a lingering glance at Lu Area beside Madame Lu. Clearly, he wanted to make it known that he held interest in her. Lu Area saw through this, but remained aloof, merely nodding slightly before linking arms with Madame Lu and exiting together. Tang Tiantian hurried after them. Xiaoya, I need to discuss something with you later. All right, Gu Zheng. Damn it. No need to guess. That chubby girl is definitely going to speak ill of him in front of the goddess. This cannot stand. He would never give Lu Xiaowan a chance to use him and then toss him aside. Just wait. He would pay her a visit. Outside the auction house, a group of elite ladies had finally finished enjoying the spectacle. The final scene was the striking visage of Li Jincheng, alongside that of Madame Li as she pushed him away. The couple appeared to share a strong bond, with one expressionless in a wheelchair and the other cheerfully engaging him in conversation. It was not until they boarded the elongated Rolls-Royce and disappeared from view that the onlookers averted their gazes. Thus, the grand gossip train commenced. Lu Xiaowan had undoubtedly stolen the limelight today. After all, both Old Master Li and Li Jincheng had made an appearance for her, significantly enhancing her standing. This solidified her reputation as the favored one in the Li family. Even the eldest daughter of the Li family had received a slap from Old Master Li over this matter. The comparison left no doubt as to who truly held the family's favor. It was glaringly obvious. The biggest news, however, remained Li Jincheng's stunning looks, which had propelled him to instant fame among the elite ladies. Many of them boldly declared that had they not been married, they would strive to wed Li Jincheng at all costs. A paragon of masculinity, a celestial beauty. Even those affluent women of considerable age lamented their lost chances. Rumors can be misleading. This had piqued the curiosity of countless young ladies regarding Li Jincheng's appearance, prompting them to seek out any photographs of him. And indeed, such images existed, those clandestinely taken by elite ladies when Li Jincheng had made his appearance. However, due to the angles, they were not particularly clear. Yet, even with the imperfect visibility, the exquisite contours of his profile and his extraordinary aura, combined with the exaggerated praises from those elite ladies who had witnessed him firsthand, ensured that Li Jincheng was firmly established in the minds of the public as a celestial figure. Even the long-deceased mother of Li Jincheng had been recalled, her astonishing beauty from years past being brought back to light. Many could not help but curse Old Master Li Hong for his short-sightedness, especially those middle-aged patriarchs who had once failed to claim such beauty, only to see it taken by another who did not cherish it. What a pity. As Lu Area drove Madame Lu and Tang Tiantian home, Madame Lu remained quiet, seemingly still shaken by the earlier events. In contrast, Tang Tiantian enthusiastically engaged her in conversation, diverting her attention. Madame Lu insisted that Lu Area not drive her home. She would accompany them to the Lu Corporation instead. Understanding that returning home would lead her to brood alone, Lu Area agreed. Indeed, upon entering the president's office at Lu Corporation, Madame Lu could not help but tear up. After Lu Hosher inquired about the situation, he too was infuriated, his eyes reddening. This is simply excessive. Madame Lu wiped her tears and lamented. We sent Wan into that den of wolves. I feel so guilty towards her. It has only been a short time since her marriage. If they continue to bully her like this, what will become of her? Lu Hosher comforted her, placing an arm around her shoulder. The situation is not as dire as it appears. Both the old master and Li Jincheng have gone to her aid. This time, she has been protected, but what about next time? The old master of the Li family is aging. How long can he maintain control? Fear not. Our Wan is no pushover. You have said it yourself. She dares to defy even the old master. But I believe they should still receive that 10% of the shares. Madame Lu shook her head. I observe that Jincheng is quite stubborn. He has not touched the card given to him by the old master over a decade ago. It was only brought out when Wan needed it. It is evident he is a person of principle. But in this day and age, what use is principle? What matters is what one possesses to stand firm. Otherwise, how can one compete? That child seems to have some plans up his sleeve. He may not be as simple as he appears. Let us hope so. Perhaps he has been biding his time for a major move. A man of honor would not allow himself to be oppressed without resistance. What concerns me is that if he truly does have a significant plan, it may endanger our Wan. Indeed, let us remain calm. There will be a solution in due course. I see the children are beginning to stir. Yicheng's interest in the Tang family's daughter is just to be the spacious interior of the extended Rolls-Royce offers ample seating. Yet Lu Xiaowan refuses to sit still. Instead, she playfully squats in front of Li Jincheng's wheelchair, gazing up at him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Li Jincheng, you look exceptionally handsome today. Li Jincheng, however, does not share her sentiment. He is not dressed up as she had suggested and does not perceive any particular handsomeness in himself. Well, we should take more outings in the future. With your striking looks, Remaining cooped up at home is simply a waste. He does not consider it wasteful. Look at you. You've fallen silent again yet. She continues, but that's all right. You aided me today and saved me from embarrassment. I grant you the right to make one request, and I shall comply as long as it is within my power. Quickly, let me offer my heart in return. A promise without hesitation. Be quiet. What? Lu Xiaowan is taken aback. A request, darn it. Is my request so worthless that it can be so easily discarded? Fine, I'll remain quiet. Yet, having just experienced so much, she is brimming with unspoken thoughts. Li Jincheng certainly knows how to tease her. One last statement, and then I shall fall silent. Today, as expenses, I shall not burden you. When I have money, I will repay you. Suit yourself. Goodness, you truly treat money as if it were of no consequence, spending so freely without a second thought. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaowan believes that such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Though his generosity is without expectation, however, she wishes to reciprocate. Thus, while Li Jincheng is momentarily distracted, she glances out the window at the passing scenery, suddenly leans in, and swiftly plants a kiss on his soft lips before retreating. With a charming smile, she winks at him, saying, "This is a reward for your good behavior today." "Thank you, Li Jincheng." After a while, there exists no affection between them. Li Jincheng, do you think I am particularly easy to bully? Just a weakling. Anyone can push me around, right? Is that not the case? Which time did it not end with me in tears? Just by looking at his expression, Lu Xiaowan could decipher his thoughts, and she retorted defiantly, "That is only because you have yet to witness my true capabilities. One of these days, I shall showcase my skills to you." Oh, what an attitude. Looking down on others, are we? He seemingly said nothing. Li Jincheng, just you wait and see. When I say I will protect you in the future, I do not utter empty words. I may appear powerless now, but who can predict what lies ahead? Oh, if you keep making those sounds, I shall become angry. As they spoke, Lu Xiaowan suddenly grasped Li Jincheng's hand resting on the wheelchair's armrest, playfully bending his fingers, seemingly taking advantage of him. Li Jincheng attempted to withdraw his hand, but to no avail. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze, laced with complexity, remained fixed on her. Lu Xiaowan glared. "Not even a word from you, is it? How could this thick-skinned girl be so audacious?" While picking a quarrel, she was also taking liberties. It was simply absurd. After another attempt to reclaim his hand, Li Jincheng finally succeeded. With his hand free, Lu Xiaowan continued to scold him. "If it weren't for the fact that I married you, you would never find a wife. A mute, incapable of even engaging in a decent conversation. The inability to converse pleasantly was one thing, but was she not even allowed to play with his fingers? Such a miser." Li Jincheng expressed his desire to leave her side and maneuvered his wheelchair to depart. However, Lu Xiaowan blocked his path. "Oh, don't go. It's fine if you dislike speaking. I can talk to you." Li Jincheng sat there, his gaze frosty as it bore into her. Lu Xiaowan, feeling somewhat defeated, said, "You retreat to your study just to read. How boring is that? It would be far better to stay here and listen to me." "And then what? To have you touch my hands?" This girl seemed to have an array of bad habits that she must have learned from someone. Occasionally, she behaved like a rogue. Suddenly, she shifted the conversation. "Tell me, what do you think of Guzheng?" Li Jincheng was puzzled by her abrupt inquiry about Guzheng, but replied, "I don't know much." "That's nonsense. You were classmates in high school. How could you know nothing at all?" "Not much. Not much. Please clarify." Why had he once acted recklessly? Marrying her as punishment for her words and his betrayal? Was this a form of punishment for her? No, it was a punishment for himself. The only son of the Gu family, with a fiery temperament, surrounded by dubious friends, he enjoyed fighting and bullying those from less fortunate backgrounds, even during high school. Lu Xiaowan frowned upon hearing this. Is he really that bad? Just then, Zheng Ming, who was nearby, spoke up. That was in the past. The current head of the Gu family has changed significantly, especially after taking over the family business. Though still unruly, he has learned to be more diplomatic. The old man often speaks highly of him. Li Jincheng remained silent, merely pondering why Lu Xiaowan had inquired about Guzheng. Lu Xiaowan continued, "It sounds rather promising. My grandfather, though biased, has good taste. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen me to be Li Jincheng's wife." Li Jincheng and Zheng Ming exchanged glances, perplexed. "So, are you praising others or yourself? Your audacity knows no bounds. What about his romantic history? Do you know Uncle Zheng?" Zheng Ming replied, "There are quite a few rumors, but how many are true? Only he knows, meaning he has a reputation for being a flirt, but whether it's genuine or not, only he is aware. Indeed, for instance, the disparity between the young master's public persona and his actual self serves as a prime example. That is true. Li Jincheng is far better than what is rumored outside. Fortunately, he made an appearance today, somewhat redeeming himself. Li Jincheng. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Xiaowan often appeared before him as a mischievous scamp, occasionally teasing him with her words, as if it brought her delight. Whatever, my second sister might not even fancy him. Lu Xiaowan suddenly blurted this out, and both Li Jincheng and Zheng Ming looked at her in shock. Zheng Ming shot a strange glance at Li Jincheng before speaking. Madam, are you inquiring about Gu Zheng for your second sister? How long can that old man protect that wretched child? Who else could it be for? I already have Li Jincheng. I wouldn't look at him. Then should the madam inquire whether the young master is agreeable to this? Why would I need his consent to find a partner for my second sister? Lu Xiaowan replied, her face filled with confusion. Zheng Ming looked at her, his expression a mix of helplessness and understanding. If your second sister truly ends up with the head of the Gu family, what will you call him? Second brother-in-law. Oh dear, it seems I ought to ask. By the way, Li Jincheng, do you really dislike Gu Zheng? Would it bother you if he became my second brother-in-law? Li Jincheng replied, not at all. Really? He reminded her, 3 months. Zheng Ming was puzzled, but Lu Xiaowan understood. However, understanding did not equate to taking it seriously. 3 months later, she knew, when the time came, and Li Jincheng reminded her, she would respond, I know, it is about 3 months from now. Thus, for her, that 3-month mark would be a perpetual 3 months. With someone as extraordinary as Li Jincheng, merely observing him was enough to be captivating. She would not let this opportunity slip by. Therefore, Lu Xiaowan merely rolled her eyes and brushed the topic aside, indicating her reluctance to discuss it further. To Li Jincheng, this attitude instilled an inexplicable sense of foreboding within him, yet he did not dwell on it. In any case, when the time came, he would ensure she left. Not a single day longer would she stay. Meanwhile, at the Li family estate, after the old man departed, Li Hong returned to the east courtyard. Jin He Tang, with a stoic countenance. The main residence housed the elder Li and his wife, occupying a considerable area due to their shared space. The eldest son's family resided in the east courtyard, while the second and youngest sons shared the western courtyard, each family living in separate villas. The families frequently interacted, and on the surface, their relationships appeared harmonious. At least in Li Hong's eyes, his 2 younger brothers seemed to behave themselves, holding him in esteem as their elder brother. Upon returning to Jin He Tang, his beloved daughter, Li Mingzhu, began to lament, Dad, I was humiliated today to such an extent. How am I to face the world? How can Grandpa be so biased? He actually slapped me in front of so many people. Woe is me. Li Hong's wife, upon hearing this, wiped her tears. Zhu has always been our cherished one. How could she endure such disgrace today? My heart aches for her. Li Hong, feeling deeply pained, approached and embraced her, comforting, the old man has a stubborn temper and is aging. It is not beneficial for us to provoke him continuously. I am well aware of this incident. In any case, that wretched child shall not have an easy life. Even if his wife and daughter did not seek him out for solace, he would not let that wretched child off the hook. The old man had indeed transferred 10% of the shares. Did he truly think he was invincible? He would see how long the old man could shield that wretched child. There's also that little girl from the Lu family, whom Li Hongxian had never anticipated would possess such capabilities. Even the old man has begun to show favoritism towards her. In the past, even if the old man felt pity for that troublesome child, he would be cautious not to display his favoritism too overtly. Yet now, his bias has become glaringly apparent, a situation that has taken Li Hong completely by surprise. Upon hearing this, Madame Li's expression darkened as she remarked, but if this continues, it won't end well. His resentment towards us has been brewing for quite some time. If one day he truly grows up unrestrained, will we still have a peaceful life? Li Mingzhu chimed in. I believe that useless Li Jincheng is merely trying to ascend through women. It's utterly shameless. That Lu Xiaowan's brother has even ingratiated himself with the Tang family. And that fat girl, Tang Tian, has already begun to regard herself as the future daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Today, she even threatened me, saying that anyone who associates with me would be equivalent to cutting ties with her. Dad, Mom, Tang Tian has always been well-liked among the high society ladies. Because she is overweight, those ladies instinctively do not see her as a threat. So few dare to compete with her. If everyone chooses to befriend her, how can I maintain my standing in this circle? Madame Li frowned. It seems the Lu family is indeed not to be underestimated. They're even willing to have their son climb the social ladder through marriage. Indeed, selling their daughter for glory. Even Li Jincheng, that old cripple, is acceptable to marry. And they would even have their son wed that fat girl Tang Tian just to connect with the Tang family. Are they not afraid of waking up next to a nightmare? Li Hong, upon hearing this, frowned. As for the Tang family, I will find a way to exert pressure. If they insist on marrying into the Lu family, they must not blame me for turning hostile. Dad, what about the Gu family? Gu Zheng is actually getting close to Lu Xiaowan. He is not being selective at all. Does he have no standards? Madame Li's eyelids twitched. Is that true? Didn't our daughter say that Lu Xiaowan and Gu Zheng's niece are sworn enemies? How could such a situation arise? Li Mingzhu wore a face of disbelief. Yes. That Gu family head has been helping her. It's as if he's under some spell, completely ignoring her. Yet he revolves around that little Lu harlot. Li Mingzhu grew increasingly agitated at the thought. Madame Li was at a loss for words. She had initially hoped for her daughter to marry into the Gu family. But who would have thought that Gu Zheng would be so unappreciative? If that is the case, alternative plans must be devised. Ahong. It seems they truly intend to create a significant ruckus to challenge you. Otherwise, how could they be so quickly befriending both the Tang and Gu families? Their methods of winning people over are rather extraordinary. We must remain vigilant. Li Hong frowned. You need not concern yourselves with these matters. I have my own conclusions. He had indeed underestimated the Lu family, a small household, as their offspring were all proving to be quite impressive. However, a wolf cub stripped of its fangs could never regrow them. He would never allow such a situation to transpire. Madame Li nodded. Ahong, as long as you are aware, that is enough. Zhu and I are counting on you to lead us through life. Sai, what shall we do about Zhu's future marriage? Initially, I had my eyes set on the Gu family. Li Hong frowned. Gu Zheng is far too old. How could he be worthy of my beloved daughter? As her father, I will ensure she marries well. 095. How can someone so attractive speak in such an infuriating manner? Li Mingzhu protested, but Dad, Gu Zheng may be a few years older than me, yet he is quite handsome. I prefer good looks. Just like you, Dad, who is both handsome and commanding. Mom has always been enamored with you. This flattery made Li Hong look at Madame Li with newfound tenderness. Oh, so, it turns out AG has always admired me? Madame Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Don't listen to Zhu's nonsense. Mom, I didn't. When you told me fairy tales as a child, you always recounted your love story with Dad. Since you were a teenager, Dad was your Prince Charming. Stop talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Li Hong laughed gently, tenderly taking Madame Li's hand. In my eyes, Ji is still as beautiful as the little princess she once was. She has not changed in all these years. Oh dear, the child is here. What are you saying? Stop with the nonsense. Li Mingzhu faingnat chinas. Covering her face. I know I'm the third wheel. Should I leave? Regardless, Dad has promised to avenge her. That Lu Xiaowan, that wretched woman, and that disgusting old man Li Jincheng. They shall not have peace. In the living room, the couple exchanged smiles at their daughter's antics, enveloped in warmth, nearly causing the house staff to cringe. At their age, they were still so lovey-dovey. Truly an eyesore. 2 days later, on September 1st, the nationwide school season began. Lu Xiaowan, as a 20-year-old adult high school student, registered herself. However, she was utterly unprepared for the shocking news that she had been expelled from school. Previously, her application for repeating a year had been submitted and approved. Yet suddenly she was informed of her expulsion, citing an old incident from her past that had resulted in a reprimand. Who could harbor such malice to ensure she never enters university? Lu Xiaowan stormed back home, sulking in the villa's living room. The old steward approached. Young madam, what happened? Wasn't today the day for school registration? Lu Xiaowan, with a forlorn expression, replied, I've been expelled. What? How could this happen? I have no idea who is behind this. I have already sent someone to investigate and am awaiting news. Perhaps I can assist in finding another school for you? I don't want to. I've spent 4 years at number 6 middle school. Switching schools means starting over. It's too much trouble. But the education quality at number 6 is quite lacking. If you could transfer to number 1 high school, with the support of young master, perhaps you could get into a good university. Number 1 is not that easy to enter. It requires someone like Li Jincheng, a top student, to gain admission. Connections alone won't suffice. Then, what about the elite high schools? The private ones? That could work. If young madam is willing, those schools are relatively easy to get into. Lu Xiaowan pondered. Previously, her family had wanted to send her to an elite academy, which she had refused, citing the chaotic environment filled with privileged youths who would bully her, preferring the public school instead. But now, she was barred from even attending that. How frustrating. Then, let me see what options are available. Certainly, young madam, I will gather the information for you to choose from. There are many types of elite schools. Some are closed, others open. There are top-tier elite schools with numerous foreign exchange students and teachers, which serve as excellent networking opportunities for those from affluent families. There are also more common elite schools, sufficient for wealthy second-generation students to obtain a degree and then study abroad. Initially, her family intended for her to obtain a degree and study abroad, which she had opposed. Now, after all this, was she to follow that path? Certainly not. She had Li Jincheng now. She had no intention of going abroad. Then, perhaps a top-tier school? After much hesitation, Lu Xiaowan decided to trouble Li Jincheng once more. Li Jincheng learned that she had been expelled from school, and a vague suspicion arose in his heart. He nonchalantly asked, "What do you think?" "I don't know even if I find out what happened. I have no desire to attend a school that so readily succumbs to malevolent forces and expels me. I will simply choose another school. Grandpa Butler is helping me gather information on private schools. We'll see how to choose later. A closed-off high school is most suitable for you." Lu Xiaowan glared. "Li Jincheng, if you insist on sending me to a closed-off high school, I might as well give up on studying altogether. How can you act like a husband while constantly trying to push your wife away? Am I truly that unbearable to you? The educational approach is suitable for you. This girl's nature requires confinement for proper guidance. That's a fact." Lu Xiaowan huffed. "I said I'm not going. You do as you please. But you mustn't speak. I will handle my own affairs." "Such a beautiful face, yet you speak so irritably," Li Jincheng remarked. "She clearly came to me first." "Madam, the head of the Gu family has come." Outside, the butler suddenly reported. Lu Xiaowan frowned. "What does he want?" "Madam, have you thought it through?" "Oh, I see. He most likely here for my second sister." Remembering her sister, Lu Xiaowan recalled that today was the day her brother brought his future sister-in-law home for the first time. She quickly asked Li Jincheng, "My brother is bringing his girlfriend home today. I need to return to my family for a bit. Would you like to accompany me?" "Not going." "Oh, then I'll go downstairs to meet the guests." She had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting him to actually accompany her back home. As Lu Xiaowan descended the stairs, Gu Zheng could no longer contain himself. He quickly stood up and approached her, exclaiming, "You little ingrate. Is that how you treat people? Use them and discard them?" Lu Xiaowan retorted, "You're the real ingrate, who uses and discards people. I merely suggested you meet my second sister. I didn't say I would hand her over to you. Whether you can win her over depends on your own abilities." "All right, so you're not planning to help me?" "Haven T, I treated you well. That's my second sister we're talking about, and you're just an outsider. Why should I help you?" Gu Zheng raised an eyebrow. "Don't you think I'm quite suitable to be your second brother-in-law? Let us go. I'll take you to my home." Didn't T see that coming? It's worth a good look. Look at what? No matter how long you stare. You won't find anyone more handsome than Li Jincheng. Li Jincheng is not only handsome, he is also captivating. Gu Zheng, however, sincerely stated, "Help me, and I'll accept any conditions you propose." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowan looked at him with a skeptical glint in her eyes and teased, "Oh, so you're determined to have my second sister?" Gu Zheng nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I fell in love with her at first sight. I won't rest until I win her over." TSK, didn't you doubt this before? Seeing her in person has made you change your mind. Hasn't it? I didn't doubt it. Rather, I didn't dare believe it, girl. I consider myself to have treated you well. After all, I've helped you several times. Even regarding my niece, I didn't choose to help my kin over reason. You're aware of this, and besides, I'm the one who introduced you to your second sister, so you must help me to the end. Then I need an opportunity to show my worth. Fine. Since you want an opportunity, I shall grant you one. I plan to return to my family soon. Today is the first time my future sister-in-law is visiting, and our whole family will be there. If you can persuade Li Jincheng to accompany me back, I'll take you with me to the family banquet as Li Jincheng's good friend. My second sister will definitely be there. Gu Zheng, this little brat is really giving me a tough challenge. Who can convince Li Jincheng? Then let us try something else. Just this. Gu Zheng took a deep breath. All right, I'll give it a shot. For the sake of the goddess, I'll do my best. The old butler watched this unfold with great amusement. He cheerfully gave Lu Xiaowan a thumbs up. Madam is truly resourceful. What? I'm unaware of any plotting. I see that you're not fooling anyone. You've outsmarted yourself. And the Lu family is in for quite a storm ahead. Lu Xiaowan pondered, stroking her chin. I understand your meaning, but to be honest, I'm not as calculating as you think. I simply can't stand to see my second sister being jilted. I want to find someone better for her to prove that the previous family was unworthy of her. My second sister deserves better. The old butler quickly replied. I think the head of the Gu family is quite good. Oh, in what way? I saw your second sister the other day. She is undoubtedly a beauty. A girl like that, born into your Lu family, if she hadn't been engaged, the old master would have surely chosen her. And it wouldn't have been you. Madam, a beauty like that, without a certain background, would easily attract unwanted attention from ill-intentioned individuals. That last point was something Lu Xiaowan had clearly considered. She was drawn to Gu Zheng primarily for this reason. The Gu family had sufficient standing, and Gu Zheng was already the head of the family. If her second sister could marry into such a family, she would enter as the mistress of the house, making it difficult for anyone to bully her. As long as Gu Zheng was kept in check, the Gu family would be at her second sister's mercy. But what was with those previous comments? Why was it not her turn? Was she truly that unattractive? Seeing Lu Xiaowan begin to glare, the old butler hurriedly explained. It's simply due to the age difference. The second young lady is still quite outstanding. The old master is still concerned about the young master. He must be thinking of finding a good match for him. So you mean to say I'm not good enough? That is not what I meant. Madam certainly has her merits, but that is something one discovers after getting to know her, right? Before understanding Madam, how could anyone have known she possessed so many virtues? I trust you not. Regardless, you're praising my second sister, who is inherently better than me. So I won't bother to argue with you. But Li Jincheng is mine. Henceforth, no one is to compare him with anyone else, not even as a hypothetical. All right, there will be no next time. The young master belongs to you. I can't wait to see you two happy together. It will certainly happen, even if I don't manage to win over your young master now. One day, I will make him love me to the point of being unable to live without me. Well, Madam must put in the effort. I'm rooting for you. In the study upstairs, Gu Zheng was earnestly recounting Lu Xiaowan's numerous faults. He lamented how she had ensnared him and how everything was a tearful affair. Throughout this, Li Jincheng maintained a stoic expression, finding the man before him utterly tedious. What use was he, chasing after a woman he couldn't catch? With merely 2.5 months left between him and Lu Xiaowan, they would soon become strangers, so why stir up trouble by visiting the Lu family? Thus, after Gu Zheng's lengthy diatribe, he received only 2 words in response: not going. Having already told that troublesome girl that he wouldn't go, he now found himself being nagged by Gu Zheng. Li Jincheng felt he had never encountered anyone as annoyingly persistent as Lu Xiaowan, who he had unwittingly invited into his home and now couldn't shake off. Gu Zheng was far from giving up. In a fit of frustration, he exclaimed, "Are you two trying to drive me insane? Why is everyone so difficult to talk to? Your affairs have nothing to do with me. Just help me out this once, will you? Is that too much to ask? Why would I engage in matters that have nothing to do with me? How could it be irrelevant? If I truly become close with Miss Lu, wouldn't we become in-laws? From now on, whatever happens, how can I not stand by your side? I have no matters that require assistance from others." Nonsense. Your father is still watching you closely. Li Jincheng, after all these years living this way, don't you feel stifled? Not at all. You really are. And what about your little wife? Did you marry her just to suffer alongside you? That's none of your concern. So you've become impenetrable, have you? Indeed. Damn it. You should just go downstairs and charm that little girl. She is like a stubborn stone, impossible to break. Upon seeing his grim expression, Lu Xiaowan realized he had also failed. Well, she never truly believed he would succeed anyway. Then she saw Gu Zheng striding toward her, and upon approaching, he spoke. Yesterday, that insufferable brat's father personally visited my home and mentioned the possibility of a marriage alliance between our families. Lu Xiaowan was astonished. Are you referring to Li Mingzhu? Indeed. What are your thoughts on that? Before I met your second sister, I would have been indifferent. It all depended on family arrangements. But after meeting your sister, I find no one else appealing. Goodness, I admire your determination. Come, I will take you to my home. 097. Future brother-in-law. Not leaving yet? The Li family wishes to form an alliance with the Gu family. A joint venture? Dream on. Gu Zheng suppressed a cold laugh. Huh, if he couldn't handle the situation above, how could he manage to charm a naive girl below? It was merely a matter of holding back a trump card. Clearly, young girls are easier to deceive. Indeed, Li Hong personally visited his father and subtly brought up the idea of a marriage alliance, but he was outright rejected. Li Hong stormed out in anger, casting a cold glance back at him. Faced with such a gaze, Gu Zheng felt nothing but disdain. What kind of decent man could raise a son who would ruthlessly cripple him? What quality could such a daughter possess? Apologies, but I am not interested. Yet, could he vocalize such thoughts? No. Otherwise, that stubborn girl might truly believe she has him wrapped around her sister's finger. Gu Zheng was not a fool devoid of intellect. The old steward had prepared numerous gifts for Lu Xiaowan to take back to her family, and the vehicle arranged was none other than Li Jincheng's luxury Rolls-Royce. To avoid suspicion, Lu Xiaowan instructed Gu Zheng to let her go first, to which he agreed. Who would have imagined that his last visit to the Lu family was to coerce a marriage proposal for his niece? And this time, he was pursuing a woman himself? Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Recalling the previous incident, Gu Zheng felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, upon arriving at the Lu residence, Lu Hosher did not greet him warmly, clearly unaware of the purpose behind the Gu family head's visit. Lu Xiaowan hurriedly intervened. Dad, I invited him to our home. Lu Hosher frowned. What business do you have inviting the head of the Gu family? He is extremely busy. From now on, do not be so inconsiderate. Gu Zheng had anticipated his unpopularity, but he never expected it to reach such a degree. Lu Xiaowan cleared her throat. Understood, Dad. Just this once. There won't be next time. Since he is here, we can't just send him away. That would be rude, wouldn't it? Sister? Lu area. Gu Zheng cleared his throat. Indeed, I have been rather busy, but I heard there is good news at the Lu family today, so I came to pay my respects. If I am disturbing you, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, it would be courteous for Miss Lu to see me off. The implication that not sending him off would be impolite. Lu Hosher nearly pierced a hole through Gu Zheng's forehead with his glare. What a pity that he raised such fine children, only for them to be targeted by wolves. One after another, it seems endless. What is more infuriating is that this one was introduced to him by his younger daughter, a classic case of inviting trouble into the home. Yet, he couldn't bear to scold his daughter. Lu Xiaowan whispered to Lu area, Sister, the Li family wants to form an alliance with the Gu family. That is why I brought him home. Lu area raised an eyebrow. I understand. I will see him off. Sister truly understands me. Regardless of whether you are fond of him, just ensure that those two families do not end up allied, and the rest is up to you, sister. Whatever makes you happy. You're so clever. Lu area shot her a glance, then stood up. I will see off the head of the Gu family. Seeing his objective achieved, Gu Zheng nodded slightly. Then I shall take my leave, disturbing you all. Lu Hosher, hurry up and leave. You are an eyesore. Last time you came a pressure for a marriage, and now you're after my second daughter. Neither the Li family nor the Gu family are good people. Lu area dressed casually at home, yet there was an effortless beauty about her. At least in Gu Zheng's eyes, she was quite delightful. Were it not for the fear of being too impolite, he might have found it hard to tear his gaze away. At this moment, though he was experienced, he felt like a bashful youth in love, somewhat anxious. He steadied his nerves and inquired, May I ask what Miss Lu typically does at home? Lu area replied coolly, What does the head of the Gu family wish to know? I am curious about how such a beauty spends her days. Lu area raised an eyebrow. I serve as the marketing director in my family's company. Aside from work, I enjoy fitness. I engage in various sports. I often exercise as well. It's refreshing to break a sweat. Oh, if I recall correctly, your family's food company has yet to penetrate the domestic major brand supermarkets? Yes, do you have any insights, head Gu? Gu Zheng began to dangle a bait. I have quite a few connections in that field. I wonder if Miss Lu would be interested. I am very keen on market development. If the head of the Gu family could provide an introduction, I would be most grateful. Then, would it be possible to invite Miss Lu for a game of golf this Tuesday? What time? 10 in the morning. If Miss Lu has a habit of sleeping in, we can delay. No need. I usually start work at 9, so 10 is not too late. I'll be punctual. Okay, then let us exchange contact information, and I shall see you on Tuesday. All right, let us add each other on WeChat. With a heart full of joy, Gu Zheng departed the Lu residence, while Lu area returned to the living room as if nothing had happened. Lu Xiaowan was asking her mother, Mom, where's Big Brother? Hasn't he returned yet? Lu Hosher glanced at his watch. He should have arrived by now. Could something have gone awry? Lu area interjected. That shouldn't happen. Everything was arranged in advance, right? Mrs. Lu wore a worried expression. What if the Tang family has a change of heart due to the disparity between our families and doesn't favor Achong? How could that be? Big brother is so outstanding. He wouldn't be overlooked. Mom and Dad, please don't worry. I'll go take a look. Just then, Gu Zheng had just been sent off and likely hadn't gone far. She decided to ask him for news. After saying this, Lu Xiaowan dashed out of the house. Sure enough, Gu Zheng had just gotten in his car and was scrolling through Lu area's WeChat moments. Not in a hurry to leave. Upon spotting him, Lu Xiaowan hurried over. Future brother-in-law, you haven't left yet. Damn. That title of future brother-in-law struck a chord in his heart, bringing a smile to Gu Zheng's face. Yet, since he was aware of this girl's tendencies, he knew her eagerness was likely not for anything good. Immediately, he regarded her with suspicion. Spit it out. Clearing my throat. I shall speak plainly. I am uncertain whether my future brother-in-law has the time to inquire about the situation at the Tang family. My brother is meant to bring my future sister-in-law home today. Yet, at this hour, they have yet to arrive, which fills me with concern about their well-being. As for you, it depends on your daughter's preferences. I will do as I please. The Tang family is fortuitously not too distant from my home. So, you are in agreement then? I have scheduled a round of golf with your second sister on Tuesday to introduce her to some connections. However, should the progress not be as promising as hoped, I may need to rely on you for assistance thereafter. Lu Xiaowan, in need of help, readily patted her chest and assured, no problem, leave it to me. Should that little girl dare to deceive me again, I shall not be so accommodating next time. How can I not trust you? After all, I have already referred to you as my future brother-in-law. Very well, I shall trust you this once and await your news. It is an opportune moment to gather information and later share it with his goddess, ensuring that through such exchanges, familiarity will blossom. Meanwhile, outside the Tang residence, Lu Jincheng stood patiently at the door, clutching the precious gifts he had prepared, while the Tang family hesitated to grant him entry. He remained unperturbed, waiting outside with patience. The doorman had gone in to relay his presence for quite some time, but had yet to return. It seemed they wished to assert their authority over him. After waiting for over half an hour, even Gu Zheng appeared, yet the Tang family still did not permit him entry. Upon alighting from his vehicle, Gu Zheng approached and inquired, Lu Jincheng, why are you standing out here instead of going in? Seeing him, Lu Jincheng furrowed his brow slightly. It is you, the head of the Gu family. Quite the coincidence. My residence is nearby, and I happen to pass by, curious to see you standing here. Not wishing to engage further, Lu Jincheng coldly replied, the head of the Gu family may come and go as he pleases. Come now. I am friends with your two sisters. Should there be any inconvenience, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly lend you a hand. No need. The temperament of the Lu family was indeed peculiar and difficult to deal with. Thankfully, his goddess was more approachable, and a meeting had been secured. Gu Zheng took a deep breath. Very well. I shall wander inside for a bit. I hear the desserts prepared by the Tang family matriarch are quite delightful. I would like to sample some. In truth, he intended to gather information and report back to Lu area. Upon learning that Lu Jincheng faced difficulties at the Tang residence, the members of the Lu family felt quite unsettled. Why must there be so much snobbery in this world? Smaller families are looked down upon wherever they go. Life can be harder than for those from ordinary households. Inside the Tang home, Tang Tiantian awaited Lu Jincheng to come and escort her. Yet after a long wait without his arrival, she hesitated to call him, not wanting to pressure him in case something had delayed him. Suddenly, she heard Gu Zheng's voice echoing from downstairs. Tang Tiantian, your Uncle Gu has arrived. Come down to greet him. What's he doing here all of a sudden? The heads of the Tang family felt their hearts race upon hearing Gu Zheng's voice at the entrance. They had intended to give the Lu family a bit of a trial, allowing their son to wait longer. Yet, Gu Zheng's unexpected arrival threatened to disrupt their plans. The couple hurriedly went outside, exclaiming, Ah Zheng, what brings you here unexpectedly? Are you dropping by for a visit? Tang Tiantian rushed down the stairs, glaring. What are you doing here? My home does not welcome you. You little rascal, I came with good intentions. Zheng, come, let's speak inside. The head of the Tang family interjected hastily. All right, but just before entering, I noticing what? There is nothing to speak of. Come, let's go inside. Once again interrupted, Gu Zheng had no choice but to be pulled inside, casting furtive glances at Tang Tiantian. She furrowed her brow. Have you lost your senses? You are the one who has lost your senses. The head of the Tang family shot a warning glance at Gu Zheng, Zheng. Now, should he continue to curry favor with the goddess or give some face to Tang Ge? Gu Zheng found himself in a quandary. He looked down to find a message from Lu area. Thank you, head of the Gu family, for helping to gather information. I will treat you to a meal soon. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, Tang Tian Tian, your father and mother have kept your beloved waiting outside for over an hour, refusing him entry. What did you say? Father, mother, how could you treat him this way? The head of the Tang family felt a vain throb on his forehead. Gu Zheng, get back home this instant. Gu Zheng hastily ducked out, thinking that for the sake of the goddess, he would go to great lengths. Father, how can you ask him to leave? You explicitly agreed to this. What do you mean agreed? A mere Lu family scion thinks he can marry my Tang Hao Ian's daughter so easily? On what grounds? On the grounds of your daughter's affection. On my own will. You are being utterly unreasonable. You are treating him far too poorly. With that, Tang Tian dashed out the door. Gu Zheng, who had been leisurely making his way outside, saw her and smugly remarked, remember to thank me later. Just don't speak ill of me in front of my goddess. Bah, don't think you can take advantage of Xiaoya. She is not your type. How would you know? I've heard all about your past romantic escapade from my parents. You are not a good person. Your father is talking nonsense. How dare you, Tang Haoqian, spread rumors about me? I will confront him. I will come back tomorrow. My family still has many matters to resolve. Do not complicate things further. I refuse. Unless you promise not to speak ill of me in front of my goddess from now on, I will remain here to cause trouble. Just so, you know, I just came from the Lu family, and they are all eagerly awaiting your arrival. It was Lu Xiaowan who persuaded me to look into the situation. Hearing this, Tang Tian felt a sense of urgency and inhaled deeply. Fine. I won't say anything more. You hurry back home and do not stir up trouble. Agreed. Consider it settled. Who knows, we might even become relatives one day. So let's maintain a good attitude. Goodness. If not for the fear of wasting too much time, I would have put you in your place. She realized she needed to head back to find Lu Jincheng. All right, go ahead. I envy that chubby girl who can resolve matters quickly with a Lu family lad. When might I also have the opportunity to visit my goddess's home without being looked down upon, warmly welcomed by her family as well? For the first time, Tang Tian felt discontent with her spacious family home and her own weight. As she rushed to the entrance, her carefully applied makeup had become a smudged mess, and she was out of breath. Upon witnessing her disheveled appearance, Lu Jincheng likely guessed what had transpired. He stepped forward and gently advised, take your time. No need to rush. Please forgive me. I had no idea my parents were making things difficult for you. It was only when Gu Zheng came in that I found out. Lu Jincheng, I am truly sorry for the trouble. It is of no consequence. I understand your parents' feelings at this moment. However, they should not act this way. We had previously come to an agreement, and they had consented, yet they behave differently now. Lu Jincheng smiled softly. You are, after all, their cherished daughter. It is natural for them to be reluctant to let you go. But I must marry someday. They should have prepared themselves for this, and I shall not abandon my family after marriage. Do not be greedy. Remember, they initially intended for you to marry into the family, not to be wed outside. Tang Tian pouted, that is true. But I still feel I have caused you injustice. It is of no matter. I had mentally prepared myself before coming. As long as you do not hold it against me, let me guide you inside. As fate would have it, Gu Zheng emerged from within just as Lu Jincheng passed by, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder while encouraging him. I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. Lu Jincheng found this utterly perplexing. Tang Tian glared and urged, you should head home now. Understood. I'm leaving. Let us ignore him. He is merely trying to set his sights on our area. Lu Jincheng furrowed his brow. When did this happen? Cough. Xiaoya instructed me not to discuss it with you. No need to rush. We can talk later. For now, let us go meet your parents. He believed that any inquiries regarding this matter could be addressed directly with Lu area at home. To him, the connection between the Lu and Tang families was sufficient. There was no need for Lu area to get entangled with Gu Zheng. Yet, she had still managed to do so. All right, whatever my parents say, don't take it to heart. They don't know you yet, but once they do, they will surely regard you in a new light. I understand what to do. This indeed was a formidable challenge, one that needed to be successfully navigated. Otherwise, he might end up as a laughingstock, much like his younger sister had. The embarrassment of failing to climb the social ladder and being cast aside was one the Lu family could ill afford again. His parents would face even greater disdain if that were to happen, something none of the siblings wished to witness. in the Tang family's living room. The head of the family was nearly driven to despair by Gu Zheng's audacity. It took him quite a while to regain his composure. Dang madame, quali aika, vimat? What is it with the Gu family? They seem to thrive on chaos. Who knows what that brat will do next? I might just pay his family a visit to vent my frustrations. Why would you scold the Gu family matriarch for his transgressions? She continued. It would be prudent to consider how we should respond when that young man from the Lu family arrives. Tang family patriarch inhaled deeply. We must ascertain that young man's intentions. While Tian Tian is reluctant to have anyone encroach upon our family, we cannot overlook what he truly seeks. After all, the Lu family does have a reputation that is somewhat lacking. But isn't their youngest daughter married into the Li family? She countered. That is precisely the conundrum. The Li family is akin to a ticking time bomb. Who knows when that father-son duo might turn against each other, potentially dragging us into their calamity. Tang madam frowned. We cannot stand idly by while someone is in distress. Sister Wanyu had always shown me kindness. Although she is no longer with us, I still cherish her past generosity. That child, Jincheng, is pitiable, losing his mother at such a tender age, only to be oppressed by those lowly Li family members, is simply unconscionable. The Tang patriarch, hearing her words, nodded solemnly. Rest assured, we are keeping a close watch. If anything were to go awry, we would certainly not stand idle. That is more like it, she replied. Master, madam, the young lady is arriving with the young master from the Lu family. The servant's announcement prompted the couple to compose themselves and assume their roles as elders. The Tang patriarch straightened his posture, while Tang madam took a sip of tea, only to choke as she beheld her daughter entering with makeup resembling that of a panda. She immediately spat out her drink, and the patriarch struggled to maintain his composure, realizing that his daughter was indeed a treasure at home, but a sight to behold in public. What on earth happened to her? He pondered. Didn't that young man from the Lu family offer her any advice? Or is he so indifferent to her appearance, only concerned with her family background? If that is the case, Tang Tian, hurry upstairs and check your reflection. Tang madam nearly exploded in frustration. I know, I just sweated a bit, which caused my makeup to smudge. It's no big deal. Do you not possess any semblance of femininity? I have become quite plump and have long lost my girlish charm. My boyfriend doesn't mind me, yet you all seem to find fault. The patriarch retorted. Do you not understand why he does not mind you? I know what you are about to say. He is attracted to our family's status. But have you taken a good look at me? Without some family prestige, what do I have to offer that would catch anyone's eye? Her words left both the Tang patriarch and Tang madam speechless. Lu Jincheng, feeling awkward, remarked, There's no need to be so absolute. You do possess your own merits. Tang Tian scoffed. That may be your opinion, but even my parents believe I am utterly lacking in appeal. And yet they assume everyone who approaches me has ulterior motives, as if I could possibly monopolize all the good fortune in the world. Is it really possible that someone I like also likes me back without any ulterior motives? Lu Jincheng hesitated. While your arguments have merit, is this truly the best way to address your parents? The faces of the Tang patriarch and Tang madam turned pale with indignation. Our daughter is simply too perceptive for her own good. But is that truly a virtue? Not all. Tang Tian, you must be quiet. Are we conversing? Or is this your solo performance? Tang madam stated, exasperated. Fine, then you speak, and I shall refrain from going upstairs to tidy myself. After all, aside from you, no one else here seems to mind my appearance. The Tang patriarch inhaled deeply. I do not believe this. Young man from the Lu family, do you truly not mind my daughter? Lu Jincheng replied earnestly, I have not known Tian for just a day. Regardless of how you perceive it, having made this decision, I will undoubtedly cherish her for a lifetime. I kindly ask that you entrust Tian to me, and I assure you that I will not disappoint you. That depends on your courage. Regardless of courage, I would never act otherwise. This was somewhat agreeable, yet it was hard for a father to relinquish his only daughter. The Tang patriarch frowned. If I recall correctly, your family has 2 sons and 3 daughters? Indeed, I have 3 sisters and 1 brother. Father, I have already stated that I will not allow the person I cherish to marry into my family. You insolent child. I have not even finished speaking. There is nothing to discuss. It is non-negotiable. The Tang patriarch pointed at her, turning to Tang madam. Look at the fine daughter you have raised. What do you mean, the daughter I raised? I could not have done alone. The patriarch was momentarily at a loss for words. She is infuriating me. Tang madam retorted. You see, I am equally exasperated. But what can we do? A child grows beyond their parents' control. She insists on pursuing this path, and we are powerless to intervene. Lu Yicheng inhaled deeply. Tian. Please hold your tongue and let your parents speak. Oh. The Tang patriarch and Tang madam exchanged glances, realizing their daughter would counter any statement they made. While she obeyed outsiders without hesitation, her own parents found it increasingly difficult to guide her. Please, feel free to express your thoughts. I'm open to it. Very well. I shall be straightforward. Tian is our only child. If she marries into your Lu family, our Tang family will have no descendants left. You understand my meaning, correct? Understood. Therefore, regardless of how many children Tian and I have, they will carry the Tang surname. The Tang patriarch and Tang madam were taken aback. Is this truly acceptable? However, Tian interjected, Lu Yicheng, you need not sacrifice yourself. One child will suffice. There is no need for all of them. Tian, be quiet. I insist on speaking. Lu Yicheng found the situation amusing yet frustrating. Let your parents finish speaking first. Oh, very well. This daughter was indeed a handful, making it incredibly challenging to keep her at home. Madame Tang held her chest and took a deep breath, saying, if that is the case, then you may take her, young man from the Lu family. You must keep your word. Any children born must carry the Tang surname, and I, along with their father, shall raise them. Lu Yicheng replied, I have no objections. Yet, Tang Tian interjected, no way. What if I wish to raise them in the future? You can return to help raise them. Your father and I can assist in caring for the children, sparing you young ones from the burden. That depends on me. Just because they carry your surname does not mean I must raise them for you. Why should I? They are my children, and it is my decision. You foolish girl, can't you see? This young man is merely interested in your status. He has no genuine affection for you or the children you might bear, which is why he readily agreed. Lu Yicheng remarked, the complexities of urban life make me long for rural simplicity. Tang Tian responded, I've already acknowledged that. I am indifferent to those matters. Why are you so persistent in testing others? Is it not exhausting? Tian, we only wish what is best for you. Lu Yicheng sensed that no amount of explanation would sway the Tang family, so he remained silent. His intentions were sincere. Having chosen to marry Tang Tian, he would take responsibility and care. He believed that with many siblings, the Lu family had no shortage of heirs. If the Tang family insisted on their children bearing the Tang surname, so be it. They could share the burden, allowing for frequent visits to both families. And he would not neglect his offspring. What kind of person would he become otherwise? Yes, you all want what is best for me. Yet you will never understand my true desires. Today, you have pushed things to this point, and I am too embarrassed to return home. I shall remain in my room. I will not go anywhere. Are you satisfied now? With that, Tang Tian turned to ascend the stairs, only to be halted by the head of the Tang family, who called out, stop. This matter is not yet resolved. Where do you think you're going? Tian, do not be willful. Your father merely seeks an attitude from the young man of the Lu family. Lu Yicheng added, I have no objections. It is essential to clarify what needs to be said. Yet they persist in questioning you. That is to be expected. When my younger sister married, my father spent the entire night alone in his study, unable to sleep. My mother awoke the next day with swollen eyes. Every parent has their worries for their children. I understand that. You simply have too good a temper. Lu Yicheng smiled faintly. Otherwise, you would not have caught your attention. Hearing this, Tang Tian blushed and replied, yes, you shine with brilliance. In college, I felt insecure due to my weight. Everyone viewed me through a lens of prejudice. Only you were different. The head of the Tang family and Madame Tang exchanged glances, their feelings complex as they observed their daughter displaying such affection before this young man, a side of her they had never witnessed before. Perhaps in her eyes, this was her youth, her love, her dream. If they continued to act as the antagonists, should this marriage fall apart, their daughter would surely see them as her foes. Why bother? Ahem. Tian, go wash your face and change your clothes. You must maintain decorum when visiting the Lu family later. Do not disgrace the Tang family. Madame Tang suddenly interrupted. Startled, Tang Tian asked, Mom, why are you so sudden? I simply enjoy teasing. Is that a problem? Now hurry. All right, I'm going, she replied, but please do not make things difficult for him. Understood, now go. Tang Tian cast a worried glance at Lu Yicheng, who offered her a reassuring look. Only then did she ascend the stairs, glancing back multiple times. Once she departed, Lu Yicheng began, I can surmise the concerns of uncle and aunt. Too many explanations may make me seem glib, and you likely would not believe them. Thus, only time can prove my sincerity. Madame Tang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, how do you intend to prove it? The disparity between the Tang and Lu families is evident. Should I treat Tian poorly? The Tang family could easily crush a mere Lu family. My intentions in being with Tian are indeed purposeful. A significant part of it is to bolster the Lu family rather than lead to its demise. If I were to speak so candidly, the Tang family would find this young man to be quite earnest. Madame Tang stroked her chin, inquiring, "And what is that small part of your intentions?" "Is her sincerity and charm. I would never marry a woman I neither liked nor could tolerate merely for the sake of bolstering my family, which would only lead to discord. I cherish my family, including my parents, siblings, and future wife, and I will dedicate my life to protecting them. Hence, this is also why I wish to marry your daughter. As a man, my sense of duty and mission is undeniable. However, the thought of pursuing their daughter does leave the couple somewhat unsettled. The reality is that their daughter's weight makes it quite challenging for her to find a partner, let alone consider marriage. Even if someone were willing to enter into such a union, how could they guarantee that their intentions were not merely to seize the Tang family as wealth? What a remarkable young man. You possess a sense of responsibility. The head of the Tang family instinctively praised him. Madame Tang shot him a glare, and he quickly turned his gaze elsewhere, knowing that it was best kept to himself. Young people can become too carried away. Madame Tang resumed. I recall your younger sister married into the Li family, correct? Indeed. Are you aware of the conflict between the father and son of the Li family? I have heard a little, but not in detail. Are you concerned that your sister might bring disaster to the Lu family, prompting you to take precautions? I have never worried that my family would bring me misfortune. I only fear that one day they may face hardships that I cannot protect them from. What a remarkable young man. You possess a sense of responsibility. The head of the Tang family praised him again, instinctively. Madame Tang glared at him once more, and he quickly shifted his attention. Cough. It is best to keep such thoughts to oneself. Young people can be quite proud. Madame Tang continued. What is your sister's relationship like with the young man from the Li family? Lu Jincheng replied candidly. My brother-in-law is reclusive and indifferent, avoiding contact with others. He is unambitious and not easy to deal with, while my sister has been spoiled by our family and has become somewhat unruly. Since her marriage, she has caused her husband considerable trouble. Upon hearing this, Madame Tang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I have indeed heard that your sister's temperament is rather unruly. Please excuse her. She is merely a product of our family's indulgence, somewhat unaware of her place. Not at all. I actually believe your sister and the young man from the Li family have complementary personalities. Lu Jincheng was puzzled by her interest in the matter, but chose not to inquire further. Tang Tian hurriedly descended the stairs, announcing, Mom, Dad, I'm ready. Can we leave now? Just as the head of the Tang family was about to speak, Madame Tang interrupted. Go on. Remember to be polite when at their home. Do not presume upon our status. Do not act like a spoiled princess and commit any impolite acts. I would never. Yes. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. All right. I will come home later to have dinner with you. Oh no. I will just watch you eat. I need a diet and one TB having dinner. Madame Tang's lips twitched as she remarked, Sure, I believe you can lose weight. This had been said for years. Yet she had not lost an ounce, but rather gained more. I will definitely lose weight. Lu Jincheng will supervise me, right? Lu Jincheng expressed, Arya will supervise you. All right, it will be better for Arya to oversee me. Her figure and looks are exceptional. I find her pleasing to the eye every day. Once I shed some weight, I shall learn to dress like her. Good. Well then, Mom and Dad, we shall take our leave. Take care on the road. At last, Tang Tian was taken away by Lu Jincheng from the Tang family. It was only after they exited the Tang residence and got into the car that cold sweat began to trickle down Lu Jincheng's back. He wiped his brow with a tissue for quite some time before driving off. Seeing his demeanor, Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. I thought you were truly unafraid of anything. In response, Lu Jincheng forced a smile. Meeting the future in-laws is still intimidating. But to me, you seem calm in everything you do. Not really. My younger siblings often manage to fluster me. Well, I'll get to witness that in the future. Let's head home quickly. I feel a bit guilty for keeping uncle and aunt waiting. The delay caused by her parents was not merely to intimidate Lu Jincheng, but to exert pressure on the entire Lu family. It was utterly pointless. After all, she understood everything, and it was a choice made willingly on her part. Yet, they still insisted on testing her. Was it really necessary? Although she knew their intentions were for her own good, she still felt it was unnecessary. Fortunately, they eventually relented. Otherwise, she would have surely cried from frustration today. Upon receiving a message from Tang Tian, Lu Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief. Mom and Dad, Big Brother, and the others will arrive in half an hour. Lu Xiaowan nodded. All right, as long as they return safely. Today, I was quite anxious for our eldest son. I wonder what he is truly thinking. Marrying into a prestigious family requires one to be adept at reading faces. The dignity of a man can easily be lost. However, since our eldest son has made up his mind, no one can dissuade him, and we are left with no choice. Now that the situation is upon us, we must endure. At least he is not being coerced. This was his own decision. That is the only comforting thought. Tang Tian was already an employee of the Lu family, so she had no fear of unfamiliarity. Her round, rosy face was adorned with a cheerful smile as she warmly greeted Lu Xiaowan. Hello, old Lu. Lu Jincheng spoke gently. No need to be so formal at home. Then shall I address you as uncle and aunt? That works. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Area, is this Sanyu and Xiaowan? Lu Jincheng's 3 younger sisters politely greeted. Hello, sister-in-law. And I have a younger brother named Si, studying abroad. I will arrange a video call later to introduce you, Lu Jincheng added. Ole, Norus. I will first become familiar with my younger sisters. Feel free. My family is easy to get along with. Lu Xiaowan and Lu Sanyu had both heard from Lu Area about their future sister-in-law's impressive social skills. After interacting with her, they found it to be true. In just a few exchanges, they were engaged in lively conversation, discussing skincare products, bags, and clothing brand with ease. Despite her plump figure, she was quite discerning when it came to choosing brands, likely due to ample financial means and experience from frequent purchases. Even Lu Xiaowan joined their animated discussion, creating an atmosphere of lively chatter. Only Lu Xiaowan, concerned for his son, remarked, "You must have faced some difficulties at the Tang family, right?" Lu Jincheng responded vaguely, "It's not too bad." "Oh, you? Well, what's done is done. Your father cannot provide you with any good advice. It was your choice, and there will be no room for regret later. Dad, don't worry. I know exactly what I want. As long as you are clear about it. What one fears most is living in confusion, making the wrong choices, and walking down a dark path. I know all of that, so you need not worry about me. But what about Arya and Guzheng? Are you aware of their situation?" At the mention of Guzheng, Lu Xiaowan's expression darkened. "I absolutely will not agree to this matter. Remember to persuade your sister more. Is it because Wan introduced him? Indeed, I can't bear to discipline her. So, as her brother, you must guide her well and ensure she does not associate with just anyone. Dad, you don't want to offend the little sister. Let me handle it." He was unwilling, but he would keep the matter of persuading Lu Xiaowan in mind. Lu Xiaowan remained at the Lu residence until after dinner, engaging in a game of mahjong with her family before returning home. By the time she left, it was already past 9, and the night had enveloped the sky. The Lu family insisted on having their driver take her home. On the journey back, Lu Xiaowan held 2 chicken legs wrapped in oil paper, eagerly anticipating presenting them to Li Jincheng upon her arrival. These were their family's favorite marinated chicken legs, prepared by her mother, renowned for their exquisite flavor. Her new sister-in-law particularly adored them, but with so many family members, each person only received 2 pieces. Her brother had given his share to her sister-in-law, leaving her longing for a taste. Instead, she snatched one from Lu Sanyu to satisfy her craving while bringing her 2 pieces back home. She was truly a devoted wife. However, as they approached a relatively secluded road near the villa, the car suddenly came to a halt. "Uncle Joe, what's wrong?" "Miss, it seems a tire is stuck on a rock. Let me check." "All right, if the rock is too large, just call me, and I will help you move it." "Okay." Mississippi. But as the Lu family's driver exited the vehicle, he was abruptly kicked to the ground from behind. Realizing the danger, he shouted, "Miss, run!" The next moment, a large stone was hurled forcefully toward the rear seat where Lu Xiaowan sat. She reacted swiftly, shielding her head and leaning forward to dodge. Yet, her face was still cut by shards of broken glass from the window, blood streaming down her face. But Lu Xiaowan could not afford to dwell on the pain. She quickly opened the other side of the car door and bolted outside. There, a tall man clad in a black hood, with only his eyes visible, approached her wielding a large hammer. In the stillness of the night, a deafening crash echoed as the luxury car frequently used by Lu Xiaowan was severely dented. Lu Xiaowan's face paled into her. Lu Xiaowan finally became aware of the pain on her face, frowning as she wiped her face and remarked, "It's just a minor injury, nothing to fret over." Yet with that single wipe, half of her face was smeared with blood, creating a rather terrifying sight in the dim light of the night, akin to a ghostly apparition. When Li Jincheng and the old butler rushed over, the sight of Lu Xiaowan's face made his heart skip a beat. "Oh dear, my young lady, what happened to you?" he exclaimed. "Old Zeng, how could you let this happen? The young lady is in this state, and you're not rushing her to the hospital?" Zeng Ming, with a stony expression, insisted that it was not a serious injury, merely a scratch. Lu Xiaowan had genuinely believed it was no big deal. She had endured worse in past brawls, including dislocated wrists and numerous minor injuries. However, upon seeing Li Jincheng, the embodiment of a strong woman, her resolve crumbled, her lips quivered, her face drained of color, teetering on the brink of tears. Li Jincheng's fingers twitched slightly, his gaze sweeping over her ghastly visage as he pressed his lips together and commanded, "Come here." Lu Xiaowan scampered over, feeling aggrieved. A large stone was hurled at my window. Shards of glass splattered across my face, and I barely managed to shield my head with my hands, which got cut as well. It hurt so much, and our driver, his arm was brutally broken. I cried out from the pain. Yet, to Li Jincheng, these were mere. As Lu Xiaowan raised her hand, she remarked, "My hands also require treatment." Li Jincheng observed the scene from a distance, feeling a sense of helplessness. He decided that since tonight was dedicated to the young master and young mistress, it would be best for him to retire early. The injury on Lu Xiaowan's hand was far more severe than that on her face. As the antiseptic solution was applied to her wound, she could not help but cry out, "Ah, it hurts." Initially, Li Jincheng believed she was merely feigning pain, putting on a melodramatic act. However, once the wound was cleaned and he spotted shards of glass embedded within, he furrowed his brow and insisted, "We need to go to the hospital. You could just treat it here. It's late. Why go to the hospital? I'll endure the pain. Just continue." Li Jincheng, however, remained unconvinced, fearing that there might still be unseen shards of glass lurking beneath the flesh. Such injuries necessitated an X-ray to ascertain the location of the glass fragments before they could be removed and the wound treated properly. "Someone, take the young mistress to the hospital." "I refuse to go. I've told you to treat it here. This minor injury doesn't warrant a hospital visit. It's such a hassle. Obey me. Unless you accompany me, I won't go, not even if it kills me." 40 minutes later, in the hospital's examination room, Lu Xiaowan glared at Li Jincheng with tears in her eyes, lamenting, "We agreed you would treat my wound, yet you insisted on bringing me to the hospital. Be gentle, that hurts." The attending physician, while clearing away the glass shards, retorted, "What do you mean by this, young lady? Am I not as proficient as your family member?" Lu Xiaowan defended herself. "My husband is far more handsome than you. If he treated me, I would be too busy admiring his face to feel such pain." The doctor silently glanced at Li Jincheng's face and, conceding defeat, resumed treating Lu Xiaowan's wound in silence. After a lengthy ordeal, the pair returned to the villa, the clock striking midnight. Due to her earlier tears, Lu Xiaowan's eyes were swollen and red. As Li Jincheng prepared to retire to his room, she tugged at his sleeve, her voice tinged with vulnerability. "Li Jincheng, I was quite frightened today. The thought of them nearly crushing my brain with a hammer sends shivers down my spine. I fear I may have nightmares tonight. May I sleep with you? Tonight, I will not leave." Li Jincheng's gaze swept over her swollen eyes, his brow slightly furrowing. "Why not summon a maid to keep you company? It would be more convenient for your care during the night." "I don't want that. I only want you beside me. Rest assured, I won't be troublesome. I'll only occupy half the bed." "I refuse." Lu Xiaowan's tears welled up once more, her voice choked with emotion. "Am I not deserving of a shred of your compassion?" Li Jincheng sensed that, given her current state, sleep would be a distant prospect. "Then don't sleep. Go to your own room. And you? Will you come to keep me company?" "I will not sleep. I will keep watch over you." How exasperating. Crying so pitifully. Little did he know that on the night when he had deemed her drunk, nothing had transpired between them, leaving her with a sense of longing. Was there truly no second chance? She was unwilling to accept this fate. "Listen, rest early. I will take you to see the school tomorrow." "Really? You will take me?" "The butler will take you." "I refuse. You must take me. Otherwise, I'll enroll in any school at random." "Weren't you the one who disliked going out? Yet here you are, dragging me along." Li Jincheng inhaled deeply. "Fine, I will take you." Coincidentally, he He needed to step out tomorrow to return the share transfer documents, even though it would eventually have to pass through his grandfather's hands to reach Li Hong. It was better to return it first. This girl only had a little over 2 months left before her departure. He did not entangle her too deeply. Once she commenced her studies, 2 months would vanish in the blink of an eye. If she truly wished to avoid a closed-off high school, he would at least ensure she had the option to board. Returning home once a week would suffice. Lu Xiaowan finally smiled in satisfaction. All right, it's settled then. Time to sleep. Indeed. Will you really stay by my side all night without sleeping? Isn't that what you requested? Nonsense. I clearly asked for you to sleep with me. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xiaowan suggested, if you were reluctant to let me sleep in your bed, then you can have half of mine. Unnecessary. Li Jincheng, do you truly despise me? 3 months remain. Only 2.5 months left. How infuriating. If he hadn't reminded her, she would have nearly forgotten. Why must he remember so clearly, bringing it up every few days, as if fearing she might forget? No need for your reminders. I'm well aware. Do you think I value you that much? I don't care at all. Let us sleep. You needn't accompany me. I can manage on my own. With that, Lu Xiaowan retreated to her room, closing the door behind her. Li Jincheng felt a sense of unease, sensing her demeanor was that of someone attempting to play tricks. But what could he do? Perhaps, in 3 months, he would no longer exist in this world. He could only hope that the experience would temper her approach to life. Lu Xiaowan had believed herself brave and thought that incident would not frighten her. However, not long after falling asleep, she was plagued by nightmares. She dreamed of the man wielding the hammer appearing at her bedside, striking her head repeatedly, which jolted her awake in terror. At 3 a.m, the door to Li Jincheng's room swung open, and a dark figure dashed in, throwing herself into his embrace. Startled awake, Li Jincheng stiffened as the girl clung to his neck, her voice trembling with fear. Li Jincheng, save me. That vile creature struck me with a hammer. It terrified me. Li Jincheng switched on the bedside lamp and turned to see the girl, sobbing uncontrollably in his arms, her hair disheveled. Her forehead slick with cold sweat, clearly shaken. She truly had experienced a nightmare. He attempted to push her away but found her grip too tight. Taking a deep breath, he reassured her it was merely a dream. But it felt so real, I was terrified. Li Jincheng, may I sleep here with you? I don't. Lu Xiaowan reached out to take it, rubbing her face with abandon before closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. This time, she was not plagued by nightmares, instead sleeping soundly until dawn broke. Conversely, Li Jincheng, whose hand she clutched, found himself ill at ease and unable to succumb to sleep. The bedside lamp had already been extinguished, yet the moonlight outside shone brightly, illuminating her face as she lay on her side. In the darkness, Li Jincheng gazed intently at her injured visage for an extended period, contemplating the unfairness she had endured. He realized that in a moment of anger, he had bickered with a girl so much younger than himself, intending to punish her, thus dragging her into this abyss. Regret washed over him, but she afforded him no opportunity for remorse. Given the circumstances, with little time left, he resolved to treat her with kindness. After all, before bidding farewell to those who would harm her, he ought to ensure she was better prepared for the life ahead. As a form of compensation for her current suffering and an apology for his earlier behavior. Early in the morning, the butler and servants of the villa buzzed with excitement. Upon waking and beginning their chores, they discovered that the young mistress was not in her own room, but rather in the young master's quarters. After the couple arose, the servants tidied the room and stumbled upon a crumpled tissue, sticky and disheveled. My goodness! What had transpired between the young master and mistress the previous night was unmistakably evident. The old butler felt a wave of relief. Evidently, their young master was either abstinent or a normal man with needs. Yet, he admired the young mistress even more. After all, with the young master's aloof nature, he would never take the initiative. Such boldness was left to someone as unabashed as her. Indeed, they had shared a room the previous night. It was a positive development, albeit unfortunate that the patriarch was away in the mountains, unable to share in such good news. If only he were here to witness it. He would surely be overjoyed at the prospect of a grandchild, for if such occurrences continued, it was entirely possible that the young mistress might soon be expecting. As the old butler stood there grinning, he overheard the young master, who was accompanying the young mistress for breakfast, instructing, "Prepare the car. We shall take her to visit the school shortly. Will you be joining us, master?" "Of course," Lu Xiaowan exclaimed. "Li Jincheng, you promised me last night. You cannot go back on your word. Very well, together it shall be. Ah, it seemed the young mistress had indeed whispered sweet nothings into his ear last night. The old butler thought happily, I shall have the car ready at once. Before Lu Xiaowan could step outside, her family had already arrived. Among them was Madame Lu. The entire family gathered together. Li Jincheng, upon witnessing this commotion, quickly deduced the situation. Lu Xiaowan, sensing the tension, hastily reassured her family, Mom, Dad, I'm fine. Just a minor injury. Last night, Li Jincheng took me to the hospital for treatment, and after a good night's sleep, I'm almost completely healed. Lu Xiaowan frowned. How could you have been attacked, all of a sudden? Uncle Zhou's arm is broken. Oh, right. Mom and Dad, is Uncle Zhou's injury serious? Can he come home? Yes, he can, but he needs to recuperate properly, Lu Xiaowan replied. Poor Uncle Zhou has really suffered. How could such a thing happen? His inquiry was clearly directed at Li Jincheng. However, Lu Xiaowan shifted the conversation. Dad, let us consider Uncle Zhou's injury as a work-related incident. We should compensate him generously to ensure he recovers well. I know what to do, but I want to understand what truly caused this incident. It was merely a robbery. My bodyguards handled it, she insisted. Lu Xiaowan showed evident skepticism. Madame Lu, her heart aching at the sight of her daughter's bruises, suggested, perhaps you should stay at home for a few days. I can make some nourishing soup for you. But I'm visiting the school today. Li Jincheng is accompanying me. Lu Xiaowan replied. The previous school had poor educational standards, which is why I didn't get into college. Li Jincheng plans to help me find a better school. Such a significant decision. And you didn't think to inform us? Lu Xiaowan frowned. Dad, I'm already married. It's only natural for my husband's family to assist me with these matters. Lu Xiaowan was nearly infuriated by her response, his gaze toward Li Jincheng sharp with accusation. The old butler interjected. Rest assured, Master has already begun investigating last night's events and will provide a satisfactory explanation for the young mistress. There is no need for concern. Our young master will cover the medical expenses and any emotional distress suffered by the Lu family's driver due to his failure to protect the young mistress. He will also replace your vehicle with a new one. Lu Xiaowan dismissed the compensation, more concerned about the potential for such incidents to recur. How would his daughter fare in the future? Lu Xiaowan nodded. Yes, we will compensate. Dad, I'm truly fine. You know how capable I am. Such minor scuffles cannot intimidate me. Li Jincheng silently regarded her, aware of her bravado. It was amusing how she pretended to be unafraid when he knew she had been terrified last night. Lu Yicheng, feeling conflicted, asked, Are you certain you don't want to return home with us? I still need to visit the school. Classes start soon, and it doesn't matter where I stay. Besides, the house is full of people, they want to miss me. If I leave, Li Jincheng will be all alone at home. How lonely that must be. So I'll stay with him. Who would have thought that the daughter who had been married off would truly become like water poured away? Observing the couple's harmonious interaction as they prepared to leave together, Lu Xiaowan wondered if his dreams of reclaiming his daughter would ever come to fruition. Seeing this, Lu Yicheng stood up, saying, All right, just be cautious. If anything happens, make sure to call us. We'll head back now. Yes, Dad, Mom, Big Brother, second sister, and third sister, you all hurry back to your tasks. I'll certainly reach out if anything arises. Very well. Finally relieved to see her family depart, Lu Xiaowan sighed. Li Jincheng, did you see that? I'm looking out for you. Not necessary. Ungrateful as ever. Regardless, in the eyes of my family, you are their son-in-law, so you should maintain a proper attitude. The old butler nodded in agreement. The young mistress is correct. Fortunately, the Lu family is generous and understands that our young master is not one for words, so they don't hold it against him. Of course, my family is quite reasonable. Now, let us go visit the school. One last question. Are you truly not considering a boarding school? Not at all. How persistent this man was. Li Jincheng, if you ask me again today, I will not let it rest. Li Jincheng, maneuvering his wheelchair, headed outside. Lu Xiaowan stood there, huffing, before following him. The old butler trailed behind, beaming, thinking how remarkable their young mistress truly was, boldly confronting the young master. It was clear that he had changed significantly, no longer fixated on trifles. Qingyuan High School stood as the premier private institution in the capital. Its teachers were carefully recruited from across the nation, renowned for their exceptional quality of education. The school enforced strict regulations. Any student receiving 3 disciplinary warnings would face expulsion. Consequently, Such an institution was highly sought after by affluent families seeking to ensure their children receive proper guidance. With a substantial number of wealthy offspring enrolled, many affluent parents also sent their children there, hoping for superior education and opportunities to build networks. Each year, the school also admitted a select number of academically gifted students from less privileged backgrounds, allowing them to attend free of charge. Some impoverished students are chosen by the offspring of wealthy families or second-generation rich students to accompany them in their studies. They are often granted scholarships, allowing them access to the school. However, these students typically do not perform poorly academically. Thus, Qingyuan School has garnered a reputation for its stark disparity between the affluent and the underprivileged, as well as a significant gap in academic performance. Li Jincheng brought Lu Xiaowan to this very institution. During their journey, the old butler introduced the school to Lu Xiaowan and cautioned her, saying, "Young Mrs. need not worry about being bullied at school. Should you choose to attend this institution, the young master will make a donation to the school, enabling them to enroll more deserving students for free, which will ensure you receive special attention. Furthermore, you may select a top-performing impoverished student to assist you in your studies." Li Jincheng interjected, "You lack empathy? Can you really choose your study companion? What a privilege." Lu Xiaowan pondered, resting her chin on her hand. "Where does one even find such companions?" The old butler replied, "There will be numerous applications from impoverished students at the school. You may select from there." After contemplating, Lu Xiaowan declined. "I believe that with your assistance, Li Jincheng, I need no one else." Li Jincheng responded curtly, "I will be quite busy and unable to teach you." Lu Xiaowan retorted, "You spend all day in your study without stepping outside. How can you be so busy?" "I don't care. I will return home daily, and you shall assist me with my homework." "Indeed, I have no time," he insisted. "I do not believe that," she exclaimed. "Is it possible to commute to this school?" Lu Xiaowan inquired of the old butler. Li Jincheng cast a warning glance at the butler, who cleared his throat and stubbornly replied, "If young Mrs. desires, it can certainly be arranged." The young master and young mistress's relationship seemed to be improving. It would be unwise to separate them, allowing only weekly meetings. That would be quite unfortunate. The cold glint in Li Jincheng's eyes nearly bore a hole into the butler's forehead. How dare he assist this girl in defying his wishes? Upon arrival, Lu Xiaowan eagerly accompanied Li Jincheng to the office of the school administration, where the old butler promptly announced their presence. Shortly after, the principal personally came to greet them. As they entered, Lu Xiaowan was struck by the school's grandeur and the beautiful uniforms worn by the students. The girls looked like enchanting maidens, while the boys donned equally appealing attire, a stark contrast to the mundane sports uniforms of her previous school. This truly was the renowned aristocratic institution, and she found it delightful. Thus, when the principal inquired about her reasons for repeating a year, she sincerely explained, "I fell ill the day before the college entrance exam, and I was unwell during the test. During my second attempt, perhaps it was due to my uneven academic performance. My scores in math and literature were rather poor, but my English was quite commendable." Upon hearing this, both Li Jincheng and the old butler regarded her with skepticism. Lu Xiaowan shot them a glare, declaring, "I nearly achieved full marks in English." The principal's eyes sparkled. "Excellent. Achieving near full marks in English is indeed impressive. As for the other subjects, with another year of study and proper tutoring, you will surely gain admission to a prestigious university. We would be delighted to accept you. Will Mr. Li be at ease with his wife studying at our institution?" The principal queried. "Wife?" Li Jincheng's lips twitched slightly as he refrained from voicing an opinion. "Very well. The school year has commenced. Let's promptly complete the transfer process." The old butler stepped forward, stating, "We have brought all the necessary documents. I can assist with the enrollment procedures." "That is agreeable. Does young Mrs. have any plans to select a study companion?" the principal asked. Lu Xiaowan, intrigued, inquired, "What options are available?" The principal handed her the materials he had prepared, saying, "Young Mrs. may review these thoroughly and make her selection. They contain detailed descriptions." As Lu Xiaowan perused the documents, she noted not only the comprehensive records, but also lengthy appeals for sympathy, detailing the dire circumstances of the applicants, families unable to afford education, injuries sustained by parents, and dreams of attending Qingyuan Academy, thwarted by financial hardships. There were even applications from the deaf and disabled. After reviewing several profiles, her gaze landed on the photograph of a girl on the first page, a deaf-mute, yet an exceptional scholar. Her parents were also hearing impaired, and the family's income relied on handmade crafts. Lu Xiaowan began to understand why the principal had placed this application first. He likely hoped to draw attention to the girl and facilitate her assistance. Her eyes then wandered to a boy featured on the third page, whose handsome face bore the mark of tragedy. He had lost a leg in an accident. While Li Jincheng remained in his wheelchair, this boy had suffered a complete amputation. Such misfortune. Noticing the principal watching her closely, she hesitated, and he quickly added, "Our school allows for the selection of companions, as well as the option to support students. Then why not choose a companion and sponsor another?" Lu Xiaowan suggested. These two seemed to have endured the most hardship. Clearing his throat, Li Jincheng remarked, "There are many unfortunate souls in this world. Select someone who will genuinely aid your studies." "You lack compassion," Lu Xiaowan exclaimed. "You instructed me to choose. Now that I wish to do so, you want to intervene. I will select these two." Li Jincheng, uninterested in further discussion, remained silent. The old butler chimed in cheerfully. "Of course, young missus, if you wish to select multiple companions, our family can certainly afford it. Why so many? 2 will suffice." "Young missus, the student previously chosen by Mr. Li is quite remarkable. He was unable to attend public school due to financial constraints and has been self-studying for 3 years. He wishes to take the final year before the college entrance exam. His foundation is solid. He will undoubtedly assist you in your studies and has no shortcomings, not to mention a background in martial arts, which would also ensure your safety." Lu Xiaowan found herself swayed, glancing back through the materials. She then playfully inquired of Li Jincheng, "If I keep such a young, handsome, and academically gifted companion by my side, will you not worry that I might develop feelings for him and bring you dishonor? How amusing. Have you finally begun to feel apprehensive?" Li Jincheng's expression nearly faltered, revealing his incredulity at her audacity in speaking such a thing before the school principal. "The girl is truly something else." The principal, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "But they don't live together. They merely interact at school. How could anything of that nature occur? Fine, let's bring in a more normal situation, 1 leading 2. "Perfect. I shall merely act as a filler." The old steward corrected him. "It should be 3 leading 1. These 3 are all top scholars, and the young lady should learn from them. Her grades will surely improve. With Li Jincheng leading 1, what is there to fear? In time, I might even surpass them." "Indeed, you have the young master. That is enough," came the reply. The principal, pleased to assist 3 students at once, said, "The young lady of the Li family is a kind-hearted person. In that case, I will inform these 3 students that they will accompany you to school tomorrow." "Tomorrow? School starts? Or do you have other matters that will delay you for a few days?" Li Jincheng interjected, "She does not. She will attend school as usual tomorrow." Hearing this, Lu Xiaowan nearly shot him a piercing glare. Was he so eager to send her off to school? Did he truly despise her? That scoundrel! The principal nodded. "Very well, Mr. Li. Rest assured, your wife will undoubtedly become the most popular student at our school. After all, she is the young lady of the Li family. Who would dare to offend her? There will be no shortage of those eager to curry favor." Yet Li Jincheng, upon hearing the phrase "your wife," felt a surge of discomfort. He did not wish to have a high school sweetheart at the age of 20. "Since all is settled, we shall return. What a haste! The enrollment procedures are not yet complete. The old steward will handle it. Young master and young lady should return first. I haven't even had a proper look at the school yet." Li Jincheng inhaled deeply. "You will have ample time to observe every day. 1 day more or less matters little." He had no desire to remain in this role as a high school student's husband. Stripped of desires, Li Jincheng felt an inexplicable sense of shame due to Lu Xiaowan's current high school status. Lu Xiaowan glared. "Do you look down on me for being a high school student, thinking I bring you shame?" "Not at all." "Oh, but you do. Shall we return home first? Did I embarrass you by being with you in public?" "No. I have other matters to attend to." The old steward interjected. "Indeed. The young master has other engagements. They pertain to his official duties." "Really?" "I informed the steward this morning to assist with arrangements, so it is indeed true." "Very well. I shall return home. You go about your business." Li Jincheng pondered. When had it become necessary for him to explain his outings to her? The principal observed their interaction and mused that the new student, Mrs. Li, seemed to hold a significant position in the Li family. It felt as though he had just whetted their appetite, and now he should refrain from being overly eager. After escorting Lu Xiaowan back to the villa, Li Jincheng headed straight to the Li Corporation. In the office of the president, Li Hong's male secretary entered, stating, "President, the eldest young master has arrived." Although anticipated, Li Hong's expression still darkened with palpable disdain upon hearing of Li Jincheng's visit. He coldly ordered, "Have him wait." "Understood, President." However, this wait extended for the better part of the day, even as the last employees of the Li Corporation departed. The lights in the smallest meeting room on the first floor remained lit, where Li Jincheng sat in silence, awaiting his fate. He understood all too well that unless the shared transfer documents were returned, Li Hong would continue to relentlessly intimidate that girl. It seemed unnecessary, for he had never been interested in such matters, nor had he ever sought to claim even a fraction of the Li family's wealth. What he desired, from beginning to end, was their lives, for only their lives could accompany his mother in death. In the president's office, the secretary reminded Li Hong, who was preparing to leave for the day, "President, the eldest young master is still waiting for you in the meeting room." Only then did Li Hong say, "Have him come up." "Certainly, President, I shall fetch him." A few minutes later, Li Jincheng appeared in a wheelchair. At that moment, the father and son bore a striking resemblance, both wearing emotionless expressions, their eyes devoid of warmth, only emanating a chilling coldness. Li Jincheng said nothing, merely handing a folder to Li Hong's secretary. The secretary accepted it and delivered it to Li Hong, who, treating it as a business matter, flipped through several pages, his eyes growing colder with each turn. The old man had indeed granted him 10% of the shares. How absurd! This wretched cub had the audacity to expect a share of the Li family's wealth. He told the secretary, "You may leave for the day." "Understood, President." The secretary exited, closing the door behind him. Only then did Li Hong shift his attention to Li Jincheng, assessing his biological son, whom he had not seen for years despite living in the same city. A trace of scorn flickered in his gaze as he spoke. "What is this? Have you finally learned to fear?" Li Jincheng remained silent, but the icy glare in his eyes provoked Li Hong further. He stepped closer, looking down upon him. "Your appearance is remarkably reminiscent of your mother-ess from years ago." At this, Li Jincheng finally spoke, his voice cold as he replied, "You are unworthy to mention her." "Ah, indeed, I am unworthy. Ji Wan Yu was such a lofty figure, and I." The appearance of Li Jincheng inevitably stirred a multitude of memories within Li Hong. Ji Wan Yu, that exalted woman sought after by countless men throughout the capital. Before their marriage, she once asked him, "Do you know why I chose you?" "Because the Li family currently faces substantial challenges. If I assist them, your entire family will be grateful. Marrying into your family will ensure a prosperous future. Wouldn't you agree?" "Li Hong, remember to cherish me well, for you originally do not deserve me. Yet, as a woman, it is truly troublesome. I must marry, otherwise I would not willingly wed you." Her lofty demeanor and words trampled upon his dignity as a man. After giving birth, she refused to let him touch her again, yet demanded he be a good father, returning home promptly each day to spend time with her son. How could Li Hong accept being manipulated by a woman? In Ji Wan Yu's eyes, did she ever regard him with any esteem? Yet how could it be that a woman like her ultimately found herself akin to a dog, pleading for him to spare her son? Li Jincheng spent a considerable amount of time returning to his wheelchair, quietly exiting the Li group. Upon entering the car, the driver reported, "Young master, you forgot your phone. The young mistress has been trying to reach you." As he spoke, the phone rang once more. Li Jincheng glanced at the caller ID before answering. A furious voice from the other end exclaimed, "Li Jincheng, are you out fooling around? You haven't answered my calls all day." The absurdity of her words dispersed all of Li Jincheng's negative emotions. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He quickly responded, "No. Are you certain? Then where have you been? Not answering your phone or coming home? You're not on a date with some woman, are you?" "I told you no." It better not be. Hurry home. I'm starving." "If you're hungry, eat first. No need to wait for me." "I won't. Eating alone is dull. I want to wait for you to come back and eat together. It will take half an hour. Then I'll wait. It's just half an hour. Sigh, I have school tomorrow, and my husband doesn't even spend more time with me today. I feel so disappointed." "Li Jincheng, how about after dinner? You accompany me to the movies?" "Not going. If you don't go, I want to go to school tomorrow." "Do as you wish." "Fine, you said it. Just wait. I'll drop out of school tomorrow and follow you around every day. Let us see if I don't annoy you to death." Li Jincheng took a deep breath and asked, "What movie should we watch?" "Oh, are you willing now?" Lu Xiaowan replied with a teasing tone. I'll show no mercy to men who refuse to spend time at home with their wives. Let me see. Private cinemas allow ordering. Just the two of us. Let us go to a private cinema, and once we arrive, we can pick a good movie on the spot. You're quite cunning. You call the shots. Now hurry home. I'm nearly starving. All right. Li Jincheng, utterly fatigued yet compelled to appease the girl's whims for the last day, arrived at the villa around 8 in the evening. From a distance, he noticed lights within the house, and at the villa's entrance, someone was squatting there. Upon seeing him arrive, the person sprang up and rushed towards him. Li Jincheng, you're finally back. I'm starving. Let us go inside and eat. She then pushed his wheelchair forward. Li Jincheng couldn't help but think, is it really necessary? By the time they reached the dining table, the girl picked up her chopsticks and began devouring her food without even washing her hands. Given her level of hunger, why wait for him? After a whirlwind of eating, Lu Xiaowan finally noticed that Li Jincheng hadn't even touched his food. Why aren't you eating? Hurry up. After we eat, we're watching a movie. I'm not hungry. Even if you're not hungry, eat something. What if you get hungry later? Li Jincheng picked up his chopsticks and absent-mindedly took a few bites. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over him, and he fought the urge to vomit. He discreetly drank a glass of water, suppressing his discomfort. His mind couldn't help but replay Li Hong's words. Li Jincheng, you are G1's son. Therefore, you're only worthy of kneeling before me, begging for your survival. So, did his mother once kneel before him, begging? Li Jincheng, what movie should we watch? Do you have any preferences? Snap back to reality. Li Jincheng replied indifferently, none. Oh, forget it. I'll choose myself. If you truly can't eat, don't force it. We can order something at the private cinema for you. All right, I'll go wash up first. Just in time, for he genuinely felt unable to eat. All right, hurry up. For a first date at the movies, remember to dress handsomely. I'll change into a beautiful dress to match you perfectly. It was truly unnecessary to go to such lengths. The old butler had sensed his unusual mood upon Li Jincheng's return. Only after he had gone to his room did the butler follow, concern etched on his face. Young master, are you all right? I'm fine. Bring me the disinfectant and some bandages. Have you been injured? Just a minor scrape. Are you certain nothing else happened while you were out today? No. Just bring the items. I can handle it myself. Don't let her see. Otherwise, she would pester him endlessly. He didn't wish to mention today's events to anyone. Understood, young master. I'll fetch them right away. The old butler furrowed his brows as he exited, feeling that something must have occurred during Li Jincheng's outing. However, matters the young master preferred to keep private would remain unknown to anyone. Downstairs, Lu Xiaowan was messaging her third sister, inquiring about good movies to recommend. Lu Xiaowan asked if she was watching with friends or alone. Lu Xiaowan quickly replied, with my husband. Lu Xiaowan felt a pang of envy and thought for a moment before suggesting a film. A foreign film? Yes. I think it's suitable for you and Li Jincheng to watch together. Why? Because the male lead is also in a wheelchair. It's a very healing movie. All right. Then we'll watch this one. Have fun on your date. After several exchanges, she could sense her sister's interest in that extraordinary man. If her sister truly liked him, she hoped for a favorable outcome between them. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the man exuded a profound sense of world weariness. On 2 occasions when she visited her sister, he hardly spoke, his gaze reflecting a deep apathy, as if he looked down upon everything in this world. Such a person likely harbored a dark inner world. Of course, merely dark, not evil. If her sister sought to penetrate the depths of his heart, it would likely be a challenging endeavor. She hoped her sister wouldn't suffer in the future and could glean some insights from this film. By the time Li Jincheng descended the stairs, Lu Xiaowan had already finished her meal and changed into her going-out attire. She appeared in a red dress, accentuated by a pair of high heels, as her third sister had advised her to wear red. Although she was unsure of the reason, she obediently donned a red dress. After checking herself in the mirror, she found it quite appealing. After toiling with a curling iron for a while, she styled her hair into soft curls, presenting a mature and alluring look, even applying a delicate makeup to dazzle Li Jincheng. As soon as Li Jincheng arrived, she walked over, twirling in her skirt while balancing on high heels, and cheerfully asked him, Li Jincheng, do I look good? His gaze fell upon her. The dress was indeed stylish, and the young girl was vibrant and beautiful. Yet the dress was not suitable for her, as it appeared too mature. Nevertheless, he responded ambiguously. Everyone says I look good, and you look very handsome tonight. Come on, let's head out to the movies. All right, I'll find a movie my sister recommended. My sister is quite the academic. She aspires to be a screenwriter, so she has studied numerous films and watched many. Consulting her for movie recommendations is the most professional choice. Li Jincheng was not particularly interested and casually asked, "What movie? Meeting you before? They say it's a very healing romance. Have you seen it before?" "No." "Hee. The male lead is just like you, sitting in a wheelchair. But I bet the male lead isn't as handsome as you." "My Li Jincheng is the most handsome. No man in the world can compare to you. No arguments accepted." In a fleeting moment, images from his childhood flashed through Li Jincheng's mind. His mother sat on a swing, rocking gently, a radiant smile on her face as she looked at him and said, "Our Cheng is the best looking. No child in the world is as handsome as our Cheng." They arrived at a private cinema, where the screen was grand, and there were only 2 luxurious seats with massage functions. Lu Xiaowan settled into her seat, activated the massage feature, and reveled in the experience. Li Jincheng remained in his wheelchair, gazing at the screen. Soon, the film began. At first, Lu Xiaowan laughed heartily, finding the male lead quite attractive. And the female lead was also charmingly beautiful. However, as the story progressed, her laughter dissipated, and she could no longer smile. The tissues in her hand were in constant use to wipe away her tears. She watched the large screen, entranced, while Li Jincheng remained impassive, resembling an emotionless automaton. When the film concluded, the silence of the cinema was abruptly shattered by Lu Xiaowan's heart-wrenching sobs as she wept inconsolably. She simply could not understand why the male lead chose death in the end. Did he not wish to accompany the girl in the red dress to the concert as the male lead a few more times? Did he not consider what would happen to the female lead after his demise? She had already fallen in love with him. Oh, her heart ached unbearably. "Li Jincheng, you must not die. Do you hear me? What did it have to do with him? It was merely a film. How could it possibly be relevant to his life?" The girl, with tears streaming down her face, looked at him with a gaze full of accusation. "Li Jincheng, tell me the truth. Are you also like him, unable to accept your own imperfections, unwilling to live like this?" "No." Li Jincheng answered her question with certainty. "What does it matter if it's normal or imperfect? Even if I don't wish to live, it's certainly not for such reasons." "Really?" "Yes." "Then do you feel inferior because of your legs?" "Not at all." Lu Xiaowan wiped her tears and looked at him with swollen eyes. "That's good. Li Jincheng, don't emulate the male lead. His choice was wrong, because nothing is more important than living. Only by living can one witness the beauty in life and endure all hardships. For after the storm comes the rainbow." He clearly loved the female lead. They could have spent a lifetime together, and there was absolutely no need to choose death. They could have experienced many more beautiful moments together. "All right, I want to emulate him. So, are you done crying? Can we go home now?" Li Jincheng felt overwhelmed. He had often reflected on why he had impulsively decided to bicker with a young girl and ended up marrying her. She continued, her voice choked with emotion. "But I can somewhat understand why the male lead made such a choice." "Why?" She looked at him with a forlorn gaze. "Because he and the female lead belonged to entirely different worlds. He knew better than anyone that if his body were whole, he wouldn't even glance at an ordinary girl like her. He had looked down on the female lead from the very beginning. Her understanding was profound. Li Jincheng, are you also like that? What? Are you looking down on me now? If you weren't in a wheelchair, would your grandfather also think I am unworthy of you, believing I am not deserving of someone whole like you? Absolutely. You look down on me too." Li Jincheng vowed that he never wanted to take this troublesome girl to the movies again, because she easily immersed herself in the film. There was no one like her. Lu Xiaowan remained saddened for quite some time, unable to shake off the melancholic emotions, and continued to feel sluggish even after returning home. The old butler noticed this and assumed they had quarreled. "Young master, young madam. What happened? Did you argue?" "Young master, can't you be a bit more accommodating to young madam?" Li Jincheng replied blankly. "We didn't argue. She's just suffering from movie withdrawal." Lu Xiaowan glared at him with red-rimmed eyes. "It's clearly because of you. Because of me. Anyway, if one day you, Li Jincheng, decide to die, you must ask me, Lu Xiaowan, whether I agree." "Oomph." After saying this, Lu Xiaowan went upstairs to remove her makeup and take a bath. The old butler looked at Li Jincheng in shock. "Young master, you actually want to die?" Li Jincheng darkened his expression. "She's just being dramatic after watching a movie. Do you want to join her?" Was he shocked by young madam's words? Until bedtime, Lu Xiaowan was still scrolling through comments on the drama. She found that many netizens had deep reflections on the show, each with their own interpretations. Some believed that although the female lead brought joy to the male lead, he never truly loved her. Others thought that the male lead, having loved the female lead deeply, felt inferior due to his physical disability and did not want to affect her life, which led to his choice of death. One particular comment struck her deeply. "In my barren land, you are the last rose." Just reading this made her nose feel sour. She couldn't help but send a message to Li Jincheng. "Li Jincheng, I won't be the only sweetness in your dull life." Li Jincheng lay in bed, ready to fall asleep when his phone vibrated. He picked it up, glanced at it, then set it down again and closed his eyes. He silently replied to Lu Xiaowan, "Sorry, you are the only annoyance in my troubled life." Without receiving a response, Lu Xiaowan felt a little stifled and tossed her phone aside, going to sleep. The next morning, as she came downstairs for breakfast and saw Li Jincheng, she glared at him with a resentful expression, demanding, "Li Jincheng, why didn't you reply to my message last night? I was asleep. Then why haven't you replied since waking up? That is so impolite. You start school today, so you're right about everything. Oof. I'm punishing you to take me to school." "No, refusal is futile. It's my first day at school. As my husband, aren't you supposed to send me off? You'll be back in the evening, so you'll still need to pick me up. I refuse. Refusal is futile. Why should I toil at school while you stay home doing nothing? You must take on the responsibility of picking me up and dropping me off. Stop making a fuss." "I'm not making a fuss. I'm serious. I want you to pick me up and drop me off at school." Li Jincheng took a deep breath and said, "Just today, I will take you. For the rest of the time, let the driver escort you. Why can you send me every day? I have mentioned that I will be quite busy moving forward." "All right then." The old butler approached with a freshly ironed school uniform and said, "Young madam, the uniform is ready. You can change after breakfast and head to school." "Oh great, I'll change after I eat." When Lu Xiaowan returned to her room and changed into the school uniform, carrying her backpack downstairs, she appeared utterly fitting in her high school attire, resembling a true student. The old butler couldn't help but praise, "Young madam, you radiate youth and vitality." Lu Xiaowan replied with a bright smile, "Of course, Li Jincheng, let us go. Take me to school." Li Jincheng's gaze swept over her short skirt, and he couldn't help but suggest, "Let's make a deal. In public, please refrain from calling me husband." "Why? Are you embarrassed of me?" "Not all." The old butler quickly interjected, "Young madam, please don't misunderstand. It's just that your outfit is so youthful. You look like a middle schooler, while our young master is already in his 30s. If you call him husband like this in public, passers-by might think our young master is a pervert." Lu Xiaowan burst into laughter at the remark and readily agreed. "All right then, I won't call you husband outside. I'll save it for home. Though, truth be told, there's no need to call it home either." Li Jincheng sat in his dedicated vehicle, a Rolls-Royce, escorting Lu Xiaowan to school. Upon their arrival, he did not exit the car. As Lu Xiaowan alighted, she waved goodbye, saying, "Li Jincheng, see you after school." If only he could wish not to see her again. His feelings were complicated as he drove away. Lu Xiaowan, having descended from the luxurious vehicle, caught the attention and whispers of numerous students passing by. It was evident to all that she was yet another heiress from a wealthy family. However, no one could guess her true identity. Lu Xiaowan paid little mind to their stares. The old butler had reminded her to head straight to the academic office upon arrival. She was to meet her 3 study companions before reporting to the classroom. Upon reaching the academic office, she indeed found the principal and the director present, along with her 3 companions. The kind-hearted middle-aged principal rose with a welcoming smile, saying, "Ah, student Lu has arrived. Come in. These 3 have been here since morning, waiting for you." In front of the other students, the principal did not refer to her as young madam, but simply as student Lu. Lu Xiaowan greeted him and then turned her attention to her 3 companions. The first was a deaf-mute girl named Wu Xian, who offered her a warm, healing smile upon seeing her. Lu Xiaowan smiled back, but awkwardly realized she couldn't communicate through sign language. She quickly shifted her gaze to greet the other 2. The boy with a leg disability, named Gong Ping, exudait à son disposition. He introduced himself and eagerly informed her that she could approach him for any academic inquiries. The last companion, a handsome boy named Tan Mu Bai, appeared somewhat sullen. He merely forced a smile, introduced himself, and offered no further conversation. Lu Xiaowan nodded and said, "Hello, I am Lu Xiaowan. From now on, you will be my study companions. I look forward to your guidance." By the way, this young lady, Wu Xian, is mute. Does anyone here know sign language? Gong Ping quickly responded, I know a bit. Perfect, then you can translate for us when we are together. Sure, no problem. Let's head to the classroom for registration. The principal chimed in, let the director take you there. Which class are you in? Grade 3, Class 8. Isn't that the infamous Class 38? If student Lu finds it unsuitable, you can request a transfer later. All right, let us try it first. We can change if needed. Upon arriving at the classroom, they discovered only the last row of 4 seats remained vacant. Lu Xiaowan didn't mind. As a struggling student, she was accustomed to sitting at the back. Noticing her indifference, Gong Ping took out a handkerchief and wiped down her desk and chair. Lu Xiaowan politely thanked him. Thank you. No need for thanks. Suddenly, a portly boy with a round face kicked the desk in front of him and boisterously exclaimed, where did this good dog come from? So well trained to serve the master. When did we start admitting disabled students in our class? Did this happen with my approval? Wu Xian, unable to hear, remained unaffected, but Gong Ping turned pale, glancing nervously at Lu Xiaowan, fearing she might look down on him and dismiss him. However, Lu Xiaowan was not that kind of person. During her time in school, she had been a formidable presence. It was just that her former companions had all graduated, some even attending university, while she remained in high school. Having faced such situations before, she understood that dealing with people like this required either ignoring them or confronting them decisively to establish dominance and deter future troubles. With this in mind, Lu Xiaowan took action, striding confidently to the portly boy and kicking over his desk, raising her chin defiantly. Who are you calling a dog? Trying to bully the new girl, are you? Come on, state your name and family background. Let us see if I can handle you. If I can, you can leave. If I can't, I'll leave. Deal. The classroom fell silent, students stunned at her directness. In such elite schools, conflicts often boiled down to family status and connections, as parents typically intervened in any serious altercations. The new girl was rather bold, appearing like a seasoned troublemaker. The portly boy, taken aback by her straightforwardness, struggled to respond until his companions nudged him, prompting him to stand defiantly. Fine, let us see who is afraid. My mother is from the Gu family in the capital. Gu Zheng is my uncle. Lu Xiaowan chuckled at this revelation. So, he was Gu Zheng's nephew, a cousin of Wu Manhua. This made handling him much simpler. She pulled out her phone and waved it at him. Should I call your uncle right now? Who are you? How could you possibly have my uncle's number? Does it matter how I got it? The point is, I have it. I don't believe you. You're new. How could you know my uncle? All right, let us find out. With that, she dialed the number. The portly boy frowned, realizing she might be serious. Who was her uncle? Could anyone know him? But the next moment, Lu Xiaowan's call connected, and she switched to speaker mode. The portly boy heard a familiar male voice on the other end. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Lu Xiaowan. Is it you, my dear girl? Why are you calling me so early? I'm still not fully awake. You may not be awake, but I have already started school. On my first day, I arrived in the classroom and was provoked by your nephew. I had to call you to report him, didn't I? My nephew? Which one are you referring to? The one with the round face and big ears. Oh, that one. I only consider him my cousin, not my direct nephew. If you're displeased, feel free to deal with him as you wish. He is not a close relative, and I can't be bothered. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy turned pale, his confidence shattered, and he began to gather his belongings to leave. It was utterly embarrassing. Usually, he flaunted his connection to Gu Zheng at school, but today he was dealt a heavy blow. Undoubtedly, his reputation at the school would suffer greatly from this incident. He contemplated transferring schools immediately. The students in the classroom were left in shock. The class bully had just been chased away by a new girl on her very first day. Who was this girl? How could she possibly be so familiar with the head of the Gu family in the capital? Seeing the chubby boy flee, Lu Xiaowan raised an eyebrow and said, I'm not interested in fighting. I'm a good student here to learn and strive for improvement. As long as no one troubles me, I want to go looking for trouble either. Now, let me get back to sleep. I have class soon. This declaration was also directed at the students in the classroom and indeed had a significant effect. On her first day, no one dared to provoke her again. The class bully had been driven away by her, and the other students tacitly accepted her as the new class leader. Her 3 companions also benefited, no longer looked down upon or bullied for being impoverished or disabled. Like her, they adapted to the new classroom and its teaching methods. Lu Xiaowan envied her 3 companions, who diligently took notes and seemed to relish their learning experience. Unlike them, she found herself struggling to comprehend the lessons, feeling a wave of sleepiness wash over her. Noticing other students dozing off without reprimand from the teacher, she simply laid her head down on the desk. Forget it. A quick nap wouldn't hurt. Wu Xian, seeing her asleep, quickly took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders to keep her warm. The teacher, noticing this, said nothing. After all, she was a transfer student with 3 companions. Sleeping in class wasn't too scandalous, as they were there to take notes for her. Thus, Lu Xiaowan's first day at school passed in a dull haze. When the bell rang, she stretched and stood up, preparing to pack her bag and head home. Her 3 companions promptly offered her their notes. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiaowan asked, puzzled. "Notes," Tan Mubai replied. "You can review them at home to understand the material taught today." Gong Ping chimed in. "This is the service we provide as your companions." Wu Xian smiled at her. Lu Xiaowan was taken aback. So this was the role of companions. Gong Ping then asked, "The teacher assigned homework. Do you need help with it?" Tan Mubai can mimic handwriting. The teacher won't notice. Isn't this service a bit too comprehensive? Lu Xiaowan thought. But since that was the case, she might as well not be modest and enthusiastically nodded yes. Tan Mubai didn't comment on the extra homework. Instead, Gong Ping continued. "Do you need us to accompany you home for review?" "No need. I have a top-tier scholar at home too, incredibly talented. Once the top scorer in the college entrance examination, sought after by prestigious universities nationwide. Extremely impressive. I'll just ask him for tutoring. You've all worked hard today. Go rest." "All right. By the way, Tan, since they're not too convenient, could you take them home?" Tan Mubai's expression turned stiff. "I have to work after school and handle your homework, so I probably won't have much time." "Oh, really? How long do you work every day? And what is your hourly wage?" "From 6 to 9 in the evening, 3 hours, at 150 per hour." Lu Xiaowan pondered. "Do you have a driver's license?" "Yes." "Then here is the plan. I'll provide you with a car starting tomorrow. You'll be responsible for picking us up and dropping us off at school every day, and I'll pay you 6,000 a month. You can also use the car for ride-sharing if you have the time to earn some extra cash." "How does that sound?" Tan Mubai agreed almost immediately. "Okay, great. Then it's settled. But for today, I'll need you to take them home. I'm particularly concerned about Wu Xian, since you're all my companions. I have to ensure your safety." As Lu Xiaowan spoke, Gong Ping was gesturing to Wu Xian in sign language. Wu Xian felt that this girl was truly kind-hearted. Given her situation, she could easily be bullied or targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. If it weren't for her cleverness, she might have already faced trouble. Yet life remained exceedingly difficult for her. She repeatedly signed her thanks to Lu Xiaowan, praising her beauty and kindness. But Lu Xiaowan couldn't comprehend and merely smiled back warmly. Having arranged everything, Lu Xiaowan packed the notes in her bag and left the classroom. Outside the school gate, the old butler had come to pick her up. She hurried over and said, "Grandpa Butler, why are you here to fetch me?" The old butler smiled. "It's your first day. I was worried and came to check on you. The young master specifically arranged a car for your transportation, saying that daily luxury car pickups might be too ostentatious. I didn't want you to be unfamiliar with the family car, so I waited here." "Come on, how is that ostentatious? Most students here are picked up in luxury cars. The young master is also considering your safety. Being low-key has its advantages." "Fine, as long as it's a comfortable ride. Rest assured, young madam. Look, it's that car over there. An Audi A8? Not bad. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I need a car for my companions too, to pick them up for school, as they are disabled and may have difficulty traveling. You have a kind heart, young madam. Then this will be the one? It's the most low-key car in the young master's garage. Using this car for ride-sharing seems like overkill, don't you think?" "Ride-sharing?" "Yes, since you're letting them use the car, they need it for work. And why not earn some extra cash while at it?" "It's fine, young madam. This car is an older model, hardly worth anything now, essentially a second-hand vehicle. It's better to let it be used than to sit idle in the garage." "All right, if you think it's okay, then let us go with that. Let us head home." "Yes, young madam." Once in the car, Lu Xiaowan asked the old butler, "Did the young master go out today?" "Didn't he go out? But he has been busy in the study. I haven't seen him take a break. He napped briefly in the afternoon and then got back to work." "Does he have a lot to do?" "Of course. Although the young master didn't go out to work, he hasn't been idle at home. The lady left behind quite a bit of inheritance, all under the young master's name, which also requires management." "Okay." The thought of returning home to a handsome husband waiting for her to dine felt rather pleasant. Upon arriving home, Lu Xiaowan dashed upstairs to find Li Jincheng. Tossing her bag aside as she entered the study, she immediately began chattering about her day at school. Li Jincheng simply responded, as long as you can adapt. That's all that matters. It is acceptable, I suppose. Anyway, the three companions are quite good. I have arranged everything. As long as it is settled. Is 6,000 for a part-time driver not a decent amount? It is indeed substantial. Should I provide them with some living expenses as well? The companions are only responsible for tuition fees. Yet, they appear to be quite impoverished. Their families are in dire straits. Wu Xian's parents are both deaf-mute, and I imagine she must assist them in making handicrafts for extra income after returning home. Gongping relies on a cane to attend school every day. If he were financially capable, he could easily acquire a prosthetic limb, which would certainly make things much more convenient. One should refrain from giving alms indiscriminately. Such acts may not elicit gratitude and could indeed harm their dignity. Is that so? It varies from person to person. Very well, I shall heed your advice. If you genuinely wish to assist, consider employing a more discreet approach. For instance, if you refrain from mentioning the 6,000 salary, that student will regard you with greater esteem. What? Am I to be mistaken in my payment? You provided the vehicle, enabling him to earn through rideshare. This is akin to offering him a job. Any additional compensation would be perceived as charity. Is it truly so? If I were to withdraw the payment, would that be inappropriate? It depends on how you articulate your decision. I shall attempt this tomorrow. For now, let us descend for a meal. Very well. The following day after school, Lu Xiaowan exited the premises with her three companions. The driver from the Li family had already arrived, and Lu Xiaowan cheerfully introduced, Tan, this is the car. From now on, you will be responsible for transporting us three and then use it for rideshare. However, upon reflection, I realize that I am providing you with a vehicle and a salary. It feels rather unfair. Perhaps I should forego the salary and let you use the car for rideshare? Tanmu Bai appeared somewhat taken aback by her words, then smirked slightly. That works for me. How utterly outrageous, she exclaimed. All right, it is settled then. Let us board and decide the route based on whom to drop off first. Tanmu Bai took the keys from the driver and proceeded to the driver's seat. The driver felt a tinge of unease about this young individual driving the lady. But upon observing his adept maneuvers, he was left in bewilderment. Wasn't he a high school student? One must be at least 18 to obtain a driver's license. And even if he could drive, one would expect him to be a novice. Lu Xiaowan quietly interjected, he is slightly older than I, but due to family circumstances, he could not attend school. He has self-studied remarkably well. Ah, I see. This child has had his share of struggles. Meanwhile, Gongping looked on enviously as Tanmu Bai entered the vehicle. Lu Xiaowan urged, everyone get in. Gong, you sit in the front, and I will sit in the back. Thus, the quartet set off, though Li Jincheng harbored doubts about their capacity to manage the situation. For 2 consecutive days, Lu Xiaowan returned home without completing her assignments, instead occupying herself by bothering him. By the 3rd day, Li Jincheng could no longer contain himself and inquired, where are your assignments? The assignments. I completed them at school, she replied. He was skeptical. Lu Xiaowan hastily diverted the subject. Oh, by the way, my companions each gave me their class notes. Li Jincheng, could you help me determine whose notes are the best? I'd like to focus on just one set. Li Jincheng took the 3 sets of notes, only to find 4 volumes submitted. Among them was a self-study mathematics notebook compiled over 3 years by the student named Tanmu Bai. Li Jincheng's gaze darkened as he handed it back to her, saying, this is the one you should refer to from now on. Furthermore, ensure you obtain his notes for other subjects as well. All right, I will ask him for them tomorrow. In Li Jincheng's view, only Tanmu Bai could genuinely assist Lu Xiaowan with her studies. The other 2 were merely burdens. However, if this girl wished to indulge her empathy and invite unnecessary trouble, he thought it prudent to allow her to gain experience in social intricacies. As he anticipated, trouble arose the next day. Wu Xian, after visiting the girl's restroom, returned with water splashed all over her face, her clothes drenched. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaowan furrowed her brows and inquired who was responsible, but Wu Xian seemed unable to comprehend. Gongping attempted to communicate through sign language, but Wu Xian only shook her head, indicating she was fine. Yet, the more she insisted, the angrier Lu Xiaowan became. How could anyone bully a disabled person? What kind of societal scum commits such an act? If she wouldn't speak, then Lu Xiaowan would investigate herself. She made her way to the school office to request access to the surveillance footage outside the girl's restroom. There, she witnessed 2 girls dousing Wu Xian with water. She captured screenshots of the 2 culprits and discovered they were 2nd-grade students. Realizing that bringing Wu Xian and gong ping along would be futile. She decided to summon Tan Mu to confront them instead. A crowd of onlookers, consisting of her classmates, trailed behind, eager to witness the spectacle. As troublemakers often drew attention. With determination, Lu Xiaowan stormed into the classroom of second grade class 3 and approached the podium, slamming her hand on the desk, demanding, "Who is by Susu? Step forward." In the center of the classroom sat a girl surrounded by her peers, frowning at the interruption. "Who are you?" The surrounding girls turned to face the podium. Lu Xiaowan scrutinized the girl before her and coldly declared, "Are you the one who drenched my companion with water? Who are you calling rude? I see the rude one here is you. We called her for ages, but she ignored us. We simply gave her a little lesson." Lu Xiaowan's anger surged. "She is deaf-mute. She cannot hear you. How could she respond to you? You are clearly seeking trouble." "What? Deaf-mute? When did our school start admitting disabled students?" "Exactly. Do you really think anyone can enroll here? That would lower our school's standards." The students in second grade class 3 erupted in derision, clearly aware that they were deliberately bullying someone with disabilities. Almost every time a fight breaks out, she dives straight in, engaging without unnecessary chatter. Her demeanor exudes an air of authority. After being struck by a desk, the sullen by Susu abruptly rose and slammed her hands on the table, exclaiming, "This is utterly intolerable. Someone instigated. Should we retaliate?" "Retaliate? Have you not noticed that an entire class stands with them? Do you wish to be expelled from school for a brawl? So should we just endure this? Why rush? We have plenty of time ahead. I absolutely refuse to allow any disabled students in our school. It will be a disgrace. There are many who are discontent. Just wait. Someone will surely stir up trouble." Regrettably, there is no remedy for regret. Upon returning to the classroom, Lu Xiaowan sought someone with spare clean clothes to lend to Wu Xian. Immediately, a girl raised her hand, offering, "I have a spare set. It's yours." "Thank you. No need for thanks. In the future, just look out for us when you can." How did she unwittingly become the class leader? Lu Xiaowan remained still, her expression stiffening into a smile. "All right, just let me know if you need anything." The other classmates joined in the teasing, calling her class leader and boss, nearly making her blush. Such titles had not graced her ears since her group of underlings graduated and went off to college. In that moment, seeing her blush, her classmates found her endearing. Having such a charming class leader could indeed be quite entertaining. In just a few days, Lu Xiaowan had seamlessly integrated with her classmates, creating a harmonious atmosphere in the classroom. That evening, upon returning home, she fell into her usual routine of nagging Li Jincheng. He patiently listened before offering his opinion. "Offending too many people is not beneficial for you. But I can't just let those around me be bullied, can I? I'm not afraid of them. While others may conspire against you, you can retaliate in kind, but there's no need to foster animosity with those uninvolved. But they all stand with them. In a class, naturally, they support their own. It's akin to how your classmates would worry about you and follow along to watch the commotion. However, you need not offend too many. Debts should be settled with those responsible. If someone wrongs you, seek them out. The rest, merely bystanders, are inconsequential." With a puzzled expression, Lu Xiaowan propped her chin on her hand and asked Li Jincheng, "Why are you teaching me so much lately? I hope for your improvement. Perhaps your life will become a bit easier?" He wished to impart some guidance in her relatively brief life. Of course, Li Jincheng would not vocalize this. He simply said, just offering some pointers. "Oh, you make a compelling argument. I'll remember that. I won't offend so many in the future and will be more restrained. Well then, let us commence the lesson." She wondered why this insufferable girl failed to grasp what the teachers taught, always returning for him to explain it again. He was willing to teach, but he would assign her homework afterward, lest she grow too idle and pester him incessantly. Whenever such situations arose, Lu Xiaowan felt fortunate to have 3 study companions who ensured her assignments were completed. Otherwise, she would not only have to tackle the homework from her teachers, but also from Li Jincheng, which would surely drive her mad. Gradually, Li Jincheng discovered Lu Xiaowan's linguistic talent. She required instruction in every subject, needing to catch up, except for English. This girl was no exaggeration. She truly excelled in it. She completed the English exercises he assigned without question, the only area needing improvement being her writing. Those who struggled with Chinese composition should not expect to do well in English composition. Thus, focusing solely on this aspect was sufficient. After grading a paper, Li Jincheng remarked, "Everything is excellent except for the composition." Lu Xiaowan beamed, of course. "I've always said English is my forte. Let me tell you, my 4th brother is a top scholar. my twin brother studying abroad. He used to drag me into foreign language practice, and naturally, my spoken English improved significantly. Produce. I even made a foreign pen pal online, and we chat in English regularly. Well done. Keep it up. It would be wonderful if you could attend a language university or study abroad. I would never choose to study abroad. I can't bear to be apart from my family. Nor from you. There was no need to always include him in her thoughts. In her lengthy life ahead, he would eventually fade into a mere memory. Let us conclude our studies for today. Rest early. All right, but tomorrow is the weekend, so I don't need to sleep early. Li Jincheng, accompany me shopping tomorrow. Not going. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jincheng declined. Lu Xiaowan had long grown accustomed to his refusals, developing immunity to them. Without batting an eye, she began to pester. I attend school 5 days a week and only have 2 days off. Why shouldn't you accompany me? I dislike going out. I know. And precisely because you dislike going out, I thought it would be good for you to venture out more. One can't always stay cooped up at home. It leads to stagnation. So, Li Jincheng, I'm making this clear. Either agree to accompany me shopping or choose somewhere to go, and I will join you. Otherwise, I'll surely haunt your bed tonight. However, he need not worry about any other matters. His only concern was if the door was locked. How this girl might climb through the window. Even if the window were shut, what if she couldn't contain her anger and smashed it? Or, to prevent him from doing either, what if she stealthily entered his room? Overall, he understood this girl well. She was capable of the most outlandish antics. In that moment, Li Jincheng azitata, Lu Xiaowan exclaimed, speaking of which, I haven't had the chance to sneak a peek at my husband showering. I wonder if he has abs. I'm rather curious. I choose to go on a spring outing to the countryside. Then we can bring a tent and camp. I think that's splendid. Li Jincheng, you truly know how to have fun. He never stated he would be staying overnight outdoors, yet it seemed his words were futile. Let us also bring a barbecue grill and ingredients for an outdoor barbecue. Ah, perfect. It's settled. I'll inform Grandpa the butler to prepare in advance. Tomorrow, we shall take your Rolls-Royce. It's spacious, perfect for carrying things. Li Jincheng took a deep breath. We have an RV. An RV? Does it have a bed? Yes. Then I'll sleep in the tent, and you'll sleep in the RV? Yes. I still think the Rolls-Royce is more convenient. Let us go with that. One tent will suffice. Having more is wasteful and takes up space in nature. I'm so sleepy. I'll let Grandpa the butler know and then head to bed. Li Jincheng, you should sleep early too. Good night. With that, Lu Xiaowan slipped away, leaving Li Jincheng alone, rubbing his temples. What headache. Again, he lamented the absence of a remedy for regret. Just wait. Lu Xiaowan will surely change him. Fortunately, he was not entirely at a loss for how to cope. Lu Xiaowan, this troublesome girl, was of the Lu family lineage. Why should she only bother him? Thus, the following morning, as Lu Xiaowan eagerly assisted in gathering supplies, she and Li Jincheng set off for the camping destination, only to discover her family had also arrived. She was momentarily stunned. Dad, Mom, brothers and sisters, cough, what brings you here? Lu Yicheng approached her and lightly flicked her forehead, asking, what is the matter? You seem rather unwelcoming. Lu Xiaowan quickly covered her forehead and replied, how could I? I'm just surprised because Li Jincheng didn't inform me in advance. I never anticipated he would prepare such a delightful surprise for me. What was meant to be a romantic day of camping has now transformed into a lively family outing. No wonder Li Jincheng, who usually detests going out, was so cooperative from the moment he woke up. He was actually waiting for me here. After speaking, Lu Xiaowan looked at Li Jincheng with a playful yet forced smile and, in a voice so sweet it made others cringe, said, Darling, thank you for this wonderful surprise. I truly adore you. Li Jincheng replied nonchalantly, Is that so? Then why does it seem like you want to bite someone? The Lu family, however, felt no discomfort and were somewhat envious. Their pampered daughter, who used to dote on them, had since married and directed her affections elsewhere. That syrupy tone of hers had not been directed at them in quite some time. Lu Sanyue reminded Lu Xiaowan, Tang Tian is here too. Oh, where? Over there. Big sister. It's been a while. Are you setting up a tent? Let me help you. Tang Tian's figure emerged from behind the tent. Sure. I haven't finished yet. Your brother has helped me quite a bit. As she spoke, Tang Tian turned to Li Jincheng and said, Hello, Li Jincheng. Not recognizing her, Li Jincheng simply nodded. However, Tang Tian reminded him, Li Jincheng, my mother mentioned that when I was born, you held me. Have you forgotten? Everyone else was taken aback. Li Jincheng responded coolly, I don't remember. Well, okay. I only heard about it from my mother. She and your mother were friends and used to call her Sister Wanyu. When I was born, your mother brought you to visit me. Oh, I suppose that did happen, but it's not a vivid memory for me. Tang Tiantian noticed his seemingly aloof demeanor and decided to smile warmly, refraining from further conversation. However, she had come with a purpose today. Her mother had insisted she establish a good rapport with Li Jincheng. If she couldn't connect with him, then she should at least bond with Lu Xiaowan, facilitating connections between their families. Curious about Li Jincheng's childhood, Lu Xiaowan approached his wheelchair after everything was set up. Adopting a teasing tone to inquire, Li Jincheng, you actually held my big sister when you were young. You've never held me. Li Jincheng, frankly uninterested in engaging, understood her persistence and knew she wouldn't relent until she got her way. He gazed at the distant lawn and trees, calmly responding, I don't recall those events. Even if you don't remember, you still held her. You're as far as I know. The Gu family is not easy to please. While they genuinely dote on Gu Zheng, they remain quite discerning regarding potential daughters-in-law. I suspect that Gu Zheng has not yet disclosed his feelings to the Gu family. If the elders were to learn of your second sister's existence, should they take a liking to her, it would be well. However, if they do not, they are likely to find fault. Without even mentioning the elder members of the Gu family, his three sisters are formidable in their own right. Dang Tian Tian Zima. Lu Xiaowan nodded, saying, I have encountered one. Wu Manyue's mother, who is indeed no pushover. Her outward demeanor exudes a certain insincerity. Therefore, entering high society is not as simple as it appears. Currently, you reside outside with Li Jincheng and have limited interaction with the Li family. Once you live together, complications are bound to arise. Ultimately, such matters depend on my second sister's choices. We should remain optimistic. What she does not fancy Gu Zheng, even if she does. As long as she has him under her control, what is there to fear from the rest of the Gu family? Things are not as straightforward as you imagine. Lu Yicheng frowned. Nor are they as complicated as you think. My sister-in-law is also from a prestigious family. Her household is uncomplicated, and her temperament is amiable. I like her very much. His words made Tang Tiantian blush, and she smiled, saying, next time I have free time, I will take you to my home. My mother will surely adore you. That sounds delightful. As they chatted, Lu Xiaowan noticed a new tent beside her own. Without needing to guess, she knew exactly who it belonged to. Furious, she confronted the individual, Li Jincheng. Did you secretly bring a tent behind my back? Yes. And you just say yes? Don't be willful out here. The elders are present, so behave. Suddenly, she felt as if she were being petted. I will prepare something for you to eat later. You can cook? Yes. I participated in summer camps during high school and have gone camping and barbecuing before. However, that was a long time ago. Fine. Then I will only eat what you cook. As long as this girl does not act recklessly, he can indeed take on more tasks. Following that, they engaged in outdoor activities like kite flying and badminton, and Lu Xiaowan nearly lost her mind with excitement alongside her siblings. Lu Hosher and Mrs. Lu watched their children play joyfully, relaxing in nearby lounge chairs with smiles on their faces. Only Li Jincheng remained uninvolved, seated beneath a tree, quietly engrossed in a book. Whenever Lu Xiaowan grew tired of playing, she would disturb him intermittently, but he would coax her back to join the fun. For the sake of tranquility, he truly expended a great deal of effort throughout the day. As night fell, the Lu siblings organized a bonfire party. The entire family, along with Tang Tiantian, gathered around the fire, holding hands while singing and dancing, their faces adorned with smiles. Laughter echoed from time to time. Li Jincheng was pushed closer to the fire, silently observing them. His gaze unintentionally drifted toward the girl who was laughing like a fool. In that moment, she radiated innocence, freedom, and a carefree spirit, appearing utterly untroubled. Once upon a time, he too had been taken to amusement parks by his mother, laughing like a fool alongside her. Yet, those cherished memories were forever lost, never to return. Li Jincheng, comédence. It was impossible for her to completely ignore him as though he were non-existent. Lu Xiaowan found it intolerable to see him sitting alone, his eyes suddenly vacant and devoid of life. A wave of inexplicable sorrow welled up within her. Determined to draw him back into the moment, she dashed over, playfully pushing him forward and then, in a whimsical manner, began to perform an odd dance to amuse the crowd. Li Jincheng could scarcely bear to look, while Lu Xiaowan flailed about, casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Eventually, he could no longer maintain his composure, a smile unwittingly tugging at the corners of his lips. Lu Xiaowan felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. She continued her spirited performance, disregarding her image entirely, simply to elicit a smile from him. How could Li Jincheng not see through her antics? Nevertheless, he had little need for such theatrics. The lamb leg is nearly cooked. Hurry and season it. All right, I would like it spicy, and please add more cumin. Li Jincheng, you promised to grill for me. Okay. Mom and Dad, Li Jincheng, I'm very happy today. I have a drink? Lu Hosher instinctively began to refuse, but Li Jincheng interjected, it's fine. Then I will drink. Drink a bit more. If I get drunk, I will sleep well and won't cause any trouble. Even if I do, it won't matter. The Lu family is here to look after me. Sure enough, as the evening wore on and Lu Xiaowan had a few too many drinks, she began to let loose in front of everyone, dramatically singing the national anthem while dancing. The Lu family nearly burst with laughter. Lu Xiaowan, holding a beer can, crouched beside Li Jincheng's wheelchair and casually remarked, our little sister has always been the joy of our family. If it weren't for the fact that she offended you and you were forced to marry her off, she would undoubtedly be the most cherished daughter in our family. Li Jincheng. So, he was the one who hindered her originally bright future. She ended up marrying a man with a disability. Lu Xiaowan observed the singing and dancing Lu Xiaowan, a slight smile gracing her lips. It's evident that little sister likes you very much. So as a friendly reminder, from childhood to now, anything that little sister sets her sights on, she will stop at nothing to obtain. He found himself somewhat perplexed by what the third miss of the Lu family was insinuating. He listened as Lu Xiaowan continued, your words, I imagine, cannot escape the inevitable. Li Jincheng had no intention of commenting on this matter. However, Lu Xiaowan suggested, if you don't believe me, we can make a bet. What kind of bet? If you ultimately cannot escape, you must obediently accept your fate and comply with my little sister. On what grounds? Faced with his bewildered expression, Lu Xiaowan smiled knowingly. Our entire family could never bear to see little sister suffer even the slightest grievance. My elder brother found a sister-in-law for this reason, and my second sister has entangled herself with Gu Zheng. A once harmonious family has suddenly transformed like this. Little sister truly is a little calamity. Yet so what? We still cannot bear to let her experience even a fraction of hardship. And what about you? Li Jincheng instinctively inquired. Lu Xiaowan glanced at him, her smile unwavering. As for me, I have long since given my most precious possession to little sister. Otherwise, how could she possess such audacity, acting with impunity, unafraid of anything? It is because she has a mysterious backing that can support her in critical moments. Naturally, Lu Xiaowan would not disclose such matters to Li Jincheng, nor was he the type to be overly curious, so he did not press further. Meanwhile, a tipsy and exhausted Lu Xiaowan collapsed into her mother's embrace and fell asleep. Mrs. Lu tenderly smoothed her disheveled hair, then turned to her husband, saying, let's carry her back to the tent to rest. All right, I'll do it. Seeing this, Li Jincheng let out a sigh of relief. Finally, this girl could settle down. It was best for her to sleep well. Tomorrow they would return home, and the day after she would start school. It was unfortunate that true peace eluded him. In the dead of night, Lu Xiaowan awoke, desperate to relieve herself. Groggy, she crawled out of the tent into the cold air, her mind instantly alert. After finding a place to take care of her needs, she stumbled into Li Jincheng's tent. Acting as though in a dream, she lifted the blanket and rolled beside him, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. Hug me, darling, she murmured, nuzzling against him before obediently closing her eyes to sleep. Before long, Li Jincheng could hear her steady breathing. It was an overt display of her feigned innocence. He lay there stiff and motionless, entirely devoid of sleep. This must be the ruthless tactic that Lu March has mentioned. Although aware of it, he felt powerless, permitting her to feign madness and foolishness, embracing him as she slept, lest the entire Lu family be disturbed. Li Jincheng, I love you. In the darkness, that girl suddenly mumbled in her sleep, whispering softly. Then she continued, Li Jincheng, shall we spend our lives like this, okay? No. TSK. She's asleep now. Lu Xiaowan, ceasing her pretense, reached out with a small hand to touch his face, then leaned in to kiss him. In the darkness, Li Jincheng's eyelashes fluttered lightly twice, but he endured, remaining still. Eventually, the girl seemed exhausted from play and lay back down, her body still entwined with his. Li Jincheng, good night. When you wake up tomorrow, you'll find us sharing a bed. Haha. After uttering this, Lu Xiaowan peacefully drifted to sleep. Li Jincheng waited until she was sound asleep before gently pulling her away from himself. Thinking for a moment, he arranged the blanket over her to prevent her from catching a cold in the outdoor camping weather. In the darkness, Lu Xiaowan's lips curved into a subtle, triumphant smile in her dreams. She was waiting, before the 3 months ended, to have Li Jincheng beg her not to leave. He would surely fall in love with her. Yet, when she awoke the next day, Li Jincheng was no longer beside her. Damn it, where is he? She pushed aside the tent flap and saw the entire family gathered for breakfast. She had just awakened. Lu Xiaowan hurriedly got up and asked Mom, Dad, where is Li Jincheng? Lu Yicheng replied. He said he had something to do and left first. He had actually run away. Upon returning home, the old housekeeper reported, Madam, you're back. The young master returned early this morning to pack his things and said he was going on a trip. What? He left? Did he say where? The housekeeper shook his head. The young master occasionally goes out for a few days and then returns. He generally doesn't reveal his whereabouts. Hearing this, Lu Xiaowan was at a loss for words. Could it be that she frightened him away with her boldness last night? That was too reckless. Damn it, I hope he doesn't come back. Li Jincheng's sudden departure left Lu Xiaowan restless all day. He didn't return that evening. No answer to her calls or messages. It was as if he had vanished in a thin air. When she returned home from school on Monday, he still hadn't come back. Frustrated, she sent a barrage of messages on WeChat, but received no reply. For several days, her spirits plummeted as if she had suffered a heartbreak. Yet somehow, someone kept provoking her. Bai Susu from Class 2 of Grade 2, after her desk was smashed, went around seeking information about Lu Xiaowan. When she learned who Lu Xiaowan was, she nearly burst out laughing in anger. A discarded family daughter-in-law, marrying a prominent heir with a rooster in her arms. How dare she swagger in front of her? Within days, the entire Qingyuan High School knew about Lu Xiaowan's marriage into the top-tier Lu family. On the street, people looked at her with disdain, which she found baffling. Even in the restroom, she overheard girls gossiping. No wonder Lu Xiaowan is so arrogant, daring to challenge Bai Susu. Bai Susu was from the Bai family, and few dared to provoke her at school. Lu Xiaowan, on the other hand, had the audacity to smash her desk. It was no surprise she chose disabled companions. Even her husband was disabled. Perhaps that was why she chose a disabled partner as her study buddy. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the restroom door was kicked open. Lu Xiaowan, with a stern expression, confronted the girls and demanded, Who told you all this? Lu Xiaowan, what are you doing here? Well, Lu Xiaowan, it's not our fault for gossiping. The whole school is now talking about it. I heard it's from Bai Susu's class. I'm not the troublemaker. They're the ones provoking me, Lu Xiaowan retorted. She didn't care about their gossip, merely asking, Is Bai Susu from the Bai family? You don't know? She raised an eyebrow. I'm new here, how would I know? But since she's spreading rumors, it's no wonder they're bad-mouthing me everywhere. The girls, hearing this, immediately regarded her as having inside information and looked at her with curiosity. Lu Xiaowan explained, My husband is the original wife of the Li family. Bai Susu, the daughter of the Bai family, is a mistress who took her place. She was pushed out early and has been scheming against my husband, trying to get him to mistreat our eldest son while favoring her own. Hearing this, their eyes widened in disbelief. Really? They exclaimed. Don't believe me? Just ask your elders at home. It's no secret. Damn, how can there be such disgusting people? Exactly. The mistress who ousted the rightful wife and her children. How revolting. Lu Xiaowan looked aggrieved. Yes, they're spreading rumors that my husband is old, ugly, and disabled, pouring filth on him, which has made him withdraw and refuse to go out. Otherwise, would I be holding a rooster and marrying him? It's all their fault. Oh my God, such things really happen, and Bai Susu has the nerve to mock you and spread your shame everywhere. I think the most shameless are her Bai family members. Absolutely. It's utterly disgusting. Gossip at school spread like wildfire. One person's words traveled through entire classes, then to others. Within an afternoon, the rumors had permeated the entire school. Lu Xiaowan, effortlessly, defeated the rumors with her resilience, causing Bai Susu and her classmates to ostracize her, refusing to associate. She was so wrong she didn't even attend classes, instead fleeing home to complain. Bai Susu was Bai Lia's cousin. When Bai Lia heard the news and saw her crying at home, she realized something was amiss. The students at Qingyuan High School were mostly the offspring of prominent families from the capital. If they began to discriminate against her aunt and Bai Lia, their own families might soon follow suit. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Bai Lia immediately called her aunt to report. Bai Ji, hearing this, grew furious. That little troublemaker from the Lu family always caused chaos. Was tea the lesson enough last time? If so, she wouldn't hold back her ruthlessness. Having long held the position of Lady Li and enjoyed comfort, she would not tolerate any challenge to her authority. Within days, the school received pressure from the illustrious Li family in Beijing to expel Lu Xiaowan. The principal was overwhelmed. Summoning her to his office, he looked distressed and said, "Child, it's best you tell us who you've upset. You've gone and angered the elders of the family." The reputation of a young mistress of the Li family was quite formidable. Few dared to provoke her. But she was merely a young mistress. When a nominal matriarch, Li's mother, stepped in, she could easily overpower everyone. Lu Xiaowan raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter? They're pressuring you?" "Ah, you're a clever girl. I suppose you've guessed that this isn't an easy matter to resolve." The principal, who had helped 3 impoverished students, 2 of whom were disabled, liked her. Yet, this issue was indeed complicated. Due to the private nature of the school and the presence of a board of directors, the Li family is a member of this board. After outlining the difficulties, the principal looked at Lu Xiaowan with a troubled expression. Lu Xiaowan shrugged and said, "If I can't continue my studies, then so be it. It's not the end of the world. But I, Lu Xiaowan, am not one to be easily intimidated. Why should I let them dictate my fate? What can they do? Can I really compete with the powerful elite?" Lu Xiaowan declared, "There are always solutions. By the way, didn't you mention that there are several board members? Who are they? I might know some of them. Perhaps I can find allies to stand against them." Upon hearing this, the principal, with a hint of skepticism, listed several family names, including the Tang and Gu families. Lu Xiaowan nodded knowingly and replied, "This matter can be resolved. Don't worry, just wait for my news." The principal, still unsure, asked, "Do you truly have a plan?" Lu Xiaowan assured him, "I should have one. Let us give it a try." Regardless, even if Li Jincheng were absent, she would not allow herself to be bullied. After leaving the principal's office, Lu Xiaowan called her elder sister. "Sister, I remember you have a connection with a senior from the Meng family in the capital. Their family is part of our school's board. The Li family is trying to pressure the school to expel me. I need a few board members to help me resist. Otherwise, if I get expelled, it would be utterly humiliating." Lu Xiaowan frowned and replied, "Have you caused trouble again?" "It's not me causing trouble. It's them provoking me. Where's Li Jincheng?" "He's away on business." This led Lu Xiaowan to believe that the Li family was deliberately making things difficult for her younger sister in Jincheng's absence. With a troubled expression, she said, "I understand. I will seek his assistance." "Thanks, sister." After finishing the call with Lu Xiaowan, Lu Xiaowan reached out to Gu Zheng and then called her future sister-in-law, Tang Tiantian. Upon hearing the situation, Tang Tiantian was appalled by the audacity of the Li family. She promptly called her mother to relay the information. As expected, Mrs. Tang's anger flared, and she immediately agreed to convene the board of Clear Source High School to support Lu Xiaowan. As for Gu Zheng, he was even more enthusiastic. Not only would he assist, but he would also rally a few board families with good relations to join the cause. After hearing this, Lu Xiaowan felt reassured. When she returned to the classroom, her classmates looked at her with concern. Lu Xiaowan smiled and said, "There's nothing to worry about. Everything is fine." The students finally sighed in relief, exclaiming, "The class bully is formidable." They had feared that her meeting with the principal signaled a serious issue, but her calm demeanor suggested otherwise. However, the perceptive Tan Mubai scrutinized Lu Xiaowan several times, hesitating to voice his concerns. It wasn't until he was about to drop her off that he asked, "Are you really okay?" "Of course, I can handle it," Lu Xiaowan replied, raising an eyebrow. "If I can resolve it, it's not a problem. Just go about your business and don't worry about me. I am quite capable." Upon returning home, the old butler noticed nothing amiss. For several days, the young mistress had come home looking rather listless and unable to muster any energy. He attempted to call the young master, but there was no answer. However, the old butler was quite displeased with Lu Xiaowan's current state. Thus, he discreetly informed her about the hidden surveillance cameras in the house. Although the young master was away, he could still monitor the happenings at home. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowan acted as usual when she returned home, going about her routine. Later that night, she suddenly got up, disheveled and barefoot, and rushed to Li Jincheng's room. Finding it empty, she dashed back out, tears streaming down her face as she crouched at his door, consumed by despair. She remained there until her legs grew numb. Refusing to return to her room, She was determined that if she did not put in some effort to bring Li Jincheng home, she would not relent. She could not believe he cared nothing for her. If he didn't care, why was he absent? Was it not because of her earlier provocation? Thus, Lu Xiaowan endured through the night, until dawn, when the old butler and the household staff began their morning routines and discovered her at Li Jincheng's door. The old butler was exasperated, observing that there were cameras in the room that would capture everything. Why sit at the door? He can see you if you're in bed. He sighed, approaching her with a furrowed brow. What is the purpose of this, young mistress? Exhausted, Lu Xiaowan blinked at him in confusion, then suddenly tilted to one side and collapsed on the floor. The old butler rushed to help her, calling out, "Get some help. The young mistress has fainted." After a flurry of activity, Lu Xiaowan was carried to bed. The old butler quickly arranged for a family doctor to come and requested a sick leave from school. During the initial support, Lu Xiaowan had pinched his arm, indicating that he must cooperate with her act. Even the family doctor had been informed beforehand, and after examining her, he shook his head, frowning. Severe psychological stress, deep worries, and a chilling affliction. She has developed a high fever. It's not looking good. The old butler fretted. What should we do? The young master is not at home. Does she need to be hospitalized? Lu Xiaowan, awakening with a pale face, stubbornly refused. I don't want yet. That is all there is to it. Their relationship has reached its conclusion. He does not belong to this mundane world and will not leave any emotional traces behind. He harbors an intense disdain for this realm until she arrives, only to realize that he does not detest her as much as he had imagined. She is an anomaly. Whenever his thoughts descend into perilous territory, she appears to interrupt him. However, those dangerous musings are precisely what he desires. They will propel him to execute a long-laid plan. He will no longer grace her world with his presence. Let everything end here. When the old butler finally clarifies the events surrounding Lu Xiaowan at school and calls it back, Li Jincheng remains resolute in his decision not to return. He merely states, Gu Zheng and the Tang family will assist her in resolving this matter. Yet, the young mistress is unwell and refuses to take her medicine. She has developed a high fever, and should anything happen to her mind, how will he explain this to the Lu family? Let the Lu family persuade her. The issue is that the young mistress is unwilling. She has declared that she wishes to see no one. It is of no concern to me. Let it be. Young master, you cannot be so cold-hearted. The young mistress is, after all, your wife. You have shared more than one bed together, and you now disregard her completely? Is this how you intend to abandon her? If the lady were still alive and knew of your current demeanor, how heartbroken she would be. Hearing this, Li Jincheng's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile. If his mother were truly able to witness the affairs of this world, she would likely have long since been rendered numb with sorrow. It matters not. Since he has his own plans, there is no need to delay others. It is unnecessary. This girl is not someone he can afford to provoke, nor can he evade her. The butler, standing in place, sighed deeply as the call ended. Well, the young master has fallen ill again. It is always the same. Whenever he becomes unwell, he completely isolates himself, refusing to see anyone. Only when he emerges will the world once again come into view. Until then, no one knows where he has gone or in what state he exists. The old butler helplessly crafted a text message to Lu Xiaowan. Upon reading it, Lu Xiaowan nearly exploded with rage. Damn it, not even a response. Does Li Jincheng not care if she lives or dies? How deeply has she offended him? For heaven's sake, is he forcing her to use her trump card? Fine, let him wait. She will first take a good rest, gather her strength, and confront him. In the woods, Li Jincheng sat by a small stream, fishing. Behind him, a bodyguard clad in black was intently watching his phone, periodically updating him on the surveillance footage. Young master, the young mistress has not left her room all day. She has ordered. Li Jincheng raised his head, his icy gaze fixed upon the girl before him, who wore a sinister smile. A wave of speechlessness washed over him. It was evident that he had been deceived. Run, Li Jincheng. Let us see how far you can go this time. You needn't act this way. I shall act as I please, without your guidance. With that, she began to wrap the rope she held around him, circling him with one hand, binding him tighter and tighter until she secured a final knot. Having completed her task, she looked at him with eyes glistening with grievance and declared, "Let us see where you can run now." She then kicked his immobile legs and taunted, "I'll make you run." He could hardly believe she possessed such audacity. Enough. Enough? What do you mean by enough? Even if I were to kick you to death, it wouldn't be sufficient. Your crude behavior, foul language, and relentless provocation are utterly repugnant. It would be best for both of us if you left sooner rather than later. Best for you? Li Jincheng, I refuse to believe you possess no feelings for me at all. Indeed, I do not. Be quiet. I refuse to accept that. Refusal does not alter the truth. Huh. Spare me your attempts at manipulation. I, Lu Xiaowan, have not wasted these years. Since you claim to loathe me, let me test just how much you truly despise me. With that, she leaned in swiftly, planting a heavy kiss on his lips. Unlike their previous encounters where she would strike and retreat, this kiss lingered, drawing out an unexpected intensity. Li Jincheng instinctively froze, his fists clenched. He attempted to lean back, only to be restrained by the chair's backrest. Her audacious advance left him momentarily dazed. Previously, she had been intoxicated and oblivious, but this time, she was unequivocally sober. After all the pretense, it had merely been a ruse to lure him out. Such shameless and absurd behavior left him utterly powerless. It felt like an eternity before she finally withdrew, standing before him with earnest eyes. Disgusting, is it? Then show me your revulsion. Li Jincheng pursed his lips, unable to retort. He sat in silence, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. Why so silent? Is the intensity insufficient? Then allow me to escalate. Stop this. Who is playing games with you? I am earnestly seeking clarification. If your disdain for me is genuine, I could depart willingly. But if not, will my first love and marriage not be a tragic waste? There is nothing to clarify. I feel nothing for you. Is that so? How will you prove it to me? Such matters require no proof. I know myself better than anyone. That will not suffice. You must demonstrate it to me. How? By sleeping. If you truly feel nothing for me, I shall accept your indifference. What on earth was this girl planning? Was she attempting to intimidate him? But as Lu Xiaowan began to take action, Li Jincheng realized she was serious. Stop. Do not rush. We are only just beginning. Lu Xiaowan. The veins on his forehead throbbed, utterly perplexed by how a girl could possess such audacity. You're not truly indifferent, are you? Just admit it. You have feelings for me. Li Jincheng shut his eyes and took a deep breath. Any normal man would feel this way. Then your reaction is rather rapid, isn't it? I cannot believe it. Behave, do not cause a scene. Is this a scene? I'm more lucid than anyone right now. I want you, and I will have you. Do you understand what it means to like someone? Why wouldn't I? Just because I have not personally experienced it doesn't mean I lack understanding. I have watched enough television to grasp the concept. Before I even began school, the person I most wanted to see each day was you, simply because your appearance brightened my spirits. I exerted every effort to find excuses to be near you, to provoke your attention. Even in class, I would dream of you, wondering what you were doing at home. Did you ever feel lonely? Did you ever feel bored? If this is not what liking someone means, then I truly do not know what it entails. Li Jincheng's expression darkened. So, you sleep through class after I take you to school? Do not shift the topic. Lu Xiaowan, is your duplicity truly that amusing? I have told you not to change the subject. We are discussing feelings, not our academic pursuits. Very well. She had grown shrewd. As Li Jincheng pondered how to extricate himself from his predicament, he noticed her face inching closer once more. Instinctively, he turned away, his voice laced with coaxing, behave. Do not act foolishly. Oh, but I have missed you these past few days, and I wish to reclaim that time all at once. Other methods could be employed, but I prefer this method. After uttering those words, Lu Xiaowan settled onto his lap, resting her head against his chest in silence. Li Jincheng instinctively straightened his back, tension coursing through him. After a moment of quiet, Lu Xiaowan inhaled the scent from his neck and murmured, "This scent is so comforting." Li Jincheng, though I am much younger than you, I have always known what I like and what I want. And what is it that you desire? I want you. I have never encountered anyone as stunning as you, regardless of gender. That is merely superficial. Love often begins with physical attraction. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I resolved in my heart that I must have you. Li Jincheng nearly laughed in frustration. He held no affection for his own appearance, nor did he cherish his body, as it was a legacy from his parents. His aversion to that man extended even to the flesh and blood that coursed through him, even with his legs rendered useless. He viewed it as a reclamation of what was bestowed upon him. What remained was a gift from his mother, yet he felt unworthy of her, having failed to avenge her wrongs. What if I were truly, as the rumors suggest, old and ugly? Then you would have been played to death long ago. Li Jincheng. There are no what-ifs in this world. You are who you are, the you I have encountered, the one I like. Yet Li Jincheng did not believe that the affection she spoke of was genuine. She simply did not comprehend it. In truth, He himself had never truly experienced romantic relations, and thus his understanding was limited. All he knew was that continuing their relationship in the same manner was perilous and would disrupt all his plans. Well, you shall not escape. Starting today, I shall confine you to my home. You will be fed daily, and you shall remain here without venturing anywhere. This was his home, and he doubted her ability to enforce such confinement. Yet, as it turned out, Lu Xiaowan could be surprisingly formidable, even to herself. Subsequently, she untied him and pushed him toward her bed, mustering all her strength to move him onto her mattress. Beneath the numb expression on Li Jincheng's face, she covered him with a quilt and lay beside him. Without saying a word, holding him close, she told him, starting tomorrow, I won't attend school anymore. I will stay here with you no matter where we go. Don't make trouble. I wasn't causing trouble. I just let you escape once. But for now on, I can't afford to relax again. I won't leave. I don't believe you. If I have a hostage, I will set you free when I have a child with you. That way, I can keep you tightly bound. If you dare run again, I will spank your child until it hurts you to see it. This is all your fault. You forced me into darkness. From now on, call me Dark and Night. That girl is truly toxic. Li Jincheng admitted he was genuinely afraid, not of anything else, but of her tonight's chaos. He deliberately relaxed her vigilance. I confess, I don't dislike you. Then you like me. Lu Xiaowan got the answer she wanted and happily embraced him. I knew you liked me, even if you're just deceiving me. Now I'm content, Li Jincheng. I'm really growing to like you more and more. As she spoke, she started to make a move to confess and proceed to the next step. Li Jincheng's unbound hand wrapped around her from behind. Lu Xiaowan almost couldn't contain her happiness. She said to herself, there's nothing she can't accomplish in this world. But suddenly she felt a sharp pain on her neck. Then darkness enveloped her, and she weakly nestled into Li Jincheng's arms. He tapped her neck where he had knocked her out, seeming worried about hurting her, but also helpless, because when this girl loses her mind, she is truly insane. It was a helpless act. He lay there quietly watching her for a long time, feeling both amused and annoyed. The 30-year-old man had been deceived by this girl to such an extent that he almost lost himself. Fortunately, he also knew how to deceive others. Not long after the old butler was summoned, he obediently unlocked the handcuffs. Li Jincheng's icy gaze fixed on him and said, when my grandfather returns, go directly to report to him. I will go. The young master wants to send him away. The old butler looked distressed and explained these things were all forced on us by the young madam. Li Jincheng no longer wanted to speak, supported by the butler. He returned to his wheelchair before leaving the room. He instinctively glanced at Lu Xiaowan's face on the bed. She appeared to be asleep peacefully, but in reality, she was knocked out. The young master, you wouldn't still want to leave, would you? If you leave, the madam might go mad again. And what if something serious happens and she gets hurt? It would be too late to regret. She won't. But the young madam's recent condition was apparent to him. Who could say for sure the school situation had been addressed? Madame Tang had called a board meeting to stand up for her. She also persuaded many board members from the Gu family to support her side. Only the Li family's influence was substantial, and the situation was still uncertain. A vote was scheduled to decide the matter. The final shareholder was abroad and would make the ultimate decision. If the young master leaves again and the madam is expelled, she would be devastated. Even if he stays, nothing can be changed. The young master, you're saying, is unreasonable. The old estate has its influence, but you have your own connections. To the sisters who were close to the madam married well, but you refuse to associate with those women. If you would step forward, it would only take a phone call, and the madam would no longer be subjected to such suffering. Since you married her, you should bear some responsibility, otherwise you risk being branded a heartless man in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Jincheng fell silent. Over the years, he had indeed distanced himself from the outside world because he saw no necessity. He had no attachment to this world and saw no point in leaving more entanglements. The unexpected girl Lu Xiaowan was already an unforeseen event in his life. He did not wish for more surprises, including her. He planned to settle this destiny before he left this world. Who was the last one? The old servant said he would investigate it immediately. The next morning, Lu Xiaowan woke up and immediately jumped out of bed, rushing to Li Jincheng's room, but found it empty. Then she hurried to the study. There, he was reading a book. As before seeing him, she angrily exclaimed, Li Jincheng, you really are something. You actually assaulted me and knocked me out. You initially tried to imprison me. You're talking nonsense. If it weren't for your constant attempts to escape, I wouldn't have done such a thing. I'm not leaving. Really? Come here. Lu Xiaowan looked at him suspiciously, but her steps involuntarily moved toward his call. Because last night's events were too stimulating, Li Jincheng's attention was entirely on her attire. He looked at her with a darkened face and asked, what are you wearing? Lu Xiaowan looked down, then shot him a flirtatious glance. It's sexy sleepwear made to seduce you. Li Jincheng's lips twitched slightly, and he said, change it. I'll take you to school soon. You're taking me? Yes, all right, I'll change. Immediately, Lu Xiaowan quickly returned to her room, washed up, and put on her school uniform. Li Jincheng had already gone downstairs to have breakfast. When she came down, he looked up at her and said, "Have breakfast, okay?" Lu Xiaowan, as a suspicious gaze swept over him. And she felt that today, Li Jincheng looked very different from his appearance. He seemed as handsome as usual, but his attitude toward her was noticeably changed. Could it be that her flirtation last night worked at? Li she had shared some intimacy, so perhaps this meant she had truly conquered him. With this thought, her heart nearly burst with excitement. She suddenly spoke softly, "Husband, hello." The eldest, his husband. Li Jincheng looked up at her. Lu Xiaowan immediately shot him a flirtatious glance. "You devil, for now on, don't run around. I'll catch you no matter where you go, Li Jincheng." That's all. Lu Xiaowan finished breakfast, then packed her bag, and was about to leave with Li Jincheng, but he said, "Wait not. Yet it's still early, come here." Lu Xiaowan was puzzled and approached him. Kneeling down, she looked at him with questioning eyes. He glanced at her hand and said, "Give me your hand." Lu Xiaowan casually offered her hand, and he took it. His intention was to hold her hand to go out together, or perhaps he wanted to prevent her from walking away. He slightly grimaced and said, "Your injured hand is already healed. Give it to me." "Okay." Lu Xiaowan obediently handed him her hand, and he applied some ointment on her knotted and scabbed hand. Curious, she asked, "What is this scar removal medicine?" "Yes, it's barely noticeable. Even if you look closely, you don't need to bother with such fuss. It will heal quickly. But if I'm not careful, it might rub off later. Then be cautious about it." "Very well." Lu Xiaowan beamed at him and said, "As long as you don't leave, I'll comply with your wishes. If you run around again, I might just oppose you to the point of exasperation." "I won't leave then, because even if I did, there would be no peace. Will you escort me to school and pick me up after class? And you will complete your homework diligently, rather than having your study companion do it for you?" Lu Xiaowan suddenly widened her eyes and asked, "How did you know?" "Damn, Li Jincheng, you actually had someone investigate me. Isn't it true that you complained about being bullied at school, that you never had a good day while being with me?" Li Jincheng raturta. "Well, that was all an act. Otherwise, would you have come back?" She replied, "No matter how I behaved, you never returned. But the moment I mentioned divorce, you rushed back. Li Jincheng, you have wounded my heart grievously last night." As she spoke, she placed a hand over her heart, looking utterly heartbroken. Li Jincheng smirked slightly. "Little liar." "You're a liar too. A big liar." Li Jincheng understood that she was referring to the incident of him knocking her out last night, and simply said, "I'll apologize to you for what happened last night when you get back from school." "Is it really that formal?" Lu Xiaowan asked, astonished. "How will you compensate me?" "You'll find out when you return tonight." "All right, I shall wait." "All set. I'll take you to school." "Okay." For a moment, Lu Xiaowan was almost overwhelmed with joy, feeling that her first love had finally entered a passionate phase. From then on, they could indulge in a little public display of affection, and it would surely be exhilarating. However, Li Jincheng was only moved by her last words from the previous night. "Even if you are deceiving me, I am still content." If that was what she desired, then let it be a deception. Yet, in the limited time they had, his opportunity to deceive her was running short. Upon reaching the school gate, Lu Xiaowan suddenly asked, "Li Jincheng, can you walk me into the school?" "Huh? It's just that Bai Susu has been spreading rumors about me, claiming that I married you while holding onto a rooster. Although that is true, we have such a good relationship. I want everyone to see that I, Lu Xiaowan, can marry someone even more handsome than any other man in the world, even if I am holding onto a rooster. Let those who mock me feel envious and resentful." If he still had such an effect, then let it be as she wished. All right. Lu Xiaowan had originally intended to coax Li Jincheng into agreeing to let her off the vehicle, but he surprisingly acquiesced so readily. Could it be that last night had indeed been successful? With this thought, Lu Xiaowan immediately concluded that as a girl, one must be a bit demanding. Look, it had worked, hadn't it? Then let us go. Let us get out. Okay. The driver got out to load the skateboard, and Li Jincheng directly transferred from his wheelchair to the ground. Lu Xiaowan wore a radiant smile as she pushed him toward the school. Passing by numerous students on their way to school, they couldn't help but sneak glances at Li Jincheng. Wow, who is that? So incredibly handsome. For the girls who enjoyed manga, they thought his face was the epitome of a manga protagonist, coupled with an expression that conveyed a sense of world weariness. He looked like a quintessential brooding hero straight out of comic. Hey, isn't that Lu Xiaowan, the recent school sensation? Could that man be the one she married while holding onto a rooster? If it were true, they would be willing to hold onto a rooster to marry such a man, so unbelievably handsome. Some students from Class 8 of the 3rd grade passed by and couldn't resist greeting Lu Xiaowan. Good morning, boss. Boss. Li Jincheng cast a skeptical glance at Lu Xiaowan. Lu Xiaowan cleared her throat and replied, Good morning. This is my husband, Li Jincheng. He came out to escort me to school. Oh, so you're the husband of the boss. Nice to meet you. Li Jincheng could imagine the unfinished sentence was big sister. After all, he had been through high school. He understood how immature students could be. With an indifferent expression, he responded, Hello. Although this man was exceptionally good-looking, even sitting in a wheelchair, his aura was intimidating. I should head to class now. See you later. Okay, see you. As soon as the classmates left, Li Jincheng inquired, Boss. Oh, they see me as fierce and formidable, so they just gave me that title. Focus on your studies. School is not a place for frivolity. I know. I will do my homework on my own today. Is that all right? Yes, I will help you with what you don't understand. Upon reaching the school entrance, Lu Xiaowan said, I'm going in now. Go ahead. After waving goodbye to Li Jincheng, Lu Xiaowan entered the school with a cheerful heart. Just as Li Jincheng was about to turn and leave, a middle-aged woman called out to him, Is that Xiaocheng? Li Jincheng glanced at the elegantly dressed woman with a gentle demeanor, unwilling to engage. He simply wanted to return to the vehicle and leave, as he was not accustomed to crowded places. However, the woman caught up with him and said, You probably don't remember me. I am your Aunt Fong. I held you when you were little. It's a pity that after your mother passed away and your father remarried so quickly, our families lost touch, and we haven't seen each other since. 124. I don't even know how I died. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, the woman sighed, You were so lively as a child. You would greet us whenever we met, but alas, everything has changed. Li Jincheng replied coolly, It's all in the past. Yes, all in the past. I just saw you with a young lady. That must be your new wife. She's been quite the topic lately. The Fong family is part of the school board, and I voted for your little wife at the board meeting organized by your Aunt Tang yesterday. That by family vixen doesn't he deserve to be the mistress of the Li family? Thank you. There's no need to be polite. Your mother was the leader among us. We all respected her, and she treated us like family. It's a pity that good people don't live long. Disasters haunt us for generations. Child, you must take care of yourself. Your mother loved you dearly, and I imagine she was most worried about you when she passed. That's why she once knelt to plead with Li Hong to spare him, right? Li Jincheng's fist instinctively clenched tighter, his expression remaining cold as he replied, I know. Then I can rest easy. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know who the last board member who hasn't voted yet is? I'm checking. No need to check. I'll tell you. The last board member is just a minor one, currently abroad, holding a small stake, yet possessing voting rights. You don't even need to help find anyone. Your Aunt Tang is already looking for them. We can persuade them together later. All right. The Tang family, presumably out of regard for Tang Tian, would likely assist her. That was her own karma. To be honest, after hearing my son gossip about your little wife at school, I truly believe she bears a resemblance to your mother in her prime, commanding attention wherever she goes. Although this young lady has a rather unique approach, she is quite improper upon engaging in conversation. One inevitably loses track of time. In this modest town, remember to maintain frequent contact with those old acquaintances who once surrounded your mother. When necessary, we are all willing to lend our support. Do not hesitate to be candid with us. Rest assured, regarding your recent concerns about your wife, we will do our utmost to safeguard her. Thank you. Yet, he was reluctant to owe too many favors, fearing entanglements with these individuals. Consequently, after boarding the vehicle, Li Jincheng did not hasten to instruct the driver to return home, but waited patiently inside. It was only when Zheng Ming, who was secretly safeguarding Lu Xiaowan, arrived nearby, that he spoke, requesting, Help me contact my grandfather. I want all the shares of the Li family at Qingyuan High School. Zheng Ming raised an eyebrow and replied, Unable to reach him. I know you have a way, Li Jincheng insisted. Before leaving, the old man had given specific instructions. No one was permitted to disturb him unless it was a matter of life and death. Evidently, the incident at the auction had upset him greatly. Li Jincheng persisted, questioning, What constitutes a matter of life and death? If I take a knife to the old residence and kill that entire family, would that count? Hearing this, Zheng Ming furrowed his brow and cautioned, Young master, such words are inadvisable. Li Jincheng scoffed coldly, That girl is right. What they did to me, I accept fully. Yet, I was pushed into a corner, oppressed and bullied. If so, I shall resist. I fear nothing in hell, so why fear others? He had previously believed it unnecessary, but now he felt otherwise. His sole desire was to drag them into hell with him, to seek reconciliation with his mother. Power, status, wealth, all were fleeting illusions to him. He cared little for such possessions. Over the years, only his mother's dowry had touched his hands. He had no interest in the belongings of the Li family. Whatever fate had in store for him, that was his destiny. However, that girl was innocent. She was entangled because of him, and she should not bear such burdens. Zhang Ming hesitated. Are you certain about proceeding this way, young master? Yes, I will find a way to inform my grandfather. But he has always wished only for your self-preservation, not for confrontation. He fears the collapse of the Li family, and he does not want to witness that in his lifetime. Am I not protecting myself now? Indeed, he was. He seemed to harbor a desire to shield the young lady from harm. The young master's transformation was remarkable. Evidently, Lu's young lady possessed an extraordinary influence. Li Jincheng offered no further explanation, merely stating, "Convey my message to grandfather. The rest, he will understand." Later, Lu Xiaowan entered the classroom to be immediately surrounded by her peers. Wow, everyone says your husband is invincibly handsome. Is it true? Yes, many have seen it. The early arrivals in class didn't even get a glimpse. Is he really that handsome? Absolutely. Our eldest brother's husband exudes an aura of someone extraordinary. Ugh. Even I, as a man, feel instinctively nervous, worried about being disliked. Ahem. You're going to make me laugh to death. But I believe it's true. Everyone is talking about our eldest's husband. Lu Xiaowan held her chin high, pride radiating from her expression. It's good that everyone is seen. That way, they won't think I'm married a fool. But the truth is, don't just marry a rooster. I'd happily marry a pig if it meant being with my husband. He must be breathtakingly handsome. Yes. Just looking at his face makes me want to eat 2 more bowls of rice. Our eldest is truly blessed. Indeed. Today, I even heard I was bullied at school, and he specifically came to pick me up. Later, the students expressed their admiration for Lu Xiaowan's resilience in the face of adversity. The Li family is utterly overbearing. They even threatened to expel her as a major shareholder. Exactly. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. The school isn't controlled by them, and I will handle this. As the rightful wife of the Li family's young master, I can't be outdone by a mistress. Soon, these words reached Madame Li's ears, causing her usually composed face to crack with fury. How dared that insignificant woman? That evening, Li Hong returned from work to find his wife ill. Her condition was due to anger. After learning the full story, he comforted her and then, in a fit of rage, grabbed a spiked whip and left to vent his fury. Madame Li watched his departing figure with a triumphant smile. That young mistress, thinking she can contend with me? She doesn't even know how to die. It's a pity she was crippled. After school, Lu Xiaowan excitedly told Tan Mubei that her husband had come to pick her up, relieving her from the usual escort. She left the classroom amid envy and admiration. Someone in the classroom sighed. What a pity. She's crippled, but no one responded. Gong Ping, hearing this, blushed with suppressed anger and left with Wu Xian and Tan Mubei. Once outside, Gong Ping could no longer contain his fury. What does it matter if he is disabled? Are we choosing to become disabled ourselves? Wu Xian was oblivious to his anger, sensing only his emotional turbulence and looking at him anxiously. Tan Mubei remained indifferent, stating, "What they said is true. Let us go home." Gong Ping frowned. It's surprising that Lu, who has always been kind to us and arranged your work after school, would think so. Facts speak louder than words. The silence in the classroom was because everyone shared the same belief. Lu Xiaowan is young, beautiful, and courageous. Everyone likes her, and they feel sorry for her. From her perspective, those are just harmless thoughts. But that was her choice. She didn't mind her husband's disability. Should others feel regret for her? Words are just words. Why bother over them? Gong Ping's eyes reddened as he said, "Maybe because I am disabled too. Yes, in others' eyes, we are all incomplete. I often lament the unfairness of fate. Why must I endure such hardships? But what can I do? Perhaps her husband feels the same. If she doesn't mind, that's enough." Wu Xian, unable to comprehend, signed, "What are you talking about?" Gong Ping gave her a weary smile and signed back, "Nothing. We're just discussing a topic." Tan Mubei suggested, "Let us go home. I need to work for Didi later." Gong Ping chuckled. "All you do is rush to work after school. What else are you good at?" After some time, the two grew familiar, and Tan Mubei, unbothered by Gong Ping's teasing, simply replied, "Nothing is more important than earning money." Gong Ping nodded in agreement. A life of poverty truly leaves little else to value, for money resolves most problems. As Lu Xiaowan exited the school gates, she saw Li Jincheng and the old housekeeper. The housekeeper, noticing her arrival, hurried over with a hot milk tea. "Young lady, the weather is turning cooler. The young master bought this for you to keep warm." "Wow, that is so thoughtful." "Indeed, perhaps spring is finally arriving for me." Li Jincheng, however, was helpless. He had tea instructed the purchase. The housekeeper smiled. "Young lady, get in the car. The young master has prepared a surprise for you." Lu Xiaowan, eyes full of anticipation, looked at Li Jincheng and said, "Let us go home quickly." Thus, the routine of being chauffeured to and from school seemed pointless, merely a journey out and back again. Throughout the journey, Lu Xiaowan was brimming with joy, chattering incessantly about how the students at school had marveled at her husband, Li Jincheng, praising his stunning looks. "Li Jincheng, I am so proud, haha. Such a handsome man is my husband." She lamented the fact that high school students were forbidden from dating, particularly those in their final year, who faced strict regulations, having to keep their romantic endeavors clandestine for fear of being discovered by the school. Yet here she was, able to openly flaunt her husband, and it felt exhilarating. Li Jincheng observed her with a complex gaze, remaining silent. It seemed he had just realized that, aside from her initial harsh words when they first met, she had never truly regarded him with disdain for being disabled. In both appearance and sentiment, she had accepted him entirely. However, not everyone in the world shared the same naive perspective as this foolish girl. They might praise him in public while whispering behind his back about his disability. Lu Xiaowan continued brightly. "I told them my husband was a former top scorer in the college entrance examination, the student that all universities were vying for. How amazing is that? Haha, they were all so envious. Li Jincheng, I am truly proud." "Proud of what?" he asked. "Proud to have a husband like you. This is enough for me to boast about for a lifetime." Hee. Yet, it wasn't entirely so. He was not as wonderful as she imagined. He stayed home merely to keep an eye on her, preventing her from causing trouble, as his own issues had entangled her far too much. As Lu Xiaowan chattered away, they soon arrived home. Upon entering, the servants rushed forward, each holding a tray with a gift box. Lu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Jincheng and exclaimed, "Is this a surprise? Let's see what's inside." "Okay," she said, approaching the first maid, playfully winking before unwrapping the gift. It was a set of emerald jewelry, and she was instantly thrilled. "Wow, Li Jincheng, this must be expensive." The old butler explained, "This was Madame's dowry, and indeed it is quite valuable, with significant meaning behind it." "Wow, this was my mother-in-law's dowry. I must treasure it well, so that one day I can pass it down to our son and then to his wife." The old butler chuckled. "If I could witness that scene in my lifetime, I would have no regrets. Of course, it will happen. I'll let you take care of the baby when the time comes. I want to be handling it," Lu Xiaowan declared playfully. The maid couldn't help but laugh. "What will the young mistress do then?" "I'll be a hot mom," she replied. Everyone in the room laughed, except for Li Jincheng. The atmosphere was delightful, and Lu Xiaowan continued to unwrap the gift boxes, each containing exquisite jewelry, though far too extravagant for daily wear. She wished to find something to wear right away, but remained elated nonetheless. "Li Jincheng, I love all these." "Quickly, butler, put them in my precious safe." The old butler smiled. "Very well. Shall I place them alongside the items the old master gave to the young mistress?" "Absolutely not. Those are from them. These are from my husband to my mother-in-law. They are incomparable in value." "Indeed, the young mistress is correct. I shall prepare a new safe specifically for your gifts." Lu Xiaowan, filled with excitement, turned her sparkling eyes towards Li Jincheng and exclaimed, "Li Jincheng, I love you. Thank you for all these gifts. I adore this surprise." She then planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Li Jincheng instinctively turned his face away, but was pulled back by her. The servants observed with joy, marveling at this endearing moment between the young master and mistress. "I want to go downstairs. I want my husband to take me upstairs to change clothes, and then we can eat," she declared. How troublesome, he thought. Had he known she would become so proud due to these gifts, he would not have sent them. To him, they were merely objects, lacking significance once he departed. He pondered if this would teach her to behave better, but alas, it did not. Reluctantly, he said, "Be good. There are many people in the house. Mind your manners." "Oh," Lu Xiaowan replied, mistakenly thinking he was merely shy, and complied. Li Jincheng realized that being stern with her was futile. It only escalated the situation. A gentler approach seemed more effective. "Then, I will go upstairs to change," she said. "All right." The old butler quickly added, "Young mistress, please dress appropriately." "Why? We're home. It's most comfortable to wear home clothes." The old butler interjected, "Because today, the young master has prepared a candlelit dinner for you." Li Jincheng protested internally. "No, he hasn't tea." "Wow, is that true? Li Jincheng, you are so thoughtful today. I love this feeling. Make sure to do this for me occasionally in the future. Love you." With that, she dashed upstairs, leaving Li Jincheng's expression cold. The old butler sighed, looking at the ceiling. "Alas, I am but a servant destined to be dismissed by the young master. Before I leave, I just wish to do a bit more for him. There's no need for gratitude. After all, I watched you grow up, and I only wish for your happiness." Li Jincheng. In the dining room, the servants worked diligently to set up the candlelit dinner. Once everything was arranged, the lights were extinguished, leaving only the flickering glow of candles illuminating the table, creating an utterly romantic atmosphere. Though the old butler could not play the violin, he was skilled with the eru, showcasing that even this instrument could produce elegant melodies. Lu Xiaowan had tidied herself up and slowly descended the staircase, savoring every moment. Standing on the steps, she gazed down at the man in the wheelchair, illuminated by the soft candlelight, evoking a sense of beauty that was almost ethereal. For a fleeting moment, Lu Xiaowan thought Li Jincheng resembled a deity, creating a feeling of both allure and fragility, as if he might vanish if she did not hold on tightly. But he was her first love, the one she had fallen for at first sight. How could she bear to lose him? Losing him was not an option. She would cling tightly to him instead. She stepped carefully down in her high heels, approaching him, and extended a hand. Li Jincheng looked at her quizzically. Was it really necessary to hold hands just to go to dinner? Seeing him hesitate, Lu Xiaowan took the initiative, grasping his hand and twirling around, creating a picture of elegance that was enhanced by her attire. The old butler seized the moment, playing a lively tune, realizing that the young mistress wished to dance with the young master. While Lu Xiaowan might not be an expert dancer, she managed a few graceful moves before guiding Li Jincheng's wheelchair to the dining area. Their time together was precious and should remain uninterrupted. Apart from the restaurant, only the romantic strains of the eru, transformed by the old steward, linger in the air. Thus begins a tale of romance. Yet, this idyllic moment is abruptly shattered by the sudden arrival of a formidable middle-aged man. Just as Lu Xiaowan was about to indulge in goose liver with her fork, the tablecloth was yanked violently, sending the meticulously prepared feast and the romantic candles crashing to the floor. In an instant, even the tablecloth caught fire. "Master," the old steward, astonished, dropped the eru and shot to his feet, his face a mask of shock. Lu Xiaowan was left bewildered. The master? Li Jincheng's father? How audacious! "Everyone, leave at once." Li Hong's voice was icy, cutting through the air like a knife. The old steward immediately ushered all the household staff away, frowning as he stepped outside. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Li Hong shot him a piercing glance and commanded, "Get out." Turning his gaze to Lu Xiaowan, he added, "And you?" Lu Xiaowan pouted defiantly, "Sorry, I've never learned how to leave in a hurry. Why don't you demonstrate for me?" Li Hong shot her a glare so fierce it could slice through steel, yet it failed to intimidate the fearless Lu Xiaowan. The old steward glanced at the black-clad bodyguards beside Li Hong, hesitating before stepping closer. "Young madam, perhaps we should step outside. The master likely wishes to speak with young master." "I refuse to leave. I am married to your young master. We are one. Do you understand? There is nothing he cannot share with me." The atmosphere was thick with tension. It was clear they weren't here for friendly chat. With bodyguards in tow and tools resembling whips in hand, it was evident they were here to intimidate. Li Jincheng, however, spoke calmly, "Step outside." "I will not." "Obey." "Li Jincheng, after all this time together, when have I ever listened to you?" This is my first time meeting my father-in-law. I wonder if he is pleased with his daughter-in-law." "Oh, judging by that disdainful look, he must be exceedingly displeased. But what does it matter? I was personally sought after by your grandfather from the Lu family to become the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family. His dissatisfaction means nothing." Li Hong's gaze swept over her, his expression cold as he retorted, "How laughable. After all, only someone as uncouth and unrefined as you could possibly match my disabled son." "Ah, is young madam trying to sow discord? Thank you for the compliment. Indeed, my Li Jincheng and I are a match made in heaven. However, I cannot accept being called rude and uncultured. I have never disrespected you. Rather, it is you who." To meet your daughter-in-law for the first time without even a proper gift? Oh wait, am I mistaken? Is that a whip in your hand? Perfect. With a cold expression, he bellowed at Li Jincheng. I distinctly recall warning you last time to keep your woman in check. What do I care about your nonsense? You, who have yet to learn how to manage your own mistress, dare to demand that Li Jincheng handle me. On what grounds? Is it your shamelessly audacious face? If you possess any courage, confront me directly instead of bullying my Li Jincheng. You, a daughter of the Lu family, are utterly disrespectful. Huh. My parents do not disdain me, nor do my siblings. Yet you find it within yourself to look down upon me. But do you truly have the right? It is rather pitiable, is it not? Look around. Even those you disdain and detest do not hold you in high regard. What those you admire? Do they genuinely cherish you as they appear? No. It is merely because you were born into a fortunate lineage, blessed with a prominent father who values you, granting you power, influence, and status. Otherwise, if you were impoverished, would that mistress of yours continue to pamper you, treating you with kindness and attentiveness? Would your beloved children regard you with any significance? They would not, for beyond your status and the means by which you wield power, your character is deplorable. Even a simple girl like me, raised in modest circumstances, looks down upon you. The crowd. My goodness, this is audacious indeed. Challenging the head of the family so boldly. How dare he engage in such a mental assault? The old steward. It seems he has begun to comprehend. Is the young mistress attempting to sow discord?